Thank you for joining us today and listening to this audiobook. We truly appreciate your time and support. Before we dive into the story, I'd like to invite you to do something that means the world to us. Please like, comment, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. By doing so, you're not just staying connected, you're becoming part of an exclusive community dedicated to celebrating knowledge, culture, and empowerment. If you're interested in the ebook or paperback edition of this audiobook, head over to our Amazon page. You'll find the link in the description below. And for those of you looking to show your support in other ways, we've got custom t-shirts, hoodies, and beautiful African wall art available. Just click the merchandise link in the description to check it out. Once again, thank you for being here with us. Your engagement means everything. It helps us continue creating meaningful content and building a space where we can all grow together. So please take a moment now to like, comment, and subscribe. It's more than just a click. It's your way of saying you're with us on this journey. Thank you and enjoy the audiobook.
Dr. Gavin Harrow presents a never-ending Black history series, People, Places, and Things. The Freedmen's Village, Life After Slavery. The Lives of Newly Freed Slaves in Arlington, Virginia and the Rural South from 1850 to 1900s, Book 1. Introduction. In the midst of the American Civil War, on land that had once belonged to a man who fought to keep people in chains, a new world began to take shape. A world that promised freedom, yet could not escape the ghosts of slavery. This was Freedmen's Village, born in 1863 on the estate of Confederate General Robert E. Lee, in what is now Arlington National Cemetery. The village, conceived as a refuge for newly emancipated slaves, was more than just a shelter. It was a dream, a fragile, trembling hope that those who had been enslaved could carve out lives of dignity and purpose. But for the over 3,000 souls who would eventually call this place home, freedom was a promise not easily kept. The shadows of the past clung to them, whispering of a bondage that had not fully loosened its grip. Freedmen's Village was a beacon, a flickering light in the darkness, offering not just shelter, but the possibility of a future, of housing, education, and medical care. It was here, in this soil soaked with history, that Arlington's first Black community began to grow, taking root against the odds. Schools were built, churches were founded, and the people began to weave a new tapestry of life. But the road from slavery to freedom was not paved with ease. Across the South, those newly freed were caught in a vice of suffering. Starvation, exposure, and violence were constant companions. Some were dragged back into the darkness by former masters who found ways to evade the Union's reach. Others, lost in a drift, wondered if their families, scattered by the winds of war, had survived or perished. The Freedmen's Bureau, tasked with overseeing the village, became both a lifeline and a chain. It was the hand that fed, but also the hand that controlled. This bureau, an institution born of necessity, became a symbol of the complexities of freedom in America, a freedom administered by a government still steeped in the very prejudices it sought to overcome. The Bureau's restrictions on labor, on movement, on life, echoed the chains that had supposedly been broken. Even the benevolent organizations that partnered with the village in their well-meaning efforts could not escape the taint of paternalism, a suffocating grip that stifled as much as it supported. W.E.B. Du Bois saw clearly what others could not or would not. He knew that the freedmen needed more than guardians. They needed rights, they needed justice, they needed true citizenship. To Du Bois and others like him, the Freedmen's Bureau, despite its intentions, was just another plantation, another place where white hands held the reins, dictating the lives of Black Americans. The overseers might have been replaced by federal workers, but the song remained the same. And yet, even in the face of such challenges, the people of Freedmen's Village found a way to live, to build, to resist. They formed a community that refused to die, a community that would leave its mark on Arlington long after the village itself was dismantled by the pressures of white interests, by those who saw in this Black community not a beacon, but a threat. By 1900, the village was no more, but its spirit lived on in the Black neighborhoods that sprang up in its wake, places like Green Valley, Halls Hill, and Johnson's Hill. Today, the legacy of Freedmen's Village lives on, not in the cold stone of monuments or the scripted lines of history, but in the flesh and blood of those who refuse to forget. It is in the churches, Mount Olive, Mount Zion Baptist, that the spirit of the village still breathes in the prayers and the songs, in the hands lifted in praise and the voices raised in sorrow and joy. It is in the families like the Suffocating who trace their roots back to that sacred ground, holding tight to the memory of what was and what could have been. The communities that remain, they are the true monuments, the living, breathing testament to a struggle that has never known an end. For the freedom that was promised, the freedom that was fought for, is a freedom that is always just out of reach, something to be chased, to be grasped at, to be held for a moment before it slips away again. But still, they carry on. These bulwarks of Black resilience, these builders of community, they are the keepers of the flame, carrying forward the tradition of the village, inching ever closer to that elusive dream, into the 21st century and beyond. About the author. There is a kind of gratitude that rises up from the depths of one's soul. Not so much a celebration of survival, but a recognition of the strength it took to survive. My story, like so many stories, is one of hardship, of pain, and of faith. A faith that was not born of certainty, but of necessity. I was 7 years old when I was abandoned by my parents, cast adrift in a world that seemed indifferent to my existence. The journey from childhood to manhood was not a journey at all, but a sudden, brutal shift. By 12, I was on the streets, alone, abandoned, with nothing but the will to keep breathing. The streets became both my home and my battleground. Each day presented new challenges, testing my resolve and pushing the limits of my endurance. It was a time of immense struggle, where every moment was a fight for survival. Yet, in the face of these adversities, I discovered a wellspring of strength within myself that I never knew existed. This strength was not just physical, but emotional and spiritual. Today I stand as a testament to the power of perseverance and faith. My journey is a reminder that even in the bleakest moments there is always a spark of hope. It was through God's grace and my own determination that I was able to navigate these treacherous waters. Each day was a testament to my resolve, shaping me into the person I am today. And as I reflect on the man I have become, I must give thanks to the woman who has walked beside me, my wife, Dr. Nicole Boson Harrow. Her unwavering support, her dedication, her brilliance, these have been my anchor. Nicole's work in the world of developmental education is nothing short of extraordinary. She is a force, a light, and she has shown me what it means to commit oneself fully to a cause, to a purpose. To my son, Ethan, you are the reason I strive every day to be better, to be stronger, to be the man I want you to look up to. Your spirit, your drive, your energy, they inspire me in ways I cannot even begin to describe. As I have walked this path, I have found a way to merge my passions, my experiences, my beliefs. I have dedicated myself to the study of history, earning my master's and doctoral degrees, focusing on African American studies, law, and government. But my academic pursuits are not separate from my life. They are informed by it. My academic pursuits are paralleled by my extensive experience in law enforcement, a journey that began in 2004. As a law enforcement police veteran, I have served with distinction, currently holding the position of police lieutenant in Washington, D.C. In this role, I manage a significant number of police officers and police supervisors, which demonstrates my exemplary leadership and an unwavering commitment to public safety and community service. My tenure as a detective in the Criminal Investigation Division, where I conducted extensive high-level criminal investigations, honed my skills in conducting thorough interviews, meticulous research, and precise evidence gathering. These experiences, both the hardships I have endured and the professional paths I have walked, have not only shaped who I am, but they have also shaped the way I approach my work as a historian. I bring the same rigor, the same attention to detail, the same relentless pursuit of truth to my historical research as I do to my work in law enforcement. Because in the end, whether I am uncovering a piece of history or investigating a crime, I am driven by the same thing: a desire to see justice done, to see the truth brought to light, to see that every story, every life is given the dignity it deserves. Chapter 1. The Dawn of Emancipation. Frederick Douglass, a steadfast advocate for abolition, lent his support to Abraham Lincoln's presidential campaign in 1860, recognizing in Lincoln a leader who could navigate the nation through its profound moral and political crises. The election's aftermath was swift and severe. Southern states seceded, plunging the nation into civil war. Despite their differing views on the war's objectives, Douglas continued to support President Lincoln. While Lincoln's primary aim was the preservation of the Union, Douglas saw the war as a critical opportunity to eradicate the institution of slavery from the United States once and for all. However, Douglas did not shy away from critiquing Lincoln's policies. He was particularly vocal against Lincoln's support for colonization plans, which sought to encourage African Americans to leave the United States and settle in places like Liberia, Haiti, and other foreign lands. Douglas fiercely opposed these efforts, arguing instead for the inclusion of free blacks and escaped slaves in the Union Army, a position that Lincoln was initially reluctant to embrace. As the war progressed, Lincoln's views began to evolve, partly influenced by his direct encounters with African Americans. During his travels across Washington, D.C., Lincoln saw firsthand the realities faced by freedmen. In April 1863, while passing by encampments of formerly enslaved individuals, Lincoln, along with his wife Mary and journalist Noah Brooks, witnessed the harsh living conditions, the shanties and stench-filled tents that dotted the hillside. Lincoln's frequent visits to the contraband camp on 7th Street, New Sauce, during his stays at the Soldiers' Home, further exposed him to the struggles and resilience of the freedmen, contributing to his shifting perspective on emancipation. Throughout this period, Douglas remained a relentless advocate, pressing President Lincoln to consider the interests of free blacks and runaway slaves. His persistence paid off, as he became one of the most influential voices in Lincoln's ear. Lincoln's acknowledgement of this influence was profound, once telling Douglas that he valued his opinion more than that of any other man in the country. This relationship between Douglas and Lincoln underscores the power of advocacy and the significant impact Douglas had on shaping the course of the war and the future of the nation. From the mid-1850s onward, Abraham Lincoln consistently argued that even those enslaved were entitled to the same inalienable rights articulated in the Declaration of Independence. This conviction was deeply rooted in his profound capacity for empathy, a quality that enabled him to connect with individuals whose life circumstances were vastly different from his own. Lincoln's understanding of African Americans as integral members of a broader human community endowed with inherent rights became a cornerstone of his political ideology. This empathetic vision was instrumental in the creation of Freedmen's Village during the Civil War. Lincoln's support for a village specifically designed to be welcoming to freedmen was not merely an act of charity, but a deliberate political decision that recognized the essential humanity and rights of African Americans. By establishing a space where freedmen could build infrastructure, form a community, and actively participate in public life, Lincoln sought to lay the groundwork for a new societal order, one where formerly enslaved individuals could exercise the rights and freedoms that had long been denied to them. Freedmen's Village, then, was more than just a refuge. It was a radical assertion of African Americans' place within the American experiment of democracy and equality. It symbolized Lincoln's broader vision of a nation where the principles of liberty and justice were extended to all, regardless of race. This vision, rooted in empathy and a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of all people, played a crucial role in shaping the post-emancipation landscape and the ongoing struggle for civil rights. In the hallowed grounds of Freedmen's Village, a profound transformation unfolded, a narrative of liberation, resistance, and the dawning of a new collective consciousness. Here, the formerly enslaved forged connections with one another and with Union forces in ways that had been systematically denied to them in the bondage of the past. The village was more than just a refuge. It was a crucible where the freedmen began to engage in the politics of their newfound freedom, crafting organizations, establishing networks, and asserting their place within the broader tapestry of American society. The eruption of the Civil War brought with it a renewed and fervent anti-slavery sentiment in the North, a sentiment that gained further momentum with the election of President Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln, with the weight of history upon his shoulders, articulated a powerful and unyielding stance. Slavery was an evil that must not be allowed to spread within the territories of the United States. This declaration, a climactic point in his relentless campaign, reverberated across a divided nation. Yet, Lincoln, bound by the constraints of the existing legal framework, recognized that slavery, entrenched as it was in several states, lay beyond the immediate reach of federal authority. It was only through the extraordinary powers vested in him by the circumstances of war that he would later confront this deeply rooted institution head-on, reshaping the very essence of the nation in the process. The preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, first whispered into the air on September 22, 1862, and then declared with finality on January 1, 1863, was not just a statement, it was a reckoning. It declared that all slaves in the rebellious states were to be free, and with those words the course of the war shifted, and the fate of millions of African Americans was altered forever. The war, once fought under the banner of reunification, now bore a new purpose, the destruction of slavery. The Union's goals expanded beyond simply pulling the seceded states back into the fold. Now, it sought to dismantle the very institution that had driven the nation to the brink of destruction. Lincoln, with a mind sharp as a blade, saw what this proclamation could do, not just on the battlefield, but across the Atlantic. He hoped that, by casting the Confederacy as the defenders of slavery, he could sway the moral compass of Great Britain and France, causing them to withdraw their diplomatic and economic support for the South. It was a strategic move, cunning in its simplicity, that placed the Confederacy at a perilous disadvantage. Had those two nations thrown their full weight behind the Southern cause, the war might have drawn to a very different conclusion, one where the chains of slavery remained unbroken. Yet, for all its power, the Emancipation Proclamation was far from perfect. It freed many, but not all. The proclamation did not touch the enslaved in the Union's own backyard, those held in bondage in the loyal border states that had not seceded. And though it was a bold executive order, it stood on shaky legal ground, with no constitutional underpinning to support it. A future president could have undone it, and the Supreme Court might have struck it down. The proclamation did not end slavery overnight. It did not bring immediate freedom to all. But it was a crucial step, a turning point that helped to change the course of the Civil War, steering it toward a future where the promise of freedom might finally be fulfilled. Even before this proclamation, on November 16, 1861, Major General John E. Wool received a note from Major General J.A. Dix at the behest of a man named Jessup, who had traveled to Fort Monroe, Virginia. Jessup's mission? To reclaim a slave who had been taken from him by a regiment. In that moment, the old world and the new collided, a world that still clung to the old ways, even as the tides of change began to sweep them away. General Wool noted that he had nothing to do with returning slaves to those who claimed them until he had been instructed on the subject by the Secretary of War. General Wool stated that all he had to do with that species of property is to see them taken care of. As follows: all parties called contrabands employed as servants by either officers or citizens within my military jurisdiction are to be subsisted and paid at least $8 per month, from which is to be deducted the necessary clothing to be furnished by the quartermaster of the department. Those employed as laborers on public works, $10, and subsistence, clothing to be furnished as above. All that remains after furnishing them with clothing is to be reserved as a fund to support such as are unable to work, including women and children. In other words, the contrabands are to support themselves. All able-bodied men and women are compelled to work. Throughout the Civil War, Southern newspapers, politicians, and sympathizers relentlessly pushed the narrative that the conflict was an abolitionist war, a claim designed to stoke fear and rally support for the Confederate cause. This assertion, however, was met with steadfast denial from Union leaders and their allies. Despite supporting strong measures to suppress the rebellion, loyal publications, orators, and preachers across the North almost universally denied any intention of dismantling the South's peculiar institution of slavery. In communications with foreign governments, the Secretary of State made it clear through diplomatic channels that the Union's primary objective was not the abolition of slavery. This message was echoed by President Lincoln in his inaugural address, where he carefully navigated the complex political landscape, emphasizing the preservation of the Union over any immediate threat to Southern slavery. As Union forces advanced into Southern territory, commanding generals issued proclamations that reflected this official stance. In some cases, these commanders went as far as to promise to suppress any potential slave insurrections with an iron hand, demonstrating the lengths to which they would go to maintain order and avoid provoking further conflict. Others took forceful steps to return escaped slaves who sought refuge within Union lines, a stark reminder of the Union's cautious approach to the slavery issue in the early stages of the war. This delicate balancing act reflected the deep divisions and anxieties within the Union about the role of slavery in the conflict. While the war would eventually become a powerful catalyst for abolition, these early denials underscore the complex and often contradictory nature of the Union's initial war aims, revealing the persistent struggle to reconcile the ideals of freedom with the realities of a nation still deeply entangled in the institution of slavery. The South, in its desperation, found a twisted strength in its own weakness. With the Northern pro-slavery advocates pulling back, the Southern slave population was left to labor on the plantations, sustaining the Confederacy's economy while freeing its white men to march off to war. Every able-bodied white man could be sent to the front lines, confident that the fields back home would still be tilled and the crops harvested. Meanwhile, the North, despite its industrial might, found its resources strained by the demands of labor. The grand illusion of preserving slavery while crushing the rebellion was quickly shattered, too heavy a burden for even the Union's vast strength to bear. Yet, in the midst of war, the enslaved people did not wait for freedom to be handed down from above. As the Union armies pushed deeper into the South, slaves sought their freedom, slipping away from the plantations despite every obstacle in their path. But the Union soldiers, too often indifferent, turned them away, sending fugitives back to the very Confederacy they were fighting to destroy. The cruelty of such a contradiction could not stand, and the government's policy began to shift. No longer would the Union support the institution of slavery. Instead, it would work to undermine and dismantle it, brick by brick. The first blow came with Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation on January 1, 1863. It was not a sweeping decree that freed every slave in America, but it was a start, a powerful declaration that the tide was turning. The proclamation did not just change the course of the war, it altered the very nature of the conflict. Now, the fight was not just for Union, but for freedom. And as the Union Army began to enforce this proclamation, with the power of its guns, thousands of slaves escaped to its lines, seeking the protection that had so long been denied them. At first, the Union hesitated, reluctant to accept these men and women into its ranks. But by early 1864, necessity and righteousness collided, and the policy was reversed. African American men were recruited in large numbers, and their presence on the battlefield began to tip the scales. With their courage and strength, the balance of power shifted in favor of the North, leading to the eventual defeat of the Confederacy and the end of slavery in America. Yet, in the early days of this war, before policy had hardened into strategy, there was confusion, and commanders in the field were left to their own devices. Some welcomed runaway slaves, putting them to work building fortifications, or even arming them for the fight ahead. Others, bound by old loyalties or blinded by prejudice, denied them entry, driving them back to the very owners they had fled, even allowing those same rebel masters to search Union camps for their missing property. In the summer of 1861, General Fremont, in a bold move, issued a proclamation emancipating the slaves of Missouri. But the pushback was swift and fierce. Democrats and border state politicians raised their voices in opposition, and President Lincoln, always mindful of the fragile alliances holding the Union together, revoked the order. 9 months later, General Hunter tried again, declaring freedom for the slaves in South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. But once more, the administration stepped in, pulling back the reins, unwilling to let the war become a full-fledged crusade for emancipation. In these early days, the road to freedom was uncertain, fraught with reversals and compromises. But the momentum was building, and with each step, no matter how hesitant, the Union moved closer to the inevitable end, the defeat of the Confederacy and the abolition of slavery in the United States. General Butler, with a shrewd legal acumen, exploited a loophole that regarded slaves as property, cleverly rebranding them as contraband of war. This reclassification marked a pivotal shift, as those who had once been deemed property were now recognized as contraband, a label that would eventually evolve into the title of Freedmen as the tides of war and justice surged forward. Through a process marked by trial and error, a system emerged that began to reflect the changing moral and political landscape. By May 1863, the government took a significant step, enacting legislation to compensate loyal U.S. slave owners for the loss of their enslaved people who had been liberated by Union forces. This move was as pragmatic as it was strategic, designed to mollify some of the more stubborn slaveholders and to ease the path for Union soldiers as they encouraged enslaved individuals to seek freedom with them. The Union Army thus became a crucial instrument of emancipation, providing refuge for those who fled the plantations and actively recruiting African American men to fight for the cause of the Union. The tone of public sentiment against the institution of slavery steadily crescendoed. At the war's outset, Congress had passed a resolution, virtually unchallenged, asserting that the government had no intention of interfering with slavery. Yet, As the war progressed and the moral imperative grew stronger, the legislature, at the president's urging, began passing laws that offered financial incentives to states that pursued gradual emancipation. In the nation's capital, slavery was abolished, with slaveholders receiving millions in compensation, a stark acknowledgement of the complexities of change. Furthermore, Congress enacted measures to permanently outlaw slavery in all U.S. territories and prohibited Army officers from returning escaped slaves to their enslavers. The new law also opened the Union Army's ranks to free black men and the enslaved people of Confederate sympathizers, declaring that their mothers, wives, and children would be free forever. These legislative shifts, gradual but resolute, laid the groundwork for the ultimate achievement of universal emancipation, turning the tide of history towards justice and freedom. The government, under increasing pressure from the public, began to take steps toward emancipation. Petitions poured in from every corner, meetings, caucuses, religious leaders, all demanding change. The newspapers echoed their cries, and speeches were filled with the moral imperative of freeing the enslaved. Politicians, sensing the shifting tide, lobbied hard, using every tool at their disposal. And in the end, Lincoln, driven by both the mounting pressure and his own moral compass, issued the Emancipation Proclamation. This single act changed the course of the war, pushing America onto a path toward true freedom for all. But the war wasn't going as planned. The rebellion was tougher to crush than anyone had anticipated. In September 1862, Lincoln made a bold move. He announced that unless the rebel states surrendered and rejoined the Union, he would proclaim the abolition of slavery throughout those states. The deadline came and went. On January 1st, 1863, Lincoln made good on his word. The proclamation declared all slaves in rebellion-held territories free. It was a historic moment, one that electrified the North and sent shockwaves across the Atlantic. Great Britain, teetering on the edge of recognizing the Confederacy, hesitated. The proclamation also galvanized African American soldiers, who now fought not just for the Union, but for their own freedom. Yet, the proclamation's reach was limited. It could only be enforced in areas under Union control, but that was enough to cause significant disruption in the South. Slaves began fleeing to Union lines, seeking the freedom promised to them. This exodus wreaked havoc on the Southern economy, creating labor shortages and fueling further unrest. The war dragged on until the spring of 1865, when the Confederacy finally collapsed, and the proclamation's promise of freedom began to take hold throughout the South. Even then, true freedom remained elusive. It wasn't until 6 months later, under President Johnson's Reconstruction, that the South formally accepted emancipation. This acceptance was a condition for rejoining the Union, sealed by the ratification of the 13th Amendment. The Emancipation Proclamation marked a turning point in the Civil War. The Union's goal was no longer just to restore the nation, but to end slavery as well. Northern soldiers found renewed purpose, fighting not just for the Union, but for the freedom of millions. African American soldiers fought with a fierce determination, knowing that their sacrifice would help secure both Union victory and their own liberation. Though the proclamation didn't free every slave immediately, it was a critical first step in the long journey toward true freedom for all Americans. Finally, on December 18, 1865, the Secretary of State announced that 2/3 of the states had ratified an amendment to the Constitution, forever banning slavery in all areas under U.S. jurisdiction. The legal chains of slavery were broken, but true equality remained a distant goal. Freedmen, though legally free, were still grappling with their place in a society that had long treated them as property. They knew they deserved better, but the path forward was unclear. The nation was divided on how to address the future of the freedmen. Some advocated for immediate citizenship and political rights, but these voices were few and considered radical. Even those who supported the freedmen often doubted their ability to thrive as citizens. In the North, many who sympathized with the abolitionist cause believed the solution was to encourage freedmen to leave the United States, to start anew in other parts of the world. The government even offered financial assistance for those willing to leave. But the freedmen, having fought so hard for their freedom, refused to give it up. They demanded the same rights and privileges as any other citizen. It took years of struggle, but eventually, the freedmen secured full citizenship and equal rights under the law. Their journey toward economic and social equality was slow, and much work remained, but their fight for freedom and equality became an indelible part of American history. The debate over what to do with the freedmen continued. Various schemes were proposed: resettlement in Africa, Mexico, or Central America, setting aside states like Texas or South Carolina exclusively for their use, even keeping them in a state of legal tutelage or serfdom. When Lincoln delivered his second inaugural address, no single policy had gained widespread support. Those who doubted the viability of popular government feared that the United States, having been forced to liberate the enslaved, would fail to embrace the only just solution, complete equality before the law. Without this, the freedmen would be left in a precarious position, worse off than before emancipation, subject to the tyranny of a superior class, without even the limited protection of their former master's self-interest. Laws passed in the southern states after the Civil War offered a glimpse into the prevailing attitudes and the grim future that awaited the freedmen if left to their former owners. Southern ideology clung to the belief that the freedmen were inherently lazy, requiring special legislation to prevent them from becoming paupers or criminals. The civil status of the freedmen was a subject of fierce debate. Many argued that they could not be full citizens, endowed with all the rights and privileges of freedom because of their supposed racial inferiority. Some even suggested branding them to ensure they could be easily identified and returned to their employers if they attempted to escape. In the end, the freedmen were relegated to a twilight zone of undefined status with systemic barriers ensuring they could never attain equality with whites. Southern whites, desperate to retain political power, were determined to prevent the freedmen from becoming full citizens. They sought to keep them in a state of economic serfdom, forced to labor for the benefit of the white man with no rights and minimal protection. Moreover, the landscape of the post-war South was littered with the remnants of class legislation, each piece a testament to the deep-seated hatred and bitterness that had festered during the conflict and had not been washed away by victory or the forced hand of emancipation. These laws, though varied in their intentions, shared a common flaw, a fundamental injustice that tainted them at their core. In some states, these laws were born out of sheer malice, a desperate attempt to cling to the old order. In others, perhaps there was an initial intention to promote justice, but that intention was quickly suffocated by the same inequities that had long defined the region. Nowhere in the South was it even remotely conceivable that freedmen should stand on equal footing in civil and political life. The very notion was an affront to those who had lost the war but refused to surrender the power they had wielded over black lives. In most jurisdictions, the law barred freedmen from serving on juries, silencing their voices in any legal matter involving white men. They were not even allowed to testify, their truths rendered invisible, irrelevant. And in a cruel twist, they were forbidden from possessing or carrying firearms, stripped of the means to defend themselves, left vulnerable to the violence that was all too often sanctioned by the very laws meant to protect. Freedmen, newly emancipated yet still shackled by the remnants of their former bondage, found themselves navigating a landscape riddled with oppressive restrictions and discriminatory practices. They could not gather in groups larger than 5 without securing a written permit from a white magistrate, a measure that stripped them of the basic freedom of assembly. Even their religious gatherings, which had long been a source of solace and strength, were frequently disrupted or outright disbanded by whites determined to assert their dominance. In some regions, freedmen were compelled to obtain a special license simply to work for themselves, and at any moment, they could be forced into labor by any white individual who claimed them as an employee. The economic deck was stacked against them as well, with higher tax rates levied upon them compared to whites and a litany of other discriminatory laws designed to keep them in a state of economic servitude. These various forms of class legislation were crafted with a clear intent to reduce freedmen to a subjugated position where they had few rights, scant protections, and where their labor would ultimately serve the interests of the white population. Vagrancy laws, passed in many states, further tightened the noose. These laws were predominantly enforced against freedmen and rarely, if ever, applied to whites. A former slave who was perceived to have no visible means of support, often simply because he was not working for a white employer, could be detained, fined, or even indentured to pay off that fine. The courts, wielding broad discretion, could hire out these individuals, forcing them to work under government-appointed overseers, a grim echo of the slavery from which they had supposedly been liberated. Labor contracts became another tool of control. Special acts mandated that these contracts be in writing, with explicit terms outlining the hours of labor and the duties of both master and servant. Should a servant dare to leave the plantation before the contract's expiration, He would be guilty of a misdemeanor and could be arrested and returned to his employer, much like a fugitive slave. However, if the employer breached the agreement, the freedman was left to seek redress through a cumbersome and biased legal system, where white judges and juries were unlikely to render justice in his favor. In this way, the legal and social systems conspired to perpetuate a cycle of exploitation, ensuring that true freedom remained a distant and elusive dream for many of the newly emancipated. Employers wielded the power to deduct the cost of food, clothing, and medical care from the wages of their workers without challenge, turning what was purportedly a protective measure into another chain binding the freedmen. The pretense of safeguarding both parties was nothing more than a thin veil behind which lay the true intent, to bolster the authority of the employer while deepening the subjugation of the newly emancipated. The freedmen, stripped of any genuine avenue for redress, found themselves ensnared in an economic servitude that echoed the chains of slavery, their rights a mere illusion, their protections non-existent. These laws, born from the venom of racial hatred and the fear of a disrupted social order, did nothing but tighten the noose around the necks of those who had only just begun to taste freedom. In South Carolina, a freedman wishing to step beyond the narrow confines of agriculture or domestic service into a trade or mechanical occupation was met with yet another barrier, a special license, accompanied by an annual fee that could range from $10 to $100. This financial burden was a calculated effort to keep the freedmen tethered to the land, to the menial labor that had defined their existence under slavery. The apprenticeship laws, ostensibly colorblind, were in truth another tool of oppression, used to force the labor of emancipated slaves, particularly their children. In some states, the mere word of a local justice of the peace could consign black children under the age of 18 to labor, regardless of their or their parents' consent. The rights and privileges supposedly granted to the freedmen were, in reality, scarcely better than the conditions they endured in bondage. The whip, a cruel instrument of control that in some states branded its victim as a criminal for life, remained in use, its lash a constant reminder of the violence that underpinned their so-called freedom. It was as though every conceivable measure was employed to impress upon the freedmen the permanence of their former master's disdain, a disdain that sought to reassert itself at every turn, forcing them to bear the weight of their past subjugation even as they were begrudgingly allowed to walk free. Despite the overwhelming odds stacked against them, the freedmen refused to surrender. They worked the fields with renewed determination, rebuilt their homes and churches, and, with the support of Northern philanthropists, established schools for their children. They didn't stop there. They organized politically, demanding the rights owed to them as citizens. Progress came slowly, but it came. Gradually, they began to overcome the barriers erected by their former oppressors. Their resilience and determination in the face of such adversity stand as a powerful testament to their strength of character. The freedmen faced not only legal challenges, but also immense social and economic hurdles. Their pursuit of education ignited fierce opposition from white Americans who viewed these aspirations as a direct threat to their social standing. In many parts of the country, African American churches and schools became targets of violent mobs, destroyed in fits of rage. In isolated areas where federal oversight was minimal, former slaveholders continued their brutal treatment of African Americans with little fear of repercussion. The freedmen's journey toward equality was fraught with peril, yet they persevered, driven by an unyielding desire for a better future. In the aftermath of emancipation, the newly freed individuals found themselves thrust into a world fraught with hostility, poverty, and illiteracy, challenges that compounded the already daunting task of forging a new life. The legacy of enslavement had denied many of them the opportunity to learn how to read or write, placing them at a profound disadvantage in a society that now demanded such skills for survival. Without the ability to compete for better jobs or negotiate fair contracts, these freed people were often relegated to the lowest rungs of the economic ladder, scraping by on meager wages with little to no savings to cushion them during hard times. In this desperate scramble for survival, they had no choice but to accept whatever work they could find, no matter how poorly paid or perilous the job might be. The brutal reality of this new freedom was underscored by the violence that erupted across the South. In a single district within the span of just 1 month, 49 cases of violence were recorded where whites, often poor and of the lower class, attacked black individuals. These incidents ranged from assault and battery to outright homicide, illustrating the dangerous and volatile environment that freed people had to navigate. With the limited oversight of the Freedmen's Bureau being the only semblance of civil authority, there was little to no effective mechanism in place to maintain order or to punish the crimes that ran rampant during this chaotic post-war period. Compounding this violence was the deep-seated belief held by many in the South that slavery had been a righteous institution, a blessing even, while emancipation was viewed as a catastrophic wrong. Although these individuals grudgingly accepted emancipation as an unavoidable outcome of the war, their beliefs remained unshaken. This toxic mix of resentment and nostalgia for the old order created an environment in which the newly freed were not only unwelcome, but actively targeted. As they stepped out of the shadows of enslavement, the freed people confronted a world that was anything but kind or forgiving. Their first priority was to secure employment and a place to live. Many found themselves returning to the very plantations where they had once toiled as slaves, while others migrated to cities in search of work. Yet, whether in rural fields or urban centers, the difficulties they faced were immense. Employers often cheated them out of their wages, forcing them to work grueling hours for little pay. The sudden burden of independence, after a lifetime of enforced dependence, left many struggling to adapt. As a result, homelessness and destitution became the harsh reality for too many of these newly emancipated individuals, as the promise of freedom revealed itself to be a precarious and fragile thing in a society still deeply scarred by the legacy of slavery. The next challenge the freedmen faced was the pursuit of education. This was an uphill battle, as there were few schools available to African Americans, and those that did exist were often woefully inadequate. On top of that, many whites were vehemently opposed to the idea of educating black people and did everything in their power to prevent it. But the freedmen, undeterred by these obstacles, pressed on. Some managed to secure an education and used it as a tool to better their lives and the lives of those around them. Their final step was a push for political rights, a goal that proved equally challenging. Most states had laws designed to prevent African Americans from voting, and the Ku Klux Klan, along with other white supremacist groups, employed violence and intimidation to keep the freedmen from exercising their political rights. Yet, even in the face of such fierce opposition, some of the freedmen found ways to get involved in politics, using their voices to demand change. The journey of the freedmen was long and fraught with difficulty, but it was not without progress. Despite the myriad obstacles, they managed to gain ground in education, employment, and political rights. The path to equality was still riddled with challenges, but the freedmen's perseverance had started to carve out a new future, one step at a time. Southern politicians and the press clung to the phrase, overpowered, but not subdued, as if it were a badge of honor, a declaration that defeat had not broken their spirit. Every piece of legislation they crafted, every social action they endorsed, was an effort to twist the meaning of freedom until it resembled slavery. The Southern states became a cauldron of violence and injustice, with black people bearing the brunt of this relentless cruelty. It was a time when the streets of Memphis and New Orleans ran red with the blood of riots, explosions of fury born from a society unwilling to accept the humanity of its black citizens. These riots, brutal and unforgiving, sent shockwaves through the North, stirring a deep and simmering anger. Even in the South, there were those whose consciences could not bear the weight of such barbarity, and they too raised their voices in protest. The tension, the outrage, the collective cry for justice began to coalesce into something more, a proposed resolution for change, a desperate hope that the tide might finally turn. The state in which freedmen found themselves after the abolition of slavery was a stark reflection of the deep-seated inequalities that persisted in American society. Stripped of their chains, but denied meaningful civil or political rights, they were relegated to a status not far removed from serfdom. With few allies in the South to support their transition to full citizenship or access to education, freedmen were ensnared in a cycle of poverty and discrimination. Yet, despite these immense obstacles, they did not remain passive. When the opportunity presented itself, they sought to challenge the status quo and improve their circumstances. The struggle for freedom and equality was propelled by both voluntary efforts and governmental interventions. Non-governmental organizations and private citizens played a crucial role in advocating for the rights of freedmen, often pushing the government to take action it might otherwise have delayed or avoided. In a democracy, it is the people who lead and the government that follows. Throughout the conflict, freedmen and their allies, both black and white, demanded more decisive measures than the government was initially willing to take. They called for freedom before it was officially declared, for the establishment of the Freedmen's Bureau before it became a reality, for civil rights before the passage of the Civil Rights Act, and for impartial suffrage long before it was secured by federal legislation. In each of these instances, public opinion served as a powerful force, compelling the government to act. This dynamic was equally true for the private religious and benevolent organizations that championed the cause of freedmen. These organizations often outpaced the government in their plans and methods, accomplishing more than the official agencies established for the same purposes. The voluntary efforts of individuals and groups in philanthropic, benevolent, and Christian endeavors consistently preceded, prepared for, and supported the implementation of governmental actions that have significantly contributed to the progress and well-being of African Americans. The contributions of these private agencies and individuals cannot be overstated. They not only helped make emancipation a reality, but also worked tirelessly to ensure it was a blessing. These early advocates labored when few others showed interest in the cause of freedom, and they persevered even when many had lost hope that the former slaves could ever achieve true freedom and usefulness. They gave their time, labor, and resources at a time when even the government was reluctant to make significant sacrifices for the emancipated. They ventured into the South armed with the gospel of Christ and practical tools for empowerment, entering a region where hostility towards the freedmen was widespread and fierce. Their efforts laid the groundwork for the progress that would eventually come, underscoring the indispensable role of grassroots activism in the long struggle for justice and equality. The Civil War, with all its devastation and upheaval, also sparked a wave of initiatives aimed at helping and educating those who had been freed from slavery. Even before President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation in February 1862, there were efforts to emancipate slaves within Union-held territories. Generals Fremont and Hunter, driven by the urgency of the moment, issued orders to free the enslaved in their jurisdictions, though these bold moves were later rescinded, as the nation's policy on slavery remained in flux, unsettled and undefined. Amidst this uncertainty, General T.W. Sherman and Commodore DuPont, whose military efforts were pivotal in weakening the Confederacy, captured the forts at Port Royal's entrance and took control of the Sea Islands. There, they were met by a mass of uneducated, starving black people, newly freed, yet utterly unprepared for the freedom they had so long been denied. The scene was one of desperation and chaos, a stark reminder that liberation, without the means to sustain it, was a hollow victory. It was Horace S. Payne Chase, then Secretary of the Treasury, who recognized an opportunity amidst this human tragedy. Upon learning of the vast stores of cotton left unharvested on the islands, Chase dispatched an Army officer to act as his department's agent, tasked with gathering this valuable crop. But when the agent returned with his report, it told a story far more complex than Chase had anticipated. It became clear that the task was not merely to collect the unpicked cotton, but to address the broader, urgent needs of the freedmen. Needs that went beyond mere survival to encompass education, welfare, and the cultivation of the land they now found themselves on. Congress, caught up in the immediate demands of war, had made no provisions for these newly freed souls. They had been liberated, but left to fend for themselves, their fate uncertain, their future a question mark that the nation had yet to fully consider. And so, the war for their freedom continued, not on the battlefield, but in the fields of the Sea Islands, where the struggle to build a new life had just begun. Chapter 2. The Freedmen's Bureau, a beacon of hope. In the dawn of a new day, when freedom's light began to flicker on the horizon, the Treasury Department first stepped forward to aid those once shackled by chains. But soon, the weight of this task found a better home in the arms of the War Department, whose strength and resources were better suited to protect and uplift. Even before the ink dried on the pages of emancipation, the champions of freedom knew deep in their hearts that these newly freed souls would need more than just liberty. They would need the shelter of a government willing to fight for their rights and fulfill their needs. So a vision took shape, a Freedmen's Bureau, a beacon of hope designed to guide the formerly enslaved on their journey to true freedom. But the path was not easy, and the bill met with resistance, tripped up by the deep-rooted prejudice that still lingered in the land. Yet, the dream was not to be denied. The bill returned, now broader in its embrace, offering a hand not just to freed slaves, but to poor white refugees who, too, had suffered for their loyalty to the Union. With the House of Representatives on board, the Senate and President Lincoln soon followed. The Freedmen's Bureau was born, a testament to the tireless efforts of those who had long fought to stir the conscience of a nation. Under the War Department's watchful eye, the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands came into being, with President Lincoln appointing a commissioner to lead the charge and 10 assistant commissioners to stand by his side in the states where the fires of insurrection had once burned. And so, with this act, a new chapter began, one where the echoes of freedom would be heard, and the work of justice could truly begin. After the chains of slavery were broken, many in the South clung to their old ways, refusing to see the need for the government to step in and guide the freedmen as they walked the uncertain road from bondage to freedom. Yet, the reality was stark. These newly freed souls, stripped of the bare essentials, found themselves adrift in a world that had offered them freedom, but not the means to live it. They flocked to the cities, eyes full of hope, hearts yearning for the promise of liberty, only to be met with the harsh truth that freedom alone could not fill their bellies or shelter them from the storm. The South, once bound by the chains of slavery, now faced a world turned upside down. The labor system that had been its backbone was gone, and with it, the certainty of how life was supposed to be. The question hung heavy in the air. Could a free system, built on the labor of the very people who had been enslaved, truly take root and thrive? The old social order had crumbled, and now, two groups of people, once divided by the unyielding line of slavery, were forced to navigate this new landscape together. A landscape where their roles were no longer clear, and the future was anything but certain. By 1865, the freedmen's place in this new world was still a question mark, their social status undefined. Some in the South dared to dream of a new system, one that would keep the freedmen in their place beneath the former masters, yet still ensure that the labor force remained intact. It was a time of great uncertainty, where the hopes of the freed clashed with the fears of those who had once held the whip, and the future of the South hung in the balance. Many questions loomed large in the aftermath of emancipation, casting uncertainty over the future of the freedmen. Would they become independent farmers, cultivating their own land, or would they continue to labor in the same gangs that had once bound them to the plantations? Equally unclear was whether they would be granted the right to testify in court or have access to public education, fundamental rights that would determine their place in a society that had long denied them humanity. These pressing concerns fell under the purview of General Oliver Otis Howard, who was charged with leading the Freedmen's Bureau, an agency created by Congress to navigate the complex and tumultuous transition from slavery to freedom. The Bureau's primary responsibilities were vast and critical. It was tasked with providing emergency aid, such as food and clothing, to the destitute, administering control over abandoned lands in the South, and managing all issues related to refugees and freedmen. The Bureau became the central authority on the relief, land matters, and working conditions of the freedmen. It supervised the negotiation of labor contracts and held jurisdiction over judicial matters involving the freedmen, ensuring that their interests were represented in a legal system that had rarely been on their side. Education, a crucial element in the struggle for true freedom, was also a key focus of the Bureau. Through collaboration with Northern philanthropic societies, the Bureau sought to facilitate the education of freedmen, recognizing that literacy and knowledge were essential tools for their empowerment. Despite these efforts, the abolitionists and radical groups in the North harbored deep suspicions about the intentions of Southern whites. They feared that, even in the face of defeat, Southern whites were scheming to preserve the essence of slavery under a different guise. For those who had fought for 4 long years to save the Union and to free the enslaved, the prospect of seeing their hard-won gains eroded by those they held responsible for the nation's crisis was an intolerable betrayal. The struggle for true freedom, it seemed, was far from over, and the questions that remained unanswered would continue to shape the course of Reconstruction and the future of a nation still deeply divided. Many believed that the federal government, having assumed the monumental task of abolishing slavery, now bore the responsibility to ensure that slavery was not only legally ended, but also practically dismantled. This meant providing the necessary support to freedmen as they navigated the treacherous waters of their newfound freedom. The establishment of the Freedmen's Bureau was a direct result of relentless advocacy by abolitionists who were convinced that the government had a moral obligation to assist former slaves in adjusting to life outside the bonds of servitude. From its inception, the Freedmen's Bureau played a pivotal role in advancing Reconstruction efforts across the nation. It served as a lifeline for many, offering assistance in the form of food, clothing, and legal aid, while also working to secure labor contracts and promote education among the freedmen. The Bureau was an embodiment of the federal government's commitment, however tenuous, to ensuring that the promise of freedom was more than just a hollow declaration. However, by the 1870s, the fervor that had once driven Reconstruction began to wane. Support for the cause of the freedmen diminished significantly in Congress and across the northern states, where fatigue and shifting political priorities took hold. As a result, the freedmen were increasingly left to fend for themselves, abandoned by the very government that had once championed their cause. Though the Freedmen's Bureau had a brief existence, its impact was profound. It stood as a crucial institution during a transformative period in American history, playing an essential role in the early stages of Reconstruction and in the lives of African Americans striving to build new lives in the aftermath of slavery. The Bureau's legacy, though cut short, remains a testament to the challenges and the possibilities of Reconstruction, a chapter that underscores both the promise and the limits of freedom in a divided nation. In March 1865, a crucial bill was passed, bringing General Oliver Otis Howard into the role of Commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau. Initially, the Bureau was intended to be a temporary measure, its authority set to expire just 1 year after the war's end. But the tides of necessity soon revealed that this work could not be bound by such a brief timeline, and so, through a special act, the Bureau's powers were extended and reinforced, allowing it to take on the formidable task ahead. General Howard, often praised for his ability to run the Bureau with both efficiency and compassion, inherited a chaotic situation. Before the Bureau's establishment, aid to the freedmen was dispensed by department commanders, treasury agents, and various government officials, each working in isolation, with no overarching strategy or coordination. This disarray led to the tragic mismanagement of resources. People were herded into camps and barracks where idleness bred suffering. Well-intentioned efforts, like the volunteer labor aimed at building schools, were squandered because there was no one to direct these endeavors with any real authority or vision. The creation of the Freedmen's Bureau was a response to this chaos, an attempt to bring all efforts under one unified command and to ensure that the work was done with purpose and effectiveness. The Bureau's mission was as ambitious as it was vital, to provide educational opportunities, medical care, and job training to the freedmen, helping them transition from slavery to citizenship. It also sought to secure housing and employment for these newly freed individuals, ensuring that they received fair treatment in a world that had long denied them justice. In many ways, the Bureau was remarkably successful, offering a lifeline to countless former slaves as they sought to rebuild their lives from the ashes of the past. On May 19, 1865, General Howard issued his first order, outlining the Bureau's general approach. Known as the Christian General, for the devout faith that guided him throughout the war, Howard brought a moral zeal to his work that was deeply rooted in his beliefs. A graduate of West Point Military Academy in 1854, Howard was a man of discipline and conviction, and he wasted no time in appointing his assistant commissioners and setting the Bureau's work in motion. Yet, despite his dedication and the clarity of his mission, Howard faced formidable obstacles. The Bureau's work was severely hampered by a lack of government funding, by the fierce resistance of the South to any measures that sought to elevate the freedmen, and by the pervasive skepticism in the North about the capacity of black people to improve their circumstances. Howard's task was monumental, but he pressed on, driven by a vision of justice that refused to yield to the forces arrayed against it. Through the Freedmen's Bureau, in collaboration with various voluntary organizations, significant strides were made in transforming the lives of formerly enslaved individuals. Labor was reorganized, justice was increasingly being served, and systems of education were not only established, but actively enforced. The perilous transition from slavery to freedom was navigated successfully, with Black Americans emerging from the shadows of bondage, inching closer to the realization of full American citizenship. During General Oliver Howard's tenure as the head of the Freedmen's Bureau, he became a lightning rod for criticism from Southern white citizens and their sympathizers. These detractors viewed the Bureau's efforts as a direct threat to the old social order. President Andrew Johnson, who had become one of the most vehement opponents of the Bureau and its mission, emerged as a chief antagonist of General Howard. Johnson's opposition culminated in accusations of fraud and misappropriation of the Bureau's funds against Howard on May 5, 1874. However, during the special court inquiry into these charges, it became evident that the accusations were baseless. The investigation revealed no wrongdoing on the part of General Howard, and he was fully cleared and vindicated. This outcome underscored the unjust nature of the attacks against him and highlighted the broader resistance to the Bureau's efforts to support and empower the newly freed black population during Reconstruction. Let's highlight the methods used by the War Department and the Freedmen's Bureau to improve the condition of the freed people, which can be classified into 4 categories: providing for their basic needs, promoting justice, reorganizing labor, and giving them access to education. Special relief. The transition period for the liberated persons was fraught with extreme hardship. Many undoubtedly succumbed to exposure, facing brutal weather conditions without adequate shelter, and others fell victim to starvation. The situation was further exacerbated by the relentless extra-legal violence perpetrated against the freedmen by white mobs, contributing to a significant decrease in the African American population in the South. The collapse of the South's old system of forced labor left the region in disarray, its currency rendered worthless, crops decimated by the ravages of war, and scarce tools or resources available for recovery. This distress was compounded by droughts that swept through many southern states in the aftermath of the war, further deepening the crisis for those struggling to rebuild their lives. During the war, able-bodied freedmen found themselves gathered in camps, barracks, and makeshift colonies. Many enlisted in the Union Army, while others were forcibly carried away by their masters, deeper into the South, preventing them from returning to their abandoned families even if they dared to attempt it, often at great personal risk. These individuals were utterly dependent on public aid for their basic survival. Tragically, even after the war and the issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation, some freedmen remained in bondage. Their masters, intent on evading Union forces, kidnapped them and fled further into the rural South, where they continued to exploit their labor. With many men off to war, the women and children were left to fend for themselves as best they could. They gathered what little they could find and went from door to door and camp to camp begging for sustenance. Their existence was a miserable one, surviving on roots, berries, and whatever scraps of food they could scavenge in the fields and woods. Recognizing the dire circumstances, the Bureau's first priority was to meet the immediate needs of these destitute freedmen. The Bureau tackled this challenge in 2 primary ways: by establishing colonies on abandoned farms and by constructing camps and barracks to provide temporary shelter until more permanent homes could be secured. In these colonies, the freedmen were allocated plots of land to farm, with the government supplying seeds, tools, and other essential resources. They were also provided with food and clothing until their crops could be harvested. In some cases, the government even provided livestock to help them rebuild their lives and sustain their newfound independence. The colonies were designed to be self-sufficient, with the expectation that the residents would eventually be able to support themselves and their families without ongoing government assistance. However, this goal was met with significant challenges. The resources necessary to meet the freedmen's needs were simply not available. The people in the South, devastated by the war, lacked both the financial means and the willingness to care for the newly freed population, even if they had been inclined to do so. There was a widely held belief, arguably not an unreasonable one, that since the North was responsible for freeing the enslaved, it should also bear the responsibility for their continued care. Despite the pressing need, Congress failed to allocate specific funds for this purpose, leaving the freedmen and the Bureau to struggle with inadequate resources to address the vast challenges they faced. General Charles Henry Howard was the younger brother of General Oliver Otis Howard, and like his elder brother, he was a graduate of West Point. Following in his brother's footsteps, General Charles Howard served with distinction during the Civil War. As the conflict drew to a close, he commanded the 128th United States Colored Troops, USCT, playing a significant role in leading these African American soldiers in their fight for freedom in the Union cause. His leadership in this position underscored the commitment of the Howard family to both military service and the broader goals of emancipation and equality. General Charles Howard, following his military service, took on a critical role within the Freedmen's Bureau, overseeing the activities of the Freedmen's Village. In this capacity, he was fully responsible for ensuring that the village was properly supplied with essential resources such as clothing, food, and fuel. To meet these needs, General Howard issued a standing order that permitted him to requisition any surplus or unusable supplies from the troops. Additionally, in situations of urgent necessity, he had the authority to request emergency rations through the commissary department. However, despite these provisions, he was required to exercise careful discretion in distributing these limited resources, balancing the immediate needs of the freedmen with the constraints of available supplies. The last thing General Charles Howard wanted was to foster a culture of permanent idleness and dependence, a concern widely shared by the public at the time. He was acutely aware of this risk and took steps to mitigate it from the outset. In his initial orders, he emphasized the importance of shutting down relief operations as quickly as possible once the war ended and people were able to return to work, ensuring that only those truly needy and destitute received assistance. The camps and colonies established by the Freedmen's Bureau were never meant to be long-term solutions. They were temporary measures designed to address the immediate needs of the people until more permanent arrangements could be made. In many cases, this was achieved by reuniting families that had been torn apart during the war. In other instances, the Bureau found employment for able-bodied men and women and placed them in homes with families willing to take them in. The overarching goal was always to help the freedmen regain their footing and become self-sufficient as quickly as possible. The Freedmen's Bureau played a critical role in the post-war Reconstruction effort, providing essential aid to hundreds of thousands of freedmen as they transitioned to their new lives. Without the support of the Bureau, many would have faced even greater hardships and struggled to survive in the chaotic aftermath of the war. General Charles Howard was resolute in his belief that every effort must be made to ensure that the freedmen became self-supporting. To this end, rows of dark barracks were constructed near each site to provide temporary shelter for liberated slaves. However, as soon as it was feasible, these makeshift colonies were disbanded. Freedmen were encouraged to enter into individual labor contracts with neighboring plantations, promoting independence and self-sufficiency. To further support these efforts, farms were cultivated, helping to offset the costs associated with maintaining the colonies. In addition to addressing housing and employment, the Bureau also recognized the need for medical care. Hospitals were established at various locations to treat the many ill and injured among the freedmen. The war had caused widespread disruption to family structures, leading to a significant number of children being born into orphanage or left without parental care. These orphans, under the Bureau's authority, received support, in part or in full, from Northern voluntary organizations dedicated to their welfare. Through these combined efforts, General Howard and the Freedmen's Bureau sought to provide the free population with the tools and resources necessary to build stable, independent lives in the aftermath of the war. Before the war, most states had no provisions for the care of colored people in asylums, and those that did exist were wholly inadequate to meet the massive increase in demand brought about by the war. As the conflict ended, many of the freedmen's farms and colonies were shut down, and food rations were drastically reduced. In some instances, the distribution of rations was completely halted, though authorities later found it necessary to partially reinstate aid in many areas due to the continued need. The entire operation was, in many ways, an experiment, and opinions about its effectiveness were deeply divided. Some believed that the Freedmen's Bureau was doing a great deal of good, providing vital support to those who desperately needed it. Others, however, felt that the Bureau was not doing enough, or even that the government's involvement in aiding freed slaves was fundamentally misguided. Despite the controversy, one thing is certain: without the Bureau's intervention, many freed slaves would have perished. The Freedmen's Bureau was a crucial element of the Reconstruction effort, playing a key role in helping the freedmen transition to their new lives and providing the support necessary for them to survive and eventually thrive in the post-war South. Chapter 3. Building Freedmen's Village, the Blueprint of Freedom. The illustration above captures the essence of Freedmen's Village, a place born out of the turmoil of the Civil War, set upon the estate of Confederate General Robert E. Lee. This village was more than just a camp for emancipated slaves. It was a sanctuary, a place where those who had been freed from bondage could begin to rebuild their lives. Located just half a mile from Arlington House, what we now know as Arlington National Cemetery, Freedmen's Village was conceived as a temporary refuge, a place where newly freed people could gain the skills and confidence needed to stand on their own. Yet, as time passed, many of the residents chose to stay, finding in this community a sense of belonging that they had long been denied. What began as a transitional camp slowly grew into a thriving community, home to several thousand freedmen who found solace and strength in each other. In 1863, Lieutenant Colonel Elias M. Green took a decisive step by establishing a camp at Arlington specifically for self-emancipated slaves who had fled during the war. This camp would become part of the larger Freedmen's Village, a place where the promise of freedom, though hard-won and fragile, began to take root. Everyone who arrived at Freedmen's Village was met with a semblance of care and dignity, given clothing, rations, and the best accommodations that the camp could offer. Men and women found work on site, contributing to various businesses or laboring on government farms, while children attended school, perhaps for the first time in their lives. Those too old or too sick to work were not forgotten. They were provided with housing at the camp hospital, a place where they could find some measure of comfort in their final days. Freedmen's Village was just one of many communities that the Freedmen's Bureau established across the South, each serving as a sanctuary for those who had been newly emancipated. These communities were more than just places to live. They were lifelines, offering freedmen a chance to transition from the horrors of slavery to the uncertain promise of freedom. The Bureau, tasked with operating these villages, provided the essentials: food, clothing, and employment opportunities, ensuring that the residents had what they needed to survive and begin to rebuild their lives. But survival was not the only goal. The village also offered something more profound: access to education and medical care, the tools necessary not just to live, but to thrive. In a world that had long denied them even the most basic rights, these provisions were more than necessities. They were the first steps toward a new life, toward the freedom that had been so long in coming. On August 15, 1864, General Montgomery C. Meigs, ever vigilant in his duties, called for a special inspection of Freedmen's Village and the government farms located within its confines. The task fell to Major E. H. Ludington, who, following his inspection, provided a detailed report on the operation and conditions of the village. This inspection was more than a mere formality. It was a reflection of the ongoing concern for the welfare of the freedmen who had sought refuge on the Arlington estate. Freedmen's Village had been established during the summer of 1863, born out of necessity as countless destitute freedmen streamed into Washington, seeking safety and a new start. The Arlington estate became their sanctuary, a place where the promise of freedom could begin to take root. The organization and management of this village were entrusted to Lieutenant Green, the chief quartermaster of the department, who was tasked with the formidable responsibility of overseeing its operations. To ensure the village's sustenance, a controversial provision was put in place. A deduction of $5 per month was to be taken from the pay of each freedman employed by the Union Army or any government department. This deduction, while intended to support the community, underscored the complex and often harsh realities faced by the freedmen as they navigated their newfound freedom within a system that still grappled with the remnants of the old order. The inspection and subsequent report highlighted both the challenges and the resilience of those striving to build a life in the aftermath of slavery. From the Freedmen's Fund that steadily accrued, a village took shape, a refuge that provided adequate homes for some 2,000 people, each structure a testament to the resilience of those who now inhabited them. The village was more than just a collection of homes. It was a community built with care. A reservoir ensured an ample supply of water, which flowed through pipes laid across every street. Stoves and cooking utensils were distributed to each family, ensuring that the basic needs of warmth and nourishment were met. A home for the infirm was established, offering a place of care for those too old or sick to fend for themselves. Education, too, found its place within the village, as the American Tract Society opened a school for both children and adults. The American Tract Society, known primarily for its mission of spreading Christian literature, had found a new purpose in the wake of emancipation. The education and upliftment of the formerly enslaved became a core function of the organization, reflecting the belief that true freedom required not just the breaking of chains, but the enlightenment of the mind. The society provided freedmen with essential tools for learning, including the Freedmen's Reader and Speller, which were distributed through various Sabbath schools. The promise of receiving these books, simple yet powerful, spurred increased attendance at both church services and Sabbath schools as the thirst for knowledge and spiritual growth drew the community together. In this village, built from the Freedmen's Fund, the seeds of a new life were sown, one where education, faith, and community offered the first steps toward a future once thought impossible. Every effort was made to ensure the comfort and well-being of the freedmen in the village. The War Department, intent on using the freedmen's own funds for their benefit, did not shy away from spending liberally to establish the village as a place of refuge and renewal. Despite the substantial expenditures, the fund continued to grow, a testament to both the careful management and the resilience of the community it served. Items that the quartermaster's department could not provide were purchased directly from the Freedmen's Fund, ensuring that no need went unmet. Rations were consistently provided by the Subsistence Department, while medicine and medical care were supplied by the Medical Department, ensuring that the physical health of the freedmen was attended to with the same diligence as their basic needs. There was an underlying assumption that the great demand for labor across the country would soon secure employment for the freedmen, making the village a mere way station on their journey from slavery to freedom, a brief stopover before they stepped fully into their new lives. Lieutenant Green, understanding the need for both work and sustenance, authorized the freedmen to cultivate the abandoned farms of Confederate owners. The belief was that with the abundant supply of freedmen's labor, even at minimal wages, these lands would yield profitable returns, and so 5 farms, encompassing 1,270 acres, were fenced and cultivated during the 1863 season, with full cultivation achieved by 1864. Through this labor, the freedmen began to reclaim not just the land, but a sense of purpose and autonomy, transforming fields of war-torn despair into fertile ground for their own futures. Condition of the village. At the time of the initial inspection, the population of Freedmen's Village stood at 411 men, 658 women, and 1,097 children. A total of 2,166 souls seeking refuge in a new beginning. The report painted a picture of a community that, despite the hardships of its members' past, was finding its footing. The residents were housed comfortably, with just enough clothing to meet their needs, plenty of food to sustain them, and a general appearance of health that spoke to the care they were receiving. The village itself was well situated and maintained with a keen eye for cleanliness. A schoolhouse built by the American Tract Society became the center of education within the village. The society not only provided the building but also supplied the teachers and oversaw the school's operations. 400 children attended, and the progress they made was evident, a source of pride for the community. The school's excellence was noted with pleasure, a beacon of hope in a landscape scarred by the ravages of war and slavery. At the House for the Infirm, several decrepit and disabled individuals were cared for with comfort and dignity, ensuring that even the most vulnerable among the freedmen were not forgotten. The residents of the village took pride in keeping themselves and their homes clean, a reflection of the self-respect they were reclaiming in this new chapter of their lives. Within the village, a tailor shop had been established, where several women were employed in the manufacture of clothing. These women were paid fair wages, and the clothing they produced was sold at cost, allowing the freedmen to benefit directly from their labor. This practice echoed the earlier provision that mandated a $5 deduction from the pay of freedmen employed by the government, a policy that had helped to establish the village in the first place. In this way, the village became a place where the freedmen's labor not only sustained them, but also laid the groundwork for their community's continued growth and success. Necessary clothing was provided to the dependent freedmen, those in the village who were unable to work or sustain themselves. For those who were employed, a portion of their pay was withheld each month to cover the needs of the dependent members of the community. This system ensured that even the most vulnerable among them were cared for. Children were allotted half of a ration each day, while adults received a full ration, though these rations were distributed only once per day, reflecting the need to carefully manage resources. The entire operation of the village was overseen by the government, which took on the responsibility of procuring rations, arranging transportation, covering hospital expenses, and paying the officers and guards who maintained order. The costs associated with clothing, building expenses, and necessary repairs throughout the village were all drawn from the Freedmen's Fund. This fund, built from the labor of the freedmen themselves, was also used to pay the salaries of white employees who worked within the village. This system, while ensuring the village's operation, underscored the complex dynamics of dependency and self-sufficiency that shaped the lives of the freedmen as they navigated their new reality in a world still marked by deep inequalities. Mason's Island. The village soon proved insufficient to accommodate the rapidly growing number of freedmen, leading to the assignment of Mason's Island Barracks to Lieutenant Green to handle the overflow. The island became home to 149 men, 418 women, and 615 children, totaling 1,182 individuals. However, when Major E.H. Ludington made his initial visit to Mason's Island, he was struck by the disorder that pervaded the place. The people were crammed into the barracks with little regard for organization or classification, despite the prevailing idea that only those who stayed on the island were meant to be candidates for service in the Union Army. The infirm, the disabled, the sick, and the children were all present in significant numbers, creating a chaotic and unhealthy environment. Men and women with no separation of the sexes were housed in the same crowded barracks, sleeping on the floor without distinction. The freedmen on the island voiced their concerns primarily about the lack of clothing and the fact that they were not being paid for their labor. Major Ludington observed that much of their time was spent in idleness, a stark contrast to the more structured environment of the village. Their barracks were overcrowded and there was an urgent need for a hospital to address the growing medical concerns. Adding to their frustrations, Lieutenant Green refused to provide transportation for the freedmen to visit their friends and loved ones in the village or other areas, deepening their sense of isolation and abandonment. Yet, amidst this bleak situation, there was a glimmer of hope. After Ludington's visit, the Friends Society of Philadelphia began planning to establish a school on the island, with teachers already present, ready to educate the freedmen. This initiative offered a much-needed beacon of hope in a place overshadowed by neglect and disorder, a first step toward bringing some semblance of dignity and opportunity to the freedmen on Mason's Island. Farms. At the time of the inspection, 5 government farms, encompassing 1,270 acres, were under cultivation in the vicinity of Arlington and the village. These farms were carved out of land that had once belonged to Confederate owners, land that had been abandoned and left to decay. The soil was poor, the fields choked with brush, and the absence of fencing left the land vulnerable and wild. It required considerable effort and expense to clear the brush, fence the fields, and make the land suitable for farming once again. The proceeds from the sale of all crops produced on these farms were turned over to the quartermaster's department, reinforcing the government's control over the economic output of these lands. To support the farming operations, the quartermaster's department constructed 2 buildings, one for the residence of the superintendent and the other a barn to store the tools and harvest necessary for the work ahead. The employees, with resourcefulness born of necessity, built themselves adequate log huts at minimal expense, creating modest homes close to the fields where they labored. With the exception of the superintendent, most of the farm employees were freedmen. These men, who had only recently emerged from the bonds of slavery, now worked the land for wages that ranged from $2 to $10 per month, along with 1 ration per day. Though the pay was meager and the work hard, it represented a step toward autonomy, a chance to earn a living, however modest, and to take part in the rebuilding of a world that had once sought to deny them any stake in its future. The transformation of these neglected fields into productive farms was a testament to their resilience, a small but significant victory in the ongoing struggle for freedom and dignity. On January 9, 1864, Colonel Greene informed General Meigs that the American Tract Society, with characteristic generosity, had erected a schoolhouse and chapel at Freedmen's Village on the Arlington estate, as well as a home for the aged and infirm, all without charge. The school was not merely a place of basic education. It was designed to complement the workshops within the village. Only the most promising and intelligent boys were selected for employment in these workshops, where they could learn the trades of carpentry, blacksmithing, wheelwrighting, harness making, and other mechanical occupations. These skills offered them a path not just to survival, but to a future where they could build lives of independence and self-sufficiency. Women and girls, under the guidance of competent instructors, found profitable employment in the manufacture of clothing. As they worked, they also learned the use of the needle and the sewing machine, skills that would serve them well in both earning a living and caring for their families. This combination of work and education was a deliberate effort to equip the freedmen with the practical skills they needed to thrive in a world that was still hostile to their progress. For those who were sick, there was a hospital providing the care they required. The aged and infirm found shelter and comfort in the home that had been built for them, ensuring that even the most vulnerable members of the community were not left behind. Many of the freedmen initially lived in Sibley tents, intended as temporary shelters until more permanent quarters could be erected. Though these tents were meant to be a stopgap, they symbolized the uncertainty of this transitional period, a time of great hope, tempered by the reality that the journey from slavery to freedom was fraught with challenges. Yet, even in these makeshift homes, the seeds of a new life were being planted, nurtured by the efforts of those who believed in the potential of these newly freed people to rise above their past. The broadside, a printed announcement of government regulations for Freedmen's Village at Green Heights on the Arlington House plantation grounds, outlined the structured system put in place to manage the lives of the newly freed. The superintendent of freedmen held responsibility for the village and the broader interests of the contrabands across various government farms, all under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Elias M. Green, the chief quartermaster of the Department of Washington. As soon as the ex-slaves arrived at the camp, they underwent a process of cleansing and were provided with serviceable clothing. These first steps were essential to restoring a sense of dignity after their long and arduous journey to freedom. They were given food rations and placed in whatever quarters were available, ensuring their immediate needs were met. The superintendent of freedmen then took on the task of carefully selecting the most intelligent young adults, assigning them to work in the workshops that had been established within the village. These workshops offered a rare opportunity for skill development in trades such as carpentry, blacksmithing, and other crafts, skills that would be invaluable in their pursuit of independence. Able-bodied men and women who had once been forced to labor under the yoke of slavery were now sent to work on government farms, though still under the supervision of another superintendent. This work, though demanding, was framed as a necessary step in the transition from slavery to self-sufficiency. Children were sent to school, where they would receive the education that had been so long denied them, while those who were sick were cared for in hospitals and nursing homes. The system ensured that every individual, regardless of age or condition, was given a place and purpose within the village. For those able to labor, the provision of clothing came with a cost, literally. The clothing they received was not simply given, but was instead to be deducted from their future earnings, a reminder that even in freedom, their lives were still bound by the economic realities of the time. This broadside captured the dual nature of the village, a place of refuge and renewal, yet one that operated within the constraints of a society still struggling to reconcile its ideals with its practices. The superintendent of freedmen meticulously compiled a monthly report for the chief quartermaster, detailing the vital statistics and movements within Freedmen's Village and the associated government farms. This report was comprehensive, recording the names of all freedmen arriving and departing from the camps, along with their age, sex, former place of residence, and condition upon arrival. It also noted their intended destinations upon leaving the village or farm, the date of their departure, and the reasons for doing so. In cases of death, the report provided specific details such as the age of the deceased, the cause of death, and the disease responsible. The freedmen were regularly inspected by the Quartermaster General and his staff, ensuring that conditions and operations met the standards set by the government. Any complaints raised by the freedmen were duly recorded and filed for the Chief Quartermaster's review, ensuring that no grievance went unheard. The superintendent maintained individual accounts for each freedman working on the government farms or in the workshops. These accounts meticulously recorded every transaction. Clothing, rations, quarters, and fuel were debited against the freedmen's earnings, while their labor was credited based on the number of days worked each month. A summary of these accounts, along with any recommendations or observations, was reported to the chief quartermaster monthly. In addition to these responsibilities, the superintendent submitted weekly reports detailing all stores, tools, materials, and other property received, issued, and expended under his direction. These reports were delivered using printed forms provided by the chief quartermaster, and any supplies running dangerously low, likely to be exhausted within 15 days or less, were marked with a red circle to draw attention to the urgency. The superintendent of government farms was tasked with sending a weekly report to the chief quartermaster, documenting the hours worked by each employee. This report categorized the employees as either white or colored, with further distinctions made among the colored workers as man, woman, or child. The report also specified the tasks performed during their shifts, whether farming or other duties. The superintendent of government farms directed the farmers in charge of each farm to adhere strictly to his instructions and report back to him regularly. The hospital within the village was managed by surgeons appointed by the medical director of the Department of Washington. These surgeons held the responsibility of establishing and enforcing the regulations for the hospital's operation, ensuring that the medical care provided was both consistent and effective in meeting the needs of the freedmen. Through this intricate system of oversight and reporting, the village operated as a tightly regulated environment, balancing the needs of the freedmen with the administrative demands of a government still grappling with the complexities of emancipation. The superintendent of Freedmen took meticulous care to maintain an additional stock of supplies beyond what the medical department provided, ensuring that the needs of those in hospitals or at home were met, as well as for funerals. Regular reports were made regarding these necessary supplies, and proactive measures were taken to prevent any shortages. On each farm, the laborers were supervised by a farmer in charge, who operated under the jurisdiction of the superintendent of government farms. Every able-bodied man and woman were required to work daily, whether on the farms or in one of the many mechanical shops. For those who claimed they were unable to work due to a disability, a written statement from the surgeon in charge documenting their disability was required. During the winter, farm laborers worked from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. and from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., while in the summer, they extended their hours from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. and from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. If any physically able men or women refused to work, their cases were promptly reported by the overseers of labor to the superintendent, who was responsible for ensuring compliance with the regulations. The American Tract Society oversaw the educational and religious interests of the village, managing the schools which were staffed by professional teachers. These teachers instructed children under the age of 14 during daylight hours. School commenced at 10 a.m. with a lunch break from 12 noon to 1 p.m. and classes concluded at 4 p.m. The village ordinance mandated that no child under 14 should be kept out of school during the winter unless they were ill. An evening school was available to all adults, regardless of whether they worked on the farms or in the shops. To attend the day school, boys over 16 and girls over 14 needed to obtain a permit from the superintendent. However, the superintendent was not permitted to issue these permits if the individual's labor was still required. It was unlawful for anyone other than the superintendent of Freedmen and his assistants to enter the school without a pass issued by the superintendent. Similarly, it was illegal for any minor who could benefit from school education to be absent from school without written authorization from the superintendent. If a child was found out of school during school hours without such authorization, the guard would apprehend the child and escort them back to school. The superintendent of Freedmen included a detailed report on the schools in his monthly communications with the chief quartermaster. This report covered the status of the schools, the number of pupils admitted and dismissed during the month, average attendance, and any other pertinent information deemed necessary. Additionally, the police, under the direction of the superintendent of Freedmen, routinely patrolled the camps and the village to maintain order. Finally, the superintendent was required to submit inspection reports as part of his regular monthly reports to the chief quartermaster, ensuring that every aspect of village life was carefully monitored and managed. This comprehensive system of oversight reflected the intense effort to create a structured, disciplined environment within Freedmen's village, one that sought to balance the newfound freedom of its residents with the demands of a still rigid and often unforgiving society. Additionally, residents of the village were prohibited from leaving without a pass, and camp officials exercised their control over essential resources to enforce regular and industrious labor. Those who failed to work faced the risk of not receiving food, clothing, or shelter. In contrast, individuals who paid house rent and other taxes were assured of their necessities. However, the irregular pay schedules of military contractors and the Army often complicated the timely fulfillment of these financial obligations, presenting a persistent challenge that could undermine morale. On December 3, 1864, Captain J.M. Brown, assistant quartermaster, issued a directive concerning concerns about peddlers and pilfering at Freedmen's Village. The order mandated that guards arrest any peddlers engaging in the sale or purchase of rags or old clothing from the contrabands residing at the village. Additionally, guards were instructed to rigorously prevent freedmen from leaving the camp with government property, including stoves, pipes, bed mattresses, and bedsteads, unless they had a written permit from the superintendent. This policy aimed to address the issues of theft and unauthorized transactions within the village. All public buildings and property were to be maintained with the utmost care, kept tidy, and free from damage. The rules were clear. No one was permitted to deface the walks, fencing, or plants. The surgeon in charge issued strict orders that anyone responsible for the accumulation of filth near the camps would face immediate dismissal. Measures had already been put in place to ensure the removal of waste from the camp's vicinity, as any buildup would pose a serious threat to the health of those residing there. Freedmen who chose to leave the village to seek work elsewhere were barred from returning unless they could provide the superintendent with evidence that their employer had treated them cruelly, unfairly, or had cheated them out of their earnings. Punishments within the camp were systematically divided into 3 categories. For minor infractions, such as tardiness, reluctance to work, or neglect of personal or living space, the penalty was a loss of sugar rations for 5 days and a restriction from leaving the camp for the same period. More serious offenses, such as drunkenness, theft, or any gross misconduct, were adjudicated by a commission comprising the superintendent, the captain commanding the guard detachment, the superintendent of educational and religious interests, and the surgeon in charge. This commission would determine the appropriate sentence, which could include the deprivation of privileges, a fine, or imprisonment in the guardhouse. Their decision was then submitted to the chief quartermaster for final approval. Importantly, no freedman in the camp was to be subjected to brutality or violence. Punishments were to be administered strictly according to established ordinances and regulations, ensuring that discipline was maintained with a degree of fairness and order. The regulations were prominently displayed throughout the village, on government farms, and in the camps, leaving no room for anyone under these rules to plead ignorance as a defense for misbehavior. Every visitor to the village was to be treated with the utmost courtesy and respect. It was incumbent upon the villagers to prioritize hospitality, ensuring that newcomers felt comfortable and welcome from the moment they arrived. The goal was for every visitor to depart with a positive impression, feeling like valued members of the community and carrying with them the warmth and goodwill of their experience in the village. Henry Watson's appeal. Before delving into the daily lives of the freedmen, it is instructive to consider the specific story of Henry Watson, a fugitive slave whose experiences provide crucial context for understanding the conditions from which the freedmen emerged. Born in 1813, just 13 miles from Fredericksburg, Virginia, Watson endured 26 years of enslavement, a life marked by physical, mental, and emotional torment. His story serves as a poignant introduction to the broader realities faced by the freedmen before emancipation. Watson's life, like that of so many others, was one of relentless hardship. He was frequently beaten, deprived of adequate food and clothing, and subjected to the dehumanizing conditions imposed by his enslaver. Despite these brutal circumstances, Watson found a semblance of contentment, not because his life was bearable, but because he had never known anything else. This acceptance, born out of necessity and survival, underscores the profound psychological toll that slavery inflicted on those who endured it. Watson's story is not just a testament to the physical and emotional suffering endured by the enslaved, it is also a stark reminder of the extraordinary courage required to escape such a life. The act of fleeing captivity was fraught with danger, yet it was a risk that many, like Watson, were willing to take in pursuit of freedom. For the residents of Freedmen's Village, the challenges did not end with emancipation. While they no longer faced the immediate horrors of enslavement, they were confronted with the daunting task of rebuilding their lives from the ground up. Like Watson, they bore the scars, both visible and invisible, of their former bondage. Yet, they also faced the added burden of navigating a new life in a society that, despite the end of slavery, remained deeply hostile to their existence and aspirations. Watson's story illuminates the resilience required to survive and ultimately escape the horrors of slavery. It also serves as a powerful lens through which to view the experiences of the freedmen as they sought to carve out new lives in a world that was still rife with challenges and obstacles. The residents of Freedmen's Village, much like Watson, had to summon immense strength and determination to move forward from the trauma of their past and seize the opportunities that lay before them. In his autobiography, Henry Watson vividly recounts the brutal realities of slavery, offering a stark depiction of the inhumane punishments inflicted upon those who dared to resist their bondage. Among the various methods of torture employed by enslavers, Watson detailed the use of punishment stocks, an instrument of extreme cruelty designed to break the spirit of the enslaved. Watson described 2 distinct types of stocks, differentiated by their construction and usage between farms and cities. On farms, these devices were crude and unyielding, typically fashioned from 2 rough logs, each approximately 12 feet long. The first log was laid on the ground with notches cut into it to accommodate the neck and arms of the victim. The second log, with corresponding notches, was placed atop the first, effectively trapping the individual in a position of unbearable discomfort. This primitive yet effective tool of oppression was employed to enforce submission and obedience. For offenses such as attempting to escape or stealing, the punishment could escalate to being locked in iron stocks, an even more severe and dehumanizing form of restraint. These iron stocks were secured with a large padlock at one end, while the other end was attached to a massive hinge, rendering escape impossible and the suffering inescapable. Watson's account makes clear that while there were various methods of punishment used against enslaved people, the stocks were reserved for the most extreme cases, serving as a terrifying deterrent to any thoughts of rebellion or escape. Through his harrowing descriptions, Watson provides an unflinching look at the cruelty that defined the institution of slavery, highlighting the relentless physical and psychological torment endured by those in bondage. His story serves as a powerful reminder of the brutal lengths to which enslavers would go to maintain control and the profound resilience required to survive and ultimately escape such an existence. Watson's account of slavery offers a chilling glimpse into the brutal and dehumanizing practices that characterized the institution. Among the most harrowing of these was the requirement that Watson himself be present whenever enslaved individuals were whipped, a task that involved the grotesque ritual of applying salt to their bleeding backs after every 100 lashes to staunch the flow of blood. This agonizing process was repeated relentlessly until the victim had received 400 or 500 lashes, leaving them in unimaginable pain. The cruelty did not stop with the lashes. Most of these atrocities were carried out by the overseer, a man whose sadistic tendencies were only exacerbated by his drunkenness and quarrelsome nature. This overseer, incapable of being pleased, seemed to derive perverse joy from the suffering he inflicted on the enslaved. In this grim hierarchy of oppression, there was also a slave driver named Harry, one of the enslaved himself, who was forced to participate in the violence. Despite having a wife and children of his own, Harry was compelled to lash them mercilessly if they were deemed to be even slightly at fault. No mercy or leniency was permitted, not even between husband and wife, highlighting the twisted dynamics of control that slavery imposed, not just physically but psychologically, fracturing familial bonds and forcing individuals to become instruments of their own oppression. One particular event that left an indelible mark on Watson's memory involved a fellow slave named Joe. After falling into trouble with the overseer, Joe faced the terrifying prospect of severe punishment. In a desperate bid for freedom, he fled. When the master learned of Joe's escape, he gave the overseer a chilling directive: to shoot Joe on sight. The overseer, as merciless as Watson's master, dutifully obeyed. For 2 nights, he kept a vigilant watch for Joe. On the second night, Joe, driven by a longing to see his wife and children one last time, or perhaps to find some food, was spotted near the overseer's cabin. But before Joe could savor even a moment of reunion or comfort, he was gunned down in cold blood, his life ended by the hand of a man who took a sinister pleasure in ensuring his aim was true. Watson's narrative captures the terrifying reality of slavery, a world where cruelty was institutionalized and where the lives of enslaved people were governed by arbitrary violence and unrelenting fear. The story of Joe's tragic death is a stark reminder of the deadly consequences that often befell those who dared to seek even the briefest respite from their suffering, and it underscores the brutal inhumanity that defined the lives of the enslaved under such a regime. Without the chance to utter a prayer, Joe was abruptly ushered into the presence of God. When the master's severe command was relayed, he decreed that Joe's body should not be moved from the spot where he had been mercilessly shot down. The master intended for Joe's lifeless body to serve as a grim warning to the other slaves, and so it remained there, exposed to the elements. Vultures descended, rioting and feasting on the remains of a man whose only crime was the color of his skin. Watson vividly recalled the harrowing sensation that coursed through him as he gazed upon Joe's mutilated body. He, along with the other enslaved people, was painfully aware of their powerlessness to intervene. Watson's heart grew heavy with sorrow, and tears welled up in his eyes. This horrific scene played out just a few yards away from where Joe's wife and children watched, helpless and terrified. Before his family's eyes, a husband and father were brutally executed, treated like an animal. His body was soaked in blood, and his sightless eyes stared unseeing at the loved ones he had left behind. Fear gripped them, preventing them from approaching Joe's body to straighten his rigid limbs or close his sightless eyes, dreading that any act of compassion might invite the same fate upon them. Watson described the grueling daily routine endured by the slaves. The first horn was blown half an hour before dawn, signaling the time for the slaves to rise and prepare for the day's labor. As the second horn sounded at daybreak, they hurried to the fields, the driver close behind them, ensuring they carried their meager provisions in buckets. Shortly after, the overseer would arrive to issue orders to the driver, who would then relay them to the slaves. The work commenced immediately, and they toiled relentlessly under the watchful eye of the driver until he decided it was time for a break. A couple of cracks from his whip would signal the brief respite for their meal. This meal, however, offered little in the way of nourishment, consisting of unhealthy pork, cornbread made from poor quality ingredients, and water brought to them by small children, who were also enslaved laborers. This was the harsh reality of their daily existence, a routine defined by hard labor, insufficient food, and the constant threat of violence. The rhythm of the slaves' lives was dictated by the relentless pace set by Harry, the driver, who, after finishing his breakfast, would signal the start of the day by hanging up their buckets on the fence or the trees. With no respite, they toiled from dawn until noon, breaking only to eat their midday meal in the same hurried fashion as their breakfast. The brief pause over, they returned to the fields, laboring until the sky dimmed and the darkness encroached. Evening brought them back to their cabins, where a scant half hour was allotted to prepare the next day's meager dinner. But even the end of the day was not their own. The sounding of a horn commanded them to sleep. Any soul found outside their cabin after this prescribed time was swiftly punished, thrown into the slave jail to await the morning, when 25 or 30 lashes would be meted out for their so-called misdemeanor. This ceaseless cycle ground on through the week, reaching its cruel culmination on Sunday. For the women, this supposed day of rest meant carrying their tubs and blankets down to the streams. There they would disrobe, wrapping themselves in blankets as they washed and dried their clothing before donning it once more. The men, too, handed over their shirts to be washed, while they trudged out into the fields with baskets or hoes, compelled to find some task to occupy their hands. Sunday, the day sanctified for rest and prayer, offered no reprieve under Watson's harsh rule. In the twisted logic of their enslaver, any who dared to seek rest were branded as lazy, and the whip was the instrument used to correct this perceived idleness, turning even their one sacred day into just another extension of their bondage. In the moment of Watson's escape, fate introduced him to a white man whose unexpected kindness offered a glimmer of hope. The man, with a piercing gaze, asked Watson if he was a slave. Watson, his heart pounding, answered truthfully. The man, without hesitation, urged him to flee, to grasp at the fragile chance of freedom. Watson, unsure whether to trust the sudden twist of fortune, let out a laugh, confessing his ignorance of where he might go. The man, recognizing the depth of Watson's uncertainty, explained that the northern states held a promise of safety for runaway slaves and free people of color, a distant haven that Watson, like so many others, knew nothing about. The North was a world away, a place of whispered rumors and distant dreams, far removed from the brutal reality of his daily life. With a quiet resolve, the man made arrangements for Watson, securing him passage on a ship bound for Boston the very next day. It was a perilous journey ahead, one fraught with unknowns, but in that moment Watson glimpsed a future beyond the chains that had bound him. The man's assistance was a lifeline, a slender thread of hope that Watson clung to as he prepared to step into the unknown, leaving behind the only world he had ever known. Watson was fully cognizant of the peril that shadowed every step of his escape. He had heard the grim tales, like that of Joe, a runaway who had dared to chase freedom only to be captured and brutally shot down. His life ended in a tragic testament to the high cost of liberty. Yet, despite the ever-present dangers, Watson's resolve was unshaken. The desire for freedom burned too fiercely within him, and he understood that the risk was a necessary gamble for a chance at a life unshackled. When he finally boarded the ship, with the weight of both fear and hope pressing down on him, Watson knew there was no turning back. The journey was fraught with uncertainty, but upon arriving in Boston, he stepped onto the soil as a free man for the first time in his life. The city, with its unfamiliar streets and faces, was a new world to navigate. Fortunately, the community of free people who had carved out lives for themselves in the North welcomed him and guided him to a man who would be pivotal in his transition. William Lloyd Garrison, a staunch abolitionist. Garrison took Watson under his wing, helping him find his footing in a society that, while free, was still fraught with its own challenges. Under Garrison's guidance, Watson began to learn what it meant to live as a free man, to adjust to a life where he could make choices for himself, no longer bound by the cruel dictates of another. The path ahead was still uncertain, but with the support of those who believed in freedom, Watson took his first steps into this new life, determined to make the most of the liberty he had so bravely seized. Watson's journey mirrored the experiences of countless others who, like him, sought refuge in the Freedmen's Village. These were men and women who had endured the brutal realities of enslavement and now yearned for a life where they could claim personal dignity, freedom, and the opportunity to forge a new path. The Freedmen's Village became a beacon for those who, like Watson, had risked everything for the chance to live as free individuals. Within its borders, they sought not just survival, but the dignity of self-determination, the freedom to shape their own futures, and the opportunity to rebuild their lives on their own terms. Chapter 4. Arlington's Freedmen's Village, Trials and Triumphs. As previously detailed, Freedmen's Village was established in 1863 by the Freedmen's Bureau as a contraband camp in Arlington, Virginia. This village served as a refuge for freedmen, formerly enslaved individuals who had been liberated during the American Civil War. Situated on land confiscated from General Robert E. Lee and his wife, the village became a self-sufficient community with its own school, church, and post office. Here, residents cultivated the land, farming and selling their produce, striving to rebuild their lives after the abolition of slavery. The village represented a beacon of hope where African Americans could forge a community and work toward economic stability in the face of daunting challenges. While not without its imperfections, Freedmen's Village played a pivotal role in supporting those who needed it most during this tumultuous period. It is essential to recognize the village's impact on the development of the African American community in Arlington, Virginia, when reflecting on the area's history. For many newly freed slaves, the village offered food, clothing, shelter, and education, a foundation upon which to build a new life. However, from its inception, the village faced significant obstacles. Resources were often scarce, living conditions could be cramped and unsanitary, and tensions frequently arose between the Bureau officials who managed the village and the freedmen who resided there. Despite these challenges, Freedmen's Village was a crucial stepping stone in the journey toward freedom and citizenship for the freedmen. Freedmen's Village was a self-sustaining community with various essential facilities, including a bakery, carpenter shop, blacksmith shop, shoe shop, and farm. The village also boasted a sawmill and grist mill, initially constructed for the Union Army during the Civil War, but later transferred to the Freedmen's Bureau for use by the village residents. The freedmen cultivated a variety of crops: wheat, oats, barley, rye, potatoes, sweet potatoes, vegetables, tobacco, and cotton, and raised livestock such as cows, pigs, chickens, and turkeys. This agricultural enterprise was bolstered by the village's expansive land, which spanned several hundred acres with water frontage on the Potomac River. Freedmen's Village was well suited for an agricultural experiment station, given its extensive land and the residents' experience in market gardening. With government support in the form of seeds, fertilizers, and farming implements, the freedmen could continue their agricultural work with promising results. The village's small sawmill could be utilized for preparing lumber for building purposes or as fuel, while the blacksmith shop, though in need of repair, remained functional and could be put back into use. In 1900, the village was disbanded and its residents were relocated to other parts of Virginia. Yet, the legacy of Freedmen's Village endures in Arlington, Virginia. During the years following the Civil War, freedmen faced numerous challenges in their efforts to build new lives, one of the most significant being the lack of affordable housing. Freedmen's Village was established by the Freedmen's Bureau in response to this need, providing more than 1,000 freedmen with access to housing, education, and medical care. Although the village did not endure long, it played a significant role in the lives of freedmen during Reconstruction. After its closure, many residents moved to different areas within Northern Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C., where they contributed to the establishment of Shaw, Washington, D.C.'s first African-American neighborhood. The village itself was composed of square-shaped wooden homes, some of which were 1.5 stories tall. These homes were designed as duplexes, with a dividing wall allowing two families to live separately within the same building. Each house featured 2 front doors and 2 back doors, side by side, providing each family with a private entrance. The homes were arranged in a semicircle around a central pond, with a wide dirt street running about 1/4 mile between them. Every house had 4 double-pane windows placed symmetrically on both sides, and the homes were numbered for identification. This carefully organized layout reflected both the order and the sense of community that Freedmen's Village sought to instill among its residents. The goal of Freedmen's Village at Arlington was to establish a self-sustaining community that could serve as a model for other ex-slave settlements across the nation. To achieve this vision, the government mandated that all able-bodied adults within the village be employed in some capacity. Various private agencies, in conjunction with the Federal Bureau of Labor, actively sought to secure employment opportunities for the residents beyond the village's confines. Many of the freedmen had already acquired valuable skills in trades such as blacksmithing, tailoring, and barbering, and they were also provided with apprenticeship opportunities in other fields to further enhance their abilities. The women of the village played a crucial role as well, contributing through work as housekeepers, cooks, and maids. Their labor not only supported the daily operations of the village, but also ensured that the community functioned smoothly as it strove towards self-sufficiency. The comprehensive approach to employment and skill building within Freedmen's Village reflected a broader strategy to empower its residents, helping them to rebuild their lives with dignity and purpose while serving as a blueprint for similar communities in the post-emancipation era. The residents of Freedmen's Village were employed by both the military and the government, providing them with valuable opportunities to work and earn a living. They were engaged in various tasks on government farms, both within and beyond the expansive 100-acre Arlington estate. On these farms, the residents cultivated a diverse array of vegetables and grains, including potatoes, livestock feed, buckwheat, and corn. In just the first year of their settlement at Freedmen's Village, they successfully grew an impressive 191 tons of corn. The Freedmen's Bureau played a crucial role in assisting former slaves in locating and reuniting with family members who had been sold during their enslavement. Recognizing the importance of family instability, the Bureau also supported efforts to secure legal marriages for the residents of Freedmen's Village. For many former slaves, legal marriage represented a vital source of security, allowing them to raise their children within a recognized union and protecting them from the threat of separation. During slavery, it was common for owners to break up families to settle debts or maintain control, often marching their slaves to auction blocks where they would be sold off, sometimes never to see their loved ones again. The Bureau's efforts to facilitate legal marriages and reunite families were therefore essential in helping the residents of Freedmen's Village rebuild their lives and establish a sense of stability after years of hardship. The primary religion of the residents living in Freedmen's Village at Arlington was Baptist, reflecting the predominance of the Baptist denomination in the southern states. The ex-slaves were deeply spiritual, and their faith played a central role in their community life. Within the village, there were 2 Baptist churches and 1 Methodist church, providing places of worship and spiritual support for the residents. The first church structure to be erected in Freedmen's Village was the Old Bell Baptist Chapel, established in 1863. This chapel became a cornerstone of the community, serving as a spiritual and social gathering place. A few years later, in 1866, the Little Zion Methodist Church was founded by members from the Old Bell Chapel, further expanding the religious life of the village. These churches not only provided spiritual guidance, but also helped to strengthen the sense of community and solidarity among the residents as they navigated their new lives in freedom. The Union Army recruited members for the 107th United States Colored Troops, USCT, from Freedmen's Village at Arlington. From the very start, these soldiers faced mistreatment and discrimination. The Union's black troops were assigned the least desirable tasks, often sent to the most deplorable outposts, and made to perform menial duties such as cleaning and latrine maintenance. They were either unpaid or severely underpaid for their work, lacked adequate supplies and health care, and were often not properly trained for combat. The families of these black soldiers, along with local African American churches, stepped in to provide the essential goods and food needed for survival, as the troops were initially given only half rations. Despite these significant hardships, approximately 189,000 African American troops served courageously in the USCT. These soldiers were frequently placed in the most dangerous positions during battles, often leading the first attacks, which resulted in heavy casualties. One of the most infamous examples of this was the Battle of Fort Wagner in Charleston, South Carolina. The USCT played a critical role in over 400 battles, including 39 major engagements. Their bravery and determination did not go unnoticed. 24 members of the USCT were awarded the United States Congressional Medal of Honor for their extraordinary valor. Despite the discrimination they faced, these soldiers fought valiantly, making an indelible mark on the history of the Civil War and the fight for freedom and equality. The fugitive slaves residing at Freedmen's Village in Arlington were particularly vulnerable to recapture by slave hunters and former slave owners, as the nation's capital was still a considerable distance from true freedom. To maintain order and protect these residents, federal authorities stationed members of the 107th USCT within the village. Following their discharge from military service, marriages between the USCT men and women from the village became common. Many of these couples chose to apply for residency at Freedmen's Village, and a significant number were approved, especially if they had not established homes in other parts of the country. This arrangement provided a measure of stability and community for the veterans and their families as they transitioned to civilian life, further embedding the village as a crucial sanctuary for those who had fought for and won their freedom. Abbott Hospital, operational from 1863 to 1865, was a crucial institution for freed slaves located within Freedmen's Village in Arlington. At a time when few hospitals in the Virginia and Washington, D.C. area served Black patients, Abbott Hospital emerged as a vital facility. It was one of the few, alongside Freedmen's Hospital in Washington, D.C., which later became part of Howard University, a historic Black college and university that continues to thrive today. Abbott Hospital was initially equipped with 50 beds to cater to the needs of Freedmen's Village residents. Over time, it evolved into a community hospital, extending its care to over 3,000 individuals who cycled through the village. Some residents, trained as nurses, contributed to the hospital's operations, earning 40 cents a day. The presence of Abbott Hospital undoubtedly enhanced the reputation and significance of Freedmen's Village, especially with its commitment to employing Black nurses and staff, thereby adding to the institution's prestige. With the establishment of Abbott Hospital, Freedmen's Village evolved into a fully self-sufficient community, embodying the ideal of a free men's city envisioned by federal, civilian, and military planners. As other contraband hospitals outside the village struggled to manage their patient loads, Abbott Hospital became a critical facility for overflow cases. An ambulance service was set up to facilitate the transfer of patients to and from Abbott Hospital. Residents of Arlington's Village were charged 25 cents per month for health insurance, a fee deducted from their salaries. This charge was instrumental in covering the hospital's operational costs, including the purchase of medicines and the payment of physicians' salaries. Abbott Hospital, a significant institution within Freedmen's Village at Arlington, was home to 14 physicians, including the first recognized African-American licensed physician in the United States, Dr. Alexander T. Augusta. The hospital itself was named after Dr. Anderson Ruffin Abbott, a pioneering Black physician from Canada. Dr. Abbott holds the distinction of being the first Black Canadian physician to be licensed in Canada and the first to serve in the American Civil War. During the Civil War, Dr. Abbott served alongside Black regiments, enduring the same prejudice and, at times, the same disregard as the Black enlisted men he worked to heal. His experiences on the battlefield were a testament to both his courage and the systemic racism that permeated even the ranks of the Union Army. Yet, despite these challenges, Dr. Abbott's contributions were invaluable, and he forged significant relationships, including a remarkably close friendship with President Abraham Lincoln. This friendship was notably demonstrated in February 1864, when Dr. Abbott, along with his fellow African-American Army surgeon Dr. Alexander Thomas Augusta, attended one of President Lincoln's weekly public receptions at the White House. Arriving unannounced and dressed in their military uniforms, the two physicians, who had become close friends during the war, found themselves in a setting where their presence was met with discomfort by some attendees. There were those who suggested that the two men be escorted out, reflecting the pervasive racial attitudes of the time. However, President Lincoln, ever the advocate for unity and justice, refused to dismiss them. Instead, he eagerly approached them, greeting each with a handshake, a simple yet profound act of respect and recognition. This moment was not just a testament to the personal bonds forged during the tumultuous years of the Civil War, but also a reflection of the broader struggles and gradual shifts in the recognition of African Americans' contributions to the Union cause. Dr. Abbott's legacy, both as a physician and as a close confidant of Lincoln, underscores the critical role that Black professionals played during this transformative period in American history. This encounter marked the beginning of a long-term friendship between the three men, Dr. Anderson Ruffin Abbott, Dr. Alexander Thomas Augusta, and President Abraham Lincoln. Their bond was not without controversy. As tension simmered in a nation still deeply divided by race, some Democrats publicly cursed Lincoln in the streets for having admitted Black guests to the White House, reflecting the pervasive racial animosity of the time. Yet, Lincoln's commitment to inclusivity and justice was unwavering. Following the president's tragic assassination, Dr. Abbott was among the mourners who paid their respects to him in the East Room of the White House, a poignant moment that underscored the depth of their friendship. Despite the promises of freedom and new beginnings, the residents of Freedmen's Village at Arlington faced harsh realities that often made them feel as though they were still in bondage. The military's stringent restrictions and government-imposed regulations were a constant reminder of the limitations on their newfound freedom. Perhaps the most galling of these regulations was the requirement that residents obtain permission before entering or leaving the village grounds. This restriction applied even to members of the U.S. Colored Troops, USCT, when they attended church services within the village, reinforcing the sense of control and surveillance that echoed the constraints of slavery. Another source of deep resentment was the deduction of pay for laborers within the village. The United States Secretary ordered Brig. General Montgomery C. Meigs to deduct $5 per month from the wages of all men employed as construction workers, teamsters, and laborers at Freedmen's Village. These men, who earned between $25 and $30 a month, considerably more than most other residents, were forced to contribute to a fund intended to assist those in the village who were unable to support themselves, such as the elderly, disabled, or sick. While the intention behind this deduction may have been rooted in a sense of communal responsibility, it was perceived by many as yet another form of exploitation. Excluded from this requirement were children under a certain age, but the policy nevertheless sparked resentment among the workers, who felt that their hard-earned wages were being unfairly siphoned off under the guise of aiding others. These challenges highlight the complexities of life in Freedmen's Village, where the transition from slavery to freedom was fraught with obstacles and the lingering presence of oppressive practices. The residents, while no longer enslaved, continued to grapple with restrictions that undermined their autonomy and sense of self-determination, illustrating the enduring struggle for true freedom and equality in the post-emancipation era. Despite the purported benefits of the wage deductions intended to support those in need within Freedmen's Village, the reduced net compensation became a significant point of contention among the residents. These deductions, coupled with other grievances, fueled a growing sense of injustice within the community. The residents of Freedmen's Village protested vehemently against what they saw as unfair treatment, including arbitrary evictions, the oppressive nature of strict military control, exorbitant rent, and the meager rations they were forced to endure. Particularly troubling was the harsh treatment of those unable to find employment, many of whom were honorably disabled veterans of the U.S. Colored Troops, USCT, from the Civil War. This narrative sheds light on the resilience of African Americans who, after gaining their emancipation, found themselves grappling with a second period of bondage, one marked by systemic exploitation and harsh living conditions. Yet, despite these challenges, they continued to fight for their rights and dignity, refusing to be relegated to the margins of society. In the second half of the 19th century, Arlington County, Virginia, underwent a profound transformation. Once a rural backwater, Arlington began to evolve into a burgeoning suburban enclave following the Civil War. Freedmen's Village played a pivotal role in this transition, standing as one of the first successfully planned communities in the area. Initially established by the federal government as a contraband camp for formerly enslaved persons, the village soon grew into a thriving community. The influx of freedmen, including many from neighboring Virginia and Maryland, dramatically increased the county's black population, shifting it from around a third to well over half of the total population. The War Department conceived Freedmen's Village as a social experiment designed to equip formerly enslaved individuals and their families with the social, educational, occupational, and domestic skills necessary to thrive in freedom. The residents, recognizing the opportunity presented by this experiment, embraced these ambitions and worked to tailor the village to better suit their needs and aspirations. Through their collective efforts, they sought to build a community that not only provided the essentials of daily life, but also laid the groundwork for a future in which they could fully exercise their rights as free citizens. Freedmen's Village, therefore, was not just a refuge, but a beacon of possibility, a place where formerly enslaved individuals could begin to rebuild their lives, armed with the tools and skills necessary to carve out a new path in a rapidly changing world. The struggles and triumphs of its residents reflect the broader journey of African Americans during this period, as they navigated the complex and often hostile terrain of post-emancipation America. The years following the war were a time of intense energy and innovation within freedmen communities, where the newly liberated souls explored every possible path to carve out a life of their own. In the face of a society still gripped by the harsh realities of white supremacy and the looming shadow of Jim Crow, the Freedmen began to build communities that spoke to their needs, their hopes, and their collective strength. Despite the constraints of a world determined to keep them down, they found ways to create spaces where their voices could be heard and their lives could flourish. One of the first steps was to establish their own church congregations, places where they could gather, worship, and find solace in a faith that had carried them through the darkest times. Alongside these spiritual havens, they formed social and political organizations, laying the groundwork for the future they sought to build. Men like Reverend Robert S. Laws emerged as pillars of these communities, spiritual guides who were more than just preachers. Reverend Laws served not only as a clergyman, but also as an employment agent, helping his fellow villagers find work and secure their livelihoods in a world that was still hostile to their freedom. Reverend Laws held a special place in the hearts of the people. He was the voice they turned to, the leader who could channel the collective will of the village. His influence over public opinion was profound, and his role as a community leader was emblematic of the kind of spiritual and communal leadership that sprang up across freedmen communities during this period. He was not alone in this. Throughout the South, similar figures emerged, guiding their people through the tumultuous waters of a society that sought to deny them their humanity, but which they were determined to navigate with dignity and resolve. The village, born on the very land that once belonged to Robert E. Lee's Arlington plantation, stood as a testament to the resilience and determination of its residents. Though the War Department laid the foundation with its careful planning of buildings, streets, and services, it was the people of the village who breathed life into this new community. They took what was given and, with their hands, their hearts, and their minds, shaped it into a place where they could truly live, a place that bore the marks of their labor, ingenuity, and creativity. In the shadow of white supremacy, they used what agency they had to build a world on their terms, carving out a space in Arlington County that was undeniably their own. From its founding in 1863, the village became a hub of activity and growth. Churches, schools, and institutions sprang up almost overnight, fueled by the residents' drive to create something lasting, something powerful. In a matter of years, the village had become a force that would help shape the future of Arlington, its influence rippling out far beyond its borders. Meanwhile, the white residents of Arlington were reeling from the war's aftermath. The devastation had torn through their lives, leaving their economic and social standing in ruins. The presence of federal troops during and after the war only deepened their sense of loss and displacement. Forced by economic hardship, many subdivided and sold their land, transforming what was once a sprawling agricultural landscape into a more densely populated area. At the same time, the growth of railroads brought the promise of new opportunities, spurring suburban expansion in Arlington. Freedmen were drawn to Arlington by the promise of Freedmen's Village, by the chance to find work, to build new lives, and to create communities that reflected their newfound freedom. Their motivation ran deep. Rooted in the bitter memories of slavery, they were determined to forge connections and communities that could stand strong against the winds of change. In contrast, many of the white residents of Arlington, still grappling with the losses of the war, did not play as active a role in shaping the county's suburban growth in the immediate post-war years. This hesitation allowed the freedmen's communities to take root and expand, their influence growing as they built something enduring in the heart of Arlington. The federal government's contributions to Freedmen's Village laid a crucial foundation for the later successes of the freedmen community in Arlington. Initially, the War Department aimed to provide housing for emancipated enslaved people and equip them with the skills necessary to thrive in their new lives. The village was intended to serve as a model for how the federal government envisioned the freedmen living post-emancipation. Established in 1865, the Freedmen's Bureau played a significant role in the village's founding and oversight, helping to finance the construction of homes and other essential buildings, providing residents with food and clothing, and establishing schools. Although the federal government's direct involvement in the village diminished over time, its early contributions set the stage for the continued growth and development of Arlington's freedmen community. Beginning in the 1880s, a renewed white community in Arlington began to exert social and legal pressures against Freedmen's Village and the broader black population. Individual citizens, local officials, land developers, and even the federal government, all with an eye on the valuable county lands, intensified their efforts to push out the residents of Freedmen's Village. As white settlers began to shape their vision for Arlington County, it became evident that they did not want African Americans to play a significant role in its future. Rather than being outright pushed out of the county, the freedmen and their social institutions were gradually dispersed throughout it. By the 1890s, the people, institutions, and resources of the village began to spread across Arlington, leading to the establishment and expansion of other black neighborhoods such as Green Valley and Halls Hill. New communities like Johnson's Hill, Queen City, Butler Homes, and others emerged throughout the county, each reflecting the aspirations and unique identities of their residents. These communities varied widely in character, shaped by the socioeconomic status and ambitions of their inhabitants. Some neighborhoods were lower class and utilitarian, while others aspired to middle class respectability or even upper class status. The nature of the homes and communities created was closely tied to socioeconomic class. Working class neighborhoods often used their land and locations to generate income, whether by creating small farm communities in less populated areas, as in Halls Hill, or by establishing themselves along main roads with easy access to employment opportunities and customers, as in Queen City. In contrast, middle-class communities were shaped by the hopes and dreams of their residents, focusing on creating environments that would offer their children a better future. The diversity in these communities' aesthetics and objectives reflected the varied experiences and aspirations of Arlington's black residents as they built new lives in the aftermath of slavery. By the winter of 1863, the District of Columbia found itself in a state of crisis. An overwhelming number of African Americans were fleeing to the capital city, seeking refuge from the turmoil of the Civil War. While war often leads to displacement, the Civil War intensified this effect as enslaved Africans seized the opportunity to escape bondage and make their way to federal lines. Washington, D.C. became a focal point for this migration, particularly after slavery was first abolished in the district in 1862, followed by the broader implementation of the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863. The influx of freed and fleeing individuals strained the city's resources and created urgent challenges for housing, employment, and social services as the capital struggled to accommodate the growing population of newly emancipated African Americans. This influx of freed and runaway slaves led to a significant population surge in Washington, D.C., as African Americans flocked to the city in search of safety and freedom. However, the federal government was unprepared for this sudden increase, and the strain on the city's resources became apparent. As a result, the Union Army began exploring options for relocating these African Americans outside of Washington, D.C. Arlington, Virginia, was identified as a potential site for this purpose. At the time, Arlington was a rural county on the border of Washington, D.C., with a small population of about 1,500 people. Before the war, Arlington had been home to numerous plantations and slave owners, but by 1863, most of the white residents had fled, either due to fear of a Union attack or to relocate to Southern-held territory. This exodus left Arlington largely abandoned, save for a few African American families who had lived there before the war. In January 1863, Union Army General Montgomery Meigs proposed using Arlington as a site for new freedmen's villages, intended to house the African Americans being relocated from Washington. The proposal was swiftly approved, and by March of that year, Freedmen's Village was established in Arlington. Meanwhile, in the District of Columbia, the black population surged from 19% of the city's population in 1860 to more than 30% by the middle of the war. Many of these individuals and families arrived in poor health, lacking shelter, which exacerbated the strain on Washington's already overstretched resources. To address this, several camps, known as contraband camps, were established in the city to accommodate the growing population. Two of these camps were set up in southern Anacostia, while another was erected near the Capitol building. However, the camps quickly became overcrowded and unsanitary, leading to further complications. In 1862, a smallpox outbreak occurred in the Capitol Hill contraband camp, highlighting the dangers of overcrowding. Colonel Elias M. Green recognized that it was unsafe to house so many people within the city's limits and suggested the establishment of another camp outside the city, where pure country air might offer a healthier environment. Arlington, caught between Union and Confederate lines, existed in a state of limbo during the war. Full secession never materialized in the county, as federal troops had occupied Arlington from the onset of hostilities in 1861. The creation of Freedmen's Village in Arlington marked a significant effort to provide a refuge for those displaced by the war, offering a temporary solution amid the chaos and uncertainty of the time. The Union Army utilized Arlington as a strategic base of operations throughout the Civil War, and by the war's end, over 100 forts and batteries had been constructed across the county. Although the physical landscape of Arlington was dramatically altered by the war, the social landscape remained relatively consistent. Prior to the conflict, Arlington was home to a small population, predominantly composed of white plantation owners and the enslaved. After the war, with many white residents having fled, the county's population became predominantly African American. By 1865, it is estimated that African Americans constituted 70 to 80% of Arlington's population. To protect Washington, D.C., and support Union Army logistics in Virginia, the federal government built 21 forts in Arlington County. As the War Department sought to expand contraband camps beyond the crowded confines of Washington, D.C., the existing military infrastructure in Arlington made it an ideal location. When selecting a site for a new camp, government officials chose Arlington House, one of the county's few large plantations, due to its panoramic views of the National Mall across the Potomac River. Located in eastern Arlington County, immediately adjacent to Washington, D.C., Arlington House offered sweeping vistas over the city. The plantation's farms were among the most productive and picturesque in the county, with convenient access to Washington, further enhancing its appeal as a site for the camp. Arlington House was owned by the Custis Lee family, one of the area's most prominent and historically significant families. Robert E. Lee, a key figure in the Confederacy, had strong ties to the estate. Following his resignation from the Federal Army to join the Confederacy, the Custis Lee family left Virginia in April 1861. In 1862, Congress imposed land taxes on states that had seceded, requiring payment in person. Mary Custis Lee, Robert E. Lee's wife, defaulted on her tax payment of $92.07, leading to the seizure of the plantation by the federal government. Although she was unwell and sent her cousin, Philip R. Findle, to pay the bill on her behalf, he was informed that the taxes had to be paid in person by Mrs. Lee herself. As a result, Arlington House was confiscated by force. The decision to move the formerly enslaved to Arlington House had both practical and symbolic significance. Practically, the site offered a well-established and accessible location for the Freedmen's Village, with ample farmland and proximity to the nation's capital. Symbolically, the transformation of Robert E. Lee's former estate into a sanctuary for those he had once helped oppress marked a powerful statement of the Union's commitment to emancipation and the reordering of Southern society. This shift underscored the profound changes sweeping through the nation as it emerged from the devastation of Civil War. From a practical standpoint, Arlington House was an ideal location for housing contraband slaves due to its large size and numerous rooms. However, the decision to take Arlington House carried significant symbolic weight as well. By seizing the estate of one of Virginia's most famous slave-owning families, the federal government sent a clear message. It was not only providing refuge to those once enslaved, but also directly challenging the power and legacy of the Confederacy. This symbolic act was further reinforced when Arlington National Cemetery was established in 1864 on the grounds of Arlington House. As one of the first national cemeteries, it served as a burial ground for Union soldiers who died during the Civil War. Initially, the cemetery only accepted white Union soldiers, but in 1866, an act of Congress designated that it should be open to all who served in the armed forces, regardless of race. Arlington Cemetery thus became the final resting place for many African Americans who served in the Union Army during the Civil War, as well as for freedmen who lived, worked, and died at Arlington Village. The cemetery's integration was a significant step toward recognizing the contributions of African American soldiers and acknowledging their sacrifices alongside their white counterparts. After the war, many freedmen chose to remain in Arlington due to the opportunities available to them. The federal government, being one of the largest employers in the county, provided jobs for many freedmen, helping them to build stable lives in the post-war period. Arlington also offered a level of safety and security that was not always found in other parts of the country, making it an attractive place for freedmen seeking to start anew. The presence of the Freedmen's Bureau in Arlington further supported their transition, offering assistance in finding employment, securing housing, and accessing education. One of the most significant achievements of the freedmen after the war was the establishment of their own churches. These churches became centers of cultural and spiritual life, allowing African Americans to maintain their traditions and foster a sense of community. In addition to religious institutions, African Americans in Arlington formed their own social and political organizations, which played a crucial role in advocating for their rights and providing a platform for collective action. One of the most important of these organizations was the Union League, established in 1867. The Union League was instrumental in promoting voting rights for freedmen and educating African Americans about the political process. Through its efforts, the League helped to empower the African American community in Arlington, ensuring that they had a voice in local and national affairs. The Union League and similar organizations laid the groundwork for the continued struggle for civil rights, marking an important chapter in the history of African American political activism in the post-Civil War era. On December 4, 1863, the Freedmen's Village contraband camp officially opened. Unlike many of the hastily established contraband camps scattered across the South in Union-held territories, often serving as temporary holding grounds or recruiting stations for African American soldiers, Freedmen's Village was built with a more deliberate and ambitious goal. Situated on 1,100 acres of picturesque land in the northeastern part of Arlington County, the village offered stunning views of Washington, D.C. The U.S. government envisioned Freedmen's Village as a planned community, complete with houses, roads, and institutions. It was intended to be a showcase for government officials, foreign visitors, and other dignitaries who were eager to witness the progress of the freedmen. The War Department sought to create a physical embodiment of federal goals for the moral and social uplift of the formerly enslaved population. As part of this vision, the government constructed an impressive number of frame houses throughout the village. 100 duplexes were built, each whitewashed and standing 1.5 stories tall, lining a busy street that stretched for 1/4 of a mile through the village. These clapboard houses were designed in a simplistic style derived from classical revivalism, a popular architectural movement in the 1800s. This style, known for its symmetry and columns that echoed the grandeur of Greek temples, symbolically connected America to the ideals of ancient Greek democracy. The use of classical revival style in Freedmen's Village was intended to express the movement's principles in an accessible form, with the external symmetry of the houses promoting social peace and calmness. The white color of the dwellings was chosen to encourage a sense of purity, piety, and order. This housing type, initially selected by the War Department, quickly gained acceptance among the black residents of Arlington. They took great pride in the upkeep and maintenance of their homes, recognizing the symbolic and practical importance of these structures. As the community grew and residents began to build their own homes, many chose to replicate this design, reinforcing the architectural style's association with the values of stability, order, and progress that Freedmen's Village was meant to represent. The village stood as a testament to the federal government's efforts to not only provide shelter, but also instill a sense of dignity and hope in the newly freed population. A central administration building and a church graced the well-manicured streets of Freedmen's Village, contributing to the orderly and community-focused environment. At its peak, the village housed approximately 1,200 people, all under the oversight of the federal government. The government managed every aspect of life within the village, providing employment, food, health care, and education to the residents. The War Department ran Freedmen's Village with the discipline and structure of a military camp, enforcing a strict set of rules and regulations. Residents, though benefiting from the village's overall central planning, were required to follow these stringent rules. For instance, bedtimes were enforced early, with lights out by 10 o'clock p.m. A curfew was imposed from 11 p.m. until 6 a.m., and visitors had to be approved by the camp's superintendent. Additionally, residents were not permitted to leave the village without obtaining a pass. Freedmen's Village was intended to be a temporary stop for the formerly enslaved as they transitioned to becoming free citizens. The War Department envisioned that, over time, residents would move out of the village and into their own homes. To facilitate this transition, the government provided education and job training opportunities within the village. A savings program was also established to help residents save money for their future. Freedmen's Village became one of the first places in the country where African Americans had the opportunity to live, work, and learn without the constant threat of violence or intimidation from whites. For many, it offered a glimpse of what true freedom could be like. However, the full promise of Freedmen's Village was not entirely realized. While some residents eventually left the village and found success, others were either forced out or remained there for the rest of their lives, unable to make the transition to independent living as envisioned by the War Department. In addition to constructing homes, the War Department, with the support of religious and aid societies from the North, established institutions within Freedmen's Village to educate the residents in both useful skills and the importance of being compensated for their labor. Women received lessons in household chores, while men had access to vocational schools where they could learn trades such as carpentry, tailoring, woodworking, shoemaking, harness making, and more. Although some critics might have viewed these programs as a form of forced assimilation, they generally improved the lives of those who participated. For example, blacksmithing was among the trades taught at the village. With the end of slavery, African Americans found it increasingly difficult to practice skilled trades like blacksmithing due to new prejudices and restrictive policies that were emerging across Virginia and the South. These educational and vocational programs provided valuable skills that helped some residents find a foothold in the post-war economy, even as the broader promise of the village faced challenges. Despite the limitations and the ultimate fate of Freedmen's Village, it played a crucial role in offering newly freed African Americans a chance to rebuild their lives with dignity and purpose. As a result of the comprehensive training provided at Freedmen's Village, blacksmithing, though one of the first trades to decline in the region, persisted among some freedmen in Arlington well into the 20th century. The schools at Freedmen's Village not only equipped residents with valuable vocational skills, but also emphasized literacy, a critical need in a state with some of the lowest literacy rates in the country for both whites and African Americans. In 1860, just over half of white adults in Virginia were literate, while less than a quarter of African Americans could read and write. By 1870, largely thanks to initiatives like those at Freedmen's Village, the literacy rate among the freedmen had more than doubled. This newfound literacy was transformative, offering African Americans in Arlington and beyond the opportunity to improve their lives and engage more fully in society. Beyond education and job training, the War Department also assisted residents of Freedmen's Village in finding employment outside the village. Some residents took on government projects, such as building roads or bridges, while others found jobs with local businesses or on farms. Although the pay was often modest, for many formerly enslaved individuals, it marked the first time they received regular wages for their labor. The War Department also supported residents in purchasing land and building homes of their own. This was part of the broader goal of helping freedmen transition out of the village and achieve self-sufficiency. The government set up a savings program to help residents accumulate funds for their future and offered low-interest loans to those interested in buying land or constructing a home. While not all residents could take advantage of these opportunities, those who did found it much easier to transition into independent living. The education and skills acquired at Freedmen's Village allowed many, like William A. Rowe, a blacksmith, to emerge as community leaders. Many residents used their new or enhanced skill sets to secure employment with the federal government, which had hired freedmen as laborers, teamsters, and fortification builders during the Civil War. Thomas Owens and his wife, Hannah, both found work within the village. He worked as a cook in a village restaurant, and she served as a housekeeper. Living in Arlington offered African Americans significant advantages, particularly the ability to work for the federal government. At a time when farm labor was the most common job available to African Americans, these employment opportunities provided a crucial alternative. Additionally, some residents worked in the village's hospital or old people's home. In 1864, hospital workers earned 40 cents per day, while teamsters and skilled laborers earned $1 per day plus rations. These wages were comparable to those received by white employees, offering a rare level of economic parity in a deeply unequal society. This blend of education, employment opportunities, and financial support provided the residents of Freedmen's Village with a solid foundation to build better lives. It also helped to foster a strong, self-sustaining African American community in Arlington, which played a critical role in the broader fight for equality and civil rights in the years to come. Many residents of Freedmen's Village transitioned between the various types of employment available in the region, taking advantage of the opportunities that arose as they adapted to their new lives. For instance, Harry W. Gray, a resident of the village, moved from working as a skilled mason to becoming a messenger for the Department of the Interior. While Freedmen's Village greatly benefited from the War Department's meticulous planning of its buildings, layout, and services, it was ultimately the Freedmen residents themselves who transformed it into a thriving community. The village was home to freedmen of all ages and family types, providing a diverse and supportive environment. Some families, having escaped bondage, were able to reunite extended kin networks within the village, which became a sanctuary for them. These residents played an active role in shaping the social and cultural fabric of the village, ensuring that it was not just a place of refuge, but a vibrant community where they could begin to rebuild their lives and create a better future for themselves and their descendants. The Parks family was one of the fortunate households able to keep their entire 13-person family together at Freedmen's Village. Lawrence Parks, the family patriarch, was in his 70s when he sought to establish a new life for himself and his family within the village. Similarly, in 1865, Mary Pollard arrived at the village with her 15-year-old son, James, seeking refuge and a fresh start. Other individuals, such as 14-year-old Nancy Jackson, also found a home in the village during that year. The individuals and families who lived in Freedmen's Village were united by a common goal: to build a close-knit community free from the oppression they had endured. These villagers took great pride in maintaining their homes and creating a dignified living environment. With the assistance of Northern missionaries, the residents established religious and educational institutions within the village, further strengthening their community. Freedmen's Village was home to primary and secondary schools that served the children of the village, educating between 250 and 900 pupils as early as 1864. Recognizing the critical need for education among adults as well, a night school was established to meet their demands. The residents of Freedmen's Village placed a strong emphasis on the importance of lifelong learning, not only for their children but also for themselves. This commitment to education and self-improvement was a cornerstone of the village's success, as it empowered its residents to pursue better opportunities and build a brighter future. The residents of Freedmen's Village could often be heard singing the refrain of Uncle Sam's School, which went, "Come bring your books and don't be a fool, for Uncle Sam is rich enough to send us all to school." This song reflected the community's strong commitment to education. As the village expanded, literacy rates among its residents significantly increased, rising from 20% in 1870 to 56% by 1890. In April 1865, at Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia, Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrendered to Union General and future President Ulysses S. Grant, marking the end of the Civil War. During that same spring, the management of Freedmen's Village transitioned from the War Department to the newly formed Freedmen's Bureau. Congress had created the Bureau to provide social, political, and legal aid to the freedmen, helping them transition successfully into freedom. The Arlington branch of the Bureau was overseen by General Oliver O. Howard, who had served as the commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau since its inception. While many residents of Freedmen's Village were able to find employment with the federal government, they still faced challenging working and living conditions. The need for permanent homes and land remained a pressing issue. That same year, an investigation into labor practices on plantations in Virginia revealed that some African Americans were still being held in involuntary servitude, despite the formal end of slavery. In response to these findings, Congress passed legislation making it a felony to deprive any person of their liberty without due process of law. Though this legislation was a significant victory, it did not immediately eradicate the practice of involuntary servitude, and many freedmen continued to struggle against efforts to undermine their newfound freedom. The transition to life as free citizens was fraught with difficulties, but the residents of Freedmen's Village persevered, using the education and support provided by the Bureau to build better lives for themselves and their families. The challenges they faced were immense, yet their resilience and determination laid the groundwork for the ongoing fight for civil rights and equality in the years to come. The Bureau's Arlington branch was overseen by General Oliver Howard, who had served as the commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau since its establishment. While many residents of Freedmen's Village were able to secure employment with the federal government, they still faced challenging working and living conditions. The need for permanent homes and land was a critical issue for the freedmen. That same year, an investigation into labor practices on Virginia plantations uncovered that some African Americans were still being held in involuntary servitude. In response to these findings, Congress passed legislation making it a felony to deprive any person of their liberty without due process of law. Although this legislation marked a significant victory, it did not immediately eliminate the practice of involuntary servitude, leaving many freedmen to continue their struggle for true freedom. Freedmen's Village was unique in that it was established on prime real estate, a rarity for African American settlements at the time. Typically, African American communities were relegated to areas far from cities or desirable locations. However, the residents of Freedmen's Village were able to take advantage of their location, creating and expanding schools, churches, institutions, and fraternal and mutual aid societies after the Freedmen's Bureau was established to protect their rights. These new organizations provided the men of the village with opportunities to socialize, engage in political activities, and support one another. Freedmen's Village became a hub where African Americans could gather and form their own organizations, such as the Grand United Order of Odd Fellows. These organizations played a crucial role in meeting the needs of the Black community, from hosting social events to serving as a platform for political discourse, acting as credit unions, fostering leadership, and supporting Black churches and schools. The village's institutions not only offer practical support, but also help to build a strong sense of community and identity among the residents. By creating spaces where African Americans could exercise their rights, develop their skills, and support one another, Freedmen's Village became a beacon of hope and progress in a time of great uncertainty and change. The legacy of these organizations and the community they fostered would have a lasting impact on the social and political landscape of Arlington and beyond. After the Civil War, many freedmen sought a fresh start in Arlington, aided by the War Department in their quest for a new life. This support enabled freedmen in Arlington to adopt a more forward-looking approach compared to their white counterparts, particularly when it came to establishing communities throughout the area. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the first individuals to seek land ownership in Arlington were freedmen, reflecting their determination to build stable and independent lives. Freedmen's Village initially enjoyed strong government backing, but this enthusiasm waned over time. As the years passed, the goals of the freedmen and those in charge of the village began to diverge. Nationally, the public's interest in Reconstruction programs diminished, with many growing weary of the ongoing efforts to reshape the South. This shift in sentiment ultimately led to the abandonment of radical Reconstruction, as the desire for social and political reunification took precedence over the fight for African American rights. The declining support for Reconstruction had dire consequences for former slave families, as public and governmental aid began to evaporate. Large-scale social innovations, like those attempted at Freedmen's Village, became particularly vulnerable to criticism. Within the village itself, tensions started to surface among its leadership. Reverend Laws, who vigorously advocated for the rights of freedmen in the village, quickly found himself at odds with others. His outspoken efforts earned him the label of agitator from one village administrator who pushed for his removal. As public perception shifted, the freedmen, once hailed as pioneers, were increasingly and unjustly branded as squatters. This characterization was not only false but also deeply defamatory, misrepresenting the reality of the village's lives and contributions. Despite the challenges they faced, the residents of Freedmen's Village remained committed to building a community rooted in dignity and self-reliance, even as external support and recognition began to fade. While figures like General Oliver Howard, the commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau, continued to view Freedmen's Village as a model of success that could be replicated elsewhere, disillusionment was growing among others. In 1866, a report by the Joint Committee on Reconstruction harshly criticized both the Freedmen's Bureau and Freedmen's Village. The committee members were unimpressed, dismissing the village as rude and ill-contrived, and condemning the use of government funds for what they perceived as an ill-fated experiment in social engineering. Their criticism extended to what they viewed as the Bureau's preferential treatment of African Americans over impoverished whites, fueling further resentment. Contrary to the committee's negative portrayal, the original homes in the village, constructed by the War Department, were comfortable and well-maintained. Many residents invested in expanding and improving their homes, adding additional rooms, and enhancing the surrounding land, often spending up to 3 times their initial investment. These efforts reflected the residents' commitment to creating a stable, thriving community. Moreover, the villagers were far from the squatters they were unfairly labeled as. They were responsible landowners who purchased property, improved it, paid rent, and fulfilled their obligations to local, state, and federal authorities by paying poll, road, school, and property taxes. The derogatory label of squatters revealed more about the racialized resistance to the villagers than it did about the reality of their situation. This mischaracterization was part of a broader effort by some to find a pretext to seize the land for other purposes, driven by motives rooted in both racism and economic opportunism. The push to reclaim the land from the villagers was a drawn-out and contentious process. In 1868, Congress debated the future of the Freedmen's Bureau. While the Bureau was not fully dismantled, its powers were severely curtailed, leaving it with little more than the ability to petition on behalf of African Americans and provide educational opportunities. That same year, the government made a concerted effort to shut down Freedmen's Village. In preparation, officials destroyed all the homes between Arlington House and the Potomac River, forcing residents to relocate elsewhere on the property with little notice. The destruction took place in the winter, uprooting thousands of farm families. In many cases, workers returned home from their jobs only to discover that their wives and children had been displaced. Despite these aggressive tactics, the freedmen did not passively accept the village's closure. They organized and resisted these early attempts, successfully preventing the shutdown of their community, at least for a time. The struggle over Freedmen's Village highlighted the broader tensions of the Reconstruction era, where the promise of freedom and the reality of racial and economic hostility collided. The villagers' determination to protect their homes and community in the face of systemic efforts to undermine them stands as a testament to their resilience and the complex legacy of the Reconstruction period. In an effort to quell growing discontent among the residents of Freedmen's Village, the government allowed them to purchase their homes and established a rent-to-own system for the land they occupied. While the War Department had constructed the Central Avenue and some of the initial housing, many villages beyond this central area took it upon themselves to build their own homes. These homes were typically well-made, painted frame houses, often with fenced-in yards, reflecting the residents' pride and investment in their community. In addition to their homes, the villagers established a farming community on 5 to 10 acre plots known as Arlington Tract Farms. Among those who moved to these farms were Thomas and Hannah Owens, who relocated from the central village in 1868. The Owens family, along with neighbors like John B. Syfax, built homes and cultivated the land, creating a thriving agricultural community. The residents were hopeful that the purchase contracts they had secured would guarantee their continued ownership and protect them from future displacement. However, the optimism of the village's residents was soon overshadowed by the changing tides of governmental priorities. 6 years after the initial attempt to close the village, in 1872, the Freedmen's Bureau was abolished. With the Bureau gone, the village lost its most powerful advocate within the federal government. This absence of a protective governmental body left the village vulnerable, and by the 1880s, the War Department renewed its efforts to close the community, seeking congressional support to do so. By 1889, the Department of Agriculture joined the government's push to reclaim the land of Freedmen's Village, requesting 400 acres from military authorities for the establishment of an experimental farm. The military, meanwhile, had its own plans for the land, aiming to expand Fort Myer, Arlington National Cemetery, and establish a parade ground. Additionally, other factions within the federal government saw the property as a key piece in their vision of developing a new road network connecting Georgetown to George Washington's Mount Vernon. By 1890, 400 acres of Freedmen's Village had indeed been allocated to the United States Department of Agriculture for the development of this experimental farm. This marked a significant step in the systematic dismantling of the village, as various government interests converged to repurpose the land that had once been a haven for the freedmen. The loss of the village was a profound blow to its residents, who had worked tirelessly to build a stable and self-sufficient community, only to see their efforts undermined by the very government that had once supported their settlement. In addition to the federal government's efforts, white residents of Arlington were also eager to see Freedmen's Village close, motivated by a desire to reform voting laws to diminish black political power. Following their regrouping after the Civil War, these white residents were determined to reassert control, primarily by stripping African Americans of the rights they had gained during Reconstruction. Local whites argued that the freedmen in the village held significant sway over county politics, particularly through their ability to vote and influence the election of the Board of Supervisors. To these critics, the presence of the freedmen in the village was seen as a group of idle people living carelessly on a government-run reservation, a characterization far removed from the reality of their lives. A federal report, however, contradicted these negative perceptions, revealing that only one village resident, a 12-year-old orphan girl, was on long-term welfare. Despite the prevailing stereotypes, the report highlighted that the residents of Freedmen's Village were not dependent on government handouts, as was often claimed. Nevertheless, the village's influence on local politics was considered peculiar. by those who wanted to see the village dismantled. However, it is important not to overstate the political power of African Americans during this period. Not all African Americans met the minimum requirements for voting, and of those who were eligible, only 140 taxpayers from Freedmen's Village voted in the 1888 presidential election. While there was some African American representation on the Board of Supervisors, they never held a majority, which ensured that whites maintained control over county affairs. The movement to close Freedmen's Village was thus as much about reclaiming political dominance as it was about reallocating the land for other purposes, underscoring the complex interplay of race, power, and politics during the Reconstruction era. Freedmen's Village faced a myriad of plots aimed at its dissolution, driven by various interests that converged on the valuable land it occupied. Land developers, alongside federal officials eyeing the property for government use and those intent on reversing black enfranchisement, were vocal in their denunciation of the village. As Arlington transitioned into a burgeoning streetcar suburb of Washington in the closing years of the 19th century, the pressure on Freedmen's Village intensified. White real estate speculators, eager to capitalize on the rapid suburbanization of Arlington, became politically active, seeking to acquire more land for development and subdivision into suburban neighborhoods. At the turn of the century, Arlington County's wealth had seen an extraordinary increase, with property values skyrocketing. The land occupied by Freedmen's Village, in particular, had become highly coveted, valued at 10 times its assessed worth. Sensing a lucrative opportunity, developers began marketing Arlington as an ideal escape for federal workers, a peaceful retreat from the hustle and bustle of city life, where one could enjoy a quiet, prosperous existence. This vision of Arlington as a suburban haven stood in stark contrast to the continued presence of Freedmen's Village, which developers and their political allies viewed as an obstacle to their ambitions. The push to reclaim the land of Freedmen's Village was thus fueled not only by racial and political motives, but also by the growing economic allure of transforming Arlington into a prime suburban enclave for the burgeoning middle class. By 1864, Freedmen's Village had already garnered significant value, with its land and crops combined estimated at $27,162.95. This substantial valuation caught the attention of land developers who eagerly lobbied for the eviction of the village's residents to seize the property for their own gain. The potential profits at stake attracted powerful allies to the developers' cause, including Virginia U.S. Senator John W. Daniel, who publicly supported their efforts. The situation was further complicated by ongoing legal disputes over land titles, as former Confederates sought to reclaim their lost estates or secure compensation. Among them was George Washington Custis Lee, the son of Robert E. Lee, who demanded reasonable compensation for the Arlington estate, his family's former domain. After a protracted 5-year legal battle, the Supreme Court ruled in Lee's favor in 1882. The U.S. government subsequently purchased the Arlington estate from Lee for $150,000 in 1885. Although the purchase agreement itself did not explicitly call for the expulsion of Freedmen's Village residents, the prevailing climate of intense racism against African Americans, especially those living in the village, fueled momentum for their forced removal. The residents, who had once been supported by the administration of Freedmen's Village, were increasingly cast as nuisances as the drive to reclaim the land intensified. The village, once a symbol of hope and resilience, became the target of powerful interests eager to erase its presence in favor of profitable development. Chapter 5. Village Life Unveiled. The Heartbeat of a Community. The Freedmen's Village, a microcosm of post-emancipation life, meticulously addressed nearly every facet of the daily existence of the newly freed men and women. This commitment extended well beyond the realm of education. It encompassed the provision of essential clothing to those in need within the village. On the 1st of March in the year 1868, Captain Carse received a shipment consisting of 200 striped shorts and 140 pairs of woolen socks. Considering the harshness of the winter season, it is significant that Captain Carse was entrusted with clothing valued at $344, a sum that, in its simplicity, underscores the ongoing struggle against the biting cold. The provisions did not cease there. On March 22nd, an additional shipment of 308 yards of brown denim arrived, likely destined to be fashioned into sturdy pants. This material was forwarded to George McKay, the superintendent of the tailor shop, along with 87 1/4 yards of sheeting and approximately 272 yards of red flannel, essential supplies for a people striving to clothe themselves against the harsh realities of their new lives. In its broader mission, the Freedmen's Village, in conjunction with the Freedmen's Bureau, sought fertile ground upon which these freedmen could build new lives, both literally and figuratively. An inquiry conducted by Lieutenant Lomas on May 19, 1866, into the conditions of the village lands revealed a community that, despite its challenges, was not suffering or destitute. The report noted that there was no immediate need for additional seed planting as the homes were in good condition, the inhabitants were well fed, and no one lacked clothing or tools. The health of the residents was notably sound, with no reports of smallpox, malaria, or other serious diseases, an impressive feat given the circumstances. Lieutenant Lomas's report provides a glimpse into the early years of the village, portraying a community that, while far from utopian, was largely content with its lot in life. The staff who labored both within the Freedmen's Village and at the Freedmen's Bureau headquarters in Washington faced an array of complex and evolving duties. Each day brought new challenges as they endeavored to manage nearly every aspect of the freedmen's lives. Their roles were multifaceted, encompassing both the mundane and the monumental, and while there were inevitable failures, the overall evidence suggests a collective effort marked by diligence and determination to integrate these newly freed individuals into the broader society. The staff made earnest attempts to address the numerous requests and complaints that arose daily from the village residents. Yet, despite these efforts, complaints regarding the inadequacy of heating accommodations within the village were not without merit. The records showed that among the 231 dependent individuals, only 98 had access to 18 stoves, with 2 stoves and 2 drums expected to warm 2 large rooms in the upper story of one building. Most of these stoves were broken and ineffective. When Lieutenant Rogers visited the village during his investigation, he witnessed the freedmen huddling over the feeble fires, with none of the rooms being adequately warm. On that same day, he made a requisition for 10 new stoves. Though this action did not completely resolve the heating issues, it did bring some measure of relief to the beleaguered residents. The conditions within the village, particularly regarding heating and overcrowded living quarters, were substandard, and the arrival of new stoves, while helpful, was merely a partial remedy. Further investigations by Lieutenant Rogers into allegations of improper food rations revealed troubling findings. The rations provided in the village were the same as those distributed in hospitals, theoretically designed based on a diet table. However, during his visit, Rogers observed a lack of supervision and cleanliness, noting that the freedmen appeared to receive insufficient attention. The comfort of the residents could have been significantly enhanced with repairs and alterations to the buildings, yet these needs were largely unmet. Many of the buildings within the village, repurposed for functions they were never intended to serve, contributed to the ongoing discomfort. The food, far from wholesome or sufficient, often left the freedmen underfed and, in some cases, malnourished, except on special occasions such as holidays. Rogers' report clearly highlighted the ongoing struggles faced by the residents, including inadequate nourishment, further complicating their already tenuous existence. On April 10, 1867, in response to the growing concerns, the Bureau dispatched a plumber to the Freedmen's Village to carry out necessary repairs as outlined by the superintendent. General Charles Howard, aware of the gravity of the situation, particularly emphasized the importance of repairing pipes and fire plugs, essential not only for ensuring an adequate water supply, but also for protecting the buildings in the event of a fire. These measures, though essential, were but one part of the broader, ongoing struggle to create a livable environment for the freedmen, a struggle that was emblematic of the larger challenges facing the nation during this period of reconstruction and renewal. The establishment of Freedmen's Village as a sanctuary for the newly emancipated was fraught with trials and tribulations. Overcrowding plagued the settlement, and the living conditions within its confines were far from what one might deem adequate for fostering true refuge or healing. Yet, in the face of these hardships, the resilient spirit of the residents, buoyed by the support of the Freedmen's Bureau, enabled them to persevere with the limited resources at their disposal. The arrival of a plumber dispatched to remedy the pressing water issues did yield some improvements in the village's water supply. However, the residents remained deprived of the essential right to clean, potable water, a stark reminder of the continued struggle for basic human dignity. The physical comfort of the village's inhabitants, which was already compromised, could have been substantially enhanced through much-needed repairs and modifications to the existing structures. The scarcity of adequate flooring was a pressing issue, as many buildings were repurposed to serve multiple functions, stretching their capacity to the limit. For instance, a building initially constructed to serve as a schoolhouse had been transformed into a makeshift church and a dwelling for multiple families, a testament to the village's resourcefulness, but also to its dire need for additional infrastructure. Recognizing these needs, on May 7, 1867, Major Brown of the quartermaster's office communicated with Lieutenant Bergeron, the assistant superintendent of Freedmen's Village. He relayed that the requisition for 8,000 feet of flooring lumber had been approved by the assistant commissioner, a crucial step in addressing the overcrowding and multifunctionality of the village's buildings. Major Brown further suggested that Lieutenant Bergeron consider sourcing the lumber from Alexandria, as it might prove more accessible than from Washington, thereby encouraging efficiency in meeting the village's urgent needs. In this narrative of challenge and resilience, the story of Freedmen's Village underscores the persistent efforts to provide shelter and security in a time of great transition, where every decision and action carried the weight of a people's hope for a better tomorrow. On May 14, 1867, Lieutenant Rogers observed that the assistant commissioner had received directives to compile a comprehensive list of the dependents residing in Freedmen's Village, with the expectation that this list be promptly forwarded to headquarters. This task was not merely administrative, but was integral to the oversight of the village's population, ensuring that the evolving employment status and dependency of its residents were meticulously documented in a monthly report. Such documentation was essential for monitoring the progress and welfare of the freedmen as they navigated their new realities. In addition to these instructions, Lieutenant Rogers mandated that a copy of the dependency list be furnished to the matron of the home. This measure was intended to empower her with the means to track any and all changes in the status of the freed people under her care, thereby maintaining a coherent and up-to-date record within the village itself. However, despite these efforts to impose order and structure, a crucial element remained unfulfilled. The draft of the rules governing the freedmen residing in the village, which was supposed to be submitted to headquarters for approval, was not received as directed. This lapse signified a breakdown in the administrative process, leaving the governance of the village in a state of uncertainty at a time when clear and consistent regulations were desperately needed to guide the community through its transitionary phase. The matron bore the crucial responsibility of maintaining order and discipline among the freedmen and others under her supervision. In instances where she found herself unable to uphold this discipline, it was incumbent upon her to call upon the designated person or group acting in her stead. The policy governing her conduct was clear. Neither the matron nor her staff were permitted to make threats of force against the freedmen. The summoning of a guard to a freedman's quarters was a measure of last resort, employed only when absolutely necessary. The role of the matron's assistant was one of transient duty. The individual in this position was frequently relieved, with their responsibilities seamlessly transferred to another. The superintendent, while overseeing the broader operations, made it clear to the residents that although the matron operated under his directives, he entrusted the management of day-to-day details to her discretion. This delegation of authority was grounded in the superintendent's belief that the best interests of the entire community would be served by allowing the matron the autonomy to manage these affairs. The superintendent further emphasized the importance of harmonious collaboration among all those involved in the governance of the village. He deemed such cooperation essential for the welfare of the freedmen, a principle that would be rigorously upheld by the assistant commissioner. This approach underscored a commitment to ensuring that the complex needs of the village were met with both care and discipline in a manner that respected the dignity and autonomy of its residents while maintaining order within the community. The rules governing freedmen living in the village were established with the intent to promote order, cleanliness, and the protection of U.S. property. These regulations required residents to maintain a clean and orderly appearance, refrain from loud or disruptive behavior, and respect the rights of others within the community. Compliance with the orders of village officials and the timely, efficient performance of assigned tasks were also mandated. Those who failed to adhere to these rules faced disciplinary actions, which could include expulsion from the village. While the Freedmen's Bureau made sincere efforts to provide for the needs of the residents, the challenges they faced were significant. The lack of adequate funding and resources often hampered the Bureau's ability to fully meet the needs of the freedmen. Despite these obstacles, the village offered essential services such as education, medical care, work opportunities, and housing, which were critical to helping the residents build new lives in the wake of emancipation. An example of the resourcefulness required to sustain the village can be seen in General Charles Howard's actions in May 1867. After the Quartermaster Department refused to issue additional fuel to the Bureau for the month, General Howard made a requisition for 7.5 cords of wood and 4,000 and 4,500 pounds of coal specifically for the use of the village hospital. Although wood was successfully delivered to the village, the coal had to be purchased locally in Alexandria before it could be delivered to the hospital. These efforts, though far from ideal, underscore the determination of both the freedmen and the Bureau to make the best of a difficult situation. Despite the limitations, the village became a place where the freedmen could access vital services, allowing them to begin the long and challenging process of rebuilding their lives in a society still resistant to their full inclusion. On May 23, 1867, Lieutenant Rogers secured approval from General Charles Howard to make significant repairs and additions to the home for the elderly at Freedmen's Village. With this approval, Rogers requested permission to dismantle and relocate 6 buildings from Camp Todd, a nearby contraband camp that had since been annexed to become part of Freedmen's Village. His plan included completing the necessary alterations to the home building, further integrating the resources of Camp Todd into the village. By June 17, 1867, Lieutenant Rogers had forwarded a set of temporary rules and regulations to be strictly observed within Freedmen's Village. The Assistant Commissioner of Freedmen's Village instructed Rogers to disseminate these orders and ensure that Captain Gates, the superintendent of Freedmen's Village, received a copy. These rules were designed to maintain good order and discipline within the community. Among the regulations, it was mandated that no fires could be built in any building without explicit permission from the matron or superintendent. Additionally, all stoves and fireplaces were to be kept clean and in good repair. The regulations prohibited the disposal of garbage, rubbish, or ashes into the streets or yards. Instead, all refuse was to be placed in designated garbage pits. The rules also forbade residents from keeping any pigs, cows, goats, or other animals within the village. The village's residents were expected to respect each other's rights and behave in a peaceful and orderly manner. Any violations of these rules would result in punishment administered by the Freedmen's Bureau. The attendants at the Freedmen's Village home, operating under the supervision of the matron, were required to perform their duties as directed by the hospital surgeon and the village superintendent. Additional freedmen could be assigned as attendants depending on the needs and circumstances, with these assignments made at the discretion of the surgeon in charge. Furthermore, information regarding materials purchased for the sewing room was to be furnished to the matron, ensuring that all aspects of the village's operations were closely monitored and managed. The matron held a pivotal role in Freedmen's Village, bearing significant responsibilities for the care and well-being of the residents, particularly those housed in the home for the elderly and infirm. She was tasked with the distribution of materials and the overall management of patient care. This included keeping a meticulous daily record of the patients under her supervision. At the end of each month, the matron was required to submit a report to the superintendent detailing the list of patients she cared for, the number of deaths, and the causes of those deaths. Her duties extended to maintaining the cleanliness of the home, ensuring that all patients were clean, their beds made, and that the floors and walls were free from dirt and dust. The matron was also responsible for overseeing the home's cuisine. She was to ensure that all meals were properly cooked, wholesome, and nutritious, and that they were served to the patients at the appropriate times. Additionally, the matron managed the clothing of the patients, making sure that they were properly dressed, and that their garments were clean and in good repair. The laundry operations within the home also fell under her jurisdiction, with a mandate to see that all laundry was done properly and returned to the patients in a clean and orderly condition. To ensure the proper clothing of the dependents, a board was established by the superintendent with the matron as one of its members. This board conducted inspections to assess the clothing in possession of the freedmen, identifying items that were unfit for use. Such clothing was either cleaned, stored, or disposed of according to the board's recommendations. All decisions made by the board were subject to review and approval by the assistant commissioner. The board also provided the assistant commissioner with a list of the most suitable clothing for each dependent. Strict regulations were enforced within Freedmen's Village to maintain order and discipline. The sale or distribution of intoxicating liquors within the village was strictly prohibited, with violations subject to punishment by the Freedmen's Bureau. The residents were expected to respect the rights of others and behave in a peaceful and orderly manner, with any breaches of the rules leading to consequences administered by the Bureau. The matron was also responsible for keeping a record of all clothing received, cleaned, mended, or otherwise managed by the Board of Survey. The superintendent supplied her with a list of materials purchased for the sewing room, and she regularly reported to him on the condition of the village and the progress of ongoing work. The shoe shop, originally housed in the sewing room, was relocated to a more suitable adjoining building, further reflecting the village's evolving needs. The matron was tasked with maintaining discipline among the freedmen under her charge. In cases where she was unable to manage on her own, she was permitted to call upon others acting in her stead. However, the policy strictly prohibited the matron and her staff from using threats of force against the freedmen. A guard could only be summoned to a freedman's quarters if absolutely necessary. The matron's assistant, when relieved of duty, had his responsibilities taken over by another designated individual, ensuring that the continuity of care and order was maintained. The superintendent made it clear to the residents that while the matron operated under his orders, she was entrusted with the day-to-day management of her department. He believed that this delegation of authority best served the interests of all residents. A concerted effort was made by all parties to work harmoniously, as such cooperation was deemed essential to the well-being of the freedmen, as directed by the Assistant Commissioner. On June 28, 1867, Major Clark communicated with Lieutenant Rogers regarding an order from the Assistant Commissioner about the management of garments at Freedmen's Village. In his assessment, Major Clark expressed concern over the wastage of materials used in the sewing school, which was under the supervision of Mrs. Stull. Clark observed that no effective measures were in place to prevent this wastage, and upon inspecting many of the garments, particularly sheets and other underclothing, he found that several items appeared to have been cut without proper consideration for the size or shape of the human form. Given the apparent inefficiency and the resulting waste, Major Clark strongly recommended that, unless immediate improvements could be implemented, it would be more economical to purchase ready-made garments and distribute them to the dependents at the home. This suggestion was made in the interest of conserving resources and ensuring that the dependents received clothing that was both functional and properly made. Lieutenant Rogers' evaluation of Mrs. Stull was documented in his report to the Assistant Commissioner on August 2, 1867. In his assessment, Lieutenant Rogers expressed that Mrs. Stull was not competent to manage the freedmen under her care and recommended her removal from the position of matron at the freedmen's home. His evaluation was based on several key observations. Inadequate care. Lieutenant Rogers noted that Mrs. Stull lacked the necessary understanding and skills to properly care for the freedmen. Her approach was often rude and insulting, which further alienated those she was supposed to help. Neglect of duties. Mrs. Stull was frequently absent, leaving the children in the care of other freedmen while she attended to personal matters. This lack of consistent supervision was detrimental to the well-being of the children in her charge. Poor maintenance and hygiene. The home under Mrs. Stull's management was neither clean nor orderly. The food provided was often of poor quality and insufficient in quantity, and the clothing supply was inadequate and ill-fitting. Financial mismanagement. Lieutenant Rogers observed that Mrs. Stull was not capable of properly managing the finances of the home, which contributed to the overall mismanagement of resources. In conclusion, Lieutenant Rogers recommended that Mrs. Stull be removed from her role as matron and replaced with someone more capable. He also advised that the Freedmen's Home be placed under the direct supervision of the Freedmen's Bureau until a suitable replacement could be found. Additionally, he recommended that regular inspections of the home be instituted to ensure that it was being run properly and that the residents were receiving the care they needed. This report underscored the importance of competent leadership in managing facilities like the Freedmen's Home, especially during such a critical period of transition for the newly freed population. On July 5, 1867, General Charles Howard submitted a petition to Surgeon R. Rayburn concerning an inventory of items that had become worn out and unfit for use, seeking guidance on how to properly dispose of them. The inventory included the following items: 15 cotton pillowcases, 10 sheets, 10 drawers, 4 dressing gowns, 9 shirts, 14 slippers, 12 woolen socks, 7 wash basins, a tin wash hand basin, 2 glass tumblers. General Howard noted that the pillowcases, sheets, drawers, dressing gowns, shirts, slippers, and socks had been worn out by the wearers to the point of being destroyed before these issues were brought to his attention. These garments had been provided to freedmen living in houses and, therefore, were not under the immediate supervision of an attendant who might have ensured their safekeeping and proper return. Regarding the wash basins and glass tumblers, General Howard reported that these items were presented for inspection in fragments, indicating that they had been damaged or broken beyond repair. In his petition, General Howard inquired about the appropriate procedure for disposing of these unserviceable items, given their condition and the circumstances under which they were used. This request reflects the logistical challenges of managing supplies and resources in a post-war environment, especially when overseeing a large population of freedmen with varying needs and limited supervision. On July 26, 1867, the Assistant Commissioner's Office received troubling reports regarding Mrs. Stowe's conduct and the detrimental effect she had on the freedmen while in her position. The allegations against Mrs. Stowe, the matron of the home, were brought forward by two separate sources, each of whom directly reported their concerns to the bureau head of the quartermaster's office and the Assistant Commissioner's Office in Washington. The sources alleged that Mrs. Stowe had been particularly obnoxious in her interactions with the freedmen at the village, and that she was ill-suited to work honestly or effectively alongside the individuals under her care. The nature of the allegations suggested that Mrs. Stowe's behavior was not only inappropriate but also harmful to the well-being of the freedmen she was supposed to serve. In response to these serious claims, the Assistant Commissioner's Office forwarded the allegations to General Charles Howard and requested a thorough investigation into the matter. General Howard was instructed to conduct a comprehensive inquiry and to compile a full report detailing his findings. Additionally, he was directed to prepare a complete file on Mrs. Stowe, which would include all relevant documentation and evidence related to the case. The outcome of this investigation would be critical in determining Mrs. Stowe's future in her position and ensuring that the freedmen under her care received the treatment and support they deserved. On August 28, 1867, General Charles Howard was informed of material losses at Freedmen's Village, with several instances of items falling short in quantity. These shortages raised concerns about possible mismanagement or misappropriation of resources. In response, General Howard was directed to launch an immediate investigation into the matter. As part of the investigation, Mrs. Lydia Stowe, who was implicated in these losses, was ordered to present her testimony regarding the missing materials. Additionally, discrepancies in the rent accounts had come to light. It was noted that the rent records had not been properly maintained, and there was growing suspicion that the money collected was not being accurately accounted for by the officer responsible for managing the rent. General Howard was tasked with thoroughly investigating the rent account discrepancies and ensuring that Mrs. Lydia Stowe's testimony was fully considered as part of the inquiry. General Howard's investigation would be crucial in uncovering the extent of the mismanagement and determining whether these losses were the result of negligence, fraud, or other misconduct. His findings would help guide corrective actions and ensure greater accountability and transparency in the management of Freedmen's Village. All the shops, stores, buildings, and products within Freedmen's Village were subject to regular inspections, just like other military holdings. On October 8, 1867, General Charles Howard reported that, following a thorough inspection of the facility's horses, wagons, and harnesses, the Assistant Commissioner was instructed to implement effective measures to ensure the maintenance and preservation of the village's assets. General Howard emphasized that all individuals under his supervision who had responsibilities in these areas would be held accountable for their actions. General Howard's directives were driven by a genuine commitment to the safety and well-being of the freedmen in his care. His primary goal was to provide the freedmen with the best possible chance of success in their new lives, free from the shackles of slavery. He understood the importance of maintaining the village's resources and infrastructure to support the residents as they transitioned into freedom. In 1868, General Charles Howard earned a monthly income of $150, a modest sum that reflected his dedication to duty over personal financial gain. His focus remained on fulfilling his responsibilities with integrity and ensuring that the freedmen received the support and opportunities they needed to build stable and prosperous lives. His efforts to safeguard the village's resources and hold those under his command accountable were part of a broader strategy to foster a secure and supportive environment for the freedmen as they embarked on their journey toward true independence. Securing enough wood for cooking, heating, and washing was a necessity that could not be overlooked in Freedmen's Village. To meet this vital need, the village brought in P. Campbell and George Crevelling, who took on the task of ensuring that the fires would keep burning. P. Campbell stepped up, agreeing to supply the village with 849 cords of wood, a hefty provision for which he received $2,200. George Creveling, responsible for delivering the wood to the village, earned $800 for his part in this essential service. By early 1868, the village's livestock had seen some improvement, as General Charles Howard reported to the Freedmen's Bureau. He noted that the animals were in better condition than they had been a month prior, but there was still a shortage both in number and quality. Just a year earlier, in June and July, the village had housed 15 horses to serve a community of 450 souls. Now, with 660 residents, the number of horses had dwindled to 12. The loss was partly due to Captain E.B. Gates and General Blunt taking 3 of the horses, leaving the village with a dozen. Yet, even among those remaining, the situation was dire. Most of the horses were worn down, aged, and broken by years of hard labor. Only 3 or 4 were still sound, able to carry the weight of the work that lay ahead. It became increasingly evident that the village was in dire need of additional horses, mules, and donkeys to support its operations. Recognizing this shortfall, General Charles Howard formally requested that the Freedmen's Bureau provide the village with more horses and, crucially, improve the quality of the animal supply. He observed that the current horses were old and broken down, wholly inadequate for the demanding work required to sustain the village. Despite the urgency of this request, the Freedmen's Bureau did not respond to General Howard's appeal for more and better quality horses. As a result, the village continued to struggle with a severe shortage of animals, which significantly hindered the ability of residents to complete their assigned tasks. The existing horses, overworked and undernourished, could not keep pace with the needs of the community. In addition to other responsibilities, the freedmen were tasked with farming the land surrounding the facility. The crops they planted and harvested were vital in supplementing the limited food supplies provided by the government. However, the animals' poor condition, exacerbated by years of excessive labor and the lack of adequate forage, severely limited their productivity. General Howard noted that the forage supply from Washington was consistently insufficient and of inferior quality, further contributing to the animals' decline. In response to these challenges, a new feeding facility was established in the hope of improving the deteriorating condition of the horses. However, this measure alone was not enough to address the broader issues. The harnesses and wagons used in the village were in similarly poor condition, having been repeatedly repaired without the benefit of any new equipment. Faced with these ongoing difficulties, the village petitioned the Bureau once again, this time asking for not only a greater number of horses, but also for animals of higher quality. Additionally, they requested an adequate and decent quality of forage to properly feed the animals, recognizing that, without these resources, the ability of the village to function effectively and support its residents would remain compromised. In response to the pressing concerns raised by the village regarding the poor quality and insufficient quantity of forage being delivered to feed their animals, the Freedmen's Bureau took action by appointing a responsible inspector. This inspector was tasked with the critical duty of overseeing the inspection of all feed products and ensuring that the horses were adequately nourished. The inspector was also required to conduct regular checks to confirm that the horses were properly groomed twice a day and fed appropriately. However, the challenges faced by the village were far from resolved. At a time when the village was home to more than 2,000 people, the number of horses available, just 6, was woefully inadequate. It was clear that the village needed more than 12 horses to function effectively, yet the Bureau failed to provide the additional animals. The crushing blow came when the 6 horses, overworked and underfed, were worked to death. The Bureau's refusal to supply the village with additional animals or quality forage led to a rapid deterioration in the condition of the remaining horses, further hampering the village's ability to sustain itself. In many respects, the Bureau and the village were caught in a relentless effort to cut costs and secure revenue to cover the operational expenses of the village. On November 5, 1867, the Assistant Commissioner issued an order to terminate the employment of all village workers who had been engaged in cultivating the vegetable garden for dependent freedmen. The commissioner stated that this work should instead be carried out by the dependent freedmen themselves. Additionally, the assistant commissioner mandated that all idle and able-bodied freedmen within the village be employed in cultivating the garden, with the revenue generated from the sale of vegetables intended to support the village. The village was required to report to the Bureau on a weekly basis, detailing the number of employed and dependent freedmen, those who had been discharged or evicted, the number of new admissions, as well as the birth and death rates within the community. This rigorous reporting reflected the tight control the Bureau sought to maintain over the village's operations, yet it also underscored the ongoing struggle to balance the needs of the freedmen with the limited resources available. The situation at Freedmen's Village highlighted the tension between the Bureau's administrative priorities and the harsh realities faced by the residents. Despite the Bureau's efforts to impose order and efficiency, the lack of adequate support, whether in the form of animals, forage, or labor, resulted in a precarious existence for those living in the village. The residents were left to navigate these challenges as best they could, often with little more than their resilience and determination to see them through. Freedmen's Village often played a crucial role in supporting surrounding communities of freedmen, particularly those in Washington and Virginia. On November 18, 1867, the Bureau headquarters made a request to use one of the village's 2 ambulances. In their communication, the Bureau acknowledged the village's need for repairs to its other ambulance and expressed concern over reports that the teams, horse bridles, and wagons were in extremely poor condition. To address these concerns, headquarters suggested that Mr. O'Neill be tasked with ensuring that the teams were brought into better condition. In response to the request, Dr. Howard approved the use of the village's ambulance. He also acknowledged the poor state of their wagons, noting that they indeed needed covers to protect goods and supplies from mud and debris, particularly during transport in stormy weather. These mud covers were essential for ensuring that sustenance stores being transported from Washington to Freedmen's Village arrived in usable condition, untainted by the harsh elements. Dr. Howard further offered 2 horses to headquarters, though he candidly noted that one of the horses was in poor condition. Despite the limitations, he provided the horses and teams as requested. In return, headquarters supplied the village with the much-needed mud covers for their remaining team. This exchange illustrates the ongoing challenges faced by Freedmen's Village in maintaining adequate resources while also fulfilling its broader role in supporting neighboring communities. It also highlights the collaborative efforts between the village and Bureau headquarters, even in the face of scarcity and logistical difficulties. The provision of mud covers, while seemingly minor, was a significant improvement that enabled the village to continue its vital work, ensuring that essential supplies could be safely transported despite the difficult conditions. The Freedmen's Bureau accomplished a remarkable amount in its brief existence, particularly in its efforts to empower formerly enslaved individuals by providing them with opportunities for land ownership and self-sufficiency. In March 1867, the Bureau completed a comprehensive survey of Freedmen's Village and the surrounding land, focusing on the potential for continued rental or sale of small lots to freedmen. The survey resulted in the creation of 66 subdivisions, each averaging about 10 acres. In addition, 44 acres that had been occupied by the village and a reservation of 38 acres for Fort Whipple, along with several small lots not included in the subdivisions, were identified as part of approximately 750 acres of available land, aside from Arlington National Cemetery. The Bureau rented the cultivable areas of land to freedmen living in the tenements within the village. Moreover, the Bureau made a strategic decision to sell some of the larger tracts of land. By doing so, it aimed to enable several freedmen who had previously relied in part on government support to become owners of small farms that they could cultivate profitably. This initiative was a significant step in helping freedmen achieve self-sufficiency and economic stability. The opportunity to own and cultivate their own land marked a crucial accomplishment of the Freedmen's Bureau during Reconstruction, as it directly improved the lives of African Americans. The majority of those who rented 5 or 10-acre lots were heads of families who were eager to continue renting, and some were eventually able to purchase their lots when opportunities arose. This access to land ownership was a transformative moment for many freedmen, providing them with a tangible means to build a future for themselves and their families. In 1867, the asylum that had operated at the village since the Civil War was removed, with patients being relocated to the Freedmen's Hospital in Washington, D.C. Dr. Howard suggested that the estate could have been utilized by the Agriculture Department as an experimental farm. He pointed out that the estate's proximity to Washington, its varied soil, extensive peat deposits, and location near the Potomac River made it an ideal site for agricultural experimentation and fertilizer production. In addition to these efforts, Berry Farms, a 375-acre estate situated north of St. Elizabeth's Insane Asylum, was purchased by the trustees of a Freedmen's Educational Fund. The purpose of this purchase was to sell small lots to freedmen, further advancing the Bureau's mission of promoting self-sufficiency. The funds used to pay for Barry Farms were allocated by Special Order Number 61 of the War Department, Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands on April 23, 1867. These funds were intended to address the immediate needs of freedmen in Washington, either through the rental of land, sale, with deferred payments, or other means deemed appropriate by the trustees. Any proceeds, interest, or excess funds from rentals or sales were to be annually transferred to the institution supporting the freedmen. This strategic use of land and resources not only provided immediate relief to freedmen, but also laid the groundwork for long-term economic empowerment and stability. The Bureau's efforts in land distribution and the creation of opportunities for land ownership were among its most significant achievements, contributing to the ongoing struggle for African American autonomy and progress during the Reconstruction era. The land at Barry Farms was carefully surveyed and subdivided into 1-acre lots, resulting in a total of 359 parcels, of which 300 were sold. By October 1, 1868, 59 lots had been conveyed, while 40 were forfeited due to non-payment. The initial conditions at Barry Farms were challenging, the roads were in disrepair, and there was neither a water nor sewer system in place. Additionally, the property lacked fencing. The responsibility for making all necessary improvements and paying property taxes fell squarely on the freedmen who purchased the land. Under the trustees' authority, a plan was implemented to sell contracts requiring equal monthly payments. These contracts stipulated that failure to meet the payment terms within 2 years would result in forfeiture of the lot. A significant portion of the funds was allocated to expanding and widening the roads, enabling freedmen to transport lumber for building their homes. The Bureau provided each freedman who purchased a lot with a limited amount of lumber and arranged for a carpenter to oversee the construction process. The carpenter's role was not only to supervise, but also to instruct the freedmen when necessary, ensuring that the homes were built with a neat appearance. The Bureau supplied lumber for the construction of 185 houses, and this material was eagerly received by the freedmen, who were motivated by the prospect of owning their own homes and freeing themselves from the demands of landlords. Despite facing significant challenges, the freedmen made their payments punctually and regularly, with few exceptions. They were encouraged by the opportunity to establish homesteads, a tangible step toward stability and self-sufficiency. Luther E. Slay, the former superintendent of the enterprise, observed that the freedmen faced unique difficulties, yet they persevered in acquiring homes for themselves. Despite their limited means, they were able to make considerable improvements to their lots, demonstrating both good taste and industriousness. Their communal spirit was evident in the construction of a church for the Baptist denomination and the purchase of a lot for the erection of a Methodist church. In addition to their spiritual endeavors, the freedmen established a fund among themselves to address educational needs and further land purchases. They successfully built a large schoolhouse on the lot, a building spacious enough to accommodate 150 students. This school was completed within a year, reflecting the freedmen's commitment to education and the future of their children. The community at Barry Farms was not just about survival, but about creating a hopeful and prosperous environment for their families. The freedmen who settled there were driven by a deep desire to provide for their families and ensure that their children had access to education. Through their determination, the freedmen of Barry Farms developed a thriving community, one marked by resilience, hope, and the pursuit of a better future for themselves and their descendants. The facilities at Freedmen's Village included government barracks that initially served as residences for freed individuals and families who had been relocated from some of the most hazardous and unsanitary locations in Washington and Georgetown. These barracks provided a refuge from the crime and sickness that plagued the squalid huts they had previously occupied. However, as the village evolved, large tenement residences began to be favored over the barracks. In response to this shift, tenements were constructed to accommodate the freedmen families who had been living in the barracks. This transition led to a significant reduction in the number of barrack buildings in use, decreasing from 19 to 7. The move not only lowered ground rent, but also allowed freedmen to relocate into better quality homes without the risk of eviction due to the Bureau's closing of the barracks. The tenements were leased at a rate that covered 6% of the total cost, or they were sold on a monthly payment plan similar to the arrangements made for the lots at Barry Farms. The tenements were well situated, comfortable homes that offered city water from the aqueduct, an amenity that was considerably superior to anything private landlords could provide at the same price. As a result, there was no difficulty in filling these residences. Strict sanitary rules were enforced for all tenants, ensuring a healthier living environment. Each group of tenements was closely supervised by an officer from the Bureau who conducted daily inspections to ensure compliance with these regulations. This structured approach to housing not only improved the living conditions for freedmen, but also provided a sense of stability and security. The combination of better housing, enforced sanitation, and daily oversight by Bureau officers contributed to a more orderly and healthy community, reflecting the broader efforts of the Freedmen's Bureau to support the transition from slavery to freedom. Through these measures, Freedmen's Village became a place where former slaves could begin to rebuild their lives in a safe and supportive environment, laying the foundation for their continued progress and self-sufficiency. Chapter 6. Educating the Freedmen, Seeds of Liberation. Numerous factors can undermine successful learning environments, with a lack of opportunity being a significant contributor. When students are unable to ask questions or have their inquiries addressed, their ability to learn is severely compromised. Many students find that learning sessions dominated by a lecture style with minimal interaction are particularly ineffective due to the limited chances for engagement and clarification. Additionally, poorly trained teachers often lead to negative learning experiences. External influences and student behaviors further compound the challenges, creating a negative environment that hinders the learning process. In contrast, Freedmen's Village offered its residents a wealth of educational opportunities that laid the foundation for community development and personal growth. The village provided access to schools, churches, and other organizations that facilitated both learning and social interaction. Freedmen were given the resources they needed, such as books and other educational materials, to pursue their academic goals. Beyond formal education, they also had the chance to engage in social and political activities that enriched their knowledge and experience, equipping them with the skills necessary for successful community building. A successful learning experience hinges on the availability of quality instruction and resources, a positive and supportive environment, and appropriate student behavior. Freedmen's Village excelled in providing these essential elements. The educational opportunities and resources available in the village fostered a robust learning environment where residents could thrive. Additionally, freedmen were empowered to create their own social and political organizations, further expanding their opportunities for success. Through these collective efforts, the residents of Freedmen's Village were able to cultivate a vibrant community where education, social services, and a strong sense of solidarity were key pillars. Freedmen's Village was not merely a place of residence. It was a sanctuary where formerly enslaved individuals could rebuild their lives free from the oppression of slavery. It was a place where they could acquire education, develop new skills, and engage in the political and social life of their community, all while fostering a sense of pride and self-reliance. In December 1864, the National Freedmen's Relief Association enlisted Sojourner Truth to serve as a counselor at Freedmen's Village. Truth, a legendary figure in the fight for abolition and women's rights, was later asked by President Lincoln to visit Arlington Heights and Mason's Island, where many freed slaves had recently settled. Some observers found it deeply ironic that Sojourner Truth, a former slave, would end up working on the confiscated estate of General Robert E. Lee. During her time at Freedmen's Village, Truth became a beloved figure among the residents and the white Union officers who managed the village. She taught the freedmen the values of cleanliness, organization, and hard work, helping them adapt to life and freedom. Truth's influence extended beyond practical skills. She served as a powerful role model, embodying the strength and resilience required to navigate the challenges of a post-slavery world. Sojourner Truth's close relationship with President Lincoln was well known. During one of her visits to the White House, Lincoln affectionately referred to her as the Book of Life, and sometimes called her Auntie Sojourner Truth. At a time when African Americans were barred from entering most public buildings, let alone the White House, Lincoln frequently welcomed leading black figures, including his close friend Frederick Douglass. Harriet Tubman, another towering figure in the abolitionist movement, was invited to the White House but later regretted not attending when she learned of Sojourner Truth's presence. Through her tireless work at Freedmen's Village, Sojourner Truth left an indelible mark on the lives of those she touched, carrying forward her lifelong mission to uplift and empower her people. Her presence was a beacon of hope and resilience, her efforts a continuation of her unwavering dedication to justice and equality. Meanwhile, the eyes of the North were open to the plight of the freed people through the diligent work of Mr. E.L. Pierce of Massachusetts, who was tasked with surveying the area and reporting his findings. His reports illuminated the urgent needs of the freedmen, sparking a wave of public meetings in cities like Boston, New York, and Philadelphia. These gatherings galvanized communities to organize societies dedicated to relief efforts, focusing on education and labor reorganization to better the lives of the newly emancipated. In Washington, D.C., the government recognized the need for similar initiatives, authorizing and promoting the establishment of societies aimed at assisting the contrabands, particularly in the District of Columbia. The scope of these efforts soon expanded to include Fortress Monroe and the surrounding regions, reflecting a growing commitment to addressing the needs of freedmen across broader areas. This momentum spread beyond the East Coast, with Cincinnati establishing the Contraband Relief Association, which later evolved into the Western Freedmen's Aid Commission. By the fall of 1863, Chicago saw the formation of the Northwestern Freedmen's Aid Commission, and this wave of compassion and organization continued to ripple throughout the West as more communities joined the cause. Each of these efforts was a testament to the nation's slow, yet determined recognition of its obligation to those who had been freed, and to the possibility of building a more just and equitable society. In the early days, the path forward was shrouded in uncertainty, with goals that were only faintly grasped and methods not yet fully formed. Yet, from the very start, alongside the urgent task of providing food and shelter to those in dire need, the Christian faith recognized a deeper calling. The first missionary teachers who ventured out carried more than just clothes and provisions. They brought with them a primer and a Bible, understanding that the journey from slavery to freedom required more than the filling of bellies. It required the nourishment of minds and souls. The founders of the New York Society initially aimed to impose a modest form of labor regulation, a goal reflected in the name Educational Commission, mirroring the intent of the New England Society's Educational Commission. However, without a solid organizational framework, their efforts, though earnest, floundered for 6 months, marked by a lack of coordination. Despite their determination, the number of teachers and missionaries in the field remained small, just 70 men and 16 women, as reported to the Treasury Department under whose oversight they operated at the time. Their numbers were few, but their mission was profound, laying the groundwork for a new era where freedom would mean more than just a release from chains. It would mean the awakening of minds and the lifting of spirits. Though the figures from those first 6 months may not reveal the full impact of the work done, they do tell a story of need, passion, and the readiness of the freedmen to embrace both free labor and education. This undeniable truth played a role in shaping President Lincoln's policy to emancipate all slaves, a decision that would alter the course of a nation. From the outset, those committed to aiding the freedmen recognized the power of unity, understanding that only by joining forces could their efforts truly make a difference. In 1862, at the urging of the Secretary of the Treasury, representatives from New England, New York, and Philadelphia gathered with a shared purpose to forge a union that would strengthen their common mission. While they worked together with goodwill and determination, it wasn't until 1865 that these groups officially merged into one society, giving birth to the American Freedmen's Aid Union. Later that same year, in the fall of 1865, the Western associations came on board, further solidifying the Union and forming what would come to be known as the American Freedmen's Aid Commission. This coming together marked a new chapter in the fight for freedom and justice, as the collective strength of these groups laid a foundation for lasting change. As the organization grew, its vision broadened, eventually merging with the American Union Commission, a group formed in the waning days of the war to help lay the groundwork for free Republican institutions in the southern states. By May 1866, representatives from the various Freedmen's Aid societies gathered at a convention where they solidified the structure of what would become known as the American Freedmen's Union Commission. This newly united body adopted the motto, "No distinction of race or color," a powerful declaration of their commitment to equality and justice. The commission drew together nearly every organization dedicated to the education of Black people, creating a unified front in the battle for freedom and education. Yet, even before this formal union, religious groups had been on the ground, tirelessly working to not only spread the gospel, but also to teach and uplift the freed people. These efforts were born of a recognition that true freedom required more than just the breaking of chains. It required the enlightenment of minds and the empowerment of a people ready to take their place as equals in a new, free society. Various religious organizations, including the Friends, Old School Presbyterians, United Presbyterians, Methodists, and Congregationalists, had all answered the call to serve, sending missionaries and teachers through dedicated freedmen's organizations to both preach and educate. One of the tract societies concentrated its efforts on distributing Christian literature among the freedmen, ensuring that the Word of God reached into the hearts and minds of those newly freed. Since emancipation, the Bible Society had distributed over 1 million copies of the Scriptures to freedmen and others, marking a significant spiritual and educational outreach in the South. Nearly every philanthropic Christian and religious organization recognized the profound opportunity presented by this new chapter in Southern history. Together with the American Freedmen's Aid Commission, they formed a grand coalition, a mighty army of teachers and missionaries, dedicated to the dual mission of evangelizing and educating the millions of emancipated slaves. Their work went far beyond mere charity. It was a cornerstone in the rebuilding of a fractured nation. Through education and spiritual guidance, these organizations helped the freedmen take their rightful place in American society, equipping them to learn, grow, and contribute to the social fabric of a country striving to live up to its ideals. Thanks to their tireless efforts, America was slowly but surely becoming a truly united nation, where those who had once been bound by the chains of slavery were now beginning to weave themselves into the broader tapestry of American life. This was more than just a moment of transformation for the freedmen. It was a crucial step in the nation's journey toward becoming a more just and inclusive society. The American Missionary Association, one of the oldest and most prominent missionary agencies, was specifically chosen by the Congregationalists to spearhead efforts in the post-war South. Their mission was multifaceted, blending the spiritual work of missionary support with the tangible needs of educational resources and physical relief aid. Their contributions were instrumental in establishing schools for the freedmen, and they employed nearly as many teachers as the American Freedmen's Union Commission, playing a critical role in the education and upliftment of the newly emancipated. However, the challenges faced by the Freedmen's Village and other contraband camps, particularly in managing them on a large scale, were immense. Each department within these camps encountered its own unique set of difficulties. The entire educational endeavor was largely driven by benevolent and religious organizations, which served as the primary vehicles for delivering education to the freedmen. While the government provided some assistance, such as schoolhouses, transportation, and rations for teachers during the war, these efforts were inconsistent. In certain areas, special military taxes were levied to pay teachers' salaries, but such measures were exceptions rather than the rule. The burden of supporting educators fell more heavily on local commanders than on the federal government. Of the 1,300 dedicated teachers sent to the South, nearly all received their support from voluntary societies, underscoring the crucial role these organizations played in the broader mission to educate and empower the freedmen. To meet the needs of the freedmen during the Reconstruction era, local organizations sprang up in towns, cities, and villages across the North. These groups were predominantly composed of women who organized sewing societies and gathered church contributions, channeling their collective efforts into raising funds. Their mission was clear: to aid in the relief effort and to promote education among the freedmen, ensuring that the newly emancipated could begin their lives in freedom with the tools necessary to succeed. One of the most vital contributions these organizations made was financial support for missionaries and teachers. They recognized that education was the cornerstone of true liberation, and they tirelessly worked to provide the resources needed to support those on the front lines of this effort. They sent down essential supplies, clothing, books, and sometimes even building materials to help construct schools and other necessary facilities. The work of these organizations was not merely supportive, but crucial to the success of Reconstruction. They were the ones helping to educate and uplift the freedmen, making the difficult transition from slavery to freedom possible. Without their unwavering support, the road to freedom would have been far steeper, and the progress made far less certain. The cost to support a single teacher ranged from $300 to $600 per year, a significant sum at the time. Local societies often selected teachers known to them. individuals whose correspondence had already demonstrated their interest and capability in this critical work. In some cases, auxiliary societies would take on the full responsibility for establishing and maintaining a school, while in other instances, Northern churches contributed both spiritual and monetary support through their congregations. The system that emerged was a patchwork of individual and organizational efforts, each contributing to a larger, collective mission to meet the pressing needs of the freedmen. It is essential to understand that these philanthropic efforts were not driven by the government, but were the result of private initiatives led by religious groups and concerned citizens. The American Missionary Association, for example, was one of the oldest and largest missionary organizations in the country, founded in 1846 with a focus on aiding Black people. During Reconstruction, this association remained actively engaged, sending hundreds of missionaries and teachers to the South to continue their work. Similarly, the National Freedmen's Relief Association, founded in 1865, played a pivotal role in sending supplies and educators to the South, further bolstering their efforts to uplift the freedmen. These organizations were just two among many that rallied to support the freedmen during their transition to freedom. The success of Reconstruction hinged on their efforts, which extended beyond the borders of the United States. Private organizations in Europe also joined in, recognizing the global significance of the struggle for freedom and equality in the American South. Without this network of support, the monumental task of rebuilding lives and communities in the aftermath of slavery would have been nearly impossible. It is impossible to pinpoint the exact total of contributions made toward the relief and education of freedmen since the inception of these efforts. However, one officer of the Bureau offered an estimate that sheds light on the scale of the endeavor. A staggering $5.2 million was spent by various societies on freedmen within just 2 years, ending on July 14, 1867. When considering the total financial and in-kind contributions made by freedmen's missions, church organizations, and private benevolence from the beginning of the movement in February 1862 until July 1, 1867, the amount exceeded $5.5 million. Of this substantial sum, a significant portion, fully 1/5, came from abroad. England alone contributed £8,000, while France, Germany, Switzerland, and other countries also offered their support in meaningful ways. These international contributions underscored the global recognition of the importance of the freedmen's cause and the widespread commitment to aiding the newly emancipated as they navigated the treacherous path from slavery to freedom. Schools. Before the abolition of slavery, the Southern states existed in a vast educational void, devoid of a formal public education system, except for a limited attempt in North Carolina. In some densely populated areas, there were free schools. In others, academies and colleges were established, but these efforts barely scratched the surface. Even the poor whites, let alone the enslaved, were largely left to wallow in ignorance, victims of a system designed to withhold knowledge and perpetuate control. The vast majority of both white and Black people lived in a state of enforced intellectual darkness, denied the basic human right to learn. The abolition of slavery shattered this oppressive status quo, and the federal government, recognizing the urgent need to uplift the newly freed population, took its first decisive step toward promoting education among the freedmen. Freedmen's schools were established to serve those who had been liberated by the Union Army and had fled to its lines seeking protection and a new start. These schools sprang up wherever emancipated slaves could be found, spreading like beacons of hope across the war-torn South. Bureau agents, charged with the formidable task of locating the most densely populated areas of freedmen, worked tirelessly to ensure that education was within reach for those who had been denied it for so long. The freedmen's hunger for education was nothing short of revolutionary. As they ascended from the shackles of slavery, their thirst for knowledge became an undeniable force, a force that the North, now compelled by a newfound moral obligation, was ready to meet with provisions and support. The physical deprivation that had defined the lives of the freedmen gave rise to the first social organizations, which sent instructors, publications, and mobilized both children and unemployed adults into schools. This was not just about learning to read and write, it was about reclaiming a stolen humanity, about breaking the chains of mental bondage that had held them captive for generations. When General Oliver Howard took command of the Freedmen's Bureau, he seized upon the foundations that had already been laid in regions under Union military control. The schools that had been established became a vital part of his mission, transforming from mere structures into sanctuaries of learning and empowerment. These were not just schools. They were the front lines in a battle for dignity and equality, a battle that would define the future of a people who had endured centuries of systemic oppression. In every classroom, with every lesson taught, the freedmen were not just learning, they were rewriting their destiny. This was more than education. It was an act of defiance, a declaration that they would no longer be consigned to the margins of history. The freedmen schools became the crucible in which a new generation of African Americans would be forged, armed not with chains, but with the power of knowledge and the unyielding will to rise. The history of these freedmen schools is a testament to resilience and triumph against overwhelming odds. What began as modest, humble efforts soon blossomed into a widespread movement that transformed the educational landscape for African Americans, even in the face of relentless adversity. As the nation endured periods of isolation and turmoil, these schools became beacons of hope, spreading not only knowledge, but also the promise of a future that had long been denied to the formerly enslaved. The same narrative of perseverance applies to other branches of these educational initiatives, many of which were established by benevolent organizations from the North. These groups operated without official protection, with scant support from military commanders, and with inadequate facilities and resources. Yet they pressed on, driven by a commitment to the belief that education was not just a privilege, but a right for every person, regardless of race. In regions like Louisiana, where Major Generals Banks and Butler took command, school systems were already in place, funded through military taxation. But even there, the task was monumental. The freedmen themselves organized private schools, staffed by African American teachers, many of whom lacked formal training or resources. Yet, they stood at the front lines of this educational revolution, determined to uplift their communities despite the challenges. White Southerners, however, were anything but supportive. The very idea of educating freedmen was met with scorn and hostility, seen as a ludicrous attempt to elevate a race that had been forcibly kept in ignorance. This prejudice manifested in violent opposition. Schools were burned, teachers were assaulted and driven away, and the very notion of education for African Americans was mocked and derided. Even into the late 19th century, teachers who dared to educate freedmen were subjected to every form of insult, denied board in respectable white homes, and labeled with the vitriolic epithet, "nigger teacher." This prejudice was not confined to the South. Even among Northern supporters of emancipation, there were deep-seated biases against persons of color. One of the earliest Freedmen's Aid societies, despite its initial mission of feeding and clothing the suffering, collapsed under the weight of internal disagreements about whether to support the education of minorities. The challenge of educating freedmen was not merely logistical, but ideological, pitting the forces of progress against the entrenched racism that sought to keep African Americans in perpetual subjugation. Recognizing the critical importance of education, the commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau made it one of his top priorities. He devoted significant time and resources to this cause, working closely with his capable coadjutor, Reverend J.W. Alvord, the Bureau Superintendent of Schools. Together, they orchestrated a profound transformation in the educational opportunities available to freedmen. Their strategy began with the appointment of local superintendents in each southern state. These officials were tasked with organizing and unifying the various educational efforts already underway, ensuring that different agencies could collaborate effectively to establish new schools. Under their leadership, these disparate efforts were brought together into a cohesive movement, making quality education accessible to Black children across the South. To support this monumental task, the Bureau requested and secured funds from Congress to cover the costs of renting, repairing, and building new schools. Many of these new educational institutions were constructed on land owned by freedmen or donated by individuals and organizations committed to their advancement. Additionally, the Bureau provided for the travel expenses of teachers, ensuring they could reach their often remote work locations and continue their vital work. In the face of entrenched racism, violence, and societal indifference, the freedmen's schools stood as powerful symbols of defiance and hope. They represented more than just classrooms. They were the battlegrounds on which the future of African American dignity and equality was fought. Through education, the freedmen and their allies were not merely teaching children to read and write. They were laying the groundwork for a new society, one in which the shackles of ignorance and oppression could finally be cast off. Industrial schools received targeted support, bolstered by a fund derived from property formerly owned by the Confederate States, which was repurposed for general educational purposes. the Bureau implemented a system of regular school reporting, requiring all teachers to submit detailed reports, which allowed for greater oversight and consistency across the educational programs. Additionally, a standardized system for using textbooks was introduced, which contributed to the uniformity and quality of instruction. These measures collectively led to a rapid increase in the number of schools and a notable improvement in their quality. The early schools were established in a variety of makeshift locations, reflecting the scarcity of resources and the urgency of the educational mission. Abandoned churches, closed hospitals, private homes once used by military authorities, old sheds, and even outdoor spaces beneath trees served as classrooms. In one instance, a demolished bomb-proof structure was repurposed for educational use, highlighting the adaptability and determination of those committed to providing education to the formerly enslaved. This expansion of educational opportunities, though born out of necessity, laid the groundwork for a more structured and accessible system of education in the post-war South. The conditions under which education was provided to Black children in the South during this period were marked by profound scarcity and neglect. There were never enough desks, blackboards, or other essential materials. The school buildings themselves were often in a severe state of disrepair, with many lacking basic necessities, such as glass in the windows or even doors to provide shelter. The students who attended these schools faced their own hardships. Many came to class barefoot and on empty stomachs, having had nothing to eat since the day before. Despite these formidable challenges, the teachers remained committed to their mission. They were driven by a profound sense of duty, professionalism, and an enduring love for their students. The majority of these teachers came from the North, with only a few hailing from the South but having been educated in Northern institutions. Most were women, though there were also some men among them. They were poorly compensated, with limited reimbursement for their travel expenses, and they had to endure the overt hostility of the white population. Yet, in the face of these obstacles, they persisted. Their belief in the transformative power of education and their commitment to ensuring that all children, regardless of race, had access to learning, sustained them through the difficulties they encountered. The Freedmen's Bureau played a crucial role in supporting these efforts, working alongside religious and benevolent organizations to provide educational opportunities for Black children in the South. Thanks to the dedication of the Bureau's employees, the teachers from outside agencies, and the support of Congress, significant progress was made, even in the face of overwhelming challenges. Through continued effort and unwavering commitment, Black children in the South began to gain access to the basic education that had been long denied to them. This progress, though incremental and hard-won, marked a crucial step forward in the broader struggle for equality and justice in post-war America. In the early years, the challenges faced by freedmen's schools extended beyond the physical state of the buildings to the condition of the educational materials themselves. The school books used were often old and damaged, relying heavily on donations from the North. Despite these limitations, the freedmen's schools were systematically organized, with a regular grading system that began with primary education and progressed through higher levels as the students advanced. A standard grammar school curriculum was taught, supplemented with more advanced subjects as students demonstrated the capacity to handle them. The overarching goal of the Freedmen's Bureau was not merely to provide basic education, but to equip Black children with the skills and knowledge necessary to become productive, gainfully employed citizens. This vision required a comprehensive approach to education that went beyond academics to include vocational training. Many of the schools established during this period were industrial schools, focused on teaching practical trades such as carpentry, blacksmithing, and masonry. The aim was to ensure that students were prepared to contribute meaningfully to society and to support themselves and their families in a rapidly changing economy. The quality of education in these schools was a point of pride. The teachers, often drawn from the best available talent, were committed to providing a high standard of instruction. Some of the freedmen's schools were comparable to those found in northern cities and towns, despite the many obstacles they faced. In Washington, D.C., Black institutions that were supported by humanitarian donations from freedmen's advocates were considered to be on par with the best in the country. These institutions not only provided a solid educational foundation, but also symbolized the potential for Black Americans to achieve equality and prosperity through education. The influence of these educational institutions on shaping and even co-opting Southern public opinion was profound. Over time, many Southern church organizations began to express support for educational efforts, at least to the extent of issuing resolutions that endorsed the continuation of these programs. However, a lack of resources often prevented these organizations from fully committing to the cause. Despite these limitations, legislative progress was made in several states, where laws were passed to establish free school systems. The fruits of years of toil and sacrifice were becoming evident as a generation of black children, newly educated, began to take their rightful place in society. In the District of Columbia, the school tax levied on the African American community was directly used to fund their schools, a significant step toward educational equity. Similar measures were taken in Maryland and Florida. In Tennessee, Missouri, and Western Virginia, legislation was enacted to create free and fair education systems, though the full implementation of these systems was hindered by a lack of essential resources. In the Carolinas, prominent leaders were actively working to establish comparable systems. In Georgia, African Americans organized an educational association with the ambitious goal of establishing schools in every county. Elsewhere in the South, individuals took it upon themselves to fund the education of black children in isolated areas, while similar initiatives were proposed across states and communities where freedmen schools had once been met with hostility and disdain. Nevertheless, the educational divide between the North and South remained stark, with Northern institutions continuing to dominate the landscape. In regions where such institutions had not yet been established, sectional prejudice persisted with undiminished intensity. Despite these challenges, the importance of education to the freedmen cannot be overstated. The schools were often filled to capacity, reflecting an overwhelming eagerness for knowledge and a collective understanding that education was key to breaking the cycle of oppression and building a better future. Education was not just a tool for individual advancement, it was a critical component of the broader struggle for civil rights and equality. The establishment of these schools and the commitment of both the freedmen and their allies to education represented a significant step forward in the long and ongoing fight for justice. The educational landscape for freedmen included 4 distinct types of schools, each serving a specific purpose within the community. Day schools for children, night schools for adults, often taught by the same instructors who led the day schools, industrial schools, where women and children received training in sewing and other domestic skills, and Sunday schools. The level of interest and commitment shown by the freedmen in these educational opportunities was remarkable. Several indicators demonstrated this. Average attendance in these schools was on par with that of white students in northern cities, a testament to the value placed on education by the freedmen. Further evidence of this dedication was seen in the fact that pupils often pleaded for schools to remain open during the summer, rejecting the notion of a vacation, and that suspension from school privileges was frequently the only discipline needed to correct behavior. Despite their economic hardships, the freedmen made significant contributions to the purchase of land, the construction of school buildings, and the support of teachers. In the South, the involvement of the freedmen in sustaining these educational institutions was substantial. More than half of all schools received some degree of support from the freedmen themselves. Out of approximately 78,000 students, 15,000 paid tuition, contributing a total of $377 each month. This financial commitment highlighted the freedmen's understanding of education as a crucial investment in their future, despite the many obstacles they faced. These schools were not merely places of learning, they were symbols of resilience and determination, reflecting the freedmen's unwavering commitment to securing a better future for themselves and their children. The varied types of schools addressed different needs within the community, ensuring that education was accessible to people of all ages and circumstances. The sustained efforts by the freedmen to support these schools underscore the central role that education played in their lives as they sought to break free from the legacies of slavery and build a new foundation for their communities. The primary educational need in the South during Reconstruction was the establishment of a sufficient number of normal schools dedicated to training black instructors. The goal was to empower the freedmen to take control of their own education by producing a generation of black teachers capable of leading schools within their communities. To this end, normal schools were established in several major cities, with efforts underway to create at least one such school in every southern state. The rationale behind this initiative was clear. In many locations, a black teacher could operate a school where it would have been impractical or even impossible to send a white instructor from the North. Furthermore, in these areas, local prejudice against a black teacher was often less severe than the hostility directed toward Northern educators. This strategic focus on developing local black instructors was crucial in overcoming the unique challenges posed by regional biases and logistical constraints. On January 1, 1867, John Kimball, the superintendent of schools, reported to Reverend J.W. Alvord that the work of education among the freedmen was progressing well. While the number of schools had not increased, the quality of education provided had improved significantly compared to previous years. The teachers were enthusiastic and committed to their mission, regularly attending monthly meetings for consultation, reporting, and building mutual support. Kimball found these meetings particularly useful for fostering a sense of community and shared purpose among the educators. Northern societies played a crucial role in supporting the education of freedmen in the village, offering more thorough assistance than in any other part of the South. There was a notable harmony among the various societies that sought to aid the freedmen, and this cooperative spirit was strongly supported by the Freedmen's Bureau. The collaboration between these organizations and the Bureau helped ensure that the educational efforts were well coordinated and effective, contributing to the overall success of the initiative. The emphasis on normal schools and the training of black instructors reflected a broader understanding that sustainable progress depended on the ability of the freedmen to educate themselves. By investing in the development of black educators, these efforts laid the groundwork for a more self-sufficient and resilient community, capable of advancing despite the persistent challenges of prejudice and limited resources. On December 26, 1864, Captain Geo Carse was appointed as the superintendent of Freedmen's Village, Virginia, following a directive from Major General Augur. In this capacity, Captain Carse assumed both military and civil oversight of the village, taking over from his predecessor, Mr. J.J. Johnson. Among his first responsibilities was the management of the educational systems and facilities within the village, a critical component of the village's mission to uplift the formerly enslaved population. While Captain Carse focused on the broader administration of the village, including the oversight of rations and ensuring that proper procedures were adhered to, the day-to-day management of the village's stores and properties remained under the leadership of Mr. George Roscoe. Captain Carse was also tasked with addressing various issues brought to his attention, ensuring that the operations of the village were conducted smoothly and in accordance with established guidelines. Captain Carse's role was integral to maintaining the structure and function of Freedmen's Village, particularly during a period of transition and challenge. His oversight of both the educational infrastructure and the distribution of essential supplies underscored the complex responsibilities of managing a community that was both a symbol of freedom and a practical experiment in self-sufficiency. The educational system within Freedmen's Village was a cornerstone of its success, playing a critical role in the community's efforts to uplift its residents. Several schools were operational within the village, including a night school, ensuring that all children living there received instruction. The commitment to maintaining a high standard of education was evident in the frequent inspections conducted by government officials, aimed at ensuring that the quality of teaching and learning met the necessary standards. Captain G.O.B. Carse was tasked with overseeing the construction of a new school building within Freedmen's Village, a project estimated to cost nearly $1,000. However, given the strained financial situation at the time, Captain Carse found himself unable to allocate the necessary funds for this new construction. In response to these constraints, he proposed an alternative solution, the repair and refurbishment of the Longhouse at Freedmen's Village. This structure was repurposed at a relatively low cost to serve as a primary school, allowing the village to continue providing essential educational services to its residents despite financial limitations. This adaptive approach to resource management within Freedmen's Village highlights the ongoing challenges faced by those committed to the education of the freedmen. Despite financial constraints, the determination to provide quality education remained steadfast, with leaders like Captain Carse finding creative solutions to ensure that the educational needs of the village were met. In the years following the Civil War, the African American community demonstrated remarkable resilience and commitment to education, often building schools themselves. These efforts were led by community members who had only recently been enslaved, yet they worked tirelessly to clear land, construct schoolhouses, and furnish them with whatever limited resources they could muster. This collective effort was not just about building physical structures. It was a testament to the determination of formerly enslaved men and women to secure an education for themselves and their children. The school at Freedmen's Village was one of many such schools established by African Americans during this period of profound change, as they gradually gained more rights and opportunities. Education was universally recognized as a crucial key to success in this new era, and African Americans across the South worked diligently to create schools within their communities. This period marked a significant shift as African Americans, who had been systematically denied education under slavery, took their first steps toward educational empowerment and self-sufficiency. In response to the pressing need for better school accommodations and repairs at Freedmen's Village, H.E. Simmons communicated with Captain Cars, highlighting the necessity for a school building that could accommodate at least 200 students. Simmons specified that the building should be approximately 50 feet long and 30 feet wide, with two sections connected by a covered walkway. Additionally, the rear portion of the building was to include 2 rooms specifically designed for recitations, addressing the inadequate space in the existing facility, which only had 2 such rooms at the time. This proposal underscored the ongoing efforts to expand and improve educational facilities, reflecting a broader commitment to providing quality education in the post-war South. The dedication to creating spaces for learning, despite numerous obstacles, illustrates the vital role that education played in the African American community's pursuit of progress and equality during Reconstruction. The proposed plan for the new school building, as submitted by Captain Cars, was detailed and comprehensive, reflecting the substantial materials needed to bring the project to fruition. The plan called for 16,552 feet of lumber, 145,400 square feet of shingles, 150 feet of glass measuring 10 by 14 inches, 15 pounds of putty, 100 pounds of white lead, 1 gallon of linseed oil, and 1 gallon of benzene. Additionally, the construction required 5 pairs of T-hinges, 10-inch rim locks, 7 kegs of assorted nails, 24 sash springs, and 2 growth springs. The total estimated cost for all these materials was $984. This proposal highlights the significant resources required to construct a school building that would meet the educational needs of the Freedmen's Village community. The detailed breakdown of materials underscores the thorough planning and commitment involved in ensuring that the school would be both functional and durable, capable of serving as a lasting institution for education in the post-war period. Despite the challenges of securing funding and materials, such plans represented a crucial step toward providing the necessary infrastructure to support the education and advancement of formerly enslaved individuals and their children. The staff at Freedmen's Village faced the significant responsibility of addressing the educational needs of the residents, recognizing that literacy and education were crucial for the Freedmen's ability to fully participate in society. Ensuring that the children received a proper education was particularly important, as it would prepare them for a future in which they could better navigate the challenges of post-slavery life. The staff worked diligently to meet these educational needs, often achieving notable successes, though they also encountered setbacks. Their efforts were part of a broader mission to provide the freedmen with the tools they needed to build better lives for themselves. A report on the Freedmen's Village School, dated June 26, 1865, offers insight into the ongoing educational efforts. According to H.E. Simmons, the average school attendance for that week was 242 students, marking a 15% decrease from the previous week. This fluctuation in attendance highlights some of the challenges faced by the staff in maintaining consistent engagement, yet it also reflects the broader difficulties of providing education in a community still grappling with the profound transitions of the post-war period. Despite the numerous challenges faced, the staff at Freedmen's Village remained steadfast in their commitment to ensuring that the freedmen were not only cared for, but also educated and prepared for the future. Their tireless efforts were an integral part of the broader mission to support and uplift the formerly enslaved population, laying the groundwork for future progress and self-sufficiency. On November 22, 1866, General Charles Howard demonstrated this commitment in his communication with Captain Lawrence. He advised that the school building, which was being utilized by the association at Freedmen's Village, was too large for its current needs. General Howard recommended that the building be repaired and turned over to the association specifically for use as a schoolhouse. He emphasized that the repairs and necessary work should be completed at the best market rate, ensuring both efficiency and quality. This action underscored the ongoing dedication to providing educational opportunities for the residents of Freedmen's Village, reinforcing the belief that education was key to their long-term success and empowerment. The education of the freedmen residing in Freedmen's Village was of paramount importance, and the Freedmen's Bureau took significant steps to ensure that these residents had access to learning opportunities. The Bureau actively participated in constructing schools, providing necessary supplies, and hiring teachers to fulfill its mission of teaching the freedmen how to read and write. This effort was not merely about literacy, it was about empowerment and self-sufficiency. The Bureau recognized that many of the freedmen were illiterate, having been denied the opportunity to attend school under slavery. By focusing on education, the Bureau sought to level the playing field, equipping the freedmen with the tools needed to succeed in life. However, the changing dynamics within Freedmen's Village required adjustments to the educational facilities. According to field agent Edward Smith, the declining population of the village necessitated a reevaluation of the school building and the number of teachers employed. With the number of students dropping to fewer than 75, the existing school building, which was owned by the association, was deemed too large for the reduced student body. Maintaining such a large facility, especially during the winter months, was seen as an unjustifiable expense given the circumstances. Among the remaining students were several school children from the former Lee and Curtis, enslaved families estimated to number between 40 and 60. These children were permanent residents of the area, and they were well regarded by their teachers. The likelihood that these families would remain in the region, even if they eventually left the village, suggested a continuing need for a permanent school for their children. One of the buildings in the ward was repurposed to serve as a schoolhouse for these children. However, the building located on the river flat near the village was reported to be structurally unsound and unsuitable for conversion into a schoolhouse. To address this issue, it was recommended that the building undergo repairs, including the installation of a tight floor, the division of the interior into 3 rooms with plastered partitions, and the plastering of the walls. Additionally, arrangements were made to equip the newly created rooms with writing desks, ensuring that the students had the necessary facilities for their education. These efforts underscore the Freedmen's Bureau's commitment to providing a stable and effective learning environment for the children of Freedmen's Village, despite the challenges posed by a declining population and limited resources. Education remained a cornerstone of the Bureau's strategy to empower the freedmen and prepare them for the opportunities and challenges of life in a post-slavery society. Freedmen's Village operated not in isolation, but as part of a broader network of organizations and individual activists dedicated to supporting the freedmen. A notable example of this collaborative effort is the village's partnership with Miss Emily Howland, a well-known educator and philanthropist. Miss Howland, who was deeply committed to the cause of education and the empowerment of formerly enslaved individuals, played a significant role in advancing the village's mission. She provided invaluable support, contributing both her time and resources to ensure that the residents of Freedmen's Village had access to quality education and other vital services. Her collaboration with the village is a testament to the importance of partnerships between institutions and committed individuals in driving forward the work of reconstruction and the broader effort to uplift the freedmen. Through this collaboration, Ms. Howland helped to enhance the educational opportunities available to the residents of Freedmen's Village, working alongside the village's administrators to provide books, supplies, and teaching expertise. Her involvement not only improved the immediate conditions within the village, but also contributed to the long-term development of a self-sufficient and educated community. This partnership exemplifies how individual activism and institutional support can work hand in hand to create lasting change, demonstrating the power of collective efforts in the pursuit of justice and equality during a pivotal time in American history. Miss Howland was born in 1827, the only daughter of a prosperous rural New York Quaker. From a young age, she channeled her time, energy, and passion into the anti-slavery and women's rights movements of the 1840s and 1850s. A skilled writer, she also became a dedicated teacher, focusing much of her efforts on educating freedmen. She didn't just teach, she put her money where her mouth was, personally financing the education of many freedmen from her own funds. By 1865, Miss Howland was living in the teachers' quarters at Camp Todd in Arlington, which eventually became part of Freedmen's Village. Her role went beyond that of a teacher. She was a fierce advocate and activist for the freedmen, often securing charitable donations from various benevolent societies she was connected to, all to benefit the village. On December 17, 1866, Miss Emily Howland made a specific request. She asked that the village donate 8 wooden sashes stored there. Her plan? To use them at a schoolhouse she was establishing on her land in Northumberland County, Virginia. She was determined to continue her mission of educating freedmen, this time in a new area, building a school that would serve as a beacon of hope and learning for the local community. Miss Howland was relentless in her commitment to the freedmen. After purchasing land in Northumberland County, Virginia, she moved several families from Arlington, determined to continue her mission. She didn't just relocate them, she followed them and became their teacher, understanding that education was the key to their future. As the number of students grew, a schoolhouse became necessary, and with the support of the local freedmen, land was purchased specifically for this purpose. Knowing that several unused windows were available at Freedmen's Village, Miss Howland saw an opportunity. She requested the donation of 8 sashes from the village, noting that she would cover all expenses related to shipping and removal. Her request was swiftly forwarded to General Charles Howard for approval. The Bureau granted her request, with Captain Lawrence serving as the approving authority. Emily Howland's dedication didn't go unnoticed. Her record speaks for itself. She was known as a faithful and efficient teacher of freedmen, someone who didn't just talk about change but made it happen, one step at a time. Superintendent of Schools, John Kimball, reached out to Captain Lawrence with a specific inquiry. How many freedmen currently lived in Freedmen's Village? The Freedmen's Bureau was keen to know, as they were in the process of allocating funds. The value of an educated workforce was becoming increasingly clear, and the schools at Freedmen's Village were recognized as places where resources were not just used, but maximized. The schools at the village often played a crucial role beyond their immediate community. They supported the educational goals of other institutions serving freedmen in Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Recognizing this, Kimball contacted Captain Lawrence again, this time with a request for any small chairs not in use at the village. These chairs could be a boon to other schools in need. The village wasn't just about receiving aid, it was about sustainability. Instruments, tools, and other materials not in use were either loaned out, donated, or sold to raise funds for the village's ongoing needs. The Assistant Commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau gave the green light for the village to sell the hotbed sash, an item no longer in use, ensuring it was done at the best possible rates. Every resource was accounted for, and nothing was wasted, each decision made with the community's long-term success in mind. Once the village sold the items, the proceeds were turned over to the Assistant Commissioner to be properly accounted for. The school at the village was a cornerstone of the community, open to all residents, children and adults alike. The curriculum was comprehensive, covering reading, writing, arithmetic, geography, grammar, and United States history. But it didn't stop there. The students were also taught valuable trades such as carpentry, tailoring, and shoemaking. The village even had a library, accessible to all, stocked with books donated by individuals and organizations in Washington, along with purchases made using funds raised by the Freedmen's Aid Society. However, not everything in the village ran smoothly. On March 25, 1867, Dr. Wheeler raised a critical concern with Lieutenant Rogers regarding the safety of the schoolhouse. The water pipes needed repairs and should be extended down the hill. But what really worried Dr. Wheeler was the risk of fire. The school building was connected to other structures, putting them all at risk. He urged the installation of a fire plug as a precaution. Lieutenant Rogers, however, had a different perspective. He argued that the value of the structures didn't justify the expense of such measures. A fire bucket, he suggested, would suffice, especially with a running stream nearby that could be used in an emergency. An integrated internal waterline fire suppression system, or hydrants, he felt, would be overkill. Dr. Wheeler didn't back down easily. He countered that the hospital, another crucial building, was also unprotected without a fire plug nearby. Wooden buckets, in his view, simply weren't enough. A local contractor, Mr. Bryant, informed Dr. Wheeler that installing a fire plug could be done for as little as $100 by tapping into a pipe under the guardhouse. Dr. Wheeler insisted he had no personal stake in the matter, only a concern for the safety of the village. With all the buildings made of wood, every precaution was necessary, and fire plugs, he argued, would offer a much-needed layer of protection. The industrial school at Freedmen's Village was another vital part of the community, serving multiple functions for the residents. In November 1867 alone, the school produced 200 coats and 200 pants. The school had a dedicated sewing room for this purpose. At times, the Bureau had to rely on industrial schools in Washington to manufacture clothing for the village and surrounding areas. The revenue generated from the sale of clothing made at the village's industrial school was reinvested into the community, helping to purchase much-needed supplies and providing employment opportunities for the freedmen. On December 5, 1867, Major Brown made a specific request to Dr. Howard: prepare a room for a new school to be taught by Miss Ellis, a free woman recommended by Reverend John Ellis. The schoolroom needed to be outfitted with desks, seats, a blackboard, and a stove for heating. Major Brown was clear: if the village couldn't prepare the room with its own laborers, they should have the work done externally and forward the invoice to the Bureau for payment. And if the village didn't have a stove, Major Brown would personally ensure one was sent, complete with an elbow and several feet of pipe. Every detail, every decision, reflected the larger mission of Freedmen's Village: to provide a space where the formerly enslaved could learn, work, and live safely as they rebuilt their lives. Yet, as always, the success of that mission hinged on the relentless efforts and the hard choices of those who fought to protect and sustain the village. The Bureau took a proactive approach in establishing schools for freedmen by appointing agents tasked with canvassing their sub-districts to identify areas with enough children to warrant a school. These agents played a crucial role in stirring interest among the freedmen in each community, informing them about the Bureau's plan to assist in building schoolhouses. One particularly efficient agent, J.H. Butler, tirelessly traveled from neighborhood to neighborhood throughout the lower Maryland counties. His mission was clear: find suitable sites for new schools. Butler's work was especially challenging in areas where land was scarce or prohibitively expensive. Occasionally, a parcel of land would be donated, usually by a colored person who owned land nearby. Whenever any colored person owned land in the vicinity, this was almost certain to be done. The generosity of some benevolent white citizens also resulted in land donations for freedmen's schools, though these instances were rare. In most cases, purchasing land for a school was difficult. The prices were often inflated, forcing the freedmen to settle for less desirable, obscure locations. This was particularly evident in places like the Forest in Prince George's County, where strong opposition to freedmen's schools made it impossible to procure any land for a building site. The bitterness and resistance from local whites were palpable. Once a potential site was identified, the Bureau agent had another critical task: ensuring that a valid deed was produced and handed over to resident trustees, who were typically freedmen. The agent would then have the deed officially recorded with a copy sent to be filed at headquarters. This process was essential to securing the land and ensuring that the freedmen's schools had a legitimate and protected foundation on which to build their educational institutions. Despite the numerous obstacles, the agents and the freedmen persevered, driven by the belief that education was the key to a brighter future. Large gatherings were meticulously organized with the express purpose of galvanizing the freedmen's interest in the establishment and sustainability of schools within their communities. These assemblies attracted significant numbers of freedmen from various regions, each driven by a profound commitment to the cause of education. Some, in their fervor, traveled distances of 12 miles on foot, while others undertook arduous journeys of up to 20 miles to attend. One such meeting, held in Frederick, Maryland, drew an impressive crowd of over 5,000 freedmen, all united by the common goal of advancing education. The superintendent of schools played a pivotal role in these efforts, consistently articulating clear and actionable plans for the founding and maintenance of educational institutions. He sought the counsel and involvement of key community leaders, inviting them to private conferences where strategic discussions took place. These meetings were not merely forums for dialogue, but also for tangible action. In several instances, the attendees were able to raise funds on the spot, facilitating the immediate establishment of a new school. In other cases, they took the opportunity to settle old debts that had been incurred during the founding of previously established schools, ensuring that these institutions could continue to operate unburdened by financial constraints. In addition to fostering community support, the Bureau took proactive steps to ensure that potential teachers for these schools were well provided for. Various housing options were made available to them, including rent-free houses and government barracks. The Bureau aide promised these educators a salary, coverage for board, and payment for other necessary expenses. To further ease the financial burden, several Freedmen's Aid associations collaborated with the Bureau, assisting in compensating the teachers. The Bureau also absorbed all transportation costs for the teachers, ensuring their safe and efficient travel to their designated stations. These educators were granted access to military and government railroads, facilitating their movement across the regions where their services were needed. When a new school was established, the superintendent of schools would reach out to the Freedmen's Aid Associations to request a teacher, often specifying the desired race and gender of the candidate, reflecting the nuanced needs of the communities they would serve. This process highlights the deliberate and coordinated efforts undertaken to ensure that the Freedmen's educational system was not only established but also maintained with the utmost care, attention to detail, and respect for the preferences of the communities involved. The teachers selected to work with the Freedmen were given a few days to rest and recuperate from their long journey before beginning their duties. These individuals were chosen not only for their teaching abilities, but also for their moral character and religious faith, although some had no prior teaching experience. To support them in their challenging roles, the Freedmen's Bureau provided a manual that outlined the most effective methods for teaching illiterate students of all ages. This manual also included lesson plans and other materials to assist the teachers in carrying out their responsibilities. Teaching the Freedmen was no easy task. The teachers had to instruct students ranging from children to adults, each with varying levels of literacy. Additionally, many of the Freedmen spoke in broken English, creating a language barrier that further complicated communication. Some teachers were unfamiliar with the local dialect, making their work even more challenging. Despite these difficulties, the teachers persevered, driven by their belief in the cause and their commitment to helping liberate an oppressed group of people. Schools for freedmen, except at Freedmen's Village, were often one-room structures made of logs or boards. The floors were typically dirt, and the windows were covered with oiled paper to keep out the cold. In many instances, homes or churches were repurposed as schools. These school buildings were usually located in remote areas to reduce the risk of being disturbed by hostile whites who opposed the education of freedmen. The Freedmen's Bureau supplied these schools with the necessary resources, such as books, desks, blackboards, and other teaching materials. However, the teachers were responsible for creating their lesson plans, and in some cases, they had to improvise due to a lack of resources. The freedmen attending these schools faced numerous challenges. They had to contend with the hostility of whites who did not want them to be educated, and they had to overcome their own feelings of insecurity and inferiority. Yet, despite all obstacles, the freedmen remained determined to pursue education, believing it was the key to their liberation. In the District of Columbia, the trustees of black schools had long been responsible for overseeing various schools in Georgetown and Washington, all of which reported to the superintendent. There were also several private schools in Washington taught by freedmen teachers, as well as higher institutions of learning established for the education of freedmen and their descendants. By this time, approximately 219 schools had been established, serving 980 students with an average attendance rate of 74%. Around 257 teachers were employed within these schools. In June 1868, the superintendent conducted an inspection of schools in the District of Columbia in Maryland. He noted significant improvements in the schools, including the construction of new schoolhouses and better furniture. The superintendent also observed that the children's appearance had improved, reflecting a growing sense of pride and discipline. He further remarked that the schools had become more organized and that there was a better management system in place. During the last term, over 474 students were commended for their cleanliness, a testament to the positive influence of the education they were receiving. The Freedmen's Bureau played a crucial role in supporting the schools established for the education of newly freed African Americans by providing essential supplies such as books, desks, blackboards, and other materials. Teachers, although tasked with creating their lesson plans, often had to improvise due to limited resources. One notable institution, the old Alexandria Academy on Hull Street, which had been funded by a bequest from George Washington and attended by Robert E. Lee, later became a place where freedmen were educated, symbolizing a significant shift in its historical role. Local schools managed to secure some of the funds owed to freedmen schools from the public fund, marking a critical step toward financial stability. Judge Sales Bowen, a former chairman of the school board, was elected mayor of the District of Washington during this period. His administration, along with the city government and school boards, supported schools for colored students, which led to benevolent organizations in Washington and Georgetown gradually withdrawing their contributions as public funding became more available. A key figure in this educational movement was William Syphax, an African American appointed as one of the trustees, who held a respected position within the predominantly white group. Born in 1825 to Charles Syphax and Maria Carter, William Syphax was deeply influenced by his lineage. His father had been enslaved by George Washington Parke Custis, the grandson and adopted son of George and Martha Washington. His mother, believed to be Custis Washington's daughter, was also held in captivity. Despite these beginnings, Syphax rose to prominence, becoming the first African American appointed to the Board of Trustees for colored schools in Washington, D.C. During his tenure from 1862 to 1871, Syphax was a tireless advocate for equal educational standards and the unification of the public school system. He served as both chairman and treasurer of the board and was instrumental in the construction of Sumner, Lincoln, and Stevens schools, which were designed to offer facilities equivalent to those provided for white students. His leadership coincided with a significant increase in African American educators in D.C., further strengthening the educational opportunities available to the black community. Syphax's contributions laid a foundation for the continued progress of African American education in the nation's capital, reflecting both his personal dedication and the broader efforts of the Freedmen's Bureau and the city's educational reformers. One of the primary advantages of having a single school board in the District of Columbia was the efficiency it brought to the administration of schools, enabling a more streamlined and cohesive educational system under one centralized governing body. However, it was essential that both white and black citizens be adequately represented on this board to ensure equitable governance. To address this need, a bill was passed into law, paving the way for such inclusive representation. The directors of the schools were exceptionally pleased with the progress that had been made. Initially, they anticipated significant challenges in garnering the freedmen's interest in education, but to their surprise, they found that most were eager to learn. School attendance among the freedmen was steadily increasing, and there was optimism that eventually all freedmen in the district would be attending school. Moreover, there was hope that some of these students would pursue higher education and later return as teachers to educate future generations of freedmen, thus perpetuating a cycle of empowerment through education. In Maryland, however, the public sentiment towards freedmen and their schools was more complex. The only legal provision for the support of public schools for freedmen children came from funds derived from taxes paid by colored people. This amount was exceedingly small, reflecting the limited time freedmen had had to accumulate wealth and property since emancipation. The freedmen faced numerous challenges post-emancipation, including pervasive hostility, abuse, and prejudice that often mirrored the treatment they had endured during slavery. In Baltimore, the financial need was less acute due to the relative wealth of some freedmen and the support of the local government. The school authorities in Baltimore had adopted 10 freedmen schools, providing sufficient financial support to cover all expenses, including the salaries of white teachers. This act of generosity and commitment to education deserved commendation from all advocates of universal education. The positive results in Baltimore served as a model for other cities and communities, demonstrating how equitable support for freedmen schools could lead to meaningful and lasting improvements in education for all. In Washington, D.C., the school board faced a distinct set of challenges when it came to educating freedmen children. One of the most pressing issues was the condition of the physical infrastructure. The existing school buildings were in a state of disrepair, and there was a significant shortage of schoolhouses to accommodate the growing number of students. Additionally, the board grappled with a shortage of qualified teachers, which further hindered the ability to provide a quality education. To address these challenges, the school board implemented a series of strategic measures. They decided to recruit teachers from the North, specifically those who had experience teaching African American children, to fill the gap in qualified educators. This move was complemented by efforts to provide additional training for local African American teachers, ensuring they were better equipped to handle the demands of the classroom and meet the educational needs of their students. Meanwhile, in other parts of Maryland, the situation was more dire, as bitter hostility toward freedmen schools persisted, though it had somewhat diminished compared to previous years. Captain Von Schirach, the assistant to the Assistant Commissioner for Upper Maryland, highlighted several troubling incidents that underscored the deep-seated animosity still present in the region. One such case involved the assault of a freedman teacher in Cecil County, while another involved a free woman teacher in Havre de Grace. The latter case was particularly egregious, as the teacher was awarded only 1 cent in damages by an inferior court. When the case was appealed to Judge Giles of the United States Circuit Court, he refused to grant a new trial, leaving the teacher without justice and underscoring the ongoing challenges faced by those striving to educate freedmen in a hostile environment. These incidents reflect the broader struggle to provide education to freedmen in a society still grappling with the legacy of slavery and deep-rooted racial prejudices. Despite these challenges, efforts in places like Washington, D.C. demonstrated a commitment to overcoming obstacles and ensuring that freedmen children had access to the education they needed to build better futures. The board expressed great pride in reporting that freedmen children in Maryland were making progress in their education despite numerous challenges. They hoped that continued support would help freedmen overcome obstacles and lead successful, productive lives. However, improvement would be slow if unfavorable public sentiment, supported by high-ranking officials, persisted. According to the von Schirach report, although public sentiment regarding freedmen's education had improved, this contrasted sharply with their daily experiences. There was no legal provision for supporting freedmen schools, which was unlikely to change without legislative representation from the freedmen population. Opposition from white citizens to freedmen education had decreased compared to the previous year, but hostility remained. A partially finished building, repurposed as a schoolhouse and church, was spitefully burned to the ground. The board believed that with time, goodwill toward freedmen would increase, leading to their social elevation and intellectual development. They were hopeful that one day, all people, regardless of race or color, would enjoy equal rights under the law. During the late 1860s, several freedmen teachers were assaulted, and complaints of outrages against freedmen increased. An association supporting the freedmen worked to reestablish aid for teachers and students who were victims of violence, aiming to overcome local opposition. Some freedmen schools operated with partial free tuition, but they were required to be separate from white schools, which received local government funding. Despite paying property taxes, freedmen schools had to finance building schoolhouses and compensating teachers, a responsibility also shared by white-only schools. However, white schools were better equipped financially and had more resources for fundraising, alongside government funds. Freedmen school buildings were often in poor repair, lacking adequate heating and ventilation. In some cases, freedmen had to share school buildings with churches or other organizations. School boards complained that they weren't receiving enough funds from the Freedmen's Bureau to support the schools adequately. Additionally, many freedmen teachers were not professionally trained, and there was a shortage of qualified educators. In some cases, freedmen had to leave their homes for safety, and they feared sending their children to school due to potential assaults. Despite these challenges, freedmen fought for their right to education, believing it was key to success and equality. Fundraising and financing schools, whether white-only or freedmen schools, was a challenging task. Negative treatment, physical abuse, and intimidation further compounded the issue for freedmen and their children. Bureau agents attempting to hold meetings to support fundraising for freedmen schools were sometimes fired upon by hostile mobs. Even when agents fled for safety, mobs pursued them until they left town permanently. Freedmen's children were often attacked with impunity while walking to school, with reports indicating that any unaccompanied freedman child was in danger of abuse or worse. These actions underscored both the importance of education for freedmen and the significant resistance to their education. The United States government showed little intent or genuine desire to enforce laws that would protect freedmen in their pursuit of education. African Americans' rights were frequently violated, with offenders facing no legal consequences. Despite these significant challenges, many freedmen teachers persevered, understanding the crucial importance of education for their students. Freedmen schools played a vital role not only in educating children, but also in serving as community centers. Often, the schoolhouse was the only building large enough to host meetings or other community events, making it a central gathering place for everyone in the area. Local supporters of freedmen schools were few and often lacked political or social influence. Many local school boards failed to take necessary steps to assist freedmen in constructing or starting schools, despite legal requirements to do so. Entrusting so much power and authority over freedmen schools to state governments proved problematic. Southern states and local governments showed little interest in facilitating education for freedmen and their children. In many instances, they actively opposed the very initiatives they were responsible for implementing. This lack of support highlighted the deep-seated resistance to African American advancement during this period, underscoring the broader challenges faced by freedmen in their struggle for equality in education. Despite these barriers, the perseverance of freedmen teachers and communities ensured that education remained a central pillar of their fight for a better future. The Freedmen's Bureau made significant efforts to counteract the lack of support from local school boards. The Bureau sometimes purchased land specifically for the construction of freedmen schoolhouses, donating it to the community. In other instances, they provided materials and labor to assist with building these schools. Despite these efforts, freedmen schools still faced numerous challenges. Violence was a significant threat to the survival of freedmen schools, leading to many closures. White supremacy groups like the Ku Klux Klan targeted both teachers and students, viewing the education of African Americans as a direct threat to their power structure and way of life. The Klan's attacks and intimidation tactics were designed to discourage others from supporting or attending freedmen schools. In response to this violence, the Freedmen's Bureau eventually received assistance from the federal government under the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which deployed troops to protect teachers and students at these schools. However, this protection was not a sustainable, long-term solution, and the schools continued to suffer from ongoing violence and intimidation. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 was a landmark piece of legislation, marking the first civil rights bill in U.S. history. It declared that all persons born in the United States were citizens, regardless of race, color, or previous condition of slavery. While this act provided a legal foundation for the rights of African Americans, the reality on the ground was that freedmen schools and their communities continued to face severe opposition and violence, highlighting the gap between legal protections and actual enforcement. Despite these daunting challenges, the efforts of the Freedmen's Bureau, combined with the resilience of the teachers and students, ensured that the fight for education persisted as a critical component of the broader struggle for civil rights and equality. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 made a significant contribution to the freedmen as they transitioned from slavery to freedom. The act provided a legal framework that recognized all persons born in the United States as citizens, regardless of race, color, or previous condition of slavery. Initially, federal troops were deployed to the South to enforce the provisions of this act, offering protection to freedmen and ensuring their rights were upheld. However, this military presence was eventually withdrawn, leaving freedmen vulnerable to the resurgence of white supremacy and the rollback of their newly acquired rights. The withdrawal of federal troops marked a critical turning point, as it left the enforcement of the act and the protection of freedmen's rights largely in the hands of hostile local authorities, undermining the progress that had been made. Despite the numerous challenges faced during Reconstruction, there were also significant successes, particularly in the realm of education. In some communities, freedmen schools thrived, becoming symbols of hope and progress for African Americans. One of the most notable examples of this success was Howard University, located in the District of Columbia. Founded in 1867, Howard University provided free education to freedmen and their children from across the country, quickly establishing itself as a critical institution for higher learning during this transformative period. Under the leadership of Amziel Barber, who served as the institution's principal, Howard University offered a level of education that surpassed that of the typical normal school, providing more advanced, college-level studies. In its inaugural year, the university enrolled 85 students, including free women, marking an important milestone in the education of African Americans. The university's commitment to providing a comprehensive education was reflected in its faculty and facilities. The trustees retained Julia Lord as an assistant in the normal department, which was dedicated to training teachers. The collegiate department was led by Eliphalet Whittlesey, a former professor at Bowdoin College, and W.F. Bascom, a professor of languages. Howard University was equipped with 2 large buildings, which were well suited to meet the needs of its growing student body. The establishment of the university's medical department was another significant development, particularly as it was closely aligned with the nearby Freedmen's Hospital. The first course of lectures at the medical school began on October 28, 1867, offering students not only access to classroom instruction, but also the practical experience of working in a hospital setting. The proximity of the General Freedmen Hospital to the campus provided medical students with invaluable hands-on training, further enhancing the university's role as a leading institution for African American education. Howard University quickly became a beacon of educational advancement, embodying the aspirations of the freedmen and serving as a powerful symbol of what could be achieved through determination and access to education. The successes of Howard University, alongside other thriving freedmen schools, demonstrated the profound impact that education could have in empowering African Americans and laying the groundwork for future generations. The industrial schools established during Reconstruction played a crucial role in equipping the freedmen with valuable skills that could help them achieve economic independence. These schools offered instruction in various trades, such as needlework, straw braiding, shoemaking, housekeeping, and weaving. The emphasis was not only on teaching these skills, but also on fostering a sense of self-reliance among the freedmen. Rather than receiving clothing as charity, students at the industrial schools earned it through their labor, allowing them to maintain their dignity and self-respect. In Washington, there were 20 industrial schools with an average attendance of 823 students. These schools provided a unique opportunity for those in destitute circumstances to obtain clothing and other necessities through their own efforts. Partial employment was also offered to freedmen who were in poor health and unable to secure full-time work, granting them a measure of self-dependence despite their infirmities. The clothing manufactured in these schools, under the authority of the Bureau, was distributed entirely to destitute freedmen, further reinforcing the ethos of earning rather than receiving aid. The revenue generated from the sale of items produced at the industrial schools was significant and was used to support both the general schools and the needs of the students and teachers. This self-sustaining model not only provided practical skills and employment opportunities, but also contributed to the broader educational mission by funding other school activities. One of the key supporters of the Industrial School Initiative was the commissioner, who recognized the value of these institutions and ordered the construction of a building specifically to house an industrial school permanently. This school operated under the supervision of Miss Susan Walker, a dedicated educator who donated her time and services without receiving any payment. Located near Freedmen's Hospital in Washington, this industrial school served the community for several years, helping countless individuals gain the skills they needed to improve their lives. Another notable industrial school, known as the Colfax Schoolhouse, was located at the intersection of 11th and R Street. Like the other industrial schools, it played a vital role in providing practical education and fostering economic self-sufficiency among the freedmen. These schools were not merely places of learning, they were centers of empowerment, offering the freedmen the tools they needed to build a new future in the post-Civil War South. Freedmen attending the industrial school were provided with instruction throughout the day, at night, and even on Sundays, reflecting the comprehensive approach to education and skill development. The primary goal of the industrial school was to equip freedmen with practical training that would enable them to achieve self-sufficiency. The skills taught were directly applicable to real-world scenarios, allowing freedmen to support themselves and their families through meaningful employment. The industrial school catered to a wide range of students, offering classes that were accessible to everyone, from beginners to those with more advanced skills. This inclusive approach ensured that all freedmen, regardless of their prior experience, had the opportunity to learn a new trade and earn money. The trades and skills taught in these schools were not only practical, but also in high demand, making the training highly valuable for the students. The industrial department of the school was particularly successful, serving as a unifying and effective aspect of the broader educational efforts. It provided the freedmen with the tools they needed to transition from reliance on aid to economic independence, contributing significantly to their empowerment and integration into the post-war economy. The success of the industrial school highlighted the importance of vocational training in the freedmen's pursuit of a better future and reinforced the role of education as a critical component of their journey towards self-sufficiency. Chapter 7. Laboring for Liberty. The Freedmen's Workforce. The reorganization of labor based on the principles of freedom was one of the most critical and challenging tasks in the Reconstruction movement. It was vital because no special relief could truly address the needs of the laboring classes in the South without ensuring they could become productive members of society. A profound challenge arose from white Southerners, who, despite owning the land and having access to investment capital, rejected the principles of free labor. They fundamentally believed that the freedmen would not work unless forced to do so. To maintain control, they established predatory systems of apprenticeship and vagrancy, and devised a sharecropping system, which effectively coerced the formerly enslaved into working for farm owners against their will. In some areas, Southern employers even secured military orders to force black people into employment, dictating the terms of their contracts and compensation. When the Freedmen's Bureau was created, These employers exerted significant pressure on the commissioner and his staff to continue this practice of coerced contracts. However, they were ultimately unsuccessful. In his first order issued in May 1865, General Oliver Howard made it clear that the freedmen must be allowed to choose their employers and be fairly compensated for their labor. He stipulated that labor agreements must be free, bona fide contracts authorized by the appropriate authorities and respected by both parties. The old methods, where overseers managed involuntary, unpaid labor through cruelty and oppression, were no longer permitted. Regulations were put in place to preserve this new organization of labor, but these rules did not prescribe specific wages. Instead, they allowed for contracts to be negotiated between employers and employees. Bureau officers often intervened to revise these contracts, especially when they detected that employers were trying to cheat or exploit the freedmen, many of whom were still learning how to navigate this new system. The goal was to ensure that the freedmen could work freely and be fairly compensated, marking a significant shift from the oppressive practices of the past. The first step in transforming the Southern labor system was to dismantle the old plantations and establish a network of small farms. This was achieved by either selling plots of land to the laborers or renting the land to them, breaking the monopolistic hold of former enslavers. The next challenge was acclimating these laborers to the concept of working for themselves rather than for their former masters. Various methods were employed to facilitate this transition, including paying workers in kind, offering loans, and providing seeds and other essential supplies to get them started. The third crucial step was the establishment of labor contracts between laborers and farmers. These contracts clearly outlined the scope of work, the wages to be paid, and other employment conditions, providing a formal structure that protected the laborers' rights. The fourth step involved safeguarding these laborers from exploitation, whether from their former enslavers or other unscrupulous employers. To achieve this, the Freedmen's Bureau set up labor agencies in each state. These agencies were pivotal in providing information about job opportunities, resolving disputes between employers and employees, and inspecting workplaces to ensure they met basic safety and cleanliness standards. The fifth step was to encourage the development of cooperative enterprises among the laborers. By pooling their resources and purchasing supplies in bulk, these cooperative efforts helped laborers save money and move toward greater self-sufficiency. Finally, the Bureau focused on helping laborers find markets for their products. They collaborated with businesses and industries in the North to connect Southern farms and factories with buyers, thereby creating a sustainable market for Southern goods and fostering the growth of Southern industry. The labor system established by the Freedmen's Bureau was rooted in the principles of freedom, equality, and justice. It was a transformative force in the lives of millions of former slaves, laying the groundwork for a new society in the American South. This system not only provided economic opportunities, but also began to address the deep social injustices that had long plagued the region, offering a glimpse of what a more equitable future could look like. To educate freedmen about the value of free labor, public meetings were organized, often led by General Oliver Howard, his younger brother General Charles Howard, and other key figures. These gatherings were crucial in spreading the principles of free labor, particularly in a region where the concept was still met with resistance. In many areas of the South, labor was in such high demand that workers could negotiate fair compensation for their efforts. However, in regions devastated by the war, where there was an influx of people and surplus labor, wages were driven down. To address this, a mechanism was implemented to move workers to areas where their labor was needed. Empty houses were repurposed as shelters for the unemployed, and workers entered into contracts with employers before being transferred to new locations. Regular information offices were set up to facilitate these arrangements, ensuring both workers and employers could benefit from the process. To further encourage the freedmen, they were offered opportunities to open their own offices and establish contracts with Southern plantation owners. Additionally, they were given the chance to secure land for themselves through purchase or public settlement as provided by the 1866 Homestead Act. This act was intended to be a significant step forward, allotting 46 million acres of Southern public lands specifically for homesteading, with the promise that the formerly enslaved could claim land and build new lives. However, the promise of the Homestead Act was largely unfulfilled for many freedmen. The majority lived in extreme poverty, which made it difficult for them to take advantage of the opportunities the act offered. Moreover, much of the allotted land was quickly claimed by whites, leaving only a fraction available to the freedmen. Despite these challenges, the efforts to educate and empower freedmen about the value of free labor and the potential for land ownership marked an important, albeit imperfect, step in the long and difficult road toward economic independence and equality in the post-war South. The methods of organized labor in the post-slavery era primarily took three forms, each reflecting the evolving relationship between land, labor, and economic independence for the freedmen. The end of slavery brought about significant changes in agricultural practices, with the establishment of agricultural estates that were either abandoned or sold to freedmen, often on favorable terms. One of the most notable examples of this was at Davis Bend, Mississippi, where freedmen, without white assistance or leadership, formed their own organizations and successfully managed a large plantation. This model, which emphasized self-reliance and collective management, was replicated on a smaller scale in various locations across the country, serving as a testament to the capabilities and aspirations of the newly emancipated population. The second system that emerged was a form of tenant farming or sharecropping, wherein plantation owners divided their land into sections and assigned these plots to freedmen and their families. In this arrangement, the tenant farmers would cultivate the land and, in return for its use, provide the plantation owner with a portion of their crops. Typically, the plantation owner supplied essential resources such as animal stock, housing, fuel, seeds, and half of the necessary bags and rope. During planting season, the tenant farmers were often advanced rations and clothing on credit, with the understanding that payment would be made after the harvest was gathered. This sharecropping system became increasingly popular, not only among plantation owners, who saw it as a way to maintain agricultural production with minimal capital investment, but also among the emancipated slaves themselves. For many freedmen, sharecropping offered a means of securing land to work and a degree of autonomy that had been unimaginable under slavery. However, while it provided opportunities for subsistence and some economic progress, the system also had its drawbacks, particularly in terms of the financial and legal dependencies it created, often keeping the freedmen in a cycle of debt and economic vulnerability. These labor arrangements, whether through collective farming on self-managed estates or through sharecropping, represented a complex and nuanced transition from slavery to a new form of agricultural labor. They illustrated both the possibilities and the limitations of freedom in the Reconstruction era as the freedmen navigated the challenging terrain of economic self-sufficiency and land ownership in a society still deeply rooted in racial inequality. The third method of organized labor that emerged after the abolition of slavery involved planters hiring workers in bulk, agreeing to pay them either a specific weekly wage or, more commonly, a share of the crop at the end of the season. In many ways, this system resembled the conditions under slavery, as freedmen were once again grouped into work gangs under the supervision of an overseer. However, the dynamic had shifted significantly, as freedmen were now extremely resistant to the authority of overseers, especially when subjected to harsh treatment. Planters often established stores on their properties, typically the only store available within the area. This arrangement allowed them to control the supply of goods and, in some cases, to charge workers prices so high that the laborers remained in debt, effectively nullifying their earnings by the end of the season. Some planters exploited this system by driving workers away at the end of the year, or by refusing to honor the agreed-upon share of the crop, citing various pretexts. These exploitative practices made the freedmen increasingly wary of signing long-term contracts. Despite these challenges, when freedmen were assured of fairness and justice, either through a more equitable contract system or through prior positive experiences, they often displayed a willingness, even eagerness, to work. Those who had been treated kindly by their former enslavers often preferred to remain with them, provided they were confident that the new labor arrangements would be respected. To ensure that labor contracts were fair and honored, it became standard practice to have a written agreement between the parties, with a copy kept on file by the Freedmen's Bureau. If any irregularities, inequalities, or imbalances in the contract terms were identified, the Bureau had the authority to dismiss, disregard, or modify the provisions to protect the interests of the freedmen. This oversight by the Bureau was crucial in mitigating the worst abuses of the system and in promoting a degree of fairness in labor relations during the Reconstruction era. The Bureau's involvement provided a measure of security for the freedmen who otherwise faced significant risks in a system that often sought to reassert control over their labor through economic and contractual manipulation. General results. The freedmen experienced a general upsurge throughout the nation in favor of freedom, the right to self-government, and manhood suffrage. This was the goal of all the Freedmen's aid missions and societies. The Freedmen continued to grow and expand within the wider community in terms of productivity, intelligence, morality, and population size. That said, there have been enough noticeable changes, such as increased manufacturing output, that few people of the time could reasonably argue that the Freedmen were lazy and unfit burdens to the American society. In terms of the Freedmen themselves, their increased education and literacy rates, along with their moral and physical improvements, were all evidence that they were capable of leading successful lives as free men and women from the start. Jamestown, Virginia, in 1609. In short, the Freedmen have been vindicated by history, and it is now up to the American people to continue the fight for equality and justice in America. If the planner had candidly and cleverly worked within the system of free labor, freedom always reaps a larger harvest than slavery ever did. The resultant effect upon freed people was beyond dispute. The freedmen had successfully refuted slavery's claim that they were lazy, idle, and disabled. They have not only worked hard and effectively under white bosses, who formerly enslaved them, but when opportunities were given to them, they proved themselves capable of independence and self-organized labor. The freedmen were not generally extravagant or wasteful as critics claimed. The freedmen learned the value of money and how to save. They were not shiftless or content with mere subsistence. They aspired to own their own homes, and they rapidly acquired the necessary means to do so. In short, they have demonstrated that they can be good and productive citizens in a free society. There was no reason to think that the freed slaves were not capable of improving their lot in life if given the opportunity. They showed themselves to be capable of much more than anyone ever gave them credit for. With education, hard work, and determination, they made progress. In little more than a year after its organization, the Savings and Trust Company for Freedmen received $606,802.54 in deposits from the meager earnings of its clients. Furthermore, many of them have purchased homesteads. The freedmen had expressed a profound understanding of the political issues facing the nation and an admirable amount of patience and optimism for the future. The most encouraging sign for the future was their demonstrated ambition and capacity for improvement. Many people, both those who supported and opposed black enfranchisement, were surprised at how quickly the formerly enslaved population had developed under the influence of institutions like churches and schools. This progress did much to dispel lingering prejudice from slavery and helped achieve full equality for all. In addition to growing their own crops, the Freedmen's Village also assisted by often purchasing food for the residents of the village to consume. Major Brown of the Freedmen's Bureau sent correspondence to Captain Lawrence, informing him that the village had inquired about 3,348 pounds of oats and 3,906 pounds of hay for residents. The village often purchased oats and hay at the lowest market prices. The village managed its overhead costs by closely monitoring the costs. On November 2, 1866, the Assistant Commissioner issued directives to the Superintendent of Freedmen's Village, signaling a push to reduce the overhead costs associated with maintaining the village. Concerned about the expenses tied to employing laborers, the Assistant Commissioner suggested a significant shift in how the village was managed. He believed that the village had enough dependents, residents who could perform the necessary work at the home, to eliminate the need for paid laborers. As a result, he instructed the management to stop paying wages to the laborers. Instead, these dependents would be expected to carry out the work in exchange for rations. In addition to these cost-cutting measures, the superintendent was directed to hire a matron specifically for the girls and women of the village. This matron would be responsible for teaching them essential domestic skills such as cooking, cleaning, and other household tasks. The goal was to not only reduce expenses, but also to equip the women and girls with skills that would serve them well in their future lives. This decision reflected the broader challenges of managing Freedmen's Village within budgetary constraints, while also striving to provide the residents with the tools and education needed to succeed in a society that was still largely hostile to their presence. The Assistant Commissioner also requested that management stop paying the wages of the laborers who were engaged in whitewashing and cleaning streets, and the wages of the drivers, as well as the other laborers who were involved in cleaning stables and the streets. The Assistant Commissioner felt that the carpenters who earned $50 per month were too costly. The Assistant Commissioner also suggested that management consults with the other women in the facility to see if they could perform their duties without additional assistance. management was instructed to make the necessary arrangements to provide the employees with employment opportunities after they were discharged from their duties at the village. Those who were not able to find new jobs were encouraged to apply to the local superintendent at the corner of 7th and O Streets, Washington, for assistance in locating employment opportunities. The daily life in Freedmen's Village was intricately centered on education, benefiting both the children and the adults within the community. Recognizing the importance of this focus, in December 1866, the Assistant Commissioner of Freedmen's Village took a proactive step to enhance the educational environment. He ordered the construction of 9 double desks specifically for the day school at the village. These desks were to be crafted at the village's own carpenter shop, utilizing the skills and resources available within the community. Understanding that the village might not have all the materials needed for the task, the Bureau also extended an offer to supply any necessary materials that were not readily available. This initiative underscored the Bureau's commitment to supporting the educational infrastructure of Freedmen's Village, ensuring that the residents, especially the children, had the tools they needed to learn and grow. The emphasis on education within the village was not just about providing knowledge, but also about empowering the community to build a brighter future for themselves and future generations. The Bureau also took steps to ensure the village was well supplied, ordering 30 pairs of surplus men's shoes to meet the needs of the residents. This approach, employing freedmen and utilizing their labor to fulfill the village's requirements, served a dual purpose. It provided much-needed employment opportunities for those seeking work within the village, while also allowing the government to acquire essential items at a cost below market rates. Freedmen's Village, with the support and oversight of the Freedmen's Bureau, operated in a manner that was both effective and self-sustaining. The Bureau played a crucial role in this, supplying the village with necessary resources such as fuel, forage, straw, and stationary items. These supplies were made available whenever an agent of the Bureau submitted the appropriate request forms. This system ensured that the village could continue to function smoothly, providing for its residents while also fostering a sense of autonomy and productivity within the community. The collaborative efforts between the village and the Bureau exemplified a model of self-sufficiency that balanced government support with the empowerment of the freedmen. The forms requesting supplies were submitted for approval by the officiating commissioner of the Bureau, ensuring that every request was carefully vetted. In return for this governmental support, the village was expected to produce a profit each month. The Freedmen's Bureau mandated that any funds not used for the operation of the village or the support of its residents be turned over to the government. To maintain transparency and accountability, a monthly report was required detailing all income and expenditures for the village. The village's financial performance varied. In some months, it was able to generate a profit, while in others, it ran at a loss. The self-sufficiency of the village was influenced by numerous factors, including weather conditions and crop yields, which could significantly impact production and revenue. Despite these fluctuations, the village generally managed to operate without requiring additional support from the government, reflecting its resilience and the effectiveness of its management. The balance between government oversight and the village's efforts to sustain itself was crucial in ensuring its continued operation and success. The Freedmen's Village employed a mechanic at a monthly wage of $50, a significant sum at the time. Recognizing the growing need for maintenance and repairs, Lieutenant Bergevin requested the employment of an additional carpenter to address the increasing demands within the village. The substantial number of homes, coupled with the influx of freedmen from surrounding areas, necessitated a larger workforce to keep the village in good repair. Lieutenant Bergevin specifically recommended Mr. Lacombe for the position, proposing that he be compensated $50 per month for his services as a mechanic. Mr. Lacombe, known for his excellent character and skills, was already working within the village and had proven to be reliable. However, it's important to note that Mr. Lacombe was not a freedman, which highlights a significant disparity. Very few, if any, freedmen earned a monthly salary comparable to that of white federal workers like Mr. Lacombe. This wage disparity underscored the broader inequalities that persisted even within initiatives designed to support and uplift the freedmen. Despite the village's efforts to provide opportunities and support, the lingering effects of systemic racism meant that freedmen often remained at a disadvantage compared to their white counterparts. Freedmen often had to negotiate their wages and duties to the best of their abilities, seeking whatever employment they could find. One such individual, Nicholas Reeves, took on the arduous task of grave digging. On February 6, 1867, Reeves communicated with Lieutenant Rogers and Lieutenant Bergevin, informing them that he was currently engaged in this backbreaking work and had agreed to a contract to dig graves for the village at a rate of $6 per month. This wage was relatively high compared to the typical compensation that freedmen received at the time. Many freedmen earned as little as $1 per month for unskilled labor, including tasks like cooking, cleaning, and other miscellaneous duties. Throughout February, several of Lieutenant Rogers' requisitions were forwarded to Lieutenant Bergevin for approval, reflecting the increased need for manpower during the winter months. 10 Corpswood employees and 4 wood office guards were hired to manage and protect the village's wood supply. The cold season brought a heightened demand for wood, and it was crucial to monitor and conserve this vital resource. Lieutenant Bergevin was responsible for overseeing the operation, ensuring that the wood supply lasted throughout the winter and that there was no shortage. These actions underscore the harsh realities faced by the freedmen, who often had to accept physically demanding and poorly compensated jobs. Despite these challenges, individuals like Nicholas Reeves managed to negotiate slightly better terms for their labor, highlighting both their resilience and the difficult economic circumstances of the time. The winter months, in particular, placed additional strain on resources, making the careful management of supplies, like wood, essential for the survival and comfort of the village residents. After meeting with Nicholas Reeves, Lieutenant Bergevin sent a recommendation to General Oliver Howard stating, "General Nicholas Reeves, colored, a dependent at this place, is engaged digging graves. He is industrious and obliging, and he respectfully recommended that he be hired at a compensation of $6 per month." This type of arrangement, though beneficial, was not common, highlighting the exceptional nature of Reeves' situation. On March 4, 1867, Lieutenant Rogers requested that John E. McIlvaine be relieved from his duties as commissary and replaced by Gardner Lacombe, who had previously been employed as a carpenter. Lacombe had earned $50 per month in his role as a carpenter, but with his new responsibilities as commissary, his compensation was increased to $75 per month. In addition to his commissary duties, Lacombe was tasked with overseeing carpenter work and the general policing of the village. Lieutenant Rogers provided a glowing recommendation for Mr. Lacombe in his communication to General Oliver Howard, noting that Mr. Lacombe bears an excellent character, understands commissary business, and is a thorough mechanic. He has been in the employ of the Bureau for about 3 years, was formerly commissary under the direction of Mace J. M. Brown at Mason's Island and at the village. He has in his possession letters of recommendation from all officers by whom he has been employed since his connection with the Bureau. Lacombe's new role was critical not just for the effective management of the village, but also for the well-being of its residents. Although Lacombe himself was not a freedman, his position directly benefited the community. His work ensured that essential services were maintained and that the village continued to operate smoothly. The importance of fairly compensating staff like Lacombe, who played pivotal roles in the daily operations of the village, cannot be overstated. In addition to his salary, Lacombe was provided with rations and a place to live, further underscoring the significance of his role in the community. Properly paying and supporting the staff in the village, whether they were freedmen or not, was essential to the success and sustainability of the community. There were frequent instances when staff employed within the Freedmen's Bureau expressed dissatisfaction with their low pay, and they were not alone in their grievances. The freedmen themselves often voiced concerns about their wages, and these complaints were well-founded. On March 6, 1867, Lieutenant Bergevin encountered such an issue and addressed it in a letter to Lieutenant Rogers. The situation involved a freedman named R.S. Laws, who was employed at Freedmen's Village. Laws had agreed to work for a compensation of $15 per month. However, a problem arose when Laws refused to accept his $15 payment for February 1867. Laws claimed that his pay had been increased to $30 per month, yet there was no official order or documentation to support this claim. General Charles Howard and Captain Lawrence both confirmed that no such pay increase had been authorized. This incident highlights the ongoing challenges faced by both the freedmen and the Bureau in managing expectations and ensuring clear communication regarding compensation. The refusal of Laws to accept his original pay reflects the broader dissatisfaction among freedmen with the low wages they received, especially in the face of rumors or misunderstandings about potential increases. It also underscores the importance of transparency and proper documentation in maintaining trust and fairness within the system. Unfortunately, without official backing for his claim, Laws had to reconcile with the fact that his pay would remain at the initially agreed upon rate, a common frustration among those trying to navigate the uncertain and often inequitable conditions of post-war employment. Law's primary grievance centered on the amount of work he was required to perform in relation to the pay he received. While it was true that some freedmen were earning more within the village than they might have outside its confines, the underlying issue was the need to provide a livable wage that also offered opportunities for skill development. These opportunities were essential for the freedmen as they transitioned from slavery to freedom, enabling them to become more competitive in the broader job market. Ultimately, it was decided that R.S. Laws would continue to be paid $15 per month, with a promise that his pay would be reevaluated in the future. This decision acknowledged his concerns while maintaining the established wage structure within the village. The situation also highlighted the broader challenge of balancing fair compensation with the realities of the post-war economy. Very few freedmen received compensation at the rate Laws had hoped for, but considering the conditions they had endured under slavery, being paid for their labor at all represented a significant step forward. For many, this marked the beginning of economic independence, however modest. Another freedman, John Peterson, was employed by the village as a general laborer. His duties varied widely, requiring him to perform whatever tasks were needed at any given time. Like Laws, Peterson was recommended to be compensated at a rate of $15 per month, with rations provided as part of his employment. These cases underscore the complex dynamics of transitioning from enslavement to paid labor. While the wages might seem low by today's standards, for the freedmen, these payments represented the beginnings of a new chapter in their lives, where their work was finally acknowledged with monetary compensation. The promise of future wage reevaluations and the provision of rations also reflected an ongoing commitment to improving their conditions, even if progress was slow and incremental. General, I have the honor to request that John Peterson, colored, be employed at a compensation of $15 per month and rations to assist in doing and to see that the work about the home and village is promptly done. Like many of the freedmen who were employed at the village, Peterson was not given a specific job title or description. He was simply a general laborer, which required him to perform any duty that was required of him. This could include anything from cooking and cleaning to farming and carpentry. The work was hard and the hours were long, but for many freedmen, it was a step up. The Freedmen's Bureau was tasked with providing the freedmen with fair working conditions and compensation, but this rarely happened. There were instances of abuse and exploitation, but overall, the Freedmen's Bureau made great strides in assisting the freedmen as they transitioned to their new lives. It is important to note several differences between a white laborer, Lacombe, and a freedman, Peterson, contracts. The first thing that stood out was that Mr. Lacombe received a much higher sum of pay when compared to Peterson. Now on his face, Mr. Lacombe receiving higher pay can be explained by pointing out that he was a skilled laborer. But this skill does not justify him receiving 5 times the pay of Peterson. Furthermore, Lacombe was provided with his own quarter to live in, whereas Peterson would have to use a portion of his compensation to pay monthly land and tenement rent. The term tenement has varied meanings, but in the case of the Freedmen's Village, it amounted to canvas tents or shanty dwellings. The Freedmen's Village was not a model community by today's standards, but it was an excellent improvement over the conditions that many of the freedmen were previously living in. Despite the complaints about the living conditions, the village was still a vast improvement over life in slavery. On July 9, 1867, Lieutenant Rogers informed Captain Gates that Guardian Lacombe, who was employed as a carpenter, should receive an increase in his monthly compensation from $1,500 to $1,600, following an order from the Assistant Commissioner. Shortly thereafter, General Charles Howard made additional staffing changes, requesting that Augustus Edwards and Vincent Jones be employed as general laborers in place of Jefferson Page. Their compensation was set at $5 per month, as authorized on July 15, 1867 by Robert Rayburn, Lieutenant Colonel and Surgeon-in-Chief. The contracts for Edwards and Jones were promptly approved in return for archiving, while the annulled contract of Jefferson Page was forwarded to Lieutenant Colonel Rayburn. The following day, July 16th, General Charles Howard sent a follow-up letter regarding the contracts and compensation of the freedmen. He stated his intention to hire Augustus Edwards as an ambulance driver for $5 per month. along with rations. Edwards was to replace Henry Gant, who was temporarily disabled due to a broken rib sustained in an accident while driving his ambulance. Vincent Jones, along with a launderer, was hired as a caretaker for the ambulance, also at a rate of $5 per month with rations. They both replaced Jefferson Page, who had previously been compensated at $8 per month before his discharge on July 15th. These adjustments in staffing and compensation highlight the ongoing efforts to manage and optimize the workforce within Freedmen's Village, balancing the needs of the community with the resources available. The decision to replace workers and adjust pay based on current circumstances, such as injuries or changes in duties, reflects the practical considerations necessary to maintain the effective operation of the village while ensuring that freedmen receive fair compensation for their labor. For the employees of Freedmen's Village to receive payment for their services and labor, the process began with General Charles Howard reviewing and signing the payrolls. His approval was a critical step in ensuring that all employees were properly compensated. Once he had reviewed and signed the payroll, it was then forwarded to the quartermaster's office, which was located at 132 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C., approximately 4 miles away from the village. Upon receiving the signed payrolls, the quartermaster's office would process the information and issue a check for the payment. This check was then sent back to Freedmen's Village, allowing the employees to be paid for their work. This system of payroll management was essential to the financial operations of the village, ensuring that workers were compensated in a timely and organized manner, despite the physical distance between the village and the quartermaster's office. In response to a communication from the quartermaster's office on August 5, 1867, requesting a report on employees who could be spared from the village, General Charles Howard conveyed his thoughts on the matter. He indicated that while the old home building was still unfinished, he wished to retain the current workforce until the renovations were complete. However, he acknowledged that once the renovations were finished, several individuals could be released from their duties, specifically naming John Hodgkins, W.M.H. Hodgkins, and James M. Milton, 3 white carpenters, as well as Stephen Jones, a watchman, and Robert Palmer, a laborer, who were both freedmen. General Howard emphasized that a further reduction in salaries could be achieved by discharging other able-bodied freedmen who were receiving higher, more competitive pay. He proposed that these individuals could be replaced by dependents willing to work for significantly lower wages. This, he argued, would not only reduce the village's payroll, but also ensure that the freedmen being let go were capable of supporting themselves through labor elsewhere. By employing dependents at reduced wages, Howard suggested that the village could continue to function as a self-sustaining establishment. He believed this approach would lead to a gradual reduction in the operational costs of the village, making it more financially sustainable in the long term. In his communication, General Howard also expressed his intention to propose additional plans that could result in a more substantial and effective reduction in expenditures than could be achieved by merely reducing salaries. This strategy reflected a pragmatic approach to managing the village's finances, balancing the need to reduce costs with the goal of maintaining the village as a functional and sustainable community. At the same time, it highlighted the difficult decisions that were often made at the expense of the freedmen, who, despite their progress, still faced significant economic challenges in the post-war era. The general plans were thorough and would make a positive impact on the dependent freedmen and the able-bodied freedmen alike. His plan had an overall positive impact on the village. On August 27, 1867, General Charles Howard requested that the compensation of a freedman shoemaker, Henry Chapman, be increased from $6 to $10 per month, to date from August 1, 1867. In his attempts to employ a freedman named Henry Smith and 2 others, J.W. Scott sent Henry a letter on October 12, 1867. J.W. Scott noted that he heard that Henry wrote a letter to his wife regarding employment, but they never received the letter. The letter was taken from the post office by a freed woman identified as Ella Scott. Scott told J.W. Scott that Henry wrote a letter to J.W. Scott's wife requesting employment. J.W. Scott stated that his wife wrote Henry back affirming that the Bureau would like to hire Henry and 2 other freedmen named Jesse and Joe. J.W. Scott stated that he had not heard from Henry, but added that he requested that the chief of the Freedmen's Bureau assist him in ensuring that Henry received his follow-up letter. J.W. Scott enclosed his letter to Henry, stating that he would like to hire Henry, Jesse, and Joe. He offered to give them good wages and a good home to live in. He directed Henry to write him back immediately if accepted the offer of employment, and asked that Henry direct his letter to Aylitz King of William County, Virginia, under the care of R. Hawes, Esquire. J.W. Scott further stated that if Henry could not write the letter, to come to him as soon as he received J.W. Scott's letter. Scott also noted that he sought to engage hands for another year, but will give you all the preference. He wanted to let Henry and the other freedmen know that he sought to hire several men for a 1-year period, but would extend that opportunity to them should they be intrigued. It is evident from the letters that J.W. Scott was trying to help the freedmen in any way he could. He was offering them employment and a place to live. The Freedmen's Village was meant to be a temporary place for freedmen to live while they got back on their feet. However, many of the residents ended up living there for years. The Bureau did its best to provide for the residents, but the conditions were often poor and demanding. On October 30, 1867, a white woman residing in Georgetown sought the services of a colored girl to live with her family. She specifically requested a girl aged approximately 11 to 13 years old and offered a term of indenture in exchange for the girl's services. This arrangement was intended to allow the girl to earn a reportedly fair monthly wage as an apprentice. General Charles Howard responded to this request by instructing the agents at Freedmen's Village to locate a girl who fit the description and to secure consent from the child's parents. This directive reflects the complex and often troubling dynamics of labor and indenture during that period, where the work of freedmen, both adults and children, was frequently procured by individuals living outside of the village. The situation underscores the precarious position of freedmen, especially children, who were often placed in roles that, while offering some form of compensation, also perpetuated a system of dependency and control. The involvement of General Howard and the village agents in facilitating such arrangements highlights the challenges faced by the freedmen in navigating their new status in a society that continued to exploit their labor, even under the guise of providing opportunities for work and apprenticeship. The arrangement was for the child to live with the employing family for a term of years. After the completion of the set period, the child would be returned to her parents with the accumulated wages. The young freedmen were often put to work for families outside of the village. This allowed them to learn new skills and earn money to help support their families. The apprenticeship was supposed to be fair and provide a way for the young freedmen to improve their lives. However, there were some instances where the children were not treated well and not given the opportunity to earn their promised wages. Despite these challenges, many of the young freedmen who participated in the apprenticeship were able to learn new skills and improve their lives. On November 4, 1867, Mr. O'Neill, an agent employed at the village, responded to the request for an apprentice. He noted that the lady in Georgetown request for a colored girl could not be furnished. He further expounded, saying he did not see any chance for the lady to get a girl, for the conditions specified as an indenture from the village. He stated that the people here look upon that mode of hiring as a species of slavery, and no argument I could use would change the opinion they had formed. They will not bind their children. There were many children who were old enough to work in the village who were seeking work, and their parents supported them, but they did not gleefully seek apprenticeship or indenture services for their children. Instead, they looked at it with disdain as it was a form of slavery. The parents of the young freedmen in the village did not want their children to be indentured servants. They saw this system as a way for the rich white people to exploit the poor black people and take advantage of their situation. The village employed many freedmen and even awarded some of them with positions that would normally be held by whites anywhere outside of the village. One example of this can be found in the case of a freedwoman named Pasty Laws. Pasty Laws was appointed to the position of nurse. Laws worked in the Abbott Hospital, which was located in the village. Another freedwoman named Eliza Bowline was appointed to the position of laundress, a common position for freedwomen. Bowline primarily worked as a laundress in the Abbott Hospital. On February 15, 1868, General Charles Howard recommended the pair for the positions, and Surgeon Chief Robert Rayburn approved his request within a week. The labor contracts detailed the term, length of employment, compensation, and job duties. General Oliver Howard made these appointments because of the increased number of patients that the hospital received. The Freedmen's Bureau was not able to keep up with the demand for medical care. As a result, the Bureau had to recruit members of the village to work in the hospital. The positions that were given to Pasty Laws and Eliza Bowline were not without criticism. Some people felt that these positions should have been given to white women instead. There were also concerns about whether these women were qualified for the positions. Despite the concerns, freedmen continued to be given positions of authority within the village. This was a key step because it helped to break down the barriers between races and promote equality. On March 25, 1868, the Assistant Commissioner informed General Oliver Howard that the name Rhoda Reeves shall be placed on the village's rolls as an assistant at the industrial school instead of seamstress. She received a monthly compensation of $20 instead of $10. 4 days later, he was also instructed to place the names of Aaron Kelly, Job Moulton, Matthew Moulton, Samuel Howard, and Benjamin Rowe, who were resident dependents, on the roll at a monthly compensation of $5 in rations each, starting from March 1, 1868, due to a large amount of whitewashing that needed to be done. The men had reportedly been whitewashing for nearly a year without receiving any compensation. Situations such as this could directly cause freedmen and their families to become destitute and perpetually reliant upon the government for aid. This was found to be a frequent occurrence within the village. Many freedmen worked and performed several job duties without receiving any form of compensation for their labor, only a place to stay. On April 27, 1868, General Charles Howard wrote a letter to the Assistant Commissioner regarding the young freedmen boys and girls who were able to work but whose parents refused offers of employment, chiefly apprenticeships. General Charles Howard asked the Assistant Commissioner if there was any way that they can assist young women with fatherless children in finding homes and places of service outside of the village. He stated many free women fell into this category. He asked if there was any way to compel young boys and girls over 15 years of age to accept good places of service when offered, in situations where parents would not allow them to do so. General Charles Howard observed that there were dependent freedmen of all ages in the village who were able to work and earn a living, but were unemployed. The general considered if he should discharge them from the village immediately, reasoning that this action would force them to work and support themselves. There were cases of young freedmen who were evicted from the village for this reason, and entire freedmen families who were met with the same fate. Assistant Commissioner Eldridge responded to General Charles Howard's inquiry about the status and ability of the freedmen within the village who were able to work. He asked if there were any means at the command of the Bureau where young, able-bodied freedwomen who had fatherless children could locate homes for domestic service. He stated that many of the freedwomen of the village fell into this class. He again inquired what means, if any, he shall adopt to oblige boys and girls over the age of 15 to accept good places of service or employment when offered. The Assistant Commissioner noted that many freedwomen within the village who had several children refused to accept offers of employment and did not go into service. He stated that there were many dependent freedmen of all ages who resided in the village that were able to work and earn a living. He asked General Charles Howard to consider how to address such concerns. Assistant Commissioner Eldridge subsequently determined that sane young women of decent character should be encouraged to make applications to the assistant commissioners to be sent to work at the institution of Miss Lowell in Cambridge, Massachusetts. If young boys who were able to work refused eligible opportunities for service, they would no longer receive rations. This meant quite literally that if they did not work, they did not eat. He stated that a similar course of action would be pursued toward the young women who were 15 years of age and refused to go to Miss Lowell's school. On June 19, 1868, Assistant Commissioner Eldridge once again addressed concerns regarding freedmen who lived in the village and were able to work but refused work. The facility was able to provide a safe and secure environment for the destitute and the seriously crippled. He noted that the village was intended as an asylum for the superannuated, badly crippled, or imbecile, and for no others, but at present contains a large number of persons having no claim whatever upon the government either in charity or justice. However, he maintained there were many individuals who had no claim to any of the benefits of the government. To ensure that the village could provide adequately for the intended freedmen who were residents, General Charles Howard had conducted a thorough examination of every man, woman, and child to determine their ability to support themselves. Assistant Commissioner Eldridge informed General Charles Howard that he was required to immediately discharge any freedmen from the village who refused work if they were physically able to work. To address the issue, the Freedmen's Village was ordered to report the names of all its residents who were able to work to the Assistant Commissioner's office. The office would find work opportunities for the reported freedmen, and if they did not avail of the opportunity of employment, they would be removed from the village. Orphans who were under 12 years of age would be provided for in the orphan asylums. Assistant Commissioner Eldridge noted that justice to the government and to the people themselves requires that this duty shall be executed thoroughly and firmly. General Charles Howard was required to furnish the necessary information that provides evidence of the proper execution of the orders. A freedman named Elias Plummer performed a unique job function. He worked directly for Major Brown as a mail carrier and orderly. His job was to perform the duties of messenger for the Assistant Commissioner's office, which was in Washington. Plummer carried messages to the Freedmen's Village from the Assistant Commissioner's office, and he took messages to the Assistant Commissioner's office from the Freedmen's Village. Additionally, he carried the daily mail to and from the post office to the Freedmen's Village. As a result, Plummer received the full benefit of those who resided within the village. He received rations, fuel, and quarters. Plummer had been performing this task for about 2 years, since the mounted messenger who was formerly employed was discharged in November 1865. On August 19, 1868, Agent Abiel wrote a letter to Major Swaim regarding a freedman who was employed at the village and had not been compensated for his labor. A freedman named Joseph Bean reportedly worked the entire month of June and had not received the payment due to him for his labor. Agent Hennessy, who was employed at the village as a clerk, had reportedly received Bean's monthly $10 payment, but decided to keep the money for himself rather than pay Bean. Agent Abiel requested that Agent Hennessy be ordered to turn over the payment. At the time of the inquiry, it was believed that the agent still had Bean's money in his possession. While all Civil War combatants had to face the standard dangers of battle, black soldiers also had to endure extra hardship due to racial bias. Even in northern states, prejudice was rampant, and it infected every branch of the military. To try and fix this problem, segregated units were formed that consisted of black enlisted personnel with white officers and non-commissioned officers in charge. If captured, black troops during the Civil War faced worse conditions than their white counterparts. In 1863, the Confederate Congress even went as far as to say that they would severely punish officers of black troops and enslave black soldiers. The Fort Pillow Massacre of 1864, in which black Union soldiers were captured and shot dead by Confederate forces, is potentially the most notorious example of abuse. General Nathan B. Forrest was present during the massacre and did not attempt to intervene. Black carpenters, chaplains, cooks, guards, laborers, nurses, scouts, spies, steamboat pilots, surgeons, and teamsters all played crucial roles in the Civil War. Despite the barriers they faced, including racial prejudice and limited recognition, their contributions were indispensable. Close to 80 black men achieved the rank of commissioned officer, a significant accomplishment given the era's racial constraints. Although black women could not formally join the Army, many served valiantly as nurses, spies, and scouts. Harriet Tubman, one of the most famous figures of the time, scouted for the 2nd Regiment South Carolina Volunteers, exemplifying the critical role black women played in the war effort. Black soldiers, although often sidelined from direct combat due to prevailing prejudices, served with distinction in numerous battles. They fought gallantly at Milliken's Bend, Louisiana, Port Hudson, Louisiana, Petersburg, Virginia, and Nashville, Tennessee. One of the most famous engagements was the July 1863 assault on Fort Wagner in South Carolina, where the 54th Regiment of Massachusetts Volunteers suffered heavy casualties. This battle, later depicted in the film Glory, became a symbol of the bravery and sacrifice of black soldiers during the war. By the war's end, 16 black soldiers had been awarded the Medal of Honor for their bravery, a testament to their courage and dedication. The 54th Massachusetts was commanded by Robert Shaw, and the 1st South Carolina by Thomas Wentworth Higginson, both of whom were white officers leading these pioneering units. Despite their service, black soldiers faced significant pay disparities. They were initially paid $10 per month, with $3 automatically deducted for clothing, leaving them with a net pay of $7. In contrast, white soldiers received $13 per month without any deductions for clothing. This pay gap was one of many injustices that black soldiers endured, even as they fought for a country that had long denied them equality. Despite these challenges, their contributions were pivotal in shaping the outcome of the war and advancing the cause of freedom and justice. Many United States colored troops, USCT, who served valiantly in the Union Army during the American Civil War, faced significant challenges in the post-war years, particularly when attempting to collect the pensions or bounties owed to them by the federal government. The Freedmen's Bureau played a crucial role in assisting these veterans in securing the compensation they deserved, though the process was often fraught with difficulties. On September 23, 1868, E.D. Townsend, the Assistant Adjutant General, sent a letter to General Oliver Howard, who was overseeing the Freedmen's Bureau. In the letter, Townsend indicated that his office was unable to provide the requested information regarding claims against the United States concerning a colored troop named Charles William Johnson. Johnson was seeking compensation for his service following the conclusion of the Civil War, but the inability of Townsend's office to supply the necessary information reflected the broader challenges that Black veterans faced in pursuing their rightful claims. This situation highlights the bureaucratic obstacles and systemic inefficiencies that often hinder Black soldiers from receiving the benefits they had earned through their service. Despite their significant contributions to the Union's victory, many USCT members encountered considerable difficulty in navigating the complex and often uncooperative processes required to claim their pensions and bounties. The Freedmen's Bureau's efforts to assist veterans like Charles William Johnson were essential. Yet even with the Bureau's support, many veterans found it challenging to overcome the institutional barriers that persisted long after the war ended. No further explanation or justification was provided for the lack of information regarding Charles William Johnson's claim. The issue stemmed from the complexities of interagency bureaucracy, which was often to blame for the non-payment of pensions and bounties owed to many USCT veterans. This bureaucratic inefficiency created significant obstacles for those who had served their country, leaving them struggling to secure the compensation they were rightfully due. Despite the efforts of the Freedmen's Bureau to assist in these matters, the tangled web of government agencies often hindered the timely and fair resolution of such claims. General Charles Howard was in command of the 128th United States Colored Troops, and Benjamin Cohen was a private in Company F, 128th United States Colored Infantry during the Civil War. Benjamin enlisted on March 27, 1865, and was honorably discharged on October 10, 1866. Caroline Cohen was the widow of Benjamin. Reverend Philip Hartley married Caroline and Benjamin in 1868 in Sandpit, South Carolina, in a Methodist church called Secessionville Church. They were given a marriage certificate by the preacher, but it was lost. Caroline was previously married to Westbury Davis, who lived on a neighboring plantation during slavery. However, Westbury became separated from his family during the war. Caroline subsequently heard various stories of what happened to him afterward. Some said he was taken away by his slaveholder at the beginning of the Civil War, and others said that he left in a boat many years before freedom. Caroline and Benjamin had 8 children. They were poor and were never able to own a house. Benjamin was unable to sustain himself due to several respiratory and cardiac conditions, which caused him much pain over many years until his death at the age of 59 on July 12, 1902. On August 12, 1912, Caroline filed for a widow's pension. Caroline was born into slavery in Georgetown County, South Carolina, near Sandpit. She had 2 children during her enslavement and remained a slave of John Anderson until emancipation. Caroline did not know how old she was. There was conflicting testimony about how Caroline and her first husband, Westbury Davis, were separated, so the claim was referred to a special examiner for clarification. In one affidavit, Caroline stated that Westbury was taken away during the war and never returned. However, in another affidavit, she said that he was believed to have died. Caroline's application for a widow's pension was approved, and she was pensioned at $12 per month. Caroline's health declined after the death of her husband. She never remarried and received the widow's pension until her death on September 10, 1916. Pictured below is a return pension payment addressed to Caroline Cohen after her death. On September 14, 1868, General Oliver Howard took action to assist freedmen seeking pensions by writing a letter to the Claim Division of the War Department. In this letter, General Howard requested that the Bureau be provided with a statement listing the names and last known post office addresses of the commissioned officers from several specific units: Company K of the 123rd USCT, Company E of the 100th USCT, Company A of the 124th USCT, and Company G of the 62nd USCT. Additionally, he requested the last known post office addresses of the surgeons and assistant surgeons who served with these officers. General Howard's intent was clear. He sought this information to address the officers directly and obtain the necessary certificates to complete the evidence required for various pension claims being pursued by freedmen. This effort highlights the proactive steps taken by the Bureau to navigate the bureaucratic processes and ensure that the veterans of the USCT who had fought for their freedom in their country could receive the benefits they were entitled to. Despite the challenges posed by bureaucracy, the Bureau's persistence in securing these details was crucial in supporting the claims of freedmen and helping them attain the justice they deserve. It was the duty of the Commissioner, officers, and agents of the Freedmen's Bureau to facilitate, to the greatest extent possible, the discovery, identification, and payment of any claims that were due to the freedmen. Their responsibilities included ensuring that the freedmen received the pensions, bounties, and other compensations they were rightfully owed for their service and sacrifices during the Civil War. The Bureau's efforts were essential in navigating the complex bureaucratic landscape, advocating on behalf of the freedmen and ensuring that they were not denied the financial recognition they had earned. The dedication of the Bureau's staff in this role was a vital part of the broader mission to support the transition of the formerly enslaved into a society that often remained hostile and unyielding. On October 19, 1868, the Adjutant General's office responded to General Oliver Howard's inquiry. F.D. Sewell of the Adjutant General's office stated that his office would supply General Oliver Howard with the necessary information requested to facilitate the claims of the freedmen who served in the USCT. F.D. Sewell stated, every letter sent to General Oliver Howard would be sanctioned by him. The information desired by General Oliver Howard and those under his direction was the date and place where colored soldiers enrolled, died, discharged, or mustered out, and the cause and date of discharge on the surgeon's certificate of disability. If the freedmen were discharged because of wounds or injury, he requested to know when and how the injury was received. If a freedman was discharged because of disease, he desired to be furnished with information that detailed the character and cause of the disease and whether it was contracted before or after enlistment. The general requested to learn of the civil status of colored soldiers before April 20, 1861, whether slave or free. The amount of information requested by General Oliver Howard in his office was staggering, but it was necessary to process the claims of the freedmen with accuracy. The Freedmen's Bureau was established to help with the transition of the freedmen into society, and assisting with any claims for pensions or bounties owed to them was a part of that duty. Many of the freedmen who served during the Civil War did not receive the compensation they were due, but with the help of the Freedmen's Bureau, some were able to finally get what they deserved. F.D. Sewell agreed to furnish General Oliver Howard with the last known post office address of late regimental, medical, and company officers of colored organizations in service of the United States. General Oliver Howard expressively requested the data to enable the Freedmen's Bureau to verify and settle colored soldiers' claims for pay, bounty, and pensions. F.D. Sewell noted that the intentions and efforts of General Oliver Howard and his assistants were commendable, but, unfortunately, the congressional resolution that governed the collection and payment of monies due to certain colored soldiers, sailors, and Marines, or their heirs, did not authorize the Freedmen's Bureau to obtain from the Adjutant General's office and then furnish to claimants' heirs, their agents or attorneys, information relative to names, dates, and histories of colored soldiers. F.D. Sewell further stated that the law did not authorize or require the Freedmen's Bureau to verify or settle any claims, but to simply assist the War Department to facilitate the discovery, identification, and payment of claimants or their legal representatives. It was not intended for the Freedmen's Bureau to obtain information concerning claims for pay, bounty, pension, or other monies due to the freedmen, until such individual claims were acted upon by an auditor and the Treasury approved each claimant's compensation and presented the payment to the Commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau. After a check or Treasury certificate for a certain amount of money awarded was received by the Commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau, at that point became the duty of the Commissioner commenced to discover, identify, and pay the freedmen the full amount awarded minus lawful fees and expenses of attorneys. It was the opinion of F.D. Sewell that the most liberal legal interpretation of the resolution did not contemplate any action on part of the Freedmen's Bureau until the Adjutant General, Paymaster General, Commissioner of Pensions, and Second Auditor of Treasury have examined, verified, and finally acted upon applications filed by late colored soldiers or their representatives. General Oliver Howard had requested the information with the view of completing evidence in various pension cases such that certain freedmen may be informed as to whether they were entitled to any further bounty from the United States including the additional $200 bounty that might have been due to them. The Adjutant General's office, namely F.D. Sewell, considered the full implication and possible vulnerabilities that providing the requested information could cause. Sharing specific data as it relates to military service and the civil status of certain colored soldiers was intended to detect and check illegal claims. F.D. Sewell had concerns that by providing this information, the virtual door to fraud would be wide open by giving all information necessary for the fabrication of claims. The Adjutant General's office sought to safeguard against persons defrauding the government in this way. According to F.D. Sewell, the Claims Division of the Bureau had experienced a steady increase in the number of letters from colored soldiers and their descendants. They were complaining that the settlement of their claims had been delayed, and they were asking the Bureau to intervene in their favor. The Commissioner instructed that the Adjutant General's office provide the necessary information to enable the Bureau to act on the claims being made by the freedmen in due season. Unfortunately, due to the limited information that was previously made available to the freedmen, not a single claim had been adjusted in the 20 claims submitted by colored soldiers. From March 1866 to September 1867, memoranda and verbal information were given to the Freedmen's Bureau in support of facilitating legitimate payment petitions and pension applications addressed to the Commissioner's office. But it was discovered that important and specific data relative to military histories, slavery, and freedom was being made known to claimants and ascertained by their attorneys and agents. It was deemed advisable to decline to furnish the Bureau with further information. This decision was damaging to any freedmen who had hoped to recoup monies due to them. Before September 17, 1868, the Adjutant General's office provided the Freedmen's Bureau with information about the settlement of the claims. However, that information was allegedly not given properly and was not consistent with the view of what General Oliver Howard believed the law required. This irregularity raised questions about the law that the Commissioner had to follow and the Adjutant General's office interpretation of the law. The Freedmen's Bureau should have been able to facilitate the discovery, identification, and payment of claimants without seeking cooperation or approval from the Adjutant General's office before it was known who was entitled to bounty or pension. This could have been done before the second auditor made an award or after it was decided that a claim was legal. The government evidently intended to prevent officers of the Bureau from aiding discharged colored soldiers or the heirs of those deceased in the recovery of the state bounties due them. But through the kind offices of Honorable Bond and a few other friends, in filing the claims already prepared, the bounty was saved for many deserving claimants. The settlement of colored soldiers' claims was put into the charge of the Bureau, but the government operated in the interest of a set of swindling claim agents. There was a systematic fraud scheme that had been perpetrated against the black soldiers. The fourth annual report of Assistant Commissioner, Bureau Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands for the District of Columbia, West Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware was published on October 10, 1868. The report stated in part that the number of agents in each of the 6 Maryland counties was to be gradually reduced. This was done since the number of complaints of injustice had decreased, with the implementation of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and with the recruitment of colored apprentices significantly reduced. The freedmen were also more capable of securing their rights in labor contracts. Before the local agents were relieved, the counties were thoroughly examined to see if they could be utilized for the construction of schoolhouses. The counties were also given aid in the purchase of a school site and help with paying for the construction. Due to the diminishing number of white residents opposing black schools, the work of these schools could be carried out more easily by sending agents from headquarters. The year was 1868, and the country was still healing from the Civil War. In Washington, D.C., there was a new type of slavery taking hold of the freedmen called labor contracts. These contracts, which were created in response to the black codes, allowed Southern whites to essentially re-enslave African Americans by forcing them to work for little or no pay. The contracts were often very unfair, and freedmen were often forced to work in dangerous or unhealthy conditions. Despite the risks, many freedmen saw labor contracts as their only option for finding work. With few other options available, they signed up for one-year contracts, hoping that things would improve by the time their contract was up. Unfortunately, things did not always improve. In some cases, freedmen were forced to sign new contracts, effectively extending their period of servitude. In other cases, they were simply not paid for their work, and in some cases, they were outright abused by their employers. Despite the risks, many freedmen saw labor contracts as their only option. The Freedmen's Bureau worked to improve the conditions of freedmen who were working under labor contracts. In some cases, the Bureau was able to negotiate better contracts for workers. In other cases, the Bureau helped workers to find new jobs with different employers. And in some cases, the Bureau provided financial assistance to workers who were not being paid for their work. On January 1, 1868, a freedwoman, Mary Blake, entered into a labor agreement with Ellen Belt of Georgetown. The labor agreement was for a one-year period from January 1, 1868 through January 1, 1869. During this period, Ellen agreed to pay Mary a sum of $40 if Mary complied with the following terms. Mary was responsible for feeding her own children, Letha Charlotte, and her small baby. The children must be outside of Ellen's residence during the warm months or when there was mild weather. Mary was responsible for making sure that her children did not destroy any of Ellen's property, and if this did occur, then Mary would have to pay for repairs. Mary's duties included cooking for Ellen and her family, tending to the garden, milking cows, washing, ironing, and mending. One notable clause within the contract that was often included in freedmen's contracts was for Mary to comply with any other demand that Ellen called her to do. If the terms were satisfied or met, then both Mary and Ellen were bound to the contract. If Mary did not comply with these terms, Ellen could withhold pay, dismiss her from employment, or extend the labor contract to recoup the number of days that Mary had allegedly violated the contract. This freedwoman's contract was one of many within the Washington, D.C. area, and it reveals the types of work that freed slaves were required to do, as well as their working conditions. The duties that were included in the contract were not only for housework, but also for agricultural labor. This was common for the freedmen who had experience with plantation work and other agricultural labor. The wages that were offered in this particular contract were considered average for the time and region. Wages for unskilled laborers in urban areas during this time averaged between $1 and $3 per month, while skilled laborers could make upwards of $20 per month. Given that many freedmen did not have any formal education or job training, they were typically relegated to unskilled labor positions. But this did come with some exceptions, as there were a vast number of skilled freedmen laborers. Freedmen's contracts were not always as favorable as the contract Mary Blake signed. In some cases, freedmen were required to work for no wages at all, and in other cases, they were paid only a portion of their earnings, with the rest being kept by their employer. Moreover, many contracts did not include provisions for food or housing, leaving freedmen to fend for themselves. As a result, many freedmen ended up living in substandard housing and suffered from malnutrition. The working and living conditions of freedmen improved somewhat after the Civil War, but even then, they were still far from ideal. With few other options available, many freedmen continued to sign labor contracts, hoping that things would get better. But for the most part, things only got worse. Freedmen were often cheated out of their wages, and their working and living conditions continued to deteriorate. It was not until the late 19th century that conditions began to improve for freedmen in the United States. The terms of the contract also revealed the power dynamic between the freedmen and their employers. The clause that states that Mary must comply with any other demand that Ellen called her to do was indicative of the control that Ellen had over Mary. This clause essentially allowed Ellen to dictate what Mary did on a day-to-day basis and prevented her from seeking outside employment. The contract also required Mary to pay for damages if her children caused any damage to Ellen's property. This was a widespread practice among slaveholders, and it served to keep slaves in line by threatening them with financial penalties. The contract between Mary Blake and Ellen Wilson is just one example of the many freedmen's contracts that were signed in the years after the Civil War. These contracts reveal the working and living conditions of freedmen during this time. Freedmen contracts, such as this one, provides valuable insights into the lives of African Americans in the years immediately following the Civil War. They offered a glimpse into the type of work that freed slaves were performing as well as the working conditions they faced. Additionally, these contracts reveal the power dynamics between the freedmen and their employers. Despite the challenges they faced, many freed slaves were able to find work and provide for themselves and their families. These contracts offer a glimpse into the lives of freedmen during a pivotal time in American history. The residents of the village at the center of the War Department's original building continued to maintain the homes that were originally constructed there. They also improved their properties through land beautification and additions. Some of the homeowners spent several times their initial investment on improvements. In addition to these, residents also paid taxes on various forms of property, such as land rents, state, federal, and local poll taxes, as well as school, road, and private property taxes. These were all individuals and families who were making improvements to their homes and communities. The Freedmen's Bureau provided the freedmen with an opportunity to purchase land that they could then use to grow crops or build homes. Many freedmen took advantage of this opportunity and purchased land in Arlington. They often paid for their land with money they had saved while working as laborers for the War Department. Some of the first African American landowners in Arlington were freed slaves who had purchased their land from the War Department. Chapter 8. Health and Healing in the Village. The staff also had to deal with health issues. There were always sick people in the village, and it was up to the staff to make sure that they received the medical attention that they needed. The staff also had to deal with the issue of housing, which closely correlated to health concerns. This was a constant challenge because the Freedmen's Village was always overcrowded. There were times when the staff had to put 3 or 4 families in one house. This was often done out of necessity because there were not enough houses for all the residents. The village was tasked with housing numerous freedmen, even the old and disabled. Ideally, the main goal was to house those who were willing and able to be employed, but this did not always occur. On July 26, 1866, a woman named Ellen Humby was admitted into the village and placed in a home for the elderly. This highlighted that the village worked to cover every aspect of the lives of the resident freedmen. The staff did their best to provide for those who were in the village, even if they were not able to work. The staff had to deal with these problems as they arose. Overall, the staff at the Freedmen's Village did a commendable job in trying to meet the needs of the residents. They were often successful, but there were also times when they failed. Overall, the staff worked hard to make sure that the freedmen were taken care of and that they had what they needed to live a good life. The freedmen who lived at the Freedmen's Village had access to an ambulance when needed and physician care. Whenever one of the 2 ambulances they had at the village went down for repair, the village staff would make sure a second ambulance was readily available. On December 17, 1866, Major Brown contacted Captain Lawrence regarding the ambulance situation. Major Brown informed Captain Lawrence that he had a decent workhorse that was given to the Freedmen's Bureau by Captain Lee. He further stated that the horse was to be used in support of the ambulance service at the village. The horse should be used alone with a cart or wagon to serve as an ambulance. The horse and wagon would be used to transport the sick from their quarters to the Freedmen's Bureau dispensary or hospital as needed. When an individual was admitted into the Freedmen's Bureau dispensary or hospital, they were required to have an examination by the doctor on staff. The individual's case history was also required to be completed. The Freedmen's Hospital was the present-day Howard University Hospital and is still in operation today. The Freedmen's Hospital often transferred elderly and disabled patients to the Freedmen's Village to clear space for newly arriving patients. This was an interchangeable arrangement that was established by the 2 entities. There were many times when the village sent the elderly and sick to the Freedmen's Hospital to make room for new arrivals to the village and to manage overhead or operational costs. The Freedmen's Village had a home designated for the aged and infirmed, often referred to as the home. On February 4, 1866-7, G. A. Wheeler, the surgeon in charge of the Abbott Hospital, informed Lieutenant Bergevin that General Oliver Howard informed him that the lieutenant would no longer have any duties to attend to regarding the home longhouses, apart from attending to their sanitary condition. Dr. Wheeler stated that he would not be able to provide the residents of the village with any supplies, such as fuel or rations. Unless he received an order to the contrary, he would not approve any requisitions or ration returns. Dr. Wheeler stated that he would collect the bedding that had been scattered outside of the hospital. He said that it was important to do so to prevent any potential spread of infection. Dr. Wheeler stressed the importance of cleanliness and said that this was a necessary step in ensuring the safety of everyone involved. Dr. Wheeler noted that he did not desire to cause trouble. He further stated that he believed that the hospital should be kept separate from the rest of the village. This was also for their own protection from illnesses that could have spread from the hospital. He explained that the ration returns often did not list the whereabouts or the existence of the people who were supposedly receiving the rations, nor did he receive a daily list of the freedmen who were admitted into the village. Dr. Wheeler stated that he did not know where any of the food went. The same reason applies to the wood, with still stronger force, as I am confident I could, without trouble, make the amped. Do the hospital alone, if properly measured, last the specified time. The reason he did not keep track of the wood's condition was that he was confident that it would last the specified period. The situation regarding the bedding and other articles was dire, as those were essential items. However, since Dr. Wheeler had no other means of preventing them from being carried off, he made the adjustments from a sense of imperative duty. In response to the letter that Dr. Wheeler sent to the Freedmen's Bureau, he received the following response from General Oliver Howard. The home and longhouses were not wards of the hospital, and Dr. Wheeler's authority over them only extended to keeping them in good sanitary condition. The home and longhouses were homes that were designated for the elderly, disabled, and sick. General Oliver Howard stated that Dr. Wheeler had control of the admissions into the hospital and highlighted the fact the superintendent had controlled the dependent freedmen. Dr. Wheeler's certificate as to the disability of anyone would be final and satisfactory to the superintendent. On February 14, 1867, Dr. Wheeler provided Captain Lawrence with a weekly report of the sanitary condition of the Freedmen's Village. Dr. Wheeler noted that to maintain a sanitary and healthy environment, he suggested that the private rooms in the old home building be removed. He stated that this would yield a twofold advantage. Tearing down the partitions would allow the whole building to be warmed up and provide better ventilation. Another advantage of this measure was that it could prevent people from getting sick by improving the overall health of the building. One of the most important advantages of this plan was that it would allow the building to maintain a more orderly and healthier environment. It would also help minimize the probability of the patients in the building receiving the wrong medicine. Having their beds numbered and arranged in a manner like a hospital ward would also make it easier for the staff to inspect and preserve the bedding. Besides maintaining a clean environment, this plan would also help improve the appearance of the building. Despite the advantages that this plan would offer, there were also some drawbacks. One of the main disadvantages was that it could potentially overcrowd the building. This would ultimately defeat the purpose of having private rooms in the first place. Another potential drawback was that removing the partitions could make it more difficult to heat the building during winter months. Dr. Wheeler noted many other considerations that could be addressed in favor of the changes, but those additional considerations did not fall within the purview of a sanitary character and extended beyond the scope of his duties. In offering suggestions, Dr. Wheeler made it clear that he did not intend to make the home a part of the hospital because he understood that more could be accomplished by keeping it entirely distinct. Dr. Wheeler consistently maintained that the health and comfort of the freedmen would be significantly increased by the measures that he proposed. The Freedmen's Village took many steps to ensure that the residents' health was attended to appropriately. There was a freedman named James Smith, 22 years of age, and he needed an artificial leg. The village administration requested that the Freedmen's Bureau granted approval for Smith to receive the leg and authorize payment for the leg out of the Freedmen's Fund. Smith was a single man and did not have much family support. Smith had been employed by the government and had his leg amputated at the upper third in 1864, resulting from a jigger insect bite and subsequent infection. The village noted that Smith had been a good worker and was anxious to resume employment if he could get an artificial leg. The government approved the request, and Smith was able to return to work with his new artificial leg. Another way that the village helped to ensure the health of the residents was by providing them with access to medical care. There was a doctor on staff who made regular rounds to check on the residents. In addition, the village had a hospital designated for more serious cases. The hospital intensive care had 6 rooms with 2 beds in each room. There were also 3 wards with 4 beds in each ward. The village also had a dispensary where patients could receive medicine. There were many cases involving residents of the village who had received major surgeries, which included amputations and other medical procedures that included attaching an artificial leg. After providing Smith with an artificial leg, Dr. Wheeler requested approval to procure another artificial leg for another freedman named Elias Smith. Elias was not in the military, and it is unknown if he was related to James Smith. Elias was an 80-year-old man, and like James Smith, he was single. Dr. Lee and Dr. Warrenton successfully amputated Elias's leg. Nearly 20 years earlier, Elias injured his leg while working on or near a wheat machine in February of 1847. Another freedman named Jerry Savage needed an artificial leg as a result of losing his right leg to frostbite in 1867. Savage's leg was amputated in Frederick, Maryland, and Dr. Bear performed the surgical procedure. Dr. Wheeler was designated to superintend the purchase of the leg and attach it to Savage. The money towards the purchase of the leg was deducted from the Freedmen's Fund. The Freedmen's headquarters sent a letter to Dr. Wheeler on March 2, 1867 regarding his duties at the Freedmen's Village. Previously, the House for Dependents at Freedmen's Village asserted that they did not receive personal, hands-on administration from the surgeon. Dr. Wheeler was thus directed to give his full attention to the details of management and maintain continuous oversight of the hospitals under his charge. Dr. Wheeler was charged to ensure that the needs of the freedmen were satisfied as promptly as practicable. It was noted that Dr. Wheeler's authority did not supersede the matron, Mrs. Stahl, in her duties. Rather, he was supposed to render her all the assistance and cooperation possible. The matron was responsible for the domestic arrangements and cleanliness of the facility. It was her duty to see that the freedmen were properly clothed and fed, and that their beds were kept in order. The matron was also responsible for the moral conduct of the freedmen. The freedmen who were unruly or disobedient were to be reported to Dr. Wheeler, who would then decide if they needed to be removed from the premises. As matron, Mrs. Stahl had numerous administrative duties. The Freedmen's Village had a shoemaker whose duties included keeping the residents of the village furnished with suitable shoes. Mrs. Stahl requested and received an order from Lieutenant Bergervian that authorized her to select all the tools required to complete a set of shoemaker tools. Once Mrs. Stahl received her tools, she had to send a memorandum that included an itemized list of the tools that she obtained. Mrs. Stahl complained to General Oliver Howard that the bed sheets were in short supply at the village. The general launched an investigation into the claim to determine if the shortage occurred in the gross amount that was sent to the village or in the number of yards that was marked on each piece of sheeting. This quick response showed the high level of monitoring and continuous supervision that was always afforded to the village. There were several reasons for this, with one being to ensure fair treatment of the freedmen and the other to ensure cost-effective operations. On September 21, 1867, General Oliver Howard sent a letter to Lieutenant Colonel Rayburn inquiring about the medical treatment provided to the freedmen of the village and those in the surrounding area. The medical officer of the Freedmen's Village had been providing medical care to all the freed people who resided in the village and the surrounding area. The general asked if this practice would continue, and if so, in what manner was he to procure medical supplies for such expenditures. During this time, there were around 300 renters in the village, and there were at least 200 freedmen who lived nearby only yards outside of the village. The medical care that was being provided to the freedmen was essential and greatly appreciated by them. On June 26, 1868, the Assistant Commissioner inquired and tried to reduce the operations of the medical department of the Bureau. The Freedmen's Village was directed to plan for the closing of every hospital in the village, except one. The one hospital that would remain open would be dedicated to housing the permanently sick and dependent freedmen that were under the care of the Bureau. The hospital would still be responsible for the needs that might have existed among the large population of dependent freedmen who lived in the village and its vicinity. The village and other communities suffered from several illnesses and diseases. At the direction of the Assistant Commissioner, the village had to turn over a portion of their hospital furniture and medicines to the Bureau to aid them in caring for the sick and destitute freedmen living outside of the village. The Assistant Commissioner required the village to provide an inventory of the property which was expected to be furnished to the authorities at the time of the transfer. Additionally, the Bureau requested a list of the patients, which would include their age, sex, place of birth, length of time in the state, length of time in the hospital, and disease or disability for which they were admitted. The village was required to immediately close most of its dispensaries. The Assistant Commissioner noted that the period had arrived when the communities within the Freedmen's Village must depend upon their own exertions for the care and maintenance of their own sick. He further stated that if a dispensary was required in any portion of the village, they were instructed to make a report on the subject, providing the fullest and strongest reasons for such a claim. Throughout 1868, the government worked toward closing the village, initially concentrating on the largest expense, medical care. In July 1868, it was reported that there were 553 adult dependent freedmen and 196 children who were entitled to rations. The board stated that many residents in the village were classified as dependents. The board further noted that many freedmen who were classified as dependents were able to provide their own support. The board recommended that the Freedmen's Village be discontinued as rapidly as practicable. To carry out their recommendation, the board further suggested the way the village should be closed. The first step was that the hospital should be closed immediately. The sick would be removed from the hospital at the village and transported to Freedmen's Hospital, Washington, D.C. Secondly, the tenements that adjoined to the Freedmen's Hospital were to be vacated, as well as the patients of the home at Freedmen's Village. Those permanently disabled by age or disease were also removed and sent to Freedmen's Hospital, Washington, D.C. Finally, the employees of the village were to be discharged as soon as practicable and the property turned over to the proper accounting officer. There were many instances in the village when the freedmen did not receive adequate medical care from the hospital in the village due to poor staffing of physicians. On September 25, 1868, Mr. Hall reported to General Oliver Howard that the freedmen were in desperate need of a physician. At least 7 freedmen were gravely ill and needed a physician and had not received medical treatment. He noted that those patients had been sick for a prolonged period. The hospital at the village was overcrowded with patients and was not able to provide adequate medical care to all. The number of patients at the hospital had risen to such an extent that some of the patients were being treated in tents that had been pitched on the hospital grounds, and some were transferred to the Freedmen's Hospital in Washington, D.C. On September 25, 1868, under Chief Surgeon Rayburn's authority, Dr. Howard was appointed as the outdoor physician for the portion of Washington that was located east of the Capitol building. Dr. Howard was tasked with rendering medical attention and prescribing medicine to all colored people who are in need of or apply for it. On July 10, 1868, Chief Medical Officer Edwards responded to Dr. Howard's correspondence regarding the Assistant Commissioner's Office proposal for abolishing dispensaries and closing the hospitals of the Bureau in the Freedmen's Village. Chief Medical Officer Edwards stated that if the patients who were being cared for by the Bureau were to be left to their own devices or to the care of mere bystanders, there would be great suffering among them. A grievous wrong would also be committed. But if orders were given for no further admissions into the hospitals of the Bureau and prompt efforts were made to require the civil authorities to take responsibility for the helpless and permanently disabled patients housed at the village hospital, and the Bureau rendered proper assistance, he would support such a measure. He further stated that accommodations should be made to transfer some of the patients to various county or city almshouses within the state. Chief Medical Officer Edwards further explained that similar accommodations were successfully implemented and were operational within several of the districts, and it was proposed to extend the application to Freedmen's Village. Final termination of the village's existence and its legal limit was required to be carried out before July 16, 1869. It was therefore important that the various closure operations of the Bureau were put into practice before that date. The Assistant Commissioner believed the current time was a favorable one to initiate the closing of the dispensaries and hospitals in the village. It was not so much to cut down on costs as it was to transfer the care of some of the county's sick and disabled citizens to other authorities. The Bureau had stated that the patients should be given temporary provisions, and it was inevitable that they would be transferred to other authorities at some point. It is important to note that the Bureau made a start in addressing the various issues that affected the county's civil society. One of the most important steps that the government took was providing financial aid to the local hospitals. It was proposed that the government give the hospitals a certain amount of property and then provide a portion of the required rations for a certain period. It was expected that at least 3 or 6 months of government support would be sufficient. Chapter 9, A Door to Freedom, Gaining Entry to the Village. The Washington, D.C. local superintendent Spurgeon requested the admittance of an elderly couple known as John, age 76, and Kitty, age 74. The couple was approved for admittance and were placed in the home for the elderly in room number 193. On August 28, 1866, Philip Taylor and his wife were identified as destitute freedmen and were admitted into the village upon the request and recommendation of Spurgeon. The poor, destitute, and elderly were not the only people with special accommodations who were admitted into the village. The village admitted Lewis Campbell's wife and daughter so that they could live with him in the village. Lewis had been previously admitted into the village and advocated for the admittance of his wife and daughter. Special accommodations were made for his wife and daughter because they were both diagnosed as being deaf and dumb. I have the honor to request admittance to the old folks' home at Arlington for these 2 colored people. Paul and Tabitha, they are not related, nor do I know their surnames. Spurgeon often admitted elderly people, and it is important to note this because the elderly would incur an absolute financial liability for the village. They had no means to provide for themselves, and in many cases, relied wholly upon the aid of the village. Able-bodied freedmen were allowed to rent upon demonstrating that they could work their land advantageously and had a particularly good character. Qualifying freedmen were granted the authority to rent 5 to 15-acre tracts of land. Lieutenant Bergevin did not support the Bureau's practice of renting land to the freedmen for minimal sums. He believed that renting land should require the freedmen to fully pay the Bureau for the use of the land for another season. His position was that if the proper management of the land were carried out, a considerable number of dependent freedmen could be employed instead of being left idle. There were many cases when the Freedmen's Village Administration was tasked with reuniting the freedmen families who were separated during the Civil War or slavery. This act and situation highlight two remarkable feats at once. First, the fact that we have documented records that supports the idea that the newly freed people had a deep sense of family shows their prioritized domestic relationships. This is important to note because many people who opposed the integration of the freed people into American society argued that the freedmen were an uncivilized group that lacked emotional rationale. The feeling that was promoted regarding the freedmen was that they were more akin to livestock or farm animals than their white counterparts. The second remarkable highlight is that it reveals that the Bureau agents and staff members had humility in their hearts toward the freedmen. Assigning the duties of reuniting freedmen families to a Bureau agent would force the agent to learn more about the freedmen and their families' members than they would have during their regular day-to-day operations within the village. The Freedmen's Village served as a reunion spot for many families who were torn apart by slavery. It was a place where they could finally be together and celebrate their newfound freedom. Despite the harsh conditions, the village provided a sense of community and shared purpose that was missing from their lives before. They welcomed each other with open arms, sharing what little they had to make life a little bit easier. In the face of adversity, they found strength in one another and vowed to never give up. On December 11, 1866, two free women reported having one son each at the Freedmen's Village in Arlington. Their sons' names were Louis Prims, age 14, and Aaron Lawney, age 16. The women asked that the Bureau send their sons to Taylorsville on R, F, and PR Road, where the women could receive their children. Upon receipt of this request, Captain Lawrence stated that the young boys would be transported to be reunited with their mothers once the boys were located at the village. The Bureau took it a step further and recruited the assistance of a gentleman by the name of Fra Ayers, who contacted the Freedmen's Village and supported the reunification of the two families. On December 8, 1866, Ayers wrote a letter to Captain Bates and stated that the two liberated women who were currently residing at Mr. Edmund Winston's house each had sons at the Freedmen's Village. Ayers listed the names and ages of the boys and stated that they were separated from their mothers during the war. Ayers mentioned that both mothers were anxious to have their family lives restored. Ayers ended his letter by respectfully requesting that the boys be sent to Taylorsville, where their mothers would gleefully receive and provide for them. The letter from Ayers to Captain Bates provides valuable insight into the effects of the Civil War on families. It is heart-wrenching to read about the women who were separated from their sons during the war and were desperate to be reunited with them. The boys themselves must also have been traumatized, having been taken away from their mothers and living in a strange place. It is commendable that Captain Bates diligently acted to help the mothers regain custody of their sons. Ayers' letter and the actions of the Freedmen's Bureau depict not only the importance of family within the village, but also the lengths to which the government was willing to go to maintain peace and order. The Freedmen's Bureau published a circular on December 11, 1866, regarding the transportation of freedmen. The circular addressed all applications sent to headquarters related to the transportation of freed persons from Washington. Freedmen who were being transported were those who were dependent on the government for support and were liable to remain in that condition for an extended period. As to those who depended on the government to gain employment and for sustenance, the Bureau was in large part relieved of these liabilities once they transported the dependent freedmen to other parts of the country. One key takeaway from the circular was that the Freedmen's Bureau made it clear that the duties of transporting freedmen should be limited to transporting those who were dependent upon the government to other areas of the country where the freedmen might find other financial opportunities or support from family members, and this would relieve the financial burdens that had been placed upon the government. Unfortunately, many of the freedmen fell within this category. It was apparent that the circular was written in a fashion which would limit the transportation of freedmen, crafted to expedite the removal of and transportation of dependent freedmen to other parts of the country. The Freedmen's Bureau established a guideline for the transportation of freedmen under the age of 12 years old. If the person requesting transportation was 12 years old or older, they would be regarded as an adult. Everyone between the ages of 11 years old and 4 years old was to be transported as children at half cost to the Bureau. No charge was made by the transport contractors for children under 4 years of age. The guideline further established the fact that children who were under the age of 4 should not be mentioned in the request for transportation. The reason was that it was assumed that small children would be with their parents or guardians. Many of the residents of the Freedmen's Village had served the nation or had family members who served the nation in the United States Colored Troops. This also presented a need for reunification for many families that lived within the village. Many of the soldiers went to various parts of the nation with their regiments. To reach their husbands in Kentucky, Bureau Agent Mr. Johnson requested that Mary Chick and Jenny Mickens be transported from Washington to Louisville. He stated that he did not know how many more people would want to travel to reach their loved ones. Captain Lawrence was put in charge of investigating the substantial number of cases such as these, and if there was sufficient evidence, transportation would be provided. Captain Lawrence stated that if the women's husbands would be willing to meet them at Louisville, or if they found employment there, then transportation would be provided. On December 20th, 1866, Mr. Johnson informed General Oliver Howard that some members of the 107th United States Colored Troops had returned to several locations throughout the country and requested their children and wives. The veteran freedmen sent money directly to the village to cover the cost of the transportation of their families. Johnson mentioned that he did not know how many free women still wished to receive free transportation. He further stated that Mrs. Jenny Mickens and Mary Chick were successfully transported to Louisville and were reunited with their husbands. The financial burden the Freedmen's Village was under was lifted and taken on by the women and their husbands after being transported away from the village to places where the heads of household found employment. Visiting agents at the Freedmen's Village recommended transporting another elderly man who was incapable of sustaining himself. Nelson Bolivar was 65 years old and had no family or home. Before Bolivar was transported to the village, he was first taken to Roseburg Alley to receive medical attention. The Freedmen's Village worked with many of the organizations and agencies that fell under the umbrella of the Freedmen's Bureau. The Freedmen's Hospital served as a fitting example of this. On February 25, 1867, Lieutenant Rogers requested approval for the transportation of Anna Johnson and her 12-year-old son to Caroline County, Virginia. Lieutenant Rogers stated that Mrs. Johnson's husband was in that county. He rented a home there and was waiting to receive his family. They had been dependent upon the government for support for a long time. Mrs. Johnson received a letter from her husband imploring her and his children to come live with him in a house he rented for them, and there was no doubt that they would be abundantly able to provide for themselves. Mrs. Johnson and her son were both able to work and seek employment to supplement her husband's income. There were other cases where family members were requesting to be reunited with their loved ones who were living in various parts of the country. In some instances, the Freedmen's Bureau was able to provide free transportation for these individuals. On April 17, 1867, in a report to General Oliver Howard, Captain Gates recommended the admittance of 6 freedmen into the village who lived on the Arlington estate when they were enslaved. These freedmen were deemed unable to provide for themselves because of their old age. He asserted that they were living in a comfortable house, and he thought it was important that they remain where they were, as opposed to being moved to the home. He also recommended that they continue receiving their daily rations. The home was a communal building designated for those who were elderly or disabled. According to reports received by the Chief Quartermaster's office on March 27, 1867, the Freedmen's Bureau has been asked to provide rations for 7 freedmen at the village. Those freedmen were indigent and destitute. General Oliver Howard granted approval for the freedmen to receive rations and recommended that they be considered for admittance into the home. Furthermore, he recommended that the freedmen be examined at the Abbott Hospital by a physician. On June 26, 1868, Acting Assistant Commissioner Stewart Eldridge disapproved General Charles Howard's request to transport Eliza Bailey, 11 women, and 21 children to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts, from the Freedmen's Village. The freed women and children were destitute, and homes were provided for them in Cambridgeport. Eldridge respectfully disapproved of the request until evidence was forwarded to him that the group of freed women and children could not be received at the Howard Industrial School. Eldridge also noted that in such requests, the ages of the children should also be given. Below is a depiction of children of the freedmen learning to make and repair shoes at the Howard Industrial School in 1898. This request exemplified the bureaucratic nature of a military procedure wherein General Charles Howard could not act independently, but rather had to secure consent from the War Department Commissioner or Assistant Commissioner. On June 15, 1868, General Charles Howard took a significant step to assist freedmen from Freedmen's Village who were struggling to find employment in the area. Recognizing that many were unable to secure work locally and faced the threat of destitution, suffering, or dependence, General Howard recommended to Major Eldridge that a list be developed of those who could be transported to places where employment had been arranged for them. This list included the names of the freedmen, their destinations, and the addresses of their employers. All of these individuals were trained at the Howard Industrial School and had received education at the village, which prepared them for the opportunities that awaited them in other regions of the country. The list was as follows. Eliza Bailey, age 36, and her 2 children were sent to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. Rosa Bird, age 24, and her 2 children were also sent to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. Louisa Burley, age 27, and her 1 child was sent to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. Celia Boyd, age 25, and her 1 child was sent to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. Hester Downs, age 25, and her 2 children were sent to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. Ellen Green, age 35, and her 3 children were sent to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. Julia Hill, age 34, and her 2 children were sent to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. Rachel Lewis, age 38, and her 3 children were sent to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. Mary Lewis, age 25, and her 1 child were sent to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. Mary Fletcher, age 30, and her 2 children were sent to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. Mary Mitchell, age 30, and her 1 child was sent to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. Louisa Jackson, age 35, and her 1 child was sent to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. This coordinated effort to relocate these individuals and their families to Cambridgeport, Massachusetts, where work had been secured, reflects the broader mission of the Freedmen's Bureau and Freedmen's Village to provide practical support for the formerly enslaved. By facilitating their relocation and employment, the Bureau helped these families move toward greater independence and stability, ensuring that they could avoid the hardships that threatened those who could not find work locally. On June 30, 1867, Amelia Stewart identified herself as the wife of a man who was suffering from a disability. She appealed to General Charles Howard for aid. Amelia noted that she had been working extremely hard since she was set free from slavery. She managed to purchase a house for herself and her husband to reside. She and her husband needed clothes, and her wages were not enough to cover their essential needs. Amelia asked if the Bureau was willing to help her. She added that the Bureau could send an agent to confirm her story so that they can see that her claims were truthful. Her husband, Larry Stewart, was living on the Fairfax farm. General Charles Howard instructed the Freedmen's Village to provide the couple with rations and ordered that they be admitted into the home for the aged and infirm at Freedmen's Village. On July 20, 1867, General Charles Howard inquired if under any circumstances could the Freedmen's Village admit freedmen as dependents without an order from the Assistant Commissioner's office. The General was informed that in all cases, applications for admission should be made to the Assistant Commissioner's office in the District of Columbia. General Charles Howard made this inquiry because he understood that there had been many instances when freedmen had been admitted into the village as dependents by the superintendent. On August 31, 1867, General Charles Howard wrote a letter to the Commissioner of the Bureau, given the considerable number of freedmen that were slated to be sent to the home at Freedmen's Village from Washington County and Georgetown, but only a limited number, approximately 12 freedmen, were admitted into the village. On September 11, 1867, Lieutenant Rogers identified the urgent needs of Sarah Owens, a freedwoman requiring assistance, and recommended that she be admitted to the home for the infirm and the elderly. In another instance, Mary Chase, who was found sick and outside the village, was also admitted for care. Later, on October 7, 1867, at the request of Lieutenant Rogers, Assistant Superintendent Lieutenant Bergevin approved the temporary admission of a freedwoman named Lavinia Jenkins, age 50, along with her 3 children, aged 2, 5, and 7 years. The Jenkins family was in a state of extreme destitution, prompting immediate action. Dr. Howard, the superintendent of the village, agreed to provide Jenkins and her children with temporary shelter. The plan was to offer them a safe place to stay until a more permanent home could be found for them, along with potential employment opportunities in the North. This response highlights the ongoing efforts of the village's leadership to address the immediate needs of freedmen and their families, providing them with shelter and support during times of extreme hardship. The willingness to temporarily admit those in dire circumstances reflects the compassionate mission of the village to assist the most vulnerable individuals as they transition to lives of greater stability and independence. In cases such as this, the village, as well as the Bureau, were motivated to assist with relocation so that the family would not cause a prolonged financial burden. Many factors were often considered when receiving freedmen into the village due to concerns about overcrowding. On April 8, 1868, Pastor H.W. Reed petitioned the Assistant Commissioner detailing the dire conditions of a destitute freedwoman named Melvina Luckett. Pastor Reed stated that several freedmen families that were residing in the village of Falls Church in Fairfax County, Virginia, needed immediate relief. One of the women, Melvina Luckett, was an industrious Christian woman and had been struggling to make ends meet for many months. But Luckett had 4 children, and 2 of them were sickly and too young to earn a living. Her husband suffered from frostbite while serving in the United States Colored Troops. His feet were frozen and was unable to go to work during the winter. Her children, who were barefoot and in rags, were also in need of clothing, and Mrs. Luckett needed provisions. The pastor mentioned that several days had passed and the family had no food to eat. Families such as this one exited the South in substantial numbers post-emancipation, and their famished conditions made them more likely to commit theft of food. Pastor Reed advocated for another free woman, Harriet Gaddis. Gaddis was a widow and had 6 children. 4 of them were small, 2 were twins, and one of the twins was sick with scrofula. Gaddis did not eat well on some days and needed food and clothing. Gaddis was described as an exceptionally reliable and industrious Christian woman who was altogether reliable and trustworthy. Pastor Reed highlighted the fact his statements were made based on his own knowledge and offered the additional reference of Reverend D.W. Anderson as a method of validating the claims. On December 3, 1867, a young 13-year-old freedman was found wandering the streets of Washington alone. The child was taken to the colored orphans' home by Miss Bigelow. The boy was not of a sound mind, and he was transported from Washington to the village, where he was later admitted. The transportation of freedmen and their families who were reliant on the government for support to places of work beyond Washington was significantly limited. The transportation of freed orphan children, as well as women with young children, became strictly regulated under new policies that required destinations to be prearranged according to specific regulations. This curtailment significantly reduced the number of individuals transported with government aid. After the implementation of this new policy, only 362 freedmen were provided with government-aided transportation, a stark contrast to the 52 and 12 freedmen who had been transported in previous years. The new regulations allowed transportation only when it was deemed absolutely necessary, particularly in cases where it was essential to prevent children from being left destitute or without adequate care in the event of a parent's death. This policy shift reflected a more controlled and selective approach, ensuring that transportation resources were used effectively and that those in the most critical need were prioritized. The stricter oversight also aimed to ensure that the freedmen, especially vulnerable children and families, were relocated to safe and supportive environments where their needs could be properly met. The transportation of all other able-bodied freedmen was generally unrestricted, with the understanding that if they failed to support themselves, they would have to accept such aid as the government could provide. To make it easier for freedmen to find employment and become self-sufficient, the Bureau helped them to relocate to areas where there were job opportunities. The Bureau also worked with local employers to help them find workers. In some cases, the Bureau provided freedmen with tools and other supplies that they needed to do their jobs. The Freedmen's Bureau moved Helmdow's freedmen from Washington on government transportation between February 1866 and October 1868, along with many more who had been helped to locate homes in Maryland, Virginia, and elsewhere where transportation was not required. As a result of the labor market in Washington being overburdened with a large influx of freedmen, it was essential for those who were able to work to relocate. In efforts to relieve the indigent, employment offices became a primary method of securing employment. The Bureau noted that through employment offices in Washington, 1977, freedmen were provided with jobs during the period of July 1, 1867 through August 31, 1868. The number of able-bodied men who were seeking employment in Washington, D.C. was more than the local demand for labor. The limited amount of work available within the immediate vicinity was not sufficient for all who needed it. To help with this issue, the Freedmen's Bureau assisted in the relocation of freedmen to other areas where there were job opportunities. Chapter 10. Storm Clouds over Freedmen's Village. All the happenings within the Freedmen's Village were not without fault. Mr. J. H. Reynolds petitioned General Charles Howard to investigate an assault that occurred at the Long Bridge. 4 black men armed with muskets came to his house near Fort Jackson and made threats against his life. He stated that he did not provoke the men and that he believed that the men were residents of the village. Mr. Reynolds sought an investigation into this matter and reported it to the authorities of the Freedmen's Village. He also indicated that he would like to take the necessary steps to prevent similar incidents in the future. Mr. Reynolds fell short of articulating what led him to believe that the 4 men lived in the village. Shortly afterward, a swift investigation ensued. Lieutenant Bergevin was able to apprehend 3 parties who were suspected of committing the outrage against Mr. Reynolds. The men were subsequently placed in Fort Jackson prison. The names of the individuals were as followed: Samuel Chesson, Dick Robinson, and George Stout. All 3 men were from the village. Mr. Reynolds was also informed that Thomas Stout, who used to be a resident of the village and apparently one of the perpetrators, was in jail in Alexandria, VA. It is important to note that the village was not without its share of crime, but it appeared as though the Bureau actively worked to investigate and prevent such incidents. The Freedmen's Village was a self-contained community that provided housing, schools, and medical care for African Americans in Arlington County, Virginia. The village became home to thousands of freed slaves and other free African Americans who came seeking a better life. While the village offered many opportunities for its residents, life there was not without its challenges. Crime was a problem in the village, as evidenced by the case of the assault on Mr. J. H. Reynolds. Additionally, the village was often overcrowded and conditions were sometimes unsanitary. On June 26, 1866, Lieutenant Bergevin asked General Oliver Howard to grant the village more guards. Previously, the general granted the village more guards to assist with deterring the destruction of the fence that surrounded the community. The guard at the facility was inadequate to protect the freedmen's crops, and 25 privates and 2 corporals were brought in to help. Those individuals were tasked with securing the crops in response to complaints about the theft of vegetables. General Oliver Howard denied the subsequent request for additional security. It was suggested that certain measures be taken to identify and punish those who commit trespassing. These could include the use of keen monitoring and the imposition of severe penalties for those found guilty. The lack of security was a major concern for residents of the village, and it appears as though their concerns were justified. Despite receiving a denial for his original request, Lieutenant Bergevin made a second appeal on June 22, 1866, to General Oliver Howard for assistance regarding the crop theft problem at the village. Lieutenant Bergevin asserted that, to secure the crops grown at Arlington Farm, he has requested the addition of 25 more privates and 1 sergeant to the existing number of enlisted men. These men would be responsible for ensuring that the farm's freedmen were not disturbed. There had been numerous complaints made to him about the activities of unknown individuals who were stealing vegetables and other agricultural products from the gardens of the freedmen. The number of enlisted men at the facility at the time was as followed: 2 sergeants, 4 corporals, 29 privates, and 1 sergeant. The enlisted men were detailed to the village from different companies within the 107th Regiments of the United States Colored Troops. He found it difficult to stop the activities due to the number of complaints they received. Although the troops were used to establishing order and keeping the peace, on occasion they brought their own unique set of problems to the village. On April 2, 1864, there was an arrest of an illegal recruiter at the Freedmen's Village. The offender was accused of unlawfully recruiting and coercing freedmen to enlist in the United States Colored Troops. The various units regularly sent black troops into the camp at Freedmen's Village to enlist. The black soldiers were offered a bounty for each recruit the soldiers were able to enlist. They went at will about the country and recruited men to be enlisted into the United States Colored Troops. Some were engaged in the Engineers Department, some from the Army of the Potomac Infantry, while others were servants of officers or employed at the government farms. To prevent abuse from black recruiters who sought to enlist black troops, they were barred from entering the Freedmen's Village, Camp Todd, and other camps, but they continued to do so. The occupants were ready to retaliate and beat soldiers, as they were filled with fear resulting from the virtually forced imprisonment recruiting tactics of the black troops. It was alleged that a black troop took 5 or 6 men by force. The black troops threatened that if the freedmen went with them quietly and enlisted into the USCT, they would receive $1 bounty, but if they refused, they would still be drafted but receive no compensation. Some of the freedmen who opposed such recruitment were threatened with assault and battery. Many of the black troops were thought to be in better physical condition than the local freedmen. Black soldiers were in the habit of coming to the camp ostensibly to attend church services, but were coming without the sanction of the proper authorities to enlist. Colonel Green encouraged recruitment, but insisted that recruiters received his permission. That way, he could be sure enlisters would receive the bounties owed to them and arranged to have a portion directed to support their family. It is interesting to note that there was a level of communication and respect between the African American residents of the village and the Bureau staff. The fact that Lieutenant Bergevin made 2 appeals on their behalf spoke to the fact that he believed their concerns were legitimate. It is also clear that the residents of the Freedmen's Village were taking measures to protect their crops and property. Despite the lack of security in the village, it appeared as though the residents did the best they could to ensure their safety. Unfortunately, Lieutenant Bergevin's advocacy for the freedmen went unheard concerning the theft of their crops. 7 days after Lieutenant Bergevin submitted his second request for assistance, Special Order Number 47 was published on June 29, 1866. By the power of General Oliver Howard, the order relieved Lieutenant Bergevin of his duties at the Freedmen's Village and appointed Captain Lawrence in his place. In response to the complaints, General Oliver Howard had ordered the appointment of Captain Lawrence as the superintendent of the Freedmen's Village. Both Lieutenant Bergevin and Captain Lawrence were made responsible for ensuring that the farm's freedmen were not disturbed. Under this order, Lieutenant Bergevin was ordered to give Captain Lawrence all the public property in the Freedmen's Village, including the papers and records related to the operations of the village. Lieutenant Bergevin continued to perform only duties related to renting of lands and tenements and other specific duties as directed by the superintendent of the Freedmen's Village. The fact that Lieutenant Bergevin was removed from his position at the Freedmen's Village suggests that the concerns of the African American residents were not taken seriously. The removal of Lieutenant Bergevin was in response to the complaints about the lack of security in the village. However, it is unclear why General Oliver Howard decided to appoint Captain Lawrence as the superintendent of the Freedmen's Village. It is possible that General Oliver Howard felt that Captain Lawrence would be more effective in addressing the concerns of the African American residents. Although Lieutenant Bergevin was no longer the superintendent of the Freedmen's Village, he continued to be involved in the operations of the village. Lieutenant Bergevin was still dedicated to ensuring that the African American residents of the village were taken care of. Shortly after the installation of the new superintendent, a board of survey was appointed to investigate the cause of a deficiency in corn at the Freedmen's Village. This was the responsibility of Lieutenant Bergevin before being relieved of his duties. It appeared that Lieutenant Bergevin attempted to resolve the situation, but was largely unsuccessful because he did not receive the support that he requested. It was apparent that the Bureau was concerned that there had been an ongoing theft of crops from the Freedmen's Village, but it did not appear that demoting Lieutenant Bergevin was the best course of action. The Board of Survey, composed of Major J. Hoff, Captain Lawrence, and Newton Whitten, met at Freedmen's Village on Monday, October 16th at 10 a.m. to investigate the cause of the shortage of corn. It was also expected that they would identify the source of the deficiency and recommend a solution. On July 17, 1866, Assistant Superintendent of the Freedmen's Village, Lieutenant Whitten Newton, requested aid on the behalf of a free woman who resided near the village. It is noteworthy to highlight the fact that the lieutenant was making an honest attempt to aid Margaret Lee, being that her situation did not necessarily fall within the scope of his duties, as she was not a resident of the village. This showed the humanity of the lieutenant, and as we have come to learn, the village was well endowed with its own set of problems. Lieutenant Newton stated that Lee needed aid and was in a destitute state because her husband was in jail. Lee needed rations since her husband had been placed in jail. Margaret Lee, the wife of Spencer Lee, was imprisoned at the time in Alexandria on a charge of conspiracy to assault Mrs. Murtaugh. Margaret Lee was extremely poor and needed assistance. Lieutenant Newton referred Lee to Captain Lawrence since he knew that she lived near the village, but he hoped that the village could provide her with assistance. One of the most important aspects of the staff's duties was to make sure that the residents had enough to eat. This was a constant challenge because the food supplies were often limited. There were times when the staff had to ration the food so that everyone would have enough to eat. The staff also had to deal with the issue of theft. There was an ongoing problem with crops being stolen from the Freedmen's Village. This was a major concern because it limited the amount of food that was readily available for the residents. On August 17, 1866, Lieutenant Bergevin, despite his demotion, addressed a concern that was brought up by a freedman known as Blackwell and a man named Henry D. Payton. In response to the accusations of theft levied against Henry D. Payton, Lieutenant Bergevin noted that the Freedmen's Village was instructed to punish those who steal. The man who was accused of stealing was able to prove that he had been getting corn from his own garden. To safeguard against thefts, agents who worked at the village wanted the Bureau to assign enough guards to secure the numerous fields and gardens in the village that produce copious quantities of crops. With regards to the charge and allegations of theft, those who were found to be guilty were deported to areas where they could gain employment after being jailed for a period. Some freedmen who lived within the village, who were not able to gain employment within the general vicinity, refused to leave the village to gain employment elsewhere when the opportunity was offered. As a result, they were arrested and jailed until they could be transferred to other work locations. Furthermore, Lieutenant Bergevin noted that many of the freedmen who stole did so because they were unemployed, and when challenged about the theft, some of them made up excuses to justify their actions. Many of them would steal from nearby farms where they were formerly held in captivity. These were the lands and crops that they were previously forced to cultivate, and as a result, they held the view that they were entitled to the fruits of their labor. Acts of theft such as these were not viewed as theft or morally wrong by many within the freedmen's community. Nonetheless, when caught stealing, the freedmen would be jailed, fined, and leased out as involuntary laborers to individuals and corporations. In response to the allegations of theft or refusal to work made against Freedmen's Village residents, the residents of the village respectfully asked the Bureau to take the time to address their concerns and provide them with the necessary information. An unidentified group of freedmen wrote a letter and addressed it to General Charles Howard and Lieutenant Bergevin. The freedmen collectively voiced the following concerns. In the first place, they asked if they could have the facility they presently occupied for one more year. This would allow them to make the necessary preparations for the coming season. The freedmen who requested one more year at the village likely made that request because they were asked to leave. Bureau agents often asked freedmen to leave or evicted freedmen from the village for reasons such as making room for new arrivals, failure of tenants to make rent payments, or when other employment opportunities were presented in other parts of the country. The freedmen asked the Bureau heads if there was a better and more effective way to prevent people from stealing. This concern was raised because theft was a prevalent and ongoing issue that often occurred. According to the regulations of the time, the owner of the stolen property was required to provide evidence against the thief even if the owner did not witness the act. As a result, most cases of theft were not reported to the police. Not having protection against theft, such as guards or systems to safeguard against theft, left the freedmen's property vulnerable. A group of freedmen also requested that a system be put in place to help them find honest and steady employment. They asked that the pay for their current jobs be increased. The residents were not paid a livable wage, and as a result, they had to take on multiple jobs to make ends meet. The freedmen asked that more food be sent to the village because the quality and quantity of the food that was sent were not enough to sustain them. Lastly, they requested that an agent be placed at the village as a liaison who could provide them with information and help with their various concerns. The freedmen asked the Bureau to address their concerns and provide them with the necessary information. Captain Lawrence, the superintendent of Freedmen's Village, authorized the renting of up to 15 acres of land to various parties. Captain Lawrence believed that the freedmen had done their best to maintain and work their land. The freedmen were undoubtedly invested in their success, agency, and mobility. They did not sit idly by and beg for alms from the Bureau. Instead, they took the initiative to improve their own lives and petition for better working and living conditions. The fact that they had to rent their land back from the government after being promised it as part of their emancipation is a testament to the ongoing struggles that African Americans faced even after the Civil War. On March 14, 1866, a freedman who once resided at Freedmen's Village became the subject of an investigation concerning a farm known as Frog Nest. A white planter, J.S. Budd from Charles County, Maryland, had his legal counsel contact the Freedmen's Bureau to dispute the ownership of the farm, which was now allegedly in the possession of a freedman named Judson. Budd's counsel claimed that the farm rightfully belonged to Budd, although the claim lacked details on how the land came into Judson's possession and did not provide any proof of Budd's ownership. The circumstances surrounding Judson's ownership of the land suggested that his ties to Freedmen's Village may have played a crucial role in protecting him from potential legal or physical repercussions. Given the volatile nature of property disputes during this period, and the frequent targeting of freedmen in such conflicts, Judson's connection to the village likely shielded him from arrests, fines, or even violence. Had he not been under the village's protection, Judson might have faced grave danger or imprisonment due to the property title dispute with Bud. On April 6, 1867, Lieutenant Rogers was tasked with investigating another matter, this time involving allegations made by Dr. Armstrong regarding the theft or killing of his cows. Dr. Armstrong visited the Bureau headquarters and reported that some of his cows had gone missing or had been killed. Although the doctor could not provide any concrete evidence or detailed information to support his claims, he expressed the belief that freedmen residing at Freedmen's Village were responsible. At that time, thefts were often attributed to the freedmen, a suspicion that was sometimes warranted, but more often steeped in racial prejudice. The default presumption was that freedmen were inherently inclined to criminal behavior, a stereotype that unjustly painted them as frequent perpetrators of theft and other crimes. In Dr. Armstrong's case, it was possible that one of the freedmen had stolen the cows, but it was equally possible that others, perhaps white supremacists, or those seeking to undermine the freedmen's success, were responsible and simply used the freedmen as scapegoats. This was a common tactic used to justify mistreatment and reinforce negative stereotypes about freedmen. Recognizing the seriousness of the allegations, the Assistant Commissioner directed Lieutenant Rogers to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. Lieutenant Rogers was instructed to determine whether any freedmen residing at the village were involved in the theft or killing of Dr. Armstrong's cows. The investigation was crucial not only for addressing the specific incident, but also for ensuring that justice was fairly administered, free from the racial biases that often influence such cases. Dr. Armstrong provided a supplemental statement that he had reason to believe that parties from the Freedmen's Village visited his premises and stole 2 cows. Dr. Armstrong described one cow as a good-sized dark red cow, horned. The switch part of the tail was lacking, which gave the tail a short appearance. He described the other cow as a small brindle, also horned. The ears of both were split. He further stated that a set of worn buggy harnesses was taken. The name Wiltsey was stamped on the loop where the trace passes in after being buckled to the collar. Dr. Armstrong stated that the stolen collar was dropped by the thief between the Freedmen's Village and his house. A Dutch or breast collar was also taken, along with 2 turkeys and several fowls. General Charles Howard kindly ordered a letter to be written to the Freedmen's Bureau relating to the losses that Dr. Armstrong suffered. He enclosed a detailed letter with the following call to action. Be kind enough to have all necessary inquiries made if any cattle answering the foregoing description have been seen alive or butchered in or about the village, as also any turkey or fowl feathers, in fact any steps that may lead to the discovery of the guilty party or parties. John Kimball supported Dr. Armstrong's claims and petitioned the Freedmen's Village and the Freedmen's Bureau Field Office in Washington to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. Dr. Armstrong was an old friend of Kimball. They only lived about 1 mile apart from one another. Kimball said that this incident was a damaging theft. He exclaimed that any man who would steal from Dr. Armstrong must be bold and cared little for his own life. He stated that the doctor was a well-known retired Army officer and would not spare a shot. Kimball stated that Dr. Armstrong had 2 colored men from the village working for him. He believed this fact suggests that a freedman from the village stole the property and had taken it to the village. Kimball implored, "I hope you will do all you can to help him." Lieutenant Rogers conducted his investigation and found that there was no evidence to support the allegations made by Dr. Armstrong. There were no eyewitnesses or any other type of evidence to suggest freedmen who resided in the village had been involved in the theft of the doctor's cows. Regarding theft of items, crops, cattle, and all other property at the Freedmen's Village, General Oliver Howard felt that the complainants of such crimes and the guards at the village should bear some responsibility for not appropriately securing and protecting their property. Captain E.B. Gates was the president of the Board of Survey, and Brigadier General Henry Whittlesey was the chief quartermaster. According to General Oliver Howard, the property described in the proceedings of the Board of Survey was stolen or lost between July 1st, 1866 and January 31st, 1867. An explanation as to the time when the loss was discovered should have been provided to determine the responsibility for the said property. The Board of Survey was responsible for determining the liability of the respondents for the stolen property. General Oliver Howard stated that it was important to learn whether the property was either unserviceable or serviceable when it was lost. He noted that this information was not mentioned in the alleged report regarding the theft. This fact should have been disclosed to determine the kind of care that was taken to maintain the property. The kind of security and care that was required to maintain the property would be considered insufficient in the case of the lost property. He added that if the proper number of guards were employed to secure the property that was reported stolen, the theft probably would not have occurred. The general further noted that it was not clear why the property was not protected from unauthorized entry for 6 months. This lack of protection was not only evident by the fact that the property was not maintained properly, but additionally by the fact that it was not guarded properly. It was not clear if the officer took adequate measures to secure the property from unauthorized entry. The subordinate was only aware of the situation when he was informed by his superior officer. Other measures could have been taken to prevent the loss. Moreover, it was not clear if the facts presented in the proceedings of the Board of Survey were sufficiently developed. This issue was brought to the attention of the Board of Survey to determine if a full report of its proceedings has not been made. It was also suggested that the officer should not be absolved from his responsibilities for the loss of the property until he demonstrated that he took the necessary steps to protect it. He should have shown that he did so in a prudent manner. Besides the type of care and diligence that he exhibited, he failed to note the value of the property at the time it was lost. Efforts were also implemented to control theft at the home and hospitals in the village. Under the authority of General Oliver Howard, a memorandum containing the description of each piece of goods that was delivered to the matron would be provided to her upon request. The Freedmen's Bureau provided the matron with a copy of the report made by Lieutenant Rogers of his investigation into the conditions at the Freedmen's Village, so that she would be aware of the conditions at the village and take steps to improve them. On August 14, 1867, General Charles Howard wrote a letter to the Assistant Commissioner's office and asked for instructions as to the discharging of dependents, the removal of quarrelsome renters, whether he may punish them, and if so, in what manner. He asked for instructions on how to deal with dependents who were insubordinate, assaultive, indecent, or used abusive language. He stated that some freedmen should be discharged from the village and some renters were frequent violators of good order. He also mentioned that there were dependents who had to be watched to prevent them from committing violence against people in authority. The Assistant Commissioner's office responded to General Charles Howard's inquiry and forwarded him the necessary instructions to discharge freedmen from the village. The superintendent of the village was sustained in all reasonable measures of discipline necessary for maintaining good order in any emergency. The below excerpt is from the letter General Charles Howard sent to the Assistant Commissioner's office. On the 20th of July, I forwarded to your office a code of rules and regulations for the administration of affairs in this village. For your examination, in compliance with special orders from your headquarters, I have not felt myself justified in introducing rules of discipline until I should first have your approval of my own rules or laws established by you. And as there has been heretofore no order and letter book report to which I could refer, I would now respectfully ask instructions as to the discharge of dependents from the village, the disposal of quarrelsome and turbulent renters, and whether I may punish, and in what manner, dependents for insubordination, assault, or indecent or abusive language and conduct towards civilian employees here. There are persons here on the roll of dependents who should be, in my opinion, not only discharged as dependents, but discharged from the village. There are renters who are frequent violators of good order and troublesome inhabitants, and there are dependents who have to be constantly watched to prevent them from using violence to persons in authority under me, and who have already committed assaults in several instances. All these are grievous sources of trouble to the superintendent of disorder in the community, and of disrepute to the operations of the bureau of this village. I only desire authority to be able to remove them all. General Charles Howard was seeking guidance so that he could take swift actions to address the ongoing issues that he has made the Assistant Commissioner's office aware of regarding the behavior of some of the freedmen at the village. The general's plan of action may seem harsh, but when the greater good of the village was called to attention, his concerns and plans to remedy them were suitable in the view of other federal workers. The behavior of the freedmen in the village was at times commendable and at other times deplorable. One example of the downtimes can be found in the investigation that was initiated by General Charles Howard in response to the behavior of a freedman named Glasgow. On October 30th, 1867, there were strong allegations against Glasgow regarding his daily behavior. Mr. Mitten stated that Glasgow spent most of his days drunk at the Freedmen's Village. The investigation revealed that David Glasgow was a very self-indulgent man. It was discovered that Glasgow was not a productive member of the village, and his actions were disreputable. The freedmen were encouraged to live moral and upright lives, and many of them did. The case of Glasgow was not an isolated issue, as incidents such as this occurred regularly, but the infractions were committed by a small number of the freedmen. The Freedmen's Village was a place that was meant to help freedmen get back on their feet after the Civil War. The village provided housing, food, clothing, and access to education and medical care. The majority of the residents were able to take advantage of the resources and opportunities that were available to them. However, there were a small number of residents who caused problems with their disruptive and self-indulgent behavior. On November 1st, 1868, a freedman named Louis Gaskins complained about not being treated as well as other freedmen who resided within the village. His allegations were forwarded to the Bureau's headquarters in Washington for an investigation. The management of the Freedmen's Village could be very harsh and oppressive. The superintendent and his assistants were constantly threatening to expel the freedmen from the village if they did not comply with their rules and regulations. Freedmen like Gaskins often complained that the food provided by the village was inadequate and poor in quality. He also alleged that the village officials were unjust in their treatment of the freedmen. On December 24, 1867, the village experienced a wood shortage. Regarding the reported wood shortage, the Assistant Commissioner's Office directed Dr. Howard to examine the provisions for the keeping of fuel, wood, and coal supplies for the use of the village. He also instructed Dr. Howard to hire a new watchman or guard if needed to help secure the wood from possible theft. Dr. Howard was informed that the reported deficiency of such a large amount of wood in an abbreviated period of time was irregular. The Assistant Commissioner's Office noted that an excessive amount of wood was being consumed within the Freedmen's Village. The Assistant Commissioner was concerned with the fact that there were no stores of wood for future use, especially with winter approaching. After investigating the matter, Dr. Howard discovered that the superintendent had failed to make any contracts for a regular supply of wood during the summer and fall. There were allegations made about freedmen cutting down trees and using them for fuel without permission. Additionally, it was suspected that some of the villagers were stealing wood from other properties to supplement their own needs. To remedy the situation, Dr. Howard planned with a local supplier to provide the village with a steady supply of wood. He also requested guards around the perimeter of the village to deter any further theft. In addition, he issued a warning to the residents that anyone caught stealing wood would be subject to punishment. Reverend Danforth Nichols, a Methodist missionary and American Missionary Association agent, worked the village. Mr. Nichols and other abolitionists had a harder time dealing with the actuality of slavery than they did calling for its abolishment. Freedmen were considerably different from the abolitionists' well-to-do, acculturated free black supporters in terms of their education and integration into society. Alarmed that freedmen were violating constantly the laws of chastity and honesty often led Nichols and his colleagues to resort to heavy-handed efforts to control them. They frequently referred to freedmen as poor things, and condescension came easy to them. On January 14, 1864, Louisa Jane Barker, the wife of Reverend Stephen Barker, chaplain of the 1st Massachusetts Heavy Artillery, provided testimony to the Freedmen's Bureau regarding a distressing incident involving a woman named Lucy Ellen Johnson. According to Barker, she was living in the house of Lieutenant Shepard when he brought Johnson to her room in a state of extreme agitation. Johnson was weeping violently, rubbing her hands and arms, which she said were in great pain. Barker observed that Johnson's thumbs were scarred with welts, showing the marks left by cords that had been used to tie her. Similar marks were evident on her wrists, and one of her sleeves was torn in two. Johnson's bonnet was also torn. When Barker inquired about what had happened, Johnson explained that the guards at Freedmen's Village had released her after subjecting her to gross abuse. She recounted how the guards had tied her up to a tree, causing the injuries Barker had observed. It took nearly 2 hours for Barker to soothe and calm Johnson, who was crying uncontrollably and deeply outraged by the treatment she had endured. Johnson's husband had entrusted her to the protection of Mr. Nichols at the village while he went away to work. The understanding was that Johnson would earn her food and clothing like the other residents of the village. However, upon her arrival, Johnson was too sick to begin working. During her first week at the village, she applied for free rations, a bed mattress, a blanket, a pair of shoes, and a dress. Mr. Nichols, who had been ill for the past 2 months and had not previously met Johnson, questioned her about her employment status. When Johnson explained that she had been too sick to work but hoped to start the following week, Mr. Nichols inquired about her husband's earnings. Upon learning that her husband earned $25 per month, he questioned why she needed free rations or other items from him. Johnson responded that Mr. Nichols should have discussed this with her husband before bringing her to the village. This response angered Mr. Nichols, who ordered Johnson to come closer to him. When she hesitated out of fear, he forcibly seized her by the shoulder and pushed her into a chair. In an attempt to defend herself, Johnson rose from the chair, but Mr. Nichols forcefully pushed her down again. She defiantly stood up a second time, and he forced her down once more, ordering her to remain seated. This harrowing account provided by Barker highlights the harsh and abusive conditions that some freedmen, particularly women, faced even within environments that were ostensibly meant to protect and support them. The incident underscores the vulnerabilities of freed women in particular, who were often subjected to mistreatment by those in positions of power, even within the confines of government-run facilities like Freedmen's Village. This time, Johnson remained in the chair until a guard entered the room, forcibly seized her by the shoulders, and shoved her. The guard threatened to imprison her in the guardhouse. As they reached the door, they were joined by a corporal, a sergeant, and several soldiers who escorted Johnson to the guard tent. During this ordeal, some of the soldiers pushed and kicked her, and at one point she was seized by the throat, nearly strangling her. Upon reaching the guard tent, a guard fastened a rope around both of Johnson's thumbs, passed it over the limb of a tree, and hoisted her off the ground. Johnson was suspended in the air by her thumbs, which bore the weight of her entire body. The pain was excruciating, but her ordeal was far from over. A lieutenant arrived on the scene, and the guards removed the rope from her thumbs, only to tie it around her wrists. Once again, Johnson was hoisted into the air, her arms outstretched, leaving her powerless and defenseless. As she hung from the tree, enduring unimaginable pain, one of the guards kicked her, another choked her, and a third guard stuffed dirty wool into her mouth to muffle her agonized screams. The brutal assault continued for half an hour, with Johnson subjected to relentless physical and emotional torment. Eventually, the lieutenant ordered the guards to bring her down from the tree. When Johnson was finally released, the lieutenant advised her to leave the village. In desperation, Johnson explained that she had nowhere else to go. The lieutenant, showing little empathy, instructed her to keep out of Mr. Nichols' sight if she wished to avoid further punishment. This horrific incident underscores the extreme violence and abuse that free women like Johnson were subjected to, even within the supposed safety of Freedmen's Village. The brutality she endured at the hands of those who were meant to protect highlights the pervasive and dehumanizing treatment of freedmen and free women during this period, where racial and gender-based violence was tragically commonplace. Johnson's father, Fielding Lewis, also provided corroborative testimony to the Bureau, offering a harrowing account of his daughter's brutal treatment. Lewis stated that his daughter was treated very barbarously indeed. He witnessed the guards dragging Johnson to the tree and pleaded with them to stop. Despite his desperate pleas, the guards continued their assault. Lewis described how Johnson, in her attempts to resist, was threatened by one of the soldiers who affixed a sword to the end of his gun, menacingly pointing it at her and threatening to run it into her if she continued to defend herself. Lewis testified that the guards bound Johnson's wrists and thumbs with a rope, threw the rope over a tree branch, and then hoisted her into the air, suspending her by her arms. As her entire body swayed with each strike, Lewis watched in horror as the guards whipped and beat his daughter severely. His voice cracked with emotion as he recounted how one of the guards kicked Johnson directly under her clothes. Johnson begged for mercy, pleading with the men to stop, but they responded by stuffing rags into her mouth to silence her cries. The brutality of the attack seemed endless to Lewis, who estimated that the beating lasted so long that he could have walked an entire mile during that time. The prolonged nature of the attack left a deep emotional scar on Lewis as he watched helplessly, unable to intervene or protect his daughter from the relentless violence. The testimony of Louisa Jane Barker regarding the case of Johnson was filed with the Bureau and supported by the accounts of 19 other witnesses. These testimonies, combined with Lewis's account, provided a detailed and consistent picture of the appalling abuse that Johnson endured. Additionally, the Bureau's files included testimony from more than 30 people concerning similar treatment of freedmen at Freedmen's Village and Camp Barker. This accumulation of evidence painted a grim picture of the systemic abuse and cruelty that freedmen and free women were subjected to, even in places that were supposed to offer them protection and support. The collective testimonies underscored the urgent need for accountability and reform within these institutions, as the pervasive mistreatment of freedmen reflected the deep-seated racial violence of the time. In January 1864, a freedman shoemaker named Henry Cook provided testimony to the Quartermaster Department, detailing a troubling incident involving his son, Charles Cook, and Mr. Simpson, a white village administrator. According to Henry Cook, his son had been ill and unable to work, but Simpson insisted that Charles must still go out to work. When Charles was unable to comply due to his illness, Simpson became enraged, pushing and shoving the young man. Henry Cook and his wife desperately pleaded with Simpson to stop the assault on their son. Eventually, Simpson relented, but not without issuing a threat. He warned that he would have Charles arrested and placed in the guardhouse. The situation escalated as Henry Cook, trying to process the distressing encounter, turned away from Simpson, sat down inside his tent, and picked up a peg cutter that lay on the ground beside him. When Cook turned back around, he observed Simpson holding a large stick and using profanity-laced language to further intimidate him. Simpson taunted Cook, asking him what he intended to do with the peg cutter. Feeling the tension in the air, Cook responded quickly, stating that he had no intention of using the tool for anything harmful, and then turned the question back on Simpson, asking what he planned to do with the large stick he was brandishing. This incident, as recounted by Henry Cook, underscores the daily struggles and the atmosphere of intimidation that freedmen and their families faced, even within the supposed refuge of the Freedmen's Village. The interactions between Cook and Simpson highlight the power dynamics at play, with Simpson wielding both physical and authoritative power in an attempt to dominate and control. Despite the presence of the Freedmen's Bureau and other institutions meant to protect the newly freed individuals, incidents like this reveal the persistent hostility and aggression that many freedmen endured. In response to Henry Cook's questioning, Mr. Simpson's aggression escalated dramatically. He called Cook a damn nigger and ordered him to come out of the tent, threatening to kill him with the stick he wielded. As Cook stepped out, Simpson struck him in the back of the head and then delivered another brutal blow just above Cook's forehead, nearly knocking him to the ground. Fueled by rage, Simpson threw the stick at Cook and a physical altercation ensued. Cook, in a desperate attempt to defend himself, managed to throw Simpson to the ground. Simpson, however, quickly cried out for help, and within moments, Mr. Fowler, another white village administrator, and a guard arrived to assist. Fowler and the guard held Cook down, allowing Simpson to continue his assault without restraint. Full of bravado and intent on inflicting further harm, Simpson pinned Cook to the ground by placing his knees on Cook's chest. He threatened to kill Cook as he viciously pounded his head and face with his fists. Simpson's violence reached a horrific peak when he attempted to gouge out Cook's eyes with his thumbs. It was only then that Mr. Fowler intervened, stopping Simpson from permanently blinding Cook. After the savage beating, Simpson mounted his horse and callously told Cook to return to work. Cook, severely injured and barely able to stand, informed Simpson that he would no longer work for him. The injuries Cook sustained were so severe that he was confined to his bed for about 2 weeks, unable to recover fully from the assault. Cook's wife, deeply concerned for her husband's welfare, reported the brutal incident to Captain Perry. Instead of receiving the support they desperately needed, Captain Perry instructed her to remain quiet and not to cause any trouble, effectively silencing her and dismissing the gravity of the situation. This incident starkly illustrates the brutal and unchecked violence that freedmen like Henry Cook faced, even under the supposed protection of the Freedmen's Village. The refusal of Captain Perry to address the violence and his admonishment to stay silent underscore the systemic failure to protect freedmen from abuse and highlights the pervasive racism and power imbalances that continue to plague their lives post-emancipation. About 3 weeks after the brutal beating, Nichols, a white village administrator, approached Henry Cook with the news that he was to be discharged from the village. The reason given for this harsh action was Cook's refusal to work for the government, following his violent altercation with Simpson. Cook, who had lived in the village with his family for a significant amount of time, found himself facing eviction with no money and no immediate prospects for securing a new place to live. Additional testimony shed light on the backgrounds of the men involved in Cook's ordeal. Thomas Simpson, the man who had viciously assaulted Cook, was identified as a farm overseer in the village. Before the Civil War, Simpson had been a slave driver in Maryland known for hiring out enslaved people for his own profit. Philip Fowler, who had assisted in holding Cook down during the beating, was an assistant to the director of the government farms, Edward A. Holman. Like Simpson, Fowler had supervised enslaved individuals on Maryland plantations before the war, indicating a history steeped in the brutal enforcement of labor through violence. Nichols, the administrator who ultimately ordered Cook's discharge, was also known for his poor treatment of the freedmen. Despite his position as a pastor, Nichols had a reputation for bad character, particularly in his dealings with the newly freed individuals under his authority. This situation illustrates the profound challenges and injustices that freedmen like Henry Cook faced, even within the supposedly protective environment of Freedmen's Village. The backgrounds of Simpson, Fowler, and Nichols reveal a continuity of power dynamics from the era of slavery, where those who had once oppressed and exploited enslaved people continued to wield authority over them in the post-war period. The combination of their past experiences and current positions of power resulted in continued mistreatment and abuse, undermining the efforts of the Freedmen's Bureau to support and protect the newly freed population. Cook's story, in particular, underscores the fragility of the freedmen's situation and the systemic barriers they faced in their quest for true freedom and security. Lieutenant Green had enough of Nichols' conduct and moved him to a camp on nearby Mason's Island, now Roosevelt Island. Chapter 11. The Final Blow. Government Eviction. Lieutenant Chaz H. Shepard, serving as the Provost Marshal of the 1st Massachusetts Heavy Artillery, stationed near Freedmen's Village, reported in January 1864 on the removal and destruction of tenements situated in front of Arlington House. The impetus for this action came from Lieutenant Colonel Lathrop, who complained that the presence of the freedmen detracted from the aesthetic appeal of the estate. In response to Lathrop's complaints, the freedmen were relocated away from the immediate view of Arlington House. Though this displacement was driven by concerns over the estate's appearance, the freedmen were at least granted permission to rebuild in a different area. Approximately 15 to 20 houses were erected following the relocation. According to Lieutenant Shepard, these newly constructed homes provided shelter for upwards of 100 people. This episode reflects the ongoing tension between the freedmen's efforts to establish a community and the lingering prejudices and priorities of those in power. The decision to remove the freedmen from the vicinity of Arlington House underscores the value placed on maintaining the appearance of the estate over the well-being and stability of the newly freed individuals. Despite these challenges, the freedmen demonstrated resilience by rebuilding their homes and continuing to establish a community, even as they were forced to adapt to the whims of those who sought to control their lives and limit their visibility. After the freedmen had settled in their new location within the village, their presence once again drew complaints, this time from a Union military official who accused them of stealing and expressed his desire to have them move further away from his fort. This led to yet another forced relocation within the village. Despite Lieutenant Shepard's efforts to appeal to other Union military leadership to allow the freedmen to remain at their secondary location, his appeals were ignored. The freedmen were left with no choice. Either they removed their property voluntarily, or they would face arrest and be placed in a contraband camp. Although Freedmen's Village was originally established as a contraband camp, it had evolved into a complete community, distinct from the often deplorable conditions of traditional contraband camps. Unlike the village, which functioned more like a thriving community, contraband camps were places where freedmen were held in a degraded condition, often comparable to imprisonment. Lieutenant Shepard recounted the case of Miss Donaldson, a white woman who was a vocal supporter of the freedmen. Donaldson sharply criticized and opposed the repeated relocation of the villagers within the village. Her outspokenness led to her arrest under dubious charges as a woman of bad character, and she was subsequently taken to jail in Washington, D.C. Lieutenant Shepard defended Donaldson, describing her as a very respectable woman. Her wrongful detention sparked outrage among the freedmen, who marched to Washington on the day of her arrest in protest. Tragically, the protesters were forced to stay out in the cold, and one freedman succumbed to the severe weather conditions and died. Despite the harsh conditions and the presence of guards surrounding them, the freedmen refused to leave. The situation underscored the intense struggle for dignity and the persistent resistance against the injustices they faced, even in the face of such extreme adversity. This incident further highlighted the tensions between the freedmen and the Union military officials, who often prioritized their own convenience and prejudices over the well-being and rights of the freedmen. On June 30th, 1865, Captain Carse received a total of $344 in house rent from residents of the Freedmen's Village. Each resident was responsible for paying a monthly fee for their tenements, a requirement that placed a significant burden on many. While a substantial number of freedmen who could afford to pay did so, there were many who simply could not meet this financial obligation. Among those who struggled to pay rent were the unemployed, disabled, and elderly, individuals who were already facing considerable hardships. Despite these financial difficulties and the challenges posed by the lack of payment, the Freedmen's Bureau continued to provide essential food and supplies to all residents of the village. Eviction was used only as a last resort, as the Bureau recognized the dire consequences that would follow if the most vulnerable were cast out without support. However, the threat of eviction was a constant source of anxiety for many. On September 28, 1865, a freedman named Langerfield Beverly addressed a letter to President Andrew Johnson, expressing his deep concerns and pleading for additional relief. Langerfield described himself as a poor and lame individual who had been reliant on government assistance for 4 years. He emphasized the truth of his situation, urging anyone who doubted him to believe in the good Lord, as he knew these facts to be true. Langerfield's letter poignantly detailed the precariousness of his situation. He shared that he, along with his sick wife and children, were threatened with eviction from the Freedmen's Village. The prospect of having their belongings thrown into the streets added to the stress and uncertainty they faced daily. His plea for relief highlighted the harsh realities of life for many freedmen during this period. Despite the promises of freedom and support, they often found themselves struggling against overwhelming odds, reliant on the mercy and decisions of government officials who controlled their fate. Langerfield Beverly's letter not only paints a vivid picture of the difficult living conditions faced by many freedmen, but also underscores the severe lack of resources and support available to them. In Arlington County, African Americans were forced to navigate a landscape fraught with obstacles following emancipation. While some white residents were supportive of black self-sufficiency, others actively worked to undermine it, resulting in a slow and arduous process of community development for African Americans in the area. Langerfield's attempts to seek help reflect the frustration and desperation many felt. After contacting General Howard's office twice, he was informed that since he had not been officially removed from the village, he had no grounds for appeal. However, Langerfield contended that he and his family were effectively thrown out, left without anything to eat. He further claimed that he was threatened with the destruction of all his belongings if he failed to pay 1 month's rent. Despite his consistent record of paying rent on the first day of every month for 18 months, he now found himself facing eviction under dire circumstances. Faced with these challenges, Langerfield took a bold step by filing a petition with the Freedmen's Bureau, requesting assistance in relocating to his home region of King George's County, Virginia. This request highlights his sense of agency and determination to return to a place where he might find more familiarity and support. The fact that Langerfield authored his own letter is particularly notable. The Civil War had concluded only 5 months earlier, and the ability to read and write, especially for a formerly enslaved individual, suggests that he might have acquired these skills before the end of the war, a testament to his resilience and determination. Langerfield's decision to request relocation rather than remain in the village further illustrates his desire for autonomy and a better life for his family. His actions were not merely a plea for help, but an assertion of his right to determine his own future. Captain Carse was assigned to investigate Langerfield's claims, ensuring that justice would be served. This case serves as a poignant example of the complex struggles freedmen faced in the aftermath of the Civil War as they sought to build new lives in a society that was still grappling with the profound changes brought about by emancipation. While no final response from Captain Carse regarding Langerfield Beverly's situation has been located, it was common practice to aid freedmen in relocating from the village, partly to make room for the influx of new residents arriving daily. The account of Langerfield Beverly provides a window into the struggles faced by the freedmen in the immediate aftermath of emancipation, highlighting the challenges they encountered while attempting to build new lives for themselves under difficult circumstances. In another case, Lieutenant Colonel Rogers advocated for a freedman named Cornelius West, who was at risk of losing his home in the freedmen's village. West had informed the authorities that he would begin work on the following Monday and would then be able to pay his rent, though he could initially only offer a portion of the payment. Lieutenant Colonel Rogers determined that West was likely to fulfill his financial obligations in the future and therefore argued that he should be allowed to remain in his home. This act of advocacy by Lieutenant Colonel Rogers was notable, reflecting the interpersonal relationships that must have developed between Bureau agents and the residents of the village. It also suggested that positive interracial relationships could and did exist among the largely white Bureau staff and the African American residents. However, despite such advocacy, the Bureau also had to make difficult decisions to cut costs, which sometimes resulted in families being compelled to leave the village. This could occur for reasons such as the failure to pay rent or to accommodate newly arriving destitute freedmen. For example, after a directive from the Bureau's head office, families like that of Esther Johnson in Washington were allowed to remain in the village for just one more month before being compelled to leave. In November 1866, several families, including those of Daniel Hoggins with his wife and 6 children, Benjamin Green with his wife and 3 children, Randall Bates with his wife and 3 children, and Robert Hawkins, along with several hundred other families, were forced to leave the village. These removals, although difficult, were part of the broader effort to manage the resources and space within the freedmen's village. The process highlights the tension between the necessity of providing for the growing number of newly freed individuals and the limitations of the resources available to the Freedmen's Bureau. The stories of individuals like Langerfield Beverly and Cornelius West underscore the precariousness of life for many freedmen during this period, as they navigated a new world of freedom fraught with both opportunities and profound uncertainties. The eviction of individuals from Freedmen's Village often left them with few options, forcing them to seek shelter elsewhere, whether with family, friends, or in nearby areas. The abrupt nature of these evictions and the lack of support or alternatives provided by the government led to a series of formal grievances from the affected freedmen. The grievances highlighted several key issues. 1. Lack of alternative housing or resources. The freedmen argued that the government did not provide them with any form of alternative housing or resources to assist with their relocation. This left many without a place to go, exacerbating their already precarious living conditions. 2. Lack of consultation. The decision to evict the freedmen was made without consulting the community. This lack of communication and consideration for the residents' input created a sense of disenfranchisement and furthered the feeling of injustice. 3. Lack of justification. The government did not offer a clear explanation or justification for why the evictions were necessary. This lack of transparency added to the frustration and sense of betrayal felt by the freedmen. 4. Inadequate notice. The evictions were carried out with little to no notice, leaving the residents unprepared and without sufficient time to make alternative arrangements. 5. No compensation for belongings. The freedmen were forced to leave behind personal belongings when they were evicted, and no compensation was provided for these losses. This added to the financial and emotional toll of the evictions. Despite these grievances, some efforts were made to provide assistance to those being forced to leave. The Freedmen's Village attempted to make housing and clothing provisions for certain families. For example, Captain Lawrence inquired if Humphrey and Thomas Owens could be allowed to remain in the village since they were employed at the cemetery, and Owens' wife was set to work as a cook for the mess hall. This indicates that those with employment ties to the village were sometimes allowed to stay, while others who were leaving were issued clothing as needed. The staff of the Freedmen's Village often went beyond their official duties, acting as advocates and allies for the residents. They recognized the difficult circumstances faced by the freedmen and, in many cases, did what they could to mitigate the impact of the government's decisions. This advocacy reflects the complex relationship between the staff and the residents, one that was often marked by genuine concern and a commitment to supporting the freedmen as they navigated the challenges of post-emancipation life. In summary, while the evictions from Freedmen's Village were a source of significant hardship and controversy, they also highlighted the ongoing struggles for autonomy, justice, and support faced by the newly freed African Americans. The grievances voiced by the freedmen underscore the critical need for greater transparency, support, and respect in the policies that impacted their lives. The reaction among the freedmen who were compelled to leave the Freedmen's Village varied widely, reflecting the complex circumstances they faced. Some were eager to leave, hoping to find better employment opportunities or return to areas where they had family members. Others, however, resisted the eviction, preferring to remain in the village, which had become a place of stability and community for them. Hannah Trimmer's case is a poignant example of the latter group. Trimmer, a 64-year-old freedwoman, had lived in the village since 1864 and regularly paid her rent on time. Despite her consistent payments and established residence, she was informed that she must vacate the premises. Trimmer was understandably distressed by this decision and wrote a letter on November 15, 1866, expressing her concerns and demanding to know why she was being forced to leave. In her letter, she detailed her history. After arriving in the village from the West Indies, her grandson located her and supported her financially until he left in May 1865. After his departure, Trimmer managed to pay her rent herself, succeeding in doing so monthly, despite her advancing age and declining ability to work. Trimmer's request to remain in the village was forwarded to General Oliver Howard, but he responded that her request would not be granted and she must vacate the premises. This decision, which disregarded her financial responsibility and her connection to the village, underscores the harsh reality that many freedmen faced: eviction without consideration of their individual circumstances or provision of alternative housing. The decision to evict freedmen from the village was met with mixed reactions from both the white and black communities. Some white residents viewed the evictions as a positive step, as it would relieve the government of the burden of caring for the freedmen and potentially push them towards self-sufficiency. Others believed it would allow freedmen to seek better employment and living conditions outside the village. However, many, including the freedmen themselves, objected to the evictions because they were being forced out of their homes without any compensation or alternative housing options. Trimmer's situation highlights the broader impact of these evictions on the African American community in Arlington, Virginia. The forced removal of residents from the village contributed significantly to homelessness, unemployment, and poverty among the freedmen. For individuals like Trimmer, who had made a life in the village and relied on it for stability, the eviction was not just a loss of shelter, but a loss of the security and community they had worked so hard to establish. The government's decision to evict the freedmen from the village represented a major setback for the African American community. It undermined the progress that had been made in establishing a self-sustaining community and exacerbated the challenges of transitioning from slavery to freedom. The lack of compensation, alternative housing, or even a clear justification for the evictions further compounded the difficulties faced by the freedmen, leaving them to navigate a harsh and uncertain future. Lieutenant Rogers, recognizing the numerous issues plaguing the freedmen's village, took decisive steps to address the concerns that were being voiced by the residents. One of the primary issues he focused on was the manner in which the residents were being compelled to leave the village. Working alongside Captain Lawrence, Rogers sought to ensure that the relocation process was handled with more care and consideration, but he found that this had not been the case. Upon investigating the situation, Lieutenant Rogers concluded that the relocation of the village residents had been mishandled. He observed that the requirements and expectations for relocation were not adequately explained to the freedmen. Moreover, he believed that the Bureau's management had failed to exert enough pressure or provide sufficient incentives for the residents to accept the opportunities they were being offered in other parts of the country. This lack of clear communication and proper handling led to resistance among the residents. Many of the freedmen who were asked to leave the village argued that they were either at work when the eviction notices were posted or when the evictions were carried out, leaving them unaware of the situation until it was too late. This was especially troubling for families living on the Arlington farm outside the village, who saw their homes forcefully demolished. Those who were unwilling to demolish their homes were instead asked to move them, causing damage, loss, and the imposition of excessive land rents. The disruption and financial burden added to the sense of injustice and displacement experienced by the freedmen. For many residents, the village represented the only stable and comfortable environment they had known since emancipation. They had built strong social and cultural networks of family, friends, and church communities, making the prospect of leaving incredibly difficult. The sudden demand to abandon this newfound stability was met with fear, resistance, and in some cases, threats of violence and imprisonment for those who refused to comply. The forced evictions led to a significant influx of displaced freedmen into Washington, D.C. and nearby Northern Virginia. Many of these individuals were destitute, with no place to go, overwhelming local churches and relief associations that struggled to provide care. In an attempt to mitigate the growing number of destitute individuals, the government implemented a plan to offer free transportation to any location where the head of a household had secured employment. The idea was that, once employed, the head of the household could send for their family. However, this plan was met with mixed reactions. Critics argued that it was just another method for the government to rid itself of the responsibility for the freedmen, while others saw it as a potential opportunity for social and economic advancement. The main concern was the forced separation of families, as many heads of households were understandably reluctant to leave their loved ones behind with only a promise of future reunification. In the end, the plan saw limited success. Few freedmen opted to leave the village under these conditions, choosing instead to stay with their families. The reluctance to separate from their community, combined with the challenges of starting over in an uncertain and often hostile environment, meant that most residents remained in the village, clinging to the stability they had fought so hard to create in the years following emancipation. The freedmen residents of the village were understandably reluctant to leave their homes. Having endured tremendous hardships, they were not eager to face more uncertainty and upheaval. These individuals had only recently gained their freedom, and they were still in the process of adjusting to their new lives. The village had become a place where they felt secure, a sanctuary where they had built a community and established a support system. To ask them to leave everything they had worked to create was not just difficult, it was deeply unsettling. One of the individuals who voiced his concerns was William Conway. He raised the issue that when his mother-in-law questioned where they should go if they were to dismantle their house, Lieutenant Bergevin responded by calling her a damn fool. This was indicative of the lack of sensitivity and understanding from some of the officials in charge. Lieutenant Rogers noted that he had not yet had the chance to speak with Lieutenant Bergevin about the claim, but it was clear that such incidents were contributing to the residents' distress. In another troubling case, a colored woman was evicted from her home and forced to spend the night outside. Lieutenant Rogers expressed his belief that the order to remove the freedmen from the village had not been properly executed and that it had caused unnecessary and severe suffering. He suggested that the complaints raised by the residents were likely a direct result of the hardships they had endured due to the poor implementation of the eviction order. Eventually, the order to remove the freedmen from the village was rescinded. This decision was based on two main reasons. First, it was recognized that the village had become a model community for the freedmen, demonstrating what could be achieved when they were given the opportunity to live and work in a supportive environment. Second, the Union Army realized that they needed the labor of the freedmen to support the ongoing war effort. The residents were able to farm and sell their produce, contributing to both their own sustenance and the broader needs of the military. Lieutenant Rogers recommended that Captain Lawrence conduct a thorough investigation into the cases of those who had been forced to leave the village. He suggested that those who could earn a livelihood and support themselves should be allowed to return to their homes. He also recommended that no further modifications to the order be made, but that efforts be focused on improving the living conditions within the village. This included making the heating systems more effective and hiring a skilled carpenter to carry out necessary repairs and alterations to the buildings. Additionally, Rogers emphasized the importance of improving the performance of the matrons to ensure that the residents had a better experience within the village. Ultimately, the goal was to provide the freedmen with a stable and supportive environment where they could continue to build their lives in freedom, free from the fear of further displacement. In his report, Lieutenant Rogers shed light on the numerous challenges the freedmen residents of the village were enduring. He highlighted the poor living conditions, the scarcity of food, and the inadequate medical care that plagued the community. Rogers also emphasized the detrimental impact of the eviction order on the residents, making it evident that administrative improvements were urgently needed to enhance the quality of life for those living in the village. On January 8, 1867, Captain Lawrence received a directive from the Freedmen's Bureau headquarters in Washington, which outlined the procedures for removing unemployed freedmen from the village. The Assistant Commissioner had issued an order for the removal of individuals who were without employment as part of a broader effort to reduce the population of the village and ensure that only those with jobs were housed there. The directive stressed the importance of adhering to the established rules and policies during this process to maintain order and fairness. According to the instructions, freedmen who were employed in the city of Georgetown or the surrounding area were allowed to request housing from the Bureau in those specific locations. This provision was likely intended to help the employed freedmen remain close to their places of work, thereby stabilizing their employment and living conditions. However, for those without jobs, the order meant facing the possibility of eviction from the village, adding another layer of uncertainty and hardship to their already precarious lives. Lieutenant Rogers' report and the subsequent orders from the Freedmen's Bureau underscored the complex and often harsh realities of life for the freedmen in the post-war period. While the Bureau's efforts were ostensibly aimed at helping the formerly enslaved transition to a new life of freedom, the policies and their implementation often resulted in additional suffering and displacement. Rogers's report made it clear that without significant administrative changes and a more compassionate approach, the Freedmen's Village would continue to struggle in its mission to support its residents. The removal of unemployed individuals from the Freedmen's Village was a delicate process, as outlined by the instructions received by Captain Lawrence from the Freedmen's Bureau headquarters. The approach was intended to balance the need for reducing the population of the village with the objective of treating the residents fairly and with respect for their circumstances. The first step in this process required Captain Lawrence to compile a detailed report listing the names of residents who desired to remain in the village but were employed in the cities or nearby areas. This report was crucial for ensuring that those who had legitimate reasons to stay, such as proximity to their places of work, could do so. The Assistant Commissioner emphasized that the overarching goal was not to forcibly remove individuals from the village against their will. Rather, the aim was to offer them the opportunity to secure employment, thus enabling them to stay within the community if they chose. This was a significant point, as it reflected an awareness of the hardships faced by the freedmen and a desire to avoid exacerbating their difficulties unnecessarily. The second step involved clear communication with the residents about the order and the procedures that would be followed. Captain Lawrence and his staff were tasked with explaining to the residents that they needed to secure employment or risk being removed from the village. This communication was essential for ensuring that the residents understood their options and the timeline they had to comply with the order, specifically the 2-week period given to find employment. Importantly, the Assistant Commissioner instructed Captain Lawrence to exercise sound discretion in enforcing the order. For instance, if a resident was unable to find work due to illness or other valid reasons, they were to be allowed to remain in the village. This discretionary approach was intended to prevent undue hardship and to ensure that vulnerable individuals were not unfairly penalized. The overall objective of the order was clear: to encourage self-sufficiency among the residents of the Freedmen's Village by providing them with opportunities to find employment. However, the Assistant Commissioner's directive also made it clear that this goal should not be pursued at the expense of compassion or fairness. The process was designed to be as humane as possible, reflecting a recognition of the challenges faced by the freedmen as they navigated the difficult transition from slavery to freedom. Captain Lawrence's task of managing the relocation and housing of freedmen was further complicated by the diverse circumstances of the residents. As per instructions from the Freedmen's Bureau headquarters, he was required to create a detailed list of those employed in Virginia and Maryland who desired to remain at the Freedmen's Village. This list would be reviewed by headquarters to determine if these individuals could continue living in the village, despite their employment being some distance away. The list submitted by Captain Lawrence included 3 men, Kane Duncan, John Church, and Daniel Hogans, each of whom faced unique challenges. Kane Duncan worked in Piedmont, Virginia, while John Church and Daniel Hogans were employed in Maryland. Duncan and Church lived in tenements provided by the village, which made their removal more straightforward, though still disruptive. However, Daniel Hogans presented a more complex case. He owned his own log house within the village. This ownership was significant, as it represented a level of stability and autonomy that was rare for freedmen at the time. The lack of a policy to address special cases like Hogan's highlighted a critical gap in the Freedmen's Bureau's approach. Owning a home, particularly for a freedman, was a considerable achievement, symbolizing a step towards true independence. Yet, despite this, Hogan's was instructed to leave the village, which not only displaced his family, but also stripped them of the security that came with home ownership. The eviction of Hogan's and others like him underscores the rigid implementation of policies that, while aimed at broader goals of self-sufficiency and employment, did not adequately account for the individual circumstances and setbacks that such relocations could cause. In essence, the Bureau's approach, though well-intentioned, lacked the flexibility to fully support those freedmen who had made significant strides in their journey toward autonomy. This situation reflects the broader challenges faced by the Freedmen's Bureau in balancing the enforcement of policy with the need to address the complex realities of post-emancipation life for African Americans. Despite the Bureau's concerted efforts to reduce the population at Freedmen's Village by relocating unemployed residents, they still made exceptions for those who were truly incapable of supporting themselves. This dual approach was evident in the case of Cornelius Carney, an elderly freedman who petitioned for admittance to the village on January 8, 1867. Kearney, who had been drifting from place to place in Washington, D.C., without any stable shelter or support system, found himself unable to sustain himself due to his age and frailty. Without family or friends to turn to, Kearney's situation was dire. Lieutenant Rogers, one of the officials overseeing such matters, facilitated Kearney's transition into the village. At the time, Kearney was living on Fredericksburg Island in Washington, D.C., in conditions that were far from ideal. His admission to the village highlighted the Bureau's ongoing commitment to aid those who were most vulnerable, even as they sought to make the village self-sustaining by relocating those who were unemployed but able to work. The Bureau's strategy involved a delicate balance. On one hand, they sought to reduce the financial burden on the government by encouraging self-sufficiency among the village's residents. This led to the relocation of unemployed freedmen in the hope that they would find work elsewhere and contribute to their own upkeep. On the other hand, the Bureau recognized its responsibility to care for those who could not fend for themselves, such as Kearney, and thus made provisions for their care within the village. This dual policy was further complicated by the Bureau's administrative structure. Although there were multiple field offices across the country, including in Virginia, General Oliver Howard mandated that Freedmen's Village report directly to the Assistant Commissioner's Office of the Freedmen's Bureau in the District of Columbia. This centralization was likely due to the intense governmental oversight and the unique nature of the village, which operated not just as a community, but also as a symbol of the federal government's commitment to the welfare of the formerly enslaved. In managing the village, the Bureau was constantly navigating between its dual goals of promoting self-sufficiency and providing humanitarian aid. The case of Cornelius Kearney is just one example of how the Bureau attempted to strike this balance, ensuring that the most vulnerable members of the freedmen community were not left to fend for themselves, even as they pushed others toward independence. Reverend R.S. Laws exemplified the essential roles that some residents of Freedmen's Village played in supporting their community. As a preacher and a student at the National Institute of Education, Reverend Laws dedicated his life to ministering to the spiritual needs of the village's inhabitants. However, his devotion to his pastoral duties left him without a source of income, creating a challenging situation when it came to meeting his basic needs, such as housing. On March 20, 1867, Reverend Laws formally petitioned General Charles Howard for special accommodations. In his plea, he explained his unique circumstances. As a minister of the gospel, he provided invaluable services to the residents of the village without receiving any financial compensation. His time was fully consumed by his ministerial responsibilities and his studies, leaving him unable to earn money through other means. Understanding the financial strain this placed on him, Reverend Laws requested that General Howard allow him to live in his village dwelling rent-free. In his request, he humbly expressed his need for assistance, stating that he simply did not have the funds or the means to pay his rent. His appeal highlighted not only his personal struggles, but also the broader challenges faced by those in the village who took on crucial, yet uncompensated roles within the community. Reverend Law's request underscores the delicate balance the Bureau had to maintain in managing Freedmen's Village. On the one hand, they aimed to promote self-sufficiency among the residents, encouraging them to contribute to the community, while also supporting themselves financially. On the other hand, the Bureau had to recognize the indispensable contributions of individuals like Reverend Laws, whose work, though unpaid, was vital to the well-being and spiritual life of the village. The Reverend's plea for rent relief reflects the broader social dynamics at play in the village, where the need for community support sometimes clashed with the Bureau's financial and administrative policies. It also illustrates the ongoing struggle of many freedmen to achieve stability and self-sufficiency in the face of economic hardship and the lingering effects of enslavement. Benjamin Wade's story is a powerful testament to the resilience and determination of the residents of Freedmen's Village, particularly those who face significant physical and economic challenges in their post-emancipation lives. His life, like that of Reverend R.S. Laws, underscores the essential roles that certain individuals played within the community, despite the hardships they endured. Wade, a former soldier believed to be a retired member of the United States Colored Troops, found himself in a difficult position. Disabled and unable to perform the strenuous labor that most jobs required, Wade struggled to secure steady employment. Despite his best efforts, spending days searching for work in the city, he faced rejection after rejection due to the limitations imposed by his disability. This left him in a precarious financial situation, unable to pay his rent on time, and reliant on the sporadic arrival of his military pension. Understanding the importance of his situation, Wade reached out to General Charles Howard, the head of the Freedmen's Bureau. In his letter, Wade expressed both his desperation and his determination to contribute to the village in any way he could. He explained his inability to find work, his efforts to assist the elderly in the village, and his hope to stay in his home until his next pension payment arrived. His appeal was heartfelt, ending with a personal plea for a conversation with General Howard. General Howard's response to Wade's plea reflects a broader compassion and understanding of the challenges faced by the residents of Freedmen's Village. Recognizing Wade's contributions and his difficult circumstances, Howard allowed Wade and his wife to remain in their home despite their financial difficulties. The arrangement required Wade to continue any work he was capable of performing in exchange for rations and quarters. Once Wade received his pension, he was expected to bring his account current. This decision by General Howard not only provided Wade with the security of knowing he would not be evicted, but also acknowledged the broader role that Wade and others like him played in the community. By allowing Wade to stay in the village, the Bureau affirmed the value of all residents, not just those who could contribute financially or through labor. The story of Benjamin Wade is a poignant reminder of the struggles faced by many African Americans in the immediate aftermath of emancipation. It highlights the importance of community support, the challenges of navigating a world that was still deeply discriminatory, and the vital role that individuals like General Charles Howard played in helping the freedmen transition to freedom. Wade's story also illustrates the significance of civic organizations and the informal networks of support that residents of the village relied upon to survive and, in some cases, thrive despite the odds stacked against them. Wade's letter sheds light on the stark realities that many residents of Freedmen's Village faced, especially those who were physically disabled or otherwise unable to secure steady employment. As a disabled veteran, Wade's inability to find regular work due to his physical limitations was not an uncommon struggle among the village's population. Despite these challenges, Wade demonstrated a strong commitment to his community by providing care and support to fellow villagers in need. This type of mutual aid was crucial to the survival and cohesion of the village, particularly during times of increased hardship, such as the cold snap that Wade mentioned, which likely exacerbated the need for his assistance. In a related example of the village's ongoing struggles, on July 25, 1867, Charles B. Purvis, a prominent African-American physician, wrote to the chief medical officer, Lieutenant Colonel Rayburn, to request the removal of Elizabeth Brown's daughter to the village. Purvis described Brown's daughter as an idiot, a term historically used to refer to severe intellectual disability, who was incapable of supporting herself. This request underscores the complex social and medical needs within the Freedmen's Village, where residents often require specialized care and support that was difficult to provide in a community already stretched thin by limited resources. The financial difficulties faced by residents of Freedmen's Village were further compounded by issues related to rent. Many residents fell behind on their monthly payments, some with arrears dating back to 1866. On March 31, 1868, Assistant Commissioner Stewart Eldridge issued an order mandating that all rent owed by freedmen for tenements in the village be paid as quickly as possible, with all past due rent prior to January 1, 1868, to be forgiven. However, those unable to settle their debts by the due date were given a 30-day notice for eviction. In response to Eldridge's order, General Charles Howard advocated for the cancellation of all delinquent rents prior to January 1, 1868. He expressed confidence that, with a proper effort, he could ensure that rents were collected on time going forward. Howard's stance reflects the ongoing tension between the need to maintain financial sustainability within the village and the moral imperative to support its most vulnerable residents, many of whom were struggling to make ends meet in the aftermath of emancipation. The experiences of individuals like Benjamin Wade, Elizabeth Brown's daughter, and countless other residents highlight the myriad challenges faced by the Freedmen's Village. The community was a microcosm of the broader struggles of African Americans during Reconstruction, grappling with the need for economic self-sufficiency, the provision of care for those unable to work, and the enforcement of rent and other obligations in a population still recovering from the traumas of slavery. Despite these challenges, the residents of the village, with the support of figures like General Howard and Dr. Purvis, continued to strive for a semblance of stability and dignity in their newly won freedom. On June 27, 1868, Assistant Commissioner Eldridge issued a directive to General Charles Howard to implement the recommendations made by the Board of Inspection regarding the eviction of certain residents from the Freedmen's Village. These instructions were part of a broader effort to ensure that the village remained a viable and self-sustaining community in line with the goals of the Freedmen's Bureau. According to the directive, the freedmen identified for removal were to be offered employment opportunities either by the local superintendent in Washington or within the village itself. Acceptance of these opportunities was mandatory. Any freedman who refused to work or declined employment for any reason would be subject to expulsion. The affected individuals were given until July 10, 1868, to vacate the village if they did not comply with these conditions. In addition to the general population, orphans and older dependent children were a particular focus of this policy. These children were expected to contribute to the community through labor as soon as they were deemed capable. It was believed that older children and adults could manage most forms of work, with the exception of specialized skills such as carpentry or mechanical work, which required specific training and expertise. Eldridge's directive also offered older dependent children and adults the option to work at other locations in the North. However, if they were unwilling to relocate or accept these opportunities, they were to be removed from the village by August 1, 1868. This policy reflected the ongoing efforts to reduce dependency within the village and to encourage self-sufficiency among its residents, even if it meant relocating them to other areas where employment opportunities were more readily available. The measures outlined in this directive underscore the challenging balance the Freedmen's Bureau sought to maintain, providing support and opportunities for the newly emancipated, while also pushing them towards self-reliance and economic independence. The directive to remove those unwilling to work was a stark reminder of the limitations of the Bureau's resources and the pressures to reduce the burden on government-funded initiatives during Reconstruction. On July 20, 1868, the administration of Freedmen's Village submitted a petition to the Assistant Commissioner's office, requesting the suspension of the impending sale of several buildings that were occupied by the freedmen. The petition was motivated by the desire to give the residents more time to secure property for themselves and their children, with the hope that the matter could be reconsidered during the next session of Congress. The residents sought a delay, hoping to either purchase the land they lived on or to have it donated to them. However, just 2 days later, on July 26, 1868, the Assistant Commissioner's Office issued a response denying the petition. The decision was firm. The sale of the buildings could not be postponed. The directive emphasized that while some buildings were exempt from sale and designated for use by freedmen who rented land, others were slated for sale regardless of the petition. The homes not sold immediately were specifically designed to house 2 freedmen families, ensuring at least some continuity for those currently residing there. The denial of the petition did not preclude the freedmen from appealing to the next session of Congress. They were encouraged to continue their efforts to petition for the land at Arlington to be sold or donated to them. Furthermore, those renting land were allowed to bid on the houses they occupied, with the aim of purchasing them outright. The Secretary of War had mandated that any sales of land would be conducted strictly on a cash basis. The Assistant Commissioner's Office, while rejecting the request for suspension, did offer a concession. The freedmen interested in purchasing their homes would be granted additional time to secure the necessary funds. However, this was coupled with a retraction of an earlier offer that provided renters with 3 months' credit. Instead, renters were required to continue paying rent until October, when a sale would be held to accommodate them. Those not renting land but occupying a home were given a strict ultimatum. They had 10 days to vacate the premises or risk forfeiting all possessions within the building. The directive was clear. Any building not vacated within the specified time frame would be removed, burned, or torn down. This decision by the Assistant Commissioner's Office underscored the precarious position of the freedmen living in the village. It highlighted the ongoing challenges they faced in securing permanent housing and land ownership, even after years of tenancy. The government's firm stance on cash sales, coupled with the limited window provided to vacate unsold buildings, left many freedmen in a vulnerable and uncertain situation, forcing them to make rapid and potentially life-altering decisions regarding their futures. On July 19, 1868, the residents of Freedmen's Village took a significant step to secure their future by petitioning the United States Senate in the House of Representatives. Their petition requested the passage of a bill that would authorize the sale of 100 acres of land at Arlington, along with the government-owned houses within Freedmen's Village, for a total sum of $100,000. This petition reflected the aspirations of the freedmen to establish permanent roots on the land where they had lived and worked since the village's establishment. The proposal was designed to allow those who were already residing in the village and renting land from the government to purchase the homes they occupied, along with the associated parcels of land. Many of the freedmen had already managed to buy their homes and land, but a considerable number had not yet done so. The residents emphasized their willingness to pay a reasonable price for the land and the homes, demonstrating their commitment to self-sufficiency and the desire to build a stable and secure community. This petition was not just about acquiring property, it was a plea for the right to ownership and the opportunity to create a lasting legacy for themselves and their descendants. The move highlighted the freedmen's determination to transition from dependence on government aid to establishing their own independent livelihoods on the very land where they had begun their new lives after emancipation. Chapter 12. Battling for Justice. The Legal Struggles of Freedmen. Until the abolishment of the Asylum for the Infirm in Arlington, Virginia, on August 31, 1868, there were various individuals working at the facility, including a superintendent, a contract surgeon, and a matron for the old women's home. Due to the destitution experienced by the freedmen in the area during the winter season, the superintendent's jurisdiction was extended to encompass the county by 3 miles. J.V.W. Vandenberg, who was a prominent United States volunteer during the Civil War, was the superintendent of Columbia's district until August 31, 1868. There were 3 barracks in this office which were used for freedmen. The barracks were fitted up as tenements for the freedmen. One of the agents oversaw the receiving and issuing of clothes made by industrial schools and from other sources. During the winter and spring, there were additional agents in the office to assist with investigating cases of applicants for relief. As a consequence of the numerous appeals that were made by the freedmen to the Bureau for assistance, which could only be rendered effectively in the courts, or which involved the representations of friendly judges and others of a large number of injustices that often happened to the freedmen as a result of their ignorance of the processes of law or inability to secure suitable counsel, the Bureau appointed at least one lawyer in Washington as a special agent. The Bureau helped the freedmen with most of their civil business. The Bureau helped the freedmen with the examination of titles and conveyancing. They also helped the freedmen by giving them legal information, providing legal counsel, and writing letters in cases not before the courts. This sort of assistance that the Bureau provided was regarded as educational in large measure, as they provided legal and business instruction for the freedmen. A freedman lawyer, George B. Vashon, was employed for most of the year as an assistant in Mr. Brown's office. Vashon assisted with well over 38 cases related to the freedmen in need of civil counsel outside of the District of Columbia alone. The criminal cases consisted mainly of the prosecution of persons for outrages that were frequently committed upon freedmen. In many instances, outrages committed against the freedmen were not reported because they feared further victimization. Many of the cases were in the defense of freedmen when they were indicted for alleged infractions of the laws, such as petty larceny, grand larceny, or vagrancy. The Bureau provided these services despite not having a legal provision in the district that required them to provide counsel in such cases. The Bureau operated in this fashion when petitioned to do so by the freedmen or by the court. The Special Agent Counsel made a practice of visiting some of the freedmen who were confined in jail and unable to employ defense counsel to defend themselves. Consequently, the Bureau found itself representing an exceptionally large number of freedmen in Virginia and Washington. Their criminal court docket was large as a result. The Bureau had employed their earnest endeavors in several instances to procure pardons for many freedmen who they had the strongest reasons to believe had been wrongfully convicted and imprisoned. The report further noted that the Bureau assisted the freedmen with a wide variety of things extending beyond legal assistance. The report noted that the average number of daily calls they received from the freedmen or parties connected with them for information and counsel was estimated to be around 25. In 1868, within Washington alone, the Bureau agents were tasked with participating in a massive amount of legal work. The report revealed that the Bureau agents represented approximately 883 cases. Despite this large effort, the Bureau agents expressed that it was their opinion that there was still a great indisposition on the part of the former slave owner and of others who were in sympathy with them to accept the new condition of affairs and to recognize fully the immunities with which the Civil Rights Bill clothed their aforetime chattel, freedmen. Many of the former slave owners felt that they had been deprived of their proprietary rights. They still seem to regard the freedmen as their legitimate prey, and therefore they do not scruple to defraud them, as hirelings, of their contract wages, to render the butts of malice and persecution, and to baffle, as much as possible, every effort made for a redress of their grievances before courts. The freedmen who lived in Washington, in the states of Maryland and Virginia, were faced with similar adversities, where colored men had but a slight chance of obtaining justice or none. But this was not the case for the freedmen who lived at the Freedmen's Village, Virginia. The report noted that the strength of colored witnesses was underprivileged, as it was unlawful for a person of color to testify in court against a white person. The freedmen did not have the ability to employ suitable counsel, and as a result, the courts of Maryland, Virginia, and Washington decisions were decided with their prejudice. Many freedmen were robbed, murdered, and otherwise ill-treated. In many instances, the fate of the residents of the freedmen's villages was the same as those who resided outside of it. It was increasingly apparent that something must be done to place the freedmen on an equal plane with white citizens before the law. A Bureau special agent visited Upper Marlboro, Prince George's County, Maryland, and discovered that the jail there contained 30 persons, and 26 of them were freedmen who were awaiting trial at the next term of court. A practicing lawyer who worked in Upper Marlboro informed the agent that many of the freedmen were arrested and jailed for small or frivolous offenses. The lawyer further pointed out that many of the jailed freedmen were not guilty of committing a crime at all, and they remained in jail because they were unable to pay bail and associated fines. Therefore, they had no other alternative way of liberating themselves except to be confined, lose several months' work at harvest time when their labor would have brought the highest price, and be released late in the fall with no means of support for themselves or their families for the winter. That theft or beggary would be almost inevitable. As a result of this, Special Agent A.K. Brown, Esquire, was directed to appear in court to provide legal aid and represent the 26 freedmen who were jailed. A.K. Brown was tasked to see that the freedmen received fair treatment and legal representation. Because of the fact that Brown was already tasked with representing the freedmen in Washington, D.C., it was not practical for the lawyer to attend all the courts in Maryland. The chances of the freedmen who were jailed and were summoned before the courts would improve if they had the money needed to secure a lawyer. Despite having several black lawyers available, the freedmen could not obtain justice until public sentiment improved toward their race as a collective whole. This also included allowing the testimony of colored persons in court and the same punishment to be applied to the freedmen as to a white person when arrested and indicted on similar offenses. In the meantime, the only thing that could be done was to see that as many freedmen as possible were provided with the means of securing a lawyer to represent them in court. The fact that the Bureau had taken up their case helped with improving public sentiment and ensuring that they received fair treatment before the law. It was also essential that the freedmen be made aware of their rights and what they can do to protect themselves from unjustified arrest and imprisonment. Many freedmen did not know that if they were arrested and jailed without just cause, they had the right to file a complaint with the Bureau against the person or persons responsible for their wrongful imprisonment. There had been many complaints about abuse and exploitation under the apprenticeship system in Maryland. In response to the complaints about the system, the Chief Justice of Maryland, Chase, issued a circular that voided all indentures that had already been made illegal under the Civil Rights Act. The decisions were then sent to the masters, who were told that they could avoid prosecution and costs by releasing their apprentices immediately. In most cases, this method worked, and the freedmen children who had been apprenticed were released and allowed to return to their families and rightful parents. However, in some cases, the masters refused to comply with the court's orders. Although they were forced to release the children through a writ of habeas corpus, this process took a while. Despite the Bureau's efforts, they continued receiving daily letters from freedmen in Washington and surrounding areas regarding their children being held by other parties as apprentices. Many times, white persons would unlawfully seize a freedman's child and bind the child to an apprentice contract without the consent of the child's parent. In cases like this, the parents were threatened with violence or assaulted for refusing to allow their child to be taken as an apprentice. At times, apprentice contracts lasted for a specified time, but more general contracts last until the apprentice ages out of the contract. If the apprentice were a male child, he would be bound out until the age of 18 and until the age of 21 for female children. Time could be added to the apprentice contracts, just like it was for adult labor contracts if there was a violation of the agreement. In other cases, the apprentice would be returned to their previous owner if they ran away. In most cases, indentured servitude was used as a punishment for freedmen who committed crimes. In these instances, the freedmen would be arrested, jailed, and fined. They would eventually be sold at public auction to the highest bidder and then treated as the chattel property of that person until their sentence was completed. Justice. No adequate protection for the rights of the emancipated slaves existed at the time of the Bureau's foundation. It was not possible to secure justice. The statutes were harsh and unjustly applied. Even in places where legislators and judges were inclined to be equitable, prejudice among juries resulted in such a degree that a white man's conviction for any injustice against a black was extremely unlikely, while a black person's acquittal under any charge brought by a white man was practically certain. In the face of such conditions, it was exceedingly difficult for the Bureau to secure justice for the emancipated slaves. In some cases, they were able to secure convictions and punishments for those who committed crimes against freedmen, but in many cases, they were not. The lack of adequate legal protection made it difficult to ensure that the freedmen received the justice they deserved. One of the main goals of the Freedmen's Bureau was to ensure that freed slaves were treated fairly and given the same rights as other citizens. Unfortunately, due to the prejudice of many people in the South, this was not always possible. The Bureau did its best to secure justice for freed slaves, but in many cases it was simply not possible. The Commissioner established Bureau courts as one of the first measures. These were military courts that handled minor legal difficulties between the planters and freedmen. They generally consisted of a single officer, appointed by the Assistant Commissioner, who would sometimes solicit the aid of one or more citizens in resolving issues. Civil and criminal cases were equally addressed. The decisions of these courts were not always carried out, however. In some instances, the officers in charge of carrying out the punishments were met with resistance from the local community. In other cases, they were simply unable to locate the offender. Despite these difficulties, the Bureau courts did succeed in bringing some justice to freed slaves. The only recourse for the freed people was to appeal to the executive through the Assistant Commissioner and the Secretary of War. Wherever local tribunals were unjust to the freed people, these Bureau courts were maintained. But wherever civil courts admitted testimony from black witnesses and secured justice or a fair approximation thereof, Bureau courts were discontinued and jurisdiction transferred to civil authorities. The former institution of military courts continued only in a few locations, and generally in those where the people desire it. The operation of these courts had two purposes, not just to provide justice to the freedmen for the time being, but also to create a long-term change in civil legal administration. People in the South, who had been living under inequitable systems, found that military tribunals were beginning to rule their lives. They also found that contracts between masters and servants were being more rigorously and justly enforced, and finally they realized that they would not be able to access civil law unless they agreed to follow principles of equity and justice and employ methods that the Bureau courts had employed to secure the restoration of their civil courts by consenting to administer justice in them. Two compelling examples of the Bureau courts' influence on civil jurisdiction in the South were presented. We previously discussed how unjust laws were passed in South Carolina. The military commander of South Carolina advised the governor that he should not allow the law limiting labor freedom to the freedmen to be applied, and as a result, the legislation was repealed at the next session of the legislature. In Alabama, the assistant commissioner pushed for local authorities to take over jurisdiction if they would admit black testimony and treat them fairly. This proposal was accepted by virtually all of Alabama's courts, while testimony from the freedmen was admitted in such an approximation to fairness ensured the transfer of power. After Alabama set the example, other states began to follow suit with regard to the admission of colored testimony. Now, due in large part to the influence of the Bureau, nearly every southern state had overcome any objection to this practice entirely or at least significantly reduced it. There were varying patterns of discrepancies between the communities that African Americans lived in and those who lived outside of them, such as white politicians and developers. The first community that they saw was the Freedmen's Village, but it would be repeated in different communities as the two communities battled for space in the Jim Crow society. A growing number of black residents who saw their community as thriving were pitted against white politicians, developers, and other outsiders who viewed the area as a shantytown. This pattern began with Freedmen's Village and continued in subsequent communities across the nation, at a time when black and white citizens were struggling for power within society. The negative portrayal of the freedmen living in the freedmen's village being squatters by the outside forces showed how racialized their resistance was toward the freedmen. These forces were allegedly taking lands for other reasons. The second wave of urbanization led to the displacement of black residents from their homes and businesses in Arlington. This process was driven by a combination of factors, including white flight, redlining, and urban renewal. White flight refers to the phenomenon of white residents moving out of cities and into suburbs to escape the perceived problems of inner-city life. Redlining is the practice of denying or limiting financial services to certain areas, typically those with a high concentration of minorities or low-income residents. Urban renewal is a government program that provides funding for the redevelopment of urban areas. It often results in the demolition of existing structures and the displacement of residents. All three of these factors contributed to the displacement of black residents from their homes and businesses in Arlington. The concept of self-sufficiency and planning was a central theme of the village, which was built by the residents themselves. The fact that the community was able to achieve so much, despite the limited resources, was a testament to the resilience and strength of the African American community in Arlington. Although the War Department's efforts in developing the village's central planning contributed to its success, it was the residents who made it a thriving community. This does not mean that there were no problems or tensions within the village. The success of the village was a resounding example of how African American communities can be successfully developed and self-sufficient. It would serve as a model for other communities in Arlington. In the years following the Civil War, African Americans in Arlington faced many challenges as they transitioned from slavery to freedom. One of the biggest challenges was finding gainful employment. While some freedmen were able to find work on plantations or farms, others had to move to urban areas in search of employment. This often meant leaving their families behind, which was a difficult decision to make. Another challenge that freedmen faced was providing for their families. In many cases, women were forced to take on jobs traditionally done by men to support their families. This often meant working long hours for little pay. Additionally, African Americans had to contend with the Jim Crow laws that were enacted in the South after the Civil War. These laws limited their ability to vote, own property, and participate in the political process. Despite the challenges they faced, many freedmen were able to find work and provide for their families. This was due in part to the fact that African Americans had long been involved in agriculture and other manual labor jobs. Additionally, many freedmen had acquired skills during their time as slaves that they were able to use in their new lives. For example, many of the freedmen were skilled carpenters, blacksmiths, and masons. These skills allowed them to find employment in urban areas. Many outsiders wanted to take the land that the freedmen's village had been established on. This process was carried out in a drawn-out manner. In 1865, Congress discussed the future of the agency known as the Freedmen's Bureau. Although it was not closed, its powers were restricted to only educating African Americans. Other camps in the area were dismantled following the Civil War. These were the first to be affected by the growing number of contraband camps. In 1868, the government tried to close the village, but this attempt failed. The village's well-designed buildings and layout helped it continue to thrive. Compared to the other contraband camps, the village's residents were more likely to be organized and difficult to uproot. The War Department's idealized suburban and urban reform model also helped create a politically active and socially active community. Bailey Wyatt's plea. In December 1866, a freedman named Bailey Wyatt, a black resident of rural Yorktown, Virginia, delivered a powerful speech at a gathering of freedmen, representatives from several freedmen aid societies, and Freedmen's Bureau officials. The meeting, held in a large schoolhouse, was convened to discuss the impending closure of contraband camps, temporary settlements that had provided shelter and support for formerly enslaved individuals during and after the Civil War. Jacob H. Vining, the superintendent of Friends Freedmen Schools, took it upon himself to transcribe Wyatt's speech, preserving his words for posterity. Wyatt's speech highlighted the dire consequences that the closure of the contraband camps would have on the freedmen. He pointed out that, during a previous meeting held by the Bureau, the majority in attendance had supported the idea of returning the freedmen to the various parts of the country from which they had originally come. This plan was seen as a way to close the camps and disperse the residents. However, Wyatt passionately argued against this idea. He warned that if the freedmen were sent back to the counties and villages they had left, particularly given the current state of rebellion and the ongoing instability in the United States, they would face a grim fate. In such conditions, Wyatt believed that the freedmen would be forced to revert to roles of subjugation, becoming hewers of wood and drawers of water, a biblical reference to menial labor and servitude. In other words, without the protection and support that the camps and organizations like the Freedmen's Bureau provided, the newly freed individuals would be at great risk of being pushed back into a state of economic and social oppression. Wyatt's speech was a poignant reminder of the precarious situation facing the freedmen during the Reconstruction era. While they had been granted freedom, the lack of systemic support and the hostile environment they faced meant that this freedom was far from secure. Wyatt's words captured the fear and uncertainty that many freedmen felt at the prospect of losing the fragile gains they had made, and underscored the need for continued support and protection as they navigated the challenges of their new lives. Bailey Wyatt, in his poignant speech, drew a powerful contrast between the freedmen's present circumstances and their harrowing experiences under slavery. He urged his audience to reflect on their past, a time when, despite being created by God like all other men, they were kept in bondage, forced to endure unimaginable hardships. He evoked the biblical imagery of making bricks without straw under Pharaoh's rule, a metaphor for the grueling and oppressive labor that enslaved people were compelled to perform without the basic necessities or human dignity. Wyatt shared a deeply personal story to illustrate the pain and suffering that characterized the lives of the enslaved. He recalled how his wife's house was located 8 or 10 miles away from the main house of the plantation. On Saturday nights, after a week of backbreaking work, he would make the long journey to see his wife, hoping to spend a few precious hours with her. But in the brutal reality of slavery, such hopes were often cruelly dashed. Many enslaved men, like Wyatt, would arrive at their wife's home only to discover that their wives or children had been sold down south, never to return. The little cabin where his loved ones once lived would be left abandoned, a silent testament to the cruelty of the slave trade. Wyatt spoke to the collective pain of such experiences, describing how in moments like these, the only response left to the enslaved was to fold their arms and cry out in despair, "O Lord, how long?" It was a cry of anguish, born from the deep suffering and helplessness that defined their lives under slavery. This expression of sorrow was all that one could muster in the face of such profound loss and injustice. Wyatt's words served as a stark reminder of the brutal realities of slavery and the lingering trauma that continued to affect the freedmen even after emancipation. His speech was not just a recounting of past horrors, but a call to remember the endurance and resilience of those who had survived such ordeals. It was also a plea for vigilance and solidarity, urging his audience to ensure that the hard-won freedom they now enjoyed would not be undermined or taken away, and that they would never again be subjected to such inhumane treatment. Bailey Wyatt, with deep conviction, expressed the profound loss of identity that came with the bondage of slavery. He reminded his audience that, as enslaved people, they were stripped of their very names, the most basic marker of personhood and humanity. In a society where men among men take pride in their names, the enslaved were denied even this fundamental right. This dehumanization, Wyatt argued, was a central aspect of their suffering under slavery. In contrast, Wyatt looked at their present situation and saw it as a manifestation of the divine providence of God rather than the work of men. It was only through the grace and overriding will of God, he believed, that they now enjoyed freedom and found themselves in a more favorable situation. This newfound freedom was a blessing for which Wyatt expressed profound gratitude. He thanked God for this great gift and acknowledged the crucial role played by their friends from the North who had made tremendous sacrifices on behalf of the freedmen. Wyatt was particularly thankful for those who had interceded for them and assisted them in their journey toward freedom. Wyatt singled out the Quakers of the North as the freedmen's greatest earthly friends. He praised them for their immense sacrifices and ongoing contributions to the welfare of the formerly enslaved. The Quakers had not only sacrificed money, but also life and blood for the benefit of the freedmen. Their unwavering commitment made them the most devoted friends of the freedmen, and Wyatt expressed sincere and heartfelt gratitude for their efforts. He emphasized that the freedmen, as a people, were eager to rise above their former condition. They desperately wanted to be educated, to improve their lives, and to fully participate in the freedoms they had been granted. However, Wyatt also offered a sobering caution. He pointed out that many freedmen who had returned to their home counties after the war were now viewed as traitors by their white neighbors. These black individuals had left the Confederacy, to support the Union cause, a decision that the Southern sympathizers could neither forgive nor forget. Wyatt warned the audience that the animosity from the Confederates and Southern sympathizers remained strong, and the freedmen should be mindful of this enduring hostility. In his speech, Wyatt underscored the complex and precarious nature of the freedmen's newfound freedom. While they had allies and had made significant strides, they still faced deep-seated resentment and hostility. His words were both a celebration of their progress and a reminder of the ongoing challenges they would have to navigate as they continued to seek full recognition and equality in a nation still grappling with the legacy of slavery. The thousands of freedmen who found themselves living among former Confederates felt a deep and pervasive sense of vulnerability. Stripped of any meaningful protection or intervention, they were left to navigate a hostile environment where their safety and security were far from guaranteed. Despite the derision and scoffing they faced from those who had once been their oppressors, particularly for viewing the North as their allies, the freedmen clung to the hope that they would never lose confidence in those who had fought for their freedom. Bailey Wyatt, speaking with conviction and urgency, appealed directly to those in the North who considered themselves to be upstanding citizens. He implored them to take the interests of the freedmen seriously, emphasizing that the very livelihoods of these newly freed individuals often seemed to hinge on the continued support and intervention of their Northern allies. Wyatt's words resonated deeply with the audience, as noted by Mr. Vining, who observed that Wyatt's speech was grounded in truth and that his call to action was immediately embraced by those present. They recognized the value and importance of Wyatt's message, understanding that he spoke as a true friend and advocate for their cause. Vining himself vowed to spread Wyatt's message, both to his friends and his foes, asserting that the freedmen had a legitimate claim to the land on which they now resided. Wyatt had made a compelling case that the land settled upon by the freedmen was rightfully theirs, not only by the labor they had invested in it, but also by a higher, almost divine, right. He reminded his audience that their wives, children, and men had been sold many times over to acquire these parcels of land, creating a spiritual and moral claim to the soil that could not be ignored. This portion of Wyatt's argument was beautifully articulated, capturing the profound connection the freedmen felt to the land they had come to inhabit. Wyatt also recounted the promises made to the freedmen by the Union during their time of enslavement. The Union had urged them to leave the Confederates and join the Northern cause, promising them land in return for their loyalty. Furthermore, the Union had assured the freedmen that they would continue to receive assistance after settling on the land provided to them, helping them transition from slavery to freedom. The Union had pledged to protect them from the rebels if they escaped and became supporters of the Northern cause. In pursuit of this promised freedom, the freedmen left behind everything they had worked for. Some had managed to save money to buy their freedom, others had owned houses, and still others had owned cattle. Yet, despite these possessions, the promise of liberty convinced them to abandon it all. They trusted in the Union's appeal and sacrificed everything in the hope of securing a future where they could live as free men and women. Wyatt's speech was not just a reflection on past promises. It was a powerful reminder of the moral and ethical obligations that remained unfulfilled. He called on those in the North to honor the commitments made to the freedmen, to recognize their rightful claims to the land, and to continue to support them in their journey toward true freedom and equality. Wyatt's words encapsulated the profound struggle of the freedmen and served as a rallying cry for justice and the fulfillment of the promises made in the darkest days of the Civil War. Bailey Wyatt eloquently voiced the deep disappointment and sense of betrayal felt by the freedmen as they witnessed the Union, once viewed as their liberators, failing to uphold the promises made to them during the war. Wyatt spoke of the Union men as individuals of education, principle, and honor, men who had been expected to live by the ideals they so proudly proclaimed. However, the reality that was unfolding contradicted these expectations, leaving the freedmen disillusioned and uncertain of what to think. The great confidence they had once placed in the Union was shaken, especially after they received orders from the superintendent of the Bureau to vacate their encampments in the lands they had come to call home. Initially, the freedmen had been ordered to pay rent for the land they occupied, and they complied with these demands. They believed that by doing so, they were securing their place on the land and fulfilling their obligations. But now, with the new orders to leave or face the destruction of their log cabins, the freedmen felt abandoned and betrayed. The Union, which had once promised them freedom, and a chance to build new lives, was now telling them that the land was to be returned to their former masters, the same individuals who had once enslaved them. The Union advised the freedmen that these old owners had a rightful claim to the land, and therefore the freedmen must vacate it. Wyatt highlighted the injustice of the situation, pointing out that some of the freedmen had even purchased tracts of land, investing what little they had into securing a future for themselves and their families. He also referenced General Order No. 61, issued by the Secretary of War, which stipulated that the lands occupied by the freedmen under General Sherman's field order would not be restored to the former masters until after the crops had been harvested and fair compensation had been paid to the freedmen for any improvements they had made to the land. This order seemed to provide a glimmer of hope, suggesting that the freedmen would be compensated for their labor and the investments they had made. However, the reality was far more complex and disheartening. The freedmen were caught in a painful and precarious situation where the promises of freedom and land ownership were being undermined by legal and bureaucratic maneuvers. The very people who had fought for and earned their freedom were now being told that their rights and claims were secondary to those of their former masters. Wyatt's speech captured the profound sense of injustice that the freedmen felt and underscored the moral failing of the Union to protect and honor the commitments made to those who had sacrificed so much in the pursuit of liberty. Wyatt's words were a call to action and a plea for justice. He reminded his audience, and by extension the Union men, that the freedmen were not asking for charity. They were demanding the fulfillment of promises that had been made to them. They had worked the land, built homes, and invested in their future, with the understanding that their sacrifices would be recognized and rewarded. Wyatt's speech was a powerful reminder that the struggle for freedom did not end with emancipation. It continued in the fight for the rights and dignity that should have accompanied that freedom. Bailey Wyatt, with a sense of urgency and despair, posed a critical question. Where shall the freedmen go? Faced with the impending loss of their homes and land, he asked whether they were expected to wander aimlessly into the streets, take refuge in the woods, or seek solace by the river. The reality was stark. They had nowhere to go. The freedmen, who had worked tirelessly to build a semblance of stability and security in their lives, were now facing the prospect of being uprooted without any clear alternatives. Wyatt's question was not merely rhetorical. It was a plea for recognition of the dire situation that he and his community were confronting. Despite the gravity of the situation, Wyatt made it clear that he was not asking the government for help, nor had he ever relied on the charity of others, including his friends. He took pride in the fact that he had been able to support himself and his family through honest, hard work. He had even managed to save some money, a rare accomplishment given the economic hardships faced by so many in his community. Wyatt proudly proclaimed that he did not owe anything to anyone, a testament to his self-reliance and determination. However, Wyatt was also acutely aware that his experience was not the norm. His ability to achieve a measure of economic independence was an anomaly, not a standard. Many in his community did not have the same opportunities or resources, and they struggled to make ends meet. The majority of freedmen, having endured the brutal realities of slavery, found themselves ill-equipped to navigate the complexities of a post-emancipation society that was still rife with systemic inequalities and discrimination. Wyatt's speech underscored the harsh reality that, despite their best efforts, many freedmen were still vulnerable and lacked the means to secure their futures. His words were a stark reminder of the limitations of individual success in the face of widespread structural barriers. While Wyatt's personal achievements were commendable, they did not negate the overwhelming challenges that his community continued to face. By questioning where the freedmen were supposed to go, Wyatt highlighted the absence of meaningful support and protection for those who had been promised freedom but were now being cast aside. His speech called attention to the need for systemic solutions that went beyond individual resilience. It was a powerful indictment of a society that had freed the enslaved but failed to provide the necessary resources and opportunities to ensure that this freedom could be fully realized. Wyatt's message was clear. The struggle for freedom was not over, and the freedmen needed more than just the right to work and live. They needed a fair chance to build stable, secure lives for themselves and their families. His plea was not for charity, but for justice, for the fulfillment of the promises that had been made to them, and for the recognition of their right to exist with dignity and self-determination in a society that had once denied them both. Bailey Wyatt's speech was a searing indictment of the systemic exploitation that African Americans had endured for centuries. He powerfully articulated the brutal reality that the freedmen had been treated as property, bought and sold like horses, and deliberately kept in ignorance. Their very existence had been reduced to a means of generating wealth for their enslavers, sold off for resources, animals, transportation, and anything else their masters desired. Wyatt challenged his audience to name one thing that his people hadn't been sold to purchase for others. He rhetorically questioned, hadn't the freedmen cleared the land and cultivated crops of corn, cotton, tobacco, rice, sugar, and more? Weren't the thriving cities of the North built on the backs of the enslaved, who toiled from before dawn until after dusk, suffering beatings and the brutalities of slavery to produce the wealth that fueled the nation's growth? Yes, Wyatt affirmed. His account was truthful, and he appealed to both the South and the North to recognize this undeniable fact. Wyatt painted a vivid picture of the disparity between the rich and the poor, a disparity that had only grown wider despite the end of slavery. While the wealthy grew richer, the freedmen remained impoverished, living in tiny huts made of logs with dirt floors. Many were so destitute that they lacked even the basic necessities of life, such as food and adequate clothing. Their suffering was profound, but Wyatt reminded them that God had heard their groans. God had seen their afflictions and had come down to deliver them from slavery. However, Wyatt also spoke of a new ruler, Andrew Johnson, whom he refused to call either king or president. To Wyatt, Johnson was no friend of the freedmen. Johnson had forgotten their suffering, if he had ever known it at all. Instead of offering protection and support, Johnson's administration demanded that the freedmen return to their old masters or face the destruction of their homes. Wyatt described how the freedmen were being treated like animals being hunted, forced to move constantly, never allowed to settle or find peace. Where were they to go, and who could they trust? Wyatt answered his own question. They could trust in God. He declared that God would bring all the freedmen out of the wilderness unharmed, somehow, sometime, somewhere. Although he didn't specify how or when this deliverance would come, Wyatt placed his faith in God as the best hope for the freedmen's freedom and liberty. In his speech, Wyatt appealed to his fellow citizens, urging them not to rely on the warlike nations of the former Confederacy or the war-ravaged Union to help them. Both had misled the freedmen in the past and were conspiring against them now to stop their progress. Wyatt emphasized that the freedmen must be united. They had to take care of themselves and protect each other if they truly wanted to achieve their goals. He highlighted the importance of creating communities to support those who could not help themselves, demonstrating to the world that they could sustain and protect themselves with God's help. God had aided them in the past, and Wyatt was confident that he would do so again if they turned to him. Wyatt acknowledged the tough and dark times many of the freedmen were experiencing: hunger, cold, and the drying up of their souls. He likened their situation to that of the Israelites, who, when faced with despair, were ready to cry out for death in the wilderness. But Wyatt stood before his audience as a beacon of hope, assuring them that God had not forgotten them. God was just, and Wyatt believed that he would aid the freedmen in due time. Wyatt also urged the freedmen to be honest and to do their best in all things. He warned that if they did not help themselves, God would not help them either. Drawing on the biblical story of Joshua's men being defeated because of their sins, Wyatt pointed out that the nation was full of liars and thieves, and everyone knew it. The nation was suffering because of these sins, and Wyatt warned that trouble would come to those who continued in wrongdoing. He emphasized that God would not help those who did not believe in him, speak the truth, or refrain from stealing. Freedmen's Village, one of many camps established by the Freedmen's Bureau after the Civil War, was unique in that it was designed as a model community. The War Department hoped that the village would serve as an example for other African American communities. In many ways, it was successful. The village had well-designed buildings and a layout that resembled a small town. Its residents were more likely to be employed than those in other Freedmen's Bureau camps, and the War Department provided the village with resources that were not available to other camps. However, the village also faced significant challenges. Many of its residents were poor and illiterate, and the village's remote location isolated them from the broader county population. Despite these difficulties, the village represented a significant step forward for the freedmen, offering a space where they could begin to rebuild their lives after the devastation of slavery. Wyatt's speech, with its mixture of hope, faith, and a call to action, encapsulated the complex reality faced by the freedmen, the struggle to survive and thrive in a world that was often hostile to their existence, yet buoyed by the belief that with unity, hard work, and faith in God, they could overcome the challenges before them. Chapter 13. The Last Stand, Closing the Village. On January 11, 1867, the Staunton Vindicator unleashed a scathing critique of Freedmen's Village, casting its residents in a harsh and unforgiving light. The newspaper painted a picture of desperation and destitution, describing the people of the village as clothed in rags, their spirits battered by poverty. These individuals were derisively labeled as poor, benighted creatures, wandering through the darkness of their own ignorance. To the editors of the Vindicator, the very establishment of Freedmen's Village was a tragic mistake, a misguided endeavor that only served to showcase the misery and supposed ignorance of its inhabitants. The article didn't stop there. It went on to insinuate that the government's continued support of the village was nothing more than a waste of resources. The Vindicator argued that the freedmen would never be able to care for themselves, portraying them as a perpetual burden on society, a burden that the white population should no longer be expected to bear. These sentiments were not confined to the pages of the newspaper. They echoed throughout the region, with many whites calling for the disbandment of the village and the relocation of its residents back to Africa. In this rhetoric, we hear the echoes of a deep-seated resistance to the very idea of black self-sufficiency and freedom. The Staunton Vindicator and those who shared its views sought not just to undermine the village, but to deny the humanity and potential of its residents. Their words were an attempt to turn back the clock, to erase the progress that had been painfully won, and to relegate the freedmen to a place of permanent subjugation. Yet, in the face of such vitriol, the spirit of the freedmen's village endured. The very existence of the village stood as a testament to the resilience of a people determined to forge a new life, despite the relentless opposition. The cries for disbandment and relocation could not erase the truth, that these were men and women who had tasted freedom and were fighting to claim their place in a society that had once denied them everything. Articles like the one in the Staunton Vindicator and similar publications ignited a fierce response among abolitionists and supporters of Freedmen's Village. These articles were not just words on a page. They were calculated attempts to sow discord and inflict harm upon the freedmen, undermining the fragile progress that had been made. In February 1886, the Alexandria Gazette added fuel to the fire with an article designed to stoke public fear and resentment in Arlington. The newspaper claimed that the presence of Freedmen's Village on the Arlington estate was the reason for excessive taxation in the area. It argued that the citizens of Arlington bore a heavier tax burden than any other county in Virginia, supposedly because the government was funneling resources to support the village residents. The article further insinuated that the village inhabitants paid little in taxes themselves, shifting the financial weight onto the broader county population. Such rhetoric was intended to provoke outrage and foster division, painting the freedmen as a drain on public resources and portraying the village as an economic burden rather than a symbol of resilience and hope. The narrative sought to turn public opinion against the freedmen, leveraging economic fears to erode the support that had been hard-won by those who believed in the promise of equality and justice. But this tactic also revealed the underlying anxieties of those who opposed the village, anxieties rooted in the fear of losing power, influence, and control. By portraying the freedmen as a threat to the economic well-being of the county, these publications aimed to justify their calls for the disbandment of the village and the marginalization of its residents. Yet, despite the relentless efforts to dismantle their community, the spirit of the Freedmen's Village and its supporters persisted, standing as a testament to the enduring struggle for dignity and equality in the face of profound adversity. The Alexandria Gazette article went even further in its condemnation, branding Freedmen's Village as a nuisance that needed to be relocated. Newspapers wielded their power to spread misinformation, fueling public outrage and leading to widespread calls for the village to be shut down. Critics claimed the village was a waste of resources, arguing that its residents contributed nothing to society. They went so far as to label the village a haven for criminals and undesirables, casting it as a blight on the community. Freedmen's Village became a lightning rod for controversy in Arlington. For some, it represented a necessary step in the arduous process of Reconstruction, a vital effort to help freed slaves transition to life and freedom. But for others, it was seen as an unjustifiable expense, a burden that strained resources and stoked resentment. The village's existence stirred deep divisions, with some viewing it as a symbol of hope and progress, while others saw it as a misallocation of funds that benefited freed slaves at the expense of struggling white citizens who also faced hardships after the Civil War. This resentment was fueled by a pervasive sense of injustice among those who felt overlooked and abandoned by their government. The perception that resources were being funneled into aiding the freedmen, while others struggled to rebuild their lives, only deepened the animosity. The discourse around Freedmen's Village reflected the broader societal tensions of the time, a struggle between the forces of Reconstruction and the resistance to the profound social changes it sought to bring about. In this fraught atmosphere, the village became more than just a physical place. It was a battleground for competing visions of what the post-war South should become. Those who supported the village saw it as a beacon of hope, a place where the newly freed could begin to build a future. Meanwhile, its detractors saw it as an unwelcome reminder of a war they had lost and a future they did not wish to embrace. In July 1891, the Sunday Herald and Weekly National Intelligencer published an article reflecting the growing sentiment among many white citizens of Arlington that the government should close Freedmen's Village and repurpose the land for what they deemed better use. They argued that if the government no longer wanted the land, it should be sold to private buyers who could improve it. One resident pointed out that the land could fetch $800 to $1,000 per acre on the open market. The implication was clear. The freedmen had no intention, in their view, of developing the land, and thus it should be handed over to those who would. For years, the residents of Freedmen's Village had to battle tirelessly for their right to remain in their community, despite the relentless negative publicity designed to undermine their progress. Opponents of the village pushed for the relocation of the freedmen, ideally to somewhere outside Virginia, fueled by false claims intended to deter public support and visitors. Initially, these efforts were unsuccessful, as the freedmen continued to grow their community and build better lives. However, the unrelenting prejudice and public outcry eventually created significant tension and negative publicity, intensifying the struggle between supporters of the village and those who sought its demise. The campaign to close the village gained official traction when, on January 21, 1889, James E. Clement, Commonwealth's attorney for Alexandria County, Virginia, informed Secretary of War W. Endicott that both county and state courts had withdrawn all civil and criminal jurisdiction over the land, as it had been purchased by the United States government. Clement expressed concern that the estate, now ungoverned, would become a haven for lawlessness and crime. He warned that, without oversight, the 900 acres comprising Freedmen's Village could devolve into a polluting spot plagued by disorder. This narrative, pushed by those who sought to see the village closed, painted a dire picture of a community in need of dismantling. Yet, it ignored the reality of a people who had fought against all odds to carve out a space for themselves, a space where they could begin to redefine their lives in the wake of slavery. The call to repurpose the land wasn't just about economics. It was a reflection of deep-seated fears and prejudices, a desperate attempt to erase the hard-won progress of the freedmen by removing them from the land that had come to symbolize their resilience and hope for the future. Throughout its history, the residents of Freedmen's Village faced persistent challenges, particularly the looming threat of the camp's permanent closure. Despite these obstacles, many villagers took bold steps to secure their futures by purchasing their homes from the government. After the initial scare, they began constructing their own homes, many of which were well built, painted, and featured good quality craftsmanship. The surrounding farming community, known as Arlington Tract Farms, was also established during this time. In 1868, Hannah and Thomas Owens moved out of the central portion of the village and into this farming community, where they, along with John B. Syphax and his neighbors, improved the land through dedicated farming efforts. The first attempt to close the village occurred in 1868, and by 1872, the agency responsible for lobbying on behalf of the village had been abolished. In the 1880s, the War Department renewed efforts to close the facility, appealing to Congress with plans to expand Fort Myer and construct a parade ground. This push to reclaim the land for military use reflected broader trends of the time, as rumors about other contraband camps led to their swift shutdown after the Civil War. Many of these camps had already been phased out well before the war ended. Some, like the one in North Carolina, were closed before 1865. The efforts to close Freedmen's Village and similar camps were part of a larger narrative of reclaiming land and resources that had been temporarily dedicated to the newly freed African American population. The closure of these camps often marked the end of an era of tentative support for Black communities, as the nation struggled with the legacy of slavery and the complex realities of Reconstruction. Despite the challenges, the residents of Freedmen's Village demonstrated resilience, continuing to build homes, improve their land, and create a community that stood as a testament to their determination to thrive in the face of adversity. As the 19th century drew to a close, the African American community in Arlington, once concentrated within the confines of Freedmen's Village, began to disperse across the county. This shift was accelerated by the construction of streetcar lines in the 1890s, including the Washington and Old Dominion Railroad, which connected Arlington to Washington, D.C., Alexandria, and Falls Church. This newfound mobility allowed African Americans to move beyond the village, integrating into different parts of Arlington while still maintaining the sense of community that had been fostered within the village. Compared to other contraband camps, Freedmen's Village had a unique resilience. The institutions and structures within the village were robust enough to withstand external pressures for years. However, the eventual disbandment of the agency responsible for advocating on behalf of the village in 1872 left it vulnerable to renewed efforts to close it. In the 1880s, the War Department lobbied Congress to shut down the village, citing the need to expand Fort Myer and build a parade ground. These efforts mirrored actions taken across the South, where other contraband camps were closed, often before the Civil War even ended. Despite these pressures, the African American community that emerged from Freedmen's Village continued to thrive, albeit in a more dispersed form. The process of suburbanization and the segregation that followed were direct outcomes of the community's resilience. Even as residents benefited from the central planning of the village's buildings and services by the War Department, their involvement in governance was limited, leading them to establish their own social, religious, and political institutions. These institutions became the backbone of the community, particularly after the government finally closed Freedmen's Village in 1900. Those who moved to Arlington after the Civil War embraced the project's goals of community formation, taking advantage of opportunities in education, housing, and work provided by the government. They built a robust community with the help of the War Department's support, but as the 1880s progressed, federal backing for Reconstruction and African American rights waned. The closure of Freedmen's Village was pushed by land developers and those who wanted to curtail the political power of African Americans. These individuals saw an opportunity to seize the land for their own gain, attacking the legitimacy of the village's residents in their right to the land. By the late 1880s, the support that had once been extended to Freedmen's Village had all but evaporated. On December 7, 1887, eviction orders were issued, demanding that the residents leave their homes within 90 days with no compensation. The residents, however, did not go quietly. They organized and sent leaders to plead their case, arguing that the community they had built, along with the rents they had paid and the homes they had constructed, entitled them to the land. John B. Syphax, a prominent leader, proposed that if the residents were forced to leave, they should be compensated for their homes and improvements. He called for each household to receive $350 for their property and relocation costs. In response to the protests, the War Department conducted surveys and evaluations in the winter of 1887 to 1888. While most residents received some compensation, the amounts were far below market value. The Owens family, for example, received $130 for their property and farm, while others, like William Winston, received nothing at all. On average, households were compensated $103, less than half of Syphax's original request. However, a retroactive ruling by Congress declared that the contraband fund tax paid by freedmen during the war was unconstitutional, and combined with other funds, this allowed each household to receive about $576 for relocation. By 1900, all residents of Freedmen's Village had been displaced. Nearly 40 years after its creation, and 13 years after the initial eviction notice, the community ceased to exist. The legacy of Freedmen's Village, however, lived on in the dispersed communities that its former residents built throughout Arlington, carrying forward the spirit of resilience and determination that had defined their fight for freedom and equality. The African American communities in Arlington, Virginia, boast a long and rich history that stretches back to the Civil War era. Before the war, Arlington had a small number of free African Americans, but the majority of the black population consisted of enslaved individuals who worked on the plantations and farms owned by white residents. The Civil War, however, catalyzed profound changes for this community. In 1862, Union troops occupied Arlington and established Freedmen's Village, a settlement for newly emancipated slaves, on the grounds that would later become Arlington National Cemetery. At its peak, Freedmen's Village was home to nearly 1,200 African Americans and served as a vital hub of black life in Arlington for several decades. While the village benefited from the War Department's central planning of its buildings, layout, and services, residents also confronted significant challenges, including overcrowding, inadequate housing, and a lack of autonomy. Even after the closure of Freedmen's Village, African Americans continued to live and work in Arlington, though they faced enduring hardships such as segregation, discrimination, and limited economic opportunities. It wasn't until the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s that the situation began to improve significantly for Arlington's African American community. Today, Arlington is home to a thriving and diverse African American community that plays a significant role in the county's social, cultural, and economic life. This vibrant community stands as a testament to the resilience and determination of those who, despite facing monumental challenges, forged a path forward, contributing to the rich tapestry of Arlington's history. Many who lived near the former Freedmen's Village chose to leave the area, but most stayed, continuing to build their lives within the community. As historian Kenneth Jackson notes, the period from the 1840s to the 1890s saw Americans increasingly idealize a suburban lifestyle with narratives centered around domesticity, nature, and home. By the 1890s, African Americans in Arlington began to embrace this suburban ideal, constructing homes and lives in areas that better suited their evolving needs. This shift was a direct response to the broader suburbanization occurring in Arlington at the time, allowing African Americans to find work, support their families, and establish their own church congregations, social groups, and political organizations. The first generation of African Americans born after the Emancipation Movement actively engaged with suburban land reforms that had taken root in the former Freedmen's Village. They sought to create new communities that reflected the spirit and resilience of the village. Figures like William A. Rowe and the Owens family moved to areas like Green Valley, while others established new communities across Arlington. The closure of Freedmen's Village, though a significant loss, led to the dispersion of its resources and services throughout the county, ultimately creating new opportunities for African Americans. Several small black enclaves emerged in eastern Arlington, near the former village's borders. Although these new communities shared similarities with Freedmen's Village and followed some of its patterns, each developed along its own unique path. Unlike the War Department's managed provision of services in the village, residents of these new communities had to be self-reliant, providing for themselves and their neighbors. This independence fostered a spirit of entrepreneurship and community building as these African American communities laid the foundations for a vibrant, self-sustaining presence in Arlington, one that would endure and evolve for generations to come. This push for self-sufficiency and entrepreneurship led many African Americans in Arlington to become business owners and professionals, carving out spaces where they could thrive independently. These new communities offered African Americans greater control over their lives, free from the oppressive oversight of employers or the government. With the ability to create their own rules and regulations, they began to live with a newfound freedom, standing as equals to white citizens in Arlington. The significance of Freedmen's Village in Arlington's history cannot be overstated. It was one of the first places where African Americans could live as free citizens with equal rights, setting a precedent for future generations. Following the Civil War, Freedmen's Village became a beacon for African Americans arriving in Arlington County. While the War Department had pre-built the houses and buildings, it was the residents who truly brought the village to life, creating a vibrant community with schools, churches, and social clubs. The institutions they established reflected their deep desire for a community that mirrored the ideals of freedom they had long sought. However, from the 1880s to the early 1900s, both federal forces and local white residents exerted pressure on the village's inhabitants, ultimately leading to the community's closure. This marked the beginning of a broader resistance against the formation of African American communities, as white residents sought to reassert control and limit the progress that had been made by the village's resilient population. Freedmen's Village was officially closed in 1889, with the last families leaving by 1900, and the land eventually sold to developers. The African American community that had flourished there was dispersed, but the legacy of Freedmen's Village endured through the churches and social organizations established during its existence. These institutions became the bedrock of the African American community in Arlington, playing a crucial role in shaping its development for decades to come. After the village's closure, the ideas and values cultivated by its residents began to influence the broader African American communities in Arlington. Even before the village was shut down, African Americans had started expanding beyond its borders, forming new communities in areas like Green Valley and Halls Hill. These communities, shaped by the experiences and efforts of Freedmen's Village residents, often adopted more rural landscapes compared to the more structured suburban model of the village itself. The new landscapes, reminiscent of pre-war Arlington, featured a mix of large settlements and smaller plots, reflecting the community's adaptability and resilience. The development of these new neighborhoods was directly tied to the legacy of Freedmen's Village. The residents, armed with the knowledge and experience gained during their time in the village, were able to establish communities that blended their aspirations for freedom with practical approaches to land use and community building. This legacy of community formation, deeply rooted in the village's history, continued to shape the evolution of African American neighborhoods in Arlington, ensuring that the spirit of Freedmen's Village lived on long after its physical structures were gone. The diaspora of the Freedmen's Village community played a significant role in the emergence of various neighborhood types throughout Arlington. As former residents dispersed, they contributed to the creation of new communities, each reflecting different aspects of their collective experience. In areas like Queen City, working-class African Americans faced limitations in purchasing large plots of land, which had previously allowed them to practice small-scale farming to supplement their incomes. Instead of relying on agriculture, these residents turned to the burgeoning transportation infrastructure, including major roadways and trolley lines, to sustain their livelihoods. The establishment of small lots in Queen City led to the development of a more densely populated community, with homes that align with Arlington's growing suburban landscape. The architecture and layout of these neighborhoods reflected a blend of necessity and adaptation as residents leveraged their proximity to transportation networks to maintain economic stability and integrate into the county's suburban environment. This shift in community development not only highlighted the resilience and adaptability of the African American population, but also underscored the ongoing influence of the Freedmen's Village legacy. As these new neighborhoods took shape, they carried forward the values of self-sufficiency, community solidarity, and the pursuit of economic independence that had been nurtured within the village, ensuring that its spirit continued to thrive in the evolving landscape of Arlington. The law has long been wielded as a tool of oppression against African Americans, even after the shackles of slavery were legally removed. Following their emancipation, a series of laws were enacted that severely restricted where freedmen could live, work, and pursue education. These laws were meticulously designed to prevent African Americans from fully participating in society and from achieving economic and social equality with whites. In Arlington, these oppressive measures were reinforced through Jim Crow ordinances, which mandated the segregation of African Americans into separate communities, schools, and public facilities. Additionally, African Americans were subjected to different legal standards than their white counterparts, perpetuating a system of racial inequality that would persist for many years. Despite these formidable obstacles, the freedmen in Arlington demonstrated remarkable resilience and ingenuity in creating lasting communities that catered to their needs and reflected their values whenever possible. They established their own churches, social organizations, and political institutions, which became the bedrock of their community. These institutions not only provided essential services and a sense of identity, but also served as platforms from which the freedmen could mount challenges against the segregationist system that sought to keep them marginalized. Through persistent effort and unwavering determination, these communities became the nucleus of resistance against segregation. Over time, the momentum built by these grassroots efforts contributed significantly to the broader civil rights movement, which ultimately led to the dismantling of segregation laws and the achievement of full legal equality. The legacy of these communities and their institutions endures as a testament to the strength and resolve of African Americans in Arlington, who fought tirelessly for their rights and dignity in the face of systemic oppression. Following the closure of Freedmen's Village, a wave of development in Arlington led to the emergence of various middle-class neighborhoods. The first generation of African Americans born in freedom played a pivotal role in this transformation, with community leaders spearheading the development of the area's first middle-class neighborhoods. These developments reflected not only the aspirations of the African American middle class, but also the broader vision of community development that had been shaped by both working class and middle class ideals, In neighborhoods like Johnson's Hill, the Grays developed more urban-style brick row homes, while African American land developers like Holmes and Butler envisioned and created a streetcar suburb. This divergence in development approaches highlighted differing aspirations within Arlington's black middle class. While their efforts mirrored the existing African American community, there was also a discernible alignment with the broader interests of the white community, reflecting a complex negotiation of identity and social status. The choices made by African Americans during Arlington's early development were deeply significant, revealing their aspirations for both the present and the future. These choices influenced not only the architectural design of homes, but also the layout and organization of entire neighborhoods. Decisions about where to establish communities and the size of residential lots had a lasting impact on the overall development of the city. As Arlington's white residents regained power after the Civil War, they began to assert greater control over the community's civic and social activities. This period coincided with the rise of Jim Crow laws, during which white leaders sought to create an all-white, suburban environment. Their vision for Arlington involved pushing black residents out of central areas and into more segregated suburbs, thereby reinforcing racial divisions and maintaining their dominance. However, African Americans in Arlington resisted these efforts. They were determined to stay in their homes and communities where they had established social and political power. In response to the pressures of suburbanization and segregation, they began to create their own suburbs, places where they could live, work, and worship free from hostility. These developments were not merely a defensive response to white dominance. They were proactive efforts to assert power and agency within a segregated society. The creation of these freedmen's communities served as a means for African Americans to build lasting, self-sufficient neighborhoods that catered to their own needs and preferences, even within the constraints of a Jim Crow society. The contributions of Arlington's African American residents during this period illustrate their resilience and determination to shape their own destinies. Far from being passive recipients of suburbanization or segregation, African Americans were active participants in the development of their communities, crafting spaces that reflected their aspirations and defied the limitations imposed by a racially segregated society. Without regard to the cultural and aesthetic differences that defined the African American communities in Arlington, white leaders in the area began to implement comprehensive planning, zoning, and covenant legislation designed to push out these diverse communities that had been established throughout the county. These efforts mirrored the earlier campaigns that led to the closure of Freedmen's Village, as white leaders once again sought to dismantle African American neighborhoods that had formed during the early 20th century. The resistance against African Americans in Arlington was not limited to any single community. It was evident across the distinct neighborhoods that emerged as the area developed, such as Queen City and Butler Homes. This widespread opposition underscores how closely white policies on planning and zoning were tied to maintaining the region's white majority. The desire to create an all-white suburban setting was not merely about the aesthetics of home design. It was fundamentally about racial exclusion. The white leaders' vision of a homogeneous suburban landscape was inextricably linked to the goal of removing African Americans from these spaces. The efforts to enforce exclusionary zoning and planning policies reveal a broader strategy to reshape Arlington's demographic and cultural landscape. These policies were not just about controlling the physical development of the area, but were also a tool for reinforcing racial segregation and ensuring the dominance of the white population. The underlying objective was clear: to create a suburban environment where the absence of African Americans would signify the success of their social and racial vision for the region. This systematic approach to exclusion highlights the extent to which race influenced the development of Arlington. While the white leaders' plans may have been framed in terms of aesthetic and urban planning goals, their true aim was the preservation of racial homogeneity. The African American communities that resisted these efforts were not only defending their homes and neighborhoods, but were also challenging a broader attempt to erase their presence and contributions from the county's evolving identity. The determined efforts of Arlington's white leaders to create an all-white community did not halt the development and resilience of the county's African American neighborhoods. Despite the exclusionary policies and pressures, the construction of new houses, churches, and community institutions continued throughout Arlington. These establishments were not merely physical structures, They were vital to the social, spiritual, and economic fabric of the African American community. They provided essential support networks and stood as enduring symbols of the African American presence in Arlington, a presence that could not be erased by the forces of segregation and discrimination. The growth of these African American neighborhoods during this period was, in many ways, a direct response to the white leaders' attempts to push black residents out. Despite the resistance and hostility from the white community, African Americans succeeded in creating communities that met their needs, reflected their values, and fostered a sense of pride and belonging. These neighborhoods were more than just places to live. They were embodiments of resilience and defiance against a system that sought to marginalize and exclude them. Arlington's African American residents have faced significant challenges throughout history, but the strength and cohesion of the communities they built have enabled them to overcome these obstacles and contribute to the county's vibrancy today. Their ability to stall evictions and maintain their communities for decades, despite being ignored and marginalized, is a testament to their determination and resourcefulness. From the first proposed eviction in 1868, the Freedmen's persistence in defending their homes and lands ultimately delayed their forced removal, even though the government never provided specific reasoning for the evictions. The village of Arlington, home to a vibrant and close-knit African American community, many of whom had been enslaved before the Civil War, represents a crucial chapter in the county's history. Whether they purchased their land outright or paid annual ground rent, these residents invested in and improved their community, creating a place where they could thrive despite the broader forces of exclusion working against them. The legacy of these neighborhoods is a powerful reminder of the enduring presence and contributions of African Americans in Arlington, shaping the county's identity and enriching its cultural landscape. The evictions of Arlington Village marked a pivotal moment in African American history, symbolizing the harsh reality faced by freedmen who were once supported by the very government that now sought to displace them. The forced removal of the African American community from Arlington, Virginia, underscored a broader pattern of systemic injustice, as families were given just 90 days to vacate their homes without any compensation. Despite the eventual outcome, the Arlington eviction highlights the remarkable strength and resilience of the African American community. They fought tirelessly for their right to remain in the homes and communities they had built, demonstrating a collective spirit and determination that would prove essential in the coming years under Jim Crow America. Though their efforts to resist the eviction were ultimately unsuccessful, they offer a powerful glimpse into the strength of character and sense of community that would be critical for survival in a society increasingly hostile to their presence. The Arlington eviction is not just a story of loss. It is a testament to the enduring fight for dignity, rights, and the promise of a better future. Conclusion. The Freedmen's Village was a testament to the resilience and determination of the formerly enslaved, embodying the principles of self-determination, autonomy, and progress. Despite the challenges posed by government control, the Freedmen used the village as a model for future African American communities, and today it is celebrated and studied for its significant role in African American history. The success of Freedmen's Village was not merely the result of the central planning and infrastructure provided by the Freedmen's Bureau. Rather, it was the independent action and leadership of the freedmen themselves that truly drove the establishment of a thriving community. While the Bureau often viewed decisions as needing to come from the top down, the freedmen frequently took matters into their own hands, asserting their agency and pushing back against a system that was often unwilling to recognize their potential. This dynamic reflected the broader struggles African Americans faced in asserting their civil liberties during this era. The relationship between the Freedmen's Bureau and the residents of Freedmen's Village was complex. On one hand, the Bureau facilitated the transition from slavery to citizenship, providing an incubator environment where the formerly enslaved could begin to build new lives. This included offering employment opportunities, housing, education, healthcare, and legal assistance, resources that were crucial for the residents to become self-sufficient. However, the Bureau's involvement also came with its own set of challenges. Bureaucratic obstacles, sometimes shaped by the underlying racism of the time, often impeded the freedmen's efforts to fully control their own destinies. Even well-intentioned organizations were not immune to the prejudices of the era, creating additional hurdles for the residents of the village. Despite these challenges, the freedmen of the village were able to establish a vibrant community. They built schools, churches, and benevolent societies that provided social and political outlets, fostering a sense of unity and purpose. These organizations were key to developing a strong community identity among the freedmen, allowing them to slowly gain more power and influence within the village. In the end, while the Freedmen's Bureau and the Freedmen's Village did not always succeed in fully supporting the freedmen, they played a crucial role in laying the foundation for the community's growth and resilience. The village stands as a powerful example of how African Americans, even in the face of systemic resistance, could build and sustain a thriving, self-sufficient community. Established in 1863, Freedmen's Village occupied 1,100 acres of land in Arlington, Virginia, and became a beacon of hope for more than 3,000 freedmen who eventually called it home. Located on what is now the Arlington National Cemetery, the village provided its residents with essential access to housing, education, and medical care, making it a vital community for the formerly enslaved. Freedmen's Village was more than just a place to live. It was the first Black community in Arlington, Virginia, and its success left a lasting legacy. Although the village eventually closed, its former residents went on to establish many prosperous Black communities, spreading the seeds of what they had built in Arlington. Originally designed as an experimental community, Freedmen's Village came with numerous restrictions and rules that the residents were required to follow. Despite these limitations, the village flourished, ultimately serving as a shining example of what the formerly enslaved could achieve when given the opportunity. It stood as a testament to the resilience and potential of a people determined to rebuild their lives and create a better future for themselves and their descendants. Freedmen's Village was conceived as a transitional community to support the formerly enslaved as they navigated their new lives in freedom. However, the reality of life in the village was marked by significant restrictions, particularly on residents' labor, which bore uncomfortable similarities to the forced labor conditions of slavery. The Freedmen's Bureau, which managed the village, enforced a strict policy against idleness among able-bodied residents, emphasizing the necessity of employment as a cornerstone of the transition to freedom. To facilitate employment, the Bureau collaborated with potential employers to offer job opportunities to village residents. Many of the formerly enslaved brought with them valuable skills and trades such as barbering, tailoring, shoemaking, blacksmithing, and construction work. Women in the village often found work as seamstresses, servants, launderers, cooks, or housekeepers, while some of the children were apprenticed out to learn trades and contribute to the household income. While Freedmen's Village was not without its flaws, some residents were skilled laborers who may have exploited the system. The overall benefits of the village were substantial. It provided a critical foundation for the development of a strong African American community in Arlington, Virginia, laying the groundwork for future generations. Beyond offering a place to live, the village provided much needed assistance to those who were struggling to establish themselves in a post-slavery society. A portion of the Arlington estate, confiscated from Confederate General Robert E. Lee, was transformed by the United States government into what became known as Freedmen's Village, originally a contraband camp. The village included 50 houses, a school building, and a home for elderly freedmen, all laid out along streets named after President Lincoln and other notable figures of the time. For many African Americans, President Lincoln was a revered figure, seen as an empathetic man who understood the hardships of the less fortunate. As one resident put it, he was a poor man who learned to work hard as a boy. He knew all about life and the struggles of the unfortunate. That was why he sympathized with us colored folks, and we loved him. Freedmen's Village, with its unique combination of support structures and labor opportunities, played a vital role in the lives of its residents, helping them to build a community that would endure well beyond its years, despite the significant challenges they faced. The legacy of the village is a testament to the resilience and determination of its residents, who, despite restrictions and hardships, contributed to the rich history and development of Arlington's African American community. Freedmen's Village was one of the many contraband camps established early in the Civil War to provide refuge for those escaping the bonds of slavery. These camps were initially intended as temporary stopgaps, offering food, shelter, and basic training in new trades to help the freedmen transition into stable employment and more permanent living arrangements. However, the residents of Freedmen's Village saw beyond the camp's original purpose as a mere way station. Rather than viewing the village as a temporary solution, the freedmen envisioned it as a foundation upon which to build lasting communities. They recognized the potential for creating a stable environment where they could not only survive but thrive, despite the many challenges they faced. This vision led them to transform Freedmen's Village from a transient refuge into a more permanent and self-sustaining community, reflecting their determination to seize control of their futures and carve out a place for themselves in a rapidly changing society. The village became more than just a place to learn new trades. It evolved into a vibrant community where former slaves could begin to rebuild their lives, establish families, and create social networks that would endure long after the war. The residents' commitment to staying and building a life in the village challenged the notion that these camps were simply temporary shelters. Instead, Freedmen's Village became a symbol of resilience in the pursuit of a new beginning, laying the groundwork for the development of a strong and enduring African American community in Arlington, Virginia. The residents of Freedmen's Village were determined to transform it into a permanent community where they could settle and build their lives, a crucial step in African Americans' journey toward equality. The village provided emancipated slaves with access to essential resources such as education and medical care, which were vital for their development and integration into American society. Through the combined efforts of religious organizations and philanthropic groups, the village not only survived, but thrived, helping freed individuals take their rightful place in the post-war nation. The clean country air of Arlington was believed to contribute to the health of the freedmen, reducing the spread of disease. At the village, residents grew their own food as well as provisions for the army and feed for horses, which resulted in significant cost savings for the government. The village also utilized funds from a contraband tax to support elderly and disabled freedmen, as well as those who were unable to find employment. This tax, paid by those who had jobs, helped to argue for the establishment of a new camp that would offer permanent housing and social services for farm workers and others being relocated from different areas. Freedmen's Village stood as an exemplary community, characterized by discipline, composure, and productivity. The residents demonstrated their ability to support themselves and live free, self-sustaining lives. The village was comprised of 50 wooden houses, each designed to accommodate 4 families. These houses, while sharing a central chimney, had separate entry points for each family, ensuring a degree of privacy and independence. The American Tract Society played a key role in overseeing the Providence House for Aged and Infirm Freedmen, a 2-story building measuring 72 feet by 30 feet that provided shelter and care for the elderly and disabled residents. The village also included a variety of other buildings that served the community's needs, such as a schoolhouse, tailor shop, carpenter's workshop, hospital, and orphanage. These facilities not only supported the day-to-day needs of the residents, but also fostered a sense of community and self-reliance, showcasing the village as a model of what could be achieved through collective effort and determination in the face of adversity. Freedmen's Village was more than just a refuge. It was a testament to the resilience and capability of its residents who, despite the enormous challenges they faced, succeeded in creating a community that was both self-sufficient and forward-looking. The village's success provided a powerful example of how African Americans, with access to resources and opportunities, could build lives of dignity and independence, contributing to the broader struggle for equality and justice in the post-Civil War United States. The self-sufficiency of Freedmen's Village was exemplified by its robust agricultural production. Residents cultivated a variety of crops, including wheat, oats, barley, rye, potatoes, and vegetables, which not only fed the community, but also contributed to the overall economy of the village. Additionally, the freedmen raised livestock, such as cows, pigs, chickens, and turkeys, further enhancing their ability to sustain themselves without relying heavily on outside resources. The success of Freedmen's Village became a model for the creation of similar communities across the country, offering African Americans the opportunity to build stable, prosperous lives for themselves and their families. This initiative marked a significant step in the broader journey toward equality, with the support of religious organizations and philanthropic groups playing a crucial role in helping these villages thrive and aiding emancipated slaves in finding their place in American society. However, Freedmen's Village was not without its challenges. The layout of the village was less than ideal, with homes clustered together along unimproved streets, making navigation difficult. The lack of gardens was a notable shortcoming, and tree stumps rendered many streets nearly impassable. The village, constructed in a semicircular pattern, housed approximately 1,800 freedmen. Despite these physical challenges, the village operated under a structured set of rules aimed at fostering education and skill development among its residents. The most intelligent young adults were required to learn trades such as carpentry, blacksmithing, wheelwrighting, harness making, mechanics, or seamstressing. Those deemed suitable for manual labor were assigned to work on government farms, while the children attended school. The labor structure within the village was rigorous. Physically able men were expected to work 10 hours a day on the 9 farms surrounding Freedmen's Village or in the workshops, earning $10 per month for their efforts. To ensure the well-being of the residents, the government employed a matron, teachers, and a doctor who were responsible for providing care and education. Freedmen's Village, while a symbol of progress and a crucial step toward African American equality, was also a place of hard labor and strict discipline. The challenges faced by the residents, from difficult living conditions to the demands of daily work, were significant. Yet, the village remained a vital experiment in self-sufficiency and community building, illustrating both the potential and the limitations of the freedmen's efforts to forge new lives in a society still grappling with the legacies of slavery. Despite its imperfections, Freedmen's Village played a crucial role in the larger narrative of African American resilience and the pursuit of equality in post-Civil War America. Village officials maintained meticulous records of each resident's activities, tracking their work credits, the days they labored, as well as their debts, rations, clothing, fuel, and the $1 monthly rent for their quarters. This system ensured that the village's economy was carefully managed and that residents were held accountable for their contributions and expenses. Women who worked in the fields or held other jobs earned $6 a month, while children between the ages of 12 and 14 earned half that amount, reflecting the structured, albeit limited, economic opportunities available to different members of the community. For those residents who sought employment outside the village, the rules were stringent. They could only sign contracts for a year or more, and accepting such a position would sever their relationship with the village. Once they left, they were not permitted to return unless they could prove that they had been subjected to unjust or cruel treatment. This policy underscored the village's desire to maintain stability within its population and to ensure that those who chose to leave did so with a clear understanding of the consequences. The village administration was constantly looking for ways to reduce costs, and one strategy was to hire out freedmen with families. By doing so, the village was relieved of the financial responsibility of supporting the entire family, as the earnings from these external jobs would contribute to their upkeep. This approach reflected the broader economic pressures on the village to manage its resources efficiently while still providing support to its residents. This system, while pragmatic, also highlighted the limitations and challenges faced by the residents of Freedmen's Village. The economic opportunities were tightly controlled, and the choices available to residents often came with significant trade-offs. Yet, despite these constraints, the village continued to function as a critical site of transition for formerly enslaved individuals, providing them with a structured environment in which they could begin to rebuild their lives, albeit within a framework that still imposed significant restrictions on their autonomy. The conditions in Freedmen's Village were far from the idealized vision that had originally inspired its creation. Residents often endured squalid and cramped living spaces, with reports of lice and bed bugs infesting their clothing and bedding. The only source of heat came from communal stoves, many of which were broken and emitted soot that coated the walls and ceilings, further contributing to the unhealthy environment. The lack of basic amenities exacerbated these difficulties. There was no running water or flush toilets, so residents had to rely on chamber pots and buckets, and bathrooms were located in outhouses shared by multiple families. Despite these significant shortcomings, Freedmen's Village represented a crucial step forward for African Americans. It provided them with a place to call home, however imperfect, and an opportunity to begin building a better future for themselves and their families. The village, while deeply flawed, was a testament to the resilience and determination of its residents, who sought to make the best of a challenging situation. However, the tension between the village's military and administrative leadership, who were primarily focused on preserving peace and minimizing costs, and the residents, who chafed under the restrictive rules, was a persistent issue. Residents could not leave the village without a permit, and officials often exploited their control over basic necessities such as food, clothing, and shelter to compel regular and diligent work. Those who did not comply with these work expectations frequently went without essential supplies, while those who did work were still burdened with rent and other taxes. The financial strain was compounded by the often irregular payment schedules from military contractors and the Army, making it difficult for residents to meet even basic financial obligations. This uncertainty eroded morale, as the residents struggled to navigate a system that seemed designed to keep them in a state of dependency. Although official policy prohibited physical punishment, opting instead for measures such as withholding passes or sugar rations, reports of beatings and other abuses were frequent enough to warrant recurring investigations. The reality of life in Freedmen's Village was marred by instances of unfair physical abuse, often meted out without warning, adding to the residents' sense of vulnerability and powerlessness. Despite these harsh conditions and systemic injustices, the existence of Freedmen's Village was still a significant milestone in the long journey toward equality for African Americans. It was a place where former slaves could begin to assert their identities as free individuals, albeit within a highly controlled and often oppressive environment. The village, with all its flaws, symbolized both the possibilities and the limitations of freedom in a society still deeply entangled in the legacies of slavery. Some of the freedmen who came to reside in Freedmen's Village found themselves disillusioned by the conditions and treatment they encountered there. Feeling that their situation had not improved, or in some cases had worsened, they spoke openly about their dissatisfaction with the harsh conditions and the way they were treated. Such criticism was often met with expulsion from the village, a clear indication of the tight control exercised by the village's administration. This sense of discontent was not universal, however. Many residents lived relatively comfortably, with adequate housing, sufficient clothing, and enough food to meet their needs. They benefited from a level of care and stability that contrasted sharply with their previous lives in slavery. The village's school was deemed satisfactory, providing education in reading and writing, which represented a significant advancement for the formerly enslaved children. Elderly and infirm residents also received care, highlighting the village's role as a place of refuge and support for those who might otherwise have been left vulnerable. Financially, the village operated primarily on the contraband fund, which covered the cost of rations for over 2,160 residents and employees, as well as salaries and clothing. Despite these expenses, the surrounding farms where freedmen were hired out to work generated a significant stream of wealth for the government, underscoring the economic value that the labor of the freedmen still held, even in a supposedly liberated context. After the Civil War ended in 1865, control of Freedmen's Village was transferred to the Freedmen's Bureau. Despite the challenges and limitations of life in the village, most residents were reluctant to leave. They feared that outside the village, they would lose control over their labor and be subjected to the same kinds of abuse and exploitation that had characterized their lives under slavery. The village, for all its flaws, offered a degree of protection and predictability that many feared would not be found elsewhere. Freedmen's Village, therefore, stood as a complex and often contradictory space. It provided safety, education, and a sense of community for many, but it was also a place where freedom was still heavily regulated and discontent was suppressed. The residents' reluctance to leave reflected a broader tension between the promise of freedom and the reality of continued dependence and control, a dynamic that would shape the lives of African Americans throughout the Reconstruction era. At the conclusion of the Civil War, the Southern states and the nation as a whole witnessed an unprecedented revolution. The formerly enslaved were free, and this newfound freedom marked a dramatic shift in the social, economic, and political fabric of the country. The formerly enslaved were now faced with the monumental task of transitioning from chattel slavery to full citizenship, a process fraught with challenges and uncertainties. At the same time, white Southerners were called upon to adjust to the reality of this transformation, recognizing the freedom of the formerly enslaved and accepting them as fellow citizens with equal civil and political rights. The adjustment was far from smooth. Deep-seated prejudices and long-standing social hierarchies made the acceptance and recognition of the freedmen as equal citizens a difficult and often resisted process. These old biases created significant barriers to true equality and integration, leading to tension and conflict as the South grappled with its new social order. In Virginia, the transition from the old way of life to the new was somewhat less demoralizing for society than in many other Southern states. However, this did not make the process any less painful or confusing. The upheaval brought about by emancipation required both Black and white Virginians to navigate a complex and shifting landscape, where the promises of freedom and equality were often at odds with the reality of enduring prejudice and systemic resistance to change. The revolution in the South was therefore a deeply contradictory moment, one of profound liberation and promise, but also of significant struggle and uncertainty. The challenges of adjusting to this new order reflected the broader difficulties of Reconstruction, as the nation sought to reconcile the ideals of freedom and equality with the entrenched realities of racism and inequality. The Freedmen's Bureau, established in March 1865, played a pivotal role in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War, tasked with providing vital resources such as food, clothing, housing, and medical care to the newly freed population. In addition to these basic necessities, the Bureau also assisted freedmen in finding employment and securing land, aiming to facilitate their transition from slavery to self-sufficiency. However, the Bureau's presence was often met with resentment by white Southerners, who viewed its efforts as an unwelcome intrusion into their traditional social order. Despite its critical mission, the Freedmen's Bureau faced significant challenges, particularly due to chronic underfunding. This financial strain forced the Bureau to scale back its operations, limiting its capacity to meet the overwhelming needs of the freedmen. Nevertheless, the Bureau made a lasting impact, helping countless individuals rebuild their lives and laying the groundwork for African American communities to flourish. One of its most enduring contributions was the establishment of African American churches and schools, which became cornerstones of Black communities for generations to come. The passage of the first Reconstruction Act by Congress in 1867 marked a significant turning point in the post-war South. This legislation placed the South under military control, dividing it into 5 military districts, and set stringent conditions for states to rejoin the Union. Each state was required to ratify the 14th Amendment, which granted citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States, and to extend voting rights to African American men. States that failed to meet these requirements faced exclusion from the Union. Reconstruction was a period fraught with difficulty and chaos. The sweeping changes imposed by the federal government were deeply resented by many white Southerners, leading to widespread violence and resistance. The Ku Klux Klan emerged as a particularly brutal force, terrorizing African Americans and their allies in an effort to undermine Reconstruction efforts. In response, Congress passed the Ku Klux Klan Act in 1871, making it a federal crime to deprive citizens of their civil rights. Despite the violence and opposition, Reconstruction brought about significant progress, particularly in terms of political and social rights for African Americans. African American men gained the right to vote, and African American women began to achieve greater social and economic rights. Education was at the heart of every hope for success among the freedmen. The educational efforts in places like Freedmen's Village emphasized practical skills and industrial training, rather than purely theoretical knowledge. The focus was on ensuring that youth and children were thoroughly instructed in trades and crafts that would enable them to achieve economic independence. Through education, along with moral and religious training, the freedmen were able to make a progressive transition from slavery to freedom, gradually securing both the privileges and rights that had long been denied to them. The accomplishments of Reconstruction, though marred by significant challenges, laid a crucial foundation for African American communities. The establishment of churches, schools, and businesses during this period fostered a sense of community and self-reliance that would prove essential in the ongoing struggle for equality and civil rights. Education, in particular, provided the freedmen with the tools necessary to navigate the complexities of their new status as free citizens, helping them to claim the rights and opportunities that were critical to their advancement in American society. Through long years of unrequited and involuntary toil, enduring the unspeakable horrors of servitude, the freedmen contributed significantly to the material wealth of the United States. Their forced labor, though exploited and unjust, became an integral part of the nation's economic prosperity. Moreover, in the nation's struggle with slavery, their blood was shed freely, further intertwining their fate with the country's pursuit of freedom and justice. As the chains of slavery were finally broken, the freedmen stood before the nation as the poorest and most marginalized class. Despite their emancipation, they bore the heavy burden of centuries of oppression and dehumanization. In the name of justice and humanity, they demanded that local, state, and federal governments take decisive action to dismantle the enduring effects of their long and bitter years of bondage, which had been perpetuated and sanctioned by unholy legislation. The education of the freedmen became a critical endeavor, aimed at preparing them to take the advanced steps toward true freedom and to exercise the rights and privileges that come with it. The nation was now compelled to recognize their inherent right to manhood and citizenship, acknowledging them not as former slaves, but as full participants in the social and political life of the country. In the years following emancipation, The freedmen demonstrated remarkable resilience and self-reliance. Many were able to support their own poor without relying on government aid, establishing a network of schools, churches, social organizations, and political institutions that served as the foundation for their communities. Despite the harsh realities and limited opportunities they faced, very few able-bodied freedmen refused to work when employment, even if poor, was available. Their determination to forge a path forward, despite the weight of their history and the obstacles in their way, reflected the profound strength and agency of a people emerging from the shadows of slavery into the light of freedom. This period marked not only a transition for the freedmen, but also a test for the nation. The true measure of America's commitment to the ideals of freedom and equality lay in its willingness to address the deep-seated injustices that had defined the lives of the freedmen for so long. Their struggle and the modest successes they achieved were a testament to their unyielding spirit and a challenge to the nation to live up to its highest principles. If society or government withheld fair wages for labor from the freedmen, denied them the right to a fair hearing in court, or discouraged their efforts to own property and acquire land, they would essentially drive away the very wealth that the freedmen could generate within their communities. The freedmen quickly learned that their newfound freedom came with its own set of challenges and responsibilities. They had to navigate the complexities of gaining employment within the free labor market, becoming literate, and pursuing the long, arduous journey toward enfranchisement and full citizenship. Adjusting to life as free families was another significant transition. No longer living under the constant threat of being torn apart, as they had been on slave plantations, the freedmen embraced the stability of legally recognized marriages and the possibility of raising their children in secure homes. This newfound family life was a fundamental shift from the brutal realities of slavery, offering a sense of permanence and dignity previously denied to them. Following emancipation, opportunities for education and skill development arose, enabling the freedmen to learn to read and write, acquire new trades, and even ascend to positions of civic leadership. These developments transformed communities like Freedmen's Village from transitional contraband camps into thriving, self-sustaining communities. Freedmen's Village, in particular, became a kind of laboratory for testing new policies regarding the integration of the formerly enslaved into American society. The nation was faced with the urgent question of how to incorporate African Americans into the social and economic fabric now that slavery had ended. The initial solution was often tied to land redistribution and agrarianism, with much of this work falling under the jurisdiction of the War Department and later the Freedmen's Bureau. The federal government undertook various reforms during the Civil War and Reconstruction, one of the most common being efforts to tie African Americans to the land through agrarian work and land distribution schemes. Arlington, Virginia provides a key example. The land that once belonged to Confederate General Robert E. Lee was repurposed to create Freedmen's Village, where urban and suburban reform ideas were applied to establish a centralized community for the freedmen. However, the transition to freedom was extraordinarily harsh for the freedmen across the nation. Many succumbed to starvation and exposure to extreme weather as they were unacquainted with the free labor market and the concept of self-sufficiency. Under slavery, their enslavers had provided the bare necessities, food and shelter, albeit in the most minimal and degrading terms. With the abolition of slavery, the freedmen had to learn how to support themselves and earn a living through labor in an entirely new economic system. One of the primary functions of the Freedmen's Bureau was to provide for the immediate needs of these destitute individuals, including establishing colonies on abandoned farms and building camps to house them until permanent homes could be secured. The Bureau also distributed parcels of land for farming, offering a means for the freedmen to begin sustaining themselves. In 1866, as the Freedmen's Bureau began implementing new policies, residents of Freedmen's Village started to resist. They were required to pay rent before receiving their monthly paycheck, and those who were unemployed or unable to pay were forced to leave. As winter set in, the harshness of these eviction policies led to widespread discontent among the residents. They presented a list of grievances, including insufficient food rations, lack of heating in their homes, and the severity of the eviction process itself. An investigation, concluding in December 1866, acknowledged that more care should have been taken in executing the eviction orders, while the Bureau rejected the argument from several residents who claimed that their $5 monthly contraband tax entitled them to live in Freedmen's Village without paying rent. It did reevaluate multiple evictions. the Bureau recommended purchasing new stoves to address the heating issue and, after a 3-month pause, resumed evictions. This episode highlights the ongoing struggle for autonomy and fairness that characterized life in Freedmen's Village and underscores the broader challenges of Reconstruction as African Americans sought to secure their place in a society still deeply resistant to their full inclusion. In 1868, the Freedmen's Bureau initiated steps to begin dismantling Freedmen's Village, a community that had provided a vital refuge and launching pad for formerly enslaved individuals. Despite these efforts, the residents were granted a 2-year grace period during which they were given the opportunity to purchase their homes and lease nearby 10-acre plots of land at a rate of $1 to $2 per acre. This initiative allowed many of the village's residents to take the first steps toward land ownership and economic independence. Additionally, the Bureau relocated approximately 150 elderly or disabled residents, those who were most financially burdensome to village funds, to Freedmen's Hospital near Howard University. Over time, the residents of Freedmen's Village built a self-sufficient and economically independent community. Many cultivated vegetables for personal consumption and sold the surplus in Washington, generating profit and further establishing their economic footing. Others secured highly desirable government positions, while still others found work in nearby brickyards, laundromats, or engaged in sewing work. This growing economic stability reflected the residents' resilience and ability to thrive despite the challenges posed by the transition from slavery to freedom. However, the stability of Freedmen's Village was threatened again in 1882 when the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in favor of George Washington Custis Lee, upholding his right to be compensated for his family's property at Arlington, which had been confiscated during the Civil War. In response to this ruling, the federal government renewed its efforts to clear Freedmen's Village. By 1886, the War Department had assumed responsibility for the village and issued orders for the remaining residents to vacate. The forced removal of Freedmen's Village residents marked the end of a significant chapter in African American history. The village had served as a crucial experiment in post-emancipation life, offering a space where formerly enslaved people could begin to establish themselves as free and self-sufficient citizens. Despite its eventual dismantling, the legacy of Freedmen's Village lives on as a testament to the resilience and determination of its residents who, against great odds, carved out a community that allowed them to achieve a measure of economic independence and social stability. The story of Freedmen's Village underscores the broader struggles and successes of African Americans during Reconstruction as they navigated the complex and often hostile landscape of post-Civil War America in their quest for equality and full citizenship. Desperate to repurpose the land for public use, local leaders were eager to transform the area where Freedmen's Village stood into a public park, construct a memorial bridge, and extend the main road that ran through the property. Their ambitions aligned with the federal government's desire to close the village, and this initiative was further supported by state and county officials who were similarly motivated to see the village dismantled. These officials not only endorsed the closure, but also sought to strip the village residents of their voting rights, though their efforts in this regard were ultimately unsuccessful. They leveled a range of accusations against the residents, claiming that they were overburdening local relief resources, committing crimes against other county residents, and illegally cutting down trees on cemetery grounds without permission. These charges were part of a broader strategy to justify the eviction and marginalization of the village's residents. By the late 1880s, it had become clear to the residents of Freedmen's Village that their eviction was imminent. The pressure from local and federal authorities was mounting, and the once thriving community faced an uncertain future. In a bid to secure some form of compensation, one resident courageously requested $350 for each person who would be forced to leave. Unfortunately, this plea for financial restitution was unsuccessful, reflecting the broader pattern of disregard for the rights and well-being of the freedmen. The eventual eviction of the village's residents marked the end of an important chapter in the history of African American resilience and community building. The land that had served as a refuge and a place of newfound freedom for formerly enslaved individuals was now being reclaimed for public and governmental purposes, with little regard for the people who had called it home. The closure of Freedmen's Village underscored the persistent struggles faced by African Americans in the post-Reconstruction era, as they continued to confront systemic injustices even in the face of their hard-won freedom. After years of economic recession and efforts by white leaders to limit black political power, a concerted push emerged to dismantle Freedmen's Village. The legitimacy of the village was increasingly questioned by those who coveted the land for their own purposes. As these pressures mounted, the residents of Freedmen's Village protested the closure, striving to protect the community they had built and sustained for nearly 40 years. Despite their efforts, the village was ultimately closed in 1900. The government officially ordered the demolition of all houses and buildings, effectively erasing the physical presence of a community that had transitioned from a temporary relief and training ground for newly freed slaves to a secure and thriving settlement amid a period of profound social upheaval. The closure of Freedmen's Village marked the end of an era, but it did not erase the legacy of its residents. After being forced to leave, most former residents chose to settle permanently in nearby areas, contributing to the growth and development of Northern Virginia. Today, many families in the region trace their ancestry back to Freedmen's Village, a testament to the enduring impact of the community. Although the residents may have lost their homes, they achieved a small victory in 1900 when Congress refunded $75,000 of the contraband tax, acknowledging, albeit partially, the sacrifices and contributions of the freedmen. However, this sum was only a fraction of what had been lost, both materially and symbolically, by those who had once called Freedmen's Village home. The story of Freedmen's Village is one of resilience and determination in the face of systemic challenges. While the physical structures of the village may have been demolished, the spirit of the community lives on through the descendants who continue to honor their ancestors' legacy. The village's history serves as a reminder of the struggles and triumphs of African Americans during a critical period of transition in the nation's history, highlighting both the progress made and the ongoing challenges in the pursuit of equality and justice. The closure of Freedmen's Village had a profound impact on the African American community in Arlington, prompting the relocation of many of its institutions, such as the Odd Fellows and similar organizations, as well as churches like Mount Olive and Mount Zion Baptist, and schools. These institutions, once central to life in Freedmen's Village, found new homes throughout Arlington, spreading the village's culture and influence across the region. As a direct consequence of the village's closure, several black enclaves and settlements were either established or expanded, including communities such as Green Valley, Halls Hill, and Johnson's Hill. These areas became the new epicenters of African American life in Arlington, each developing its own distinct character while remaining connected by the cross-community institutions that had their roots in Freedmen's Village. The shared history and cultural heritage of these communities provided a strong foundation for the emerging Black Arlington, creating a network of neighborhoods that were resilient and self-reliant. By the end of the 19th century, a small but cohesive Black community had firmly established itself in Arlington. These residents, drawing on the organizational ties and institutions that had been established in Freedmen's Village, were able to maintain a significant presence in the increasingly suburban landscape of Arlington. This continuity of culture and community, despite the displacement caused by the village's closure, is a testament to the strength and resilience of the African American population in the area. The legacy of Freedmen's Village continues to resonate in Arlington today. Families such as the Syphax family, who trace their roots back to the village, remain prominent in the community, embodying the enduring influence of the village on the region. The history of Freedmen's Village, with its institutions and the communities that emerged in its wake, is a vital part of Arlington's story, highlighting the contributions of African Americans to the county's development and the lasting impact of their cultural and social institutions. Freedmen's Village emerged as Arlington's largest African American community in the post-war era, playing a pivotal role in the county's demographic and cultural landscape. At the time, there were only two other established Black communities in Arlington: Green Valley, founded in 1844, and Halls Hill, established in 1865. Unlike Freedmen's Village, these communities were not able to expand or establish as many institutions due to the lack of support from federal building programs that had bolstered the village's growth and infrastructure. Following the end of the Civil War, Arlington became a beacon for many African Americans seeking better opportunities. The availability of jobs, affordable land, and the presence of an established Black community in Freedmen's Village attracted many to the area. While African Americans were never the majority population in Arlington County, the influx of residents to Freedmen's Village significantly increased the county's small Black population. The presence of Freedmen's Village not only swelled the number of African Americans in Arlington, but also strengthened the social and cultural fabric of the county's Black communities. The institutions and networks that were developed in the village served as a foundation for the broader African American population in the area, fostering a sense of community and resilience that would endure even after the village was dismantled. Freedmen's Village's role in Arlington's history underscores the importance of supportive infrastructure and institutional backing in the development of sustainable communities. The contrast between the village and the smaller black enclaves of Green Valley and Halls Hill highlights how federal support, though uneven and often limited, played a crucial role in shaping the trajectories of post-war African American communities. Despite the challenges faced, the legacy of Freedmen's Village is evident in the continued presence and influence of its descendants and the communities that grew out of its existence. The argument for African American agency before, during, and after the Civil War is rooted in the recognition that black men and women consistently sought independence and empowerment as economic and political actors, even in the face of overwhelming obstacles. After emancipation, African Americans found themselves in a precarious position, struggling to secure and maintain their newfound freedom in a society that was, in many ways, designed to relegate them to an inferior status. Despite the official grant of emancipation, there was little in the way of meaningful support to help them succeed in their new circumstances. The systemic structures of racial oppression remained intact, and there were few, if any, programs to facilitate their adjustment to a life of freedom or to provide them with economic opportunities. Yet, despite these formidable challenges, African Americans were able to create viable and enduring communities, with Freedmen's Village standing as a remarkable example of this resilience and agency. Freedmen's Village was not just a place of temporary refuge, it was a thriving community where formerly enslaved individuals could live, work, and develop institutions that would support their long-term growth and stability. While many other contraband camps across the South were disbanded during or shortly after the Civil War, often before the war had even ended, Freedmen's Village not only survived, but flourished. As other camps in the area were closed, often due to complaints or lack of resources, the village persisted, providing its residents with far more than just a place to live. With more resources and support at their disposal than many other camps, the freedmen of the village were able to establish robust institutions that allowed them to resist external pressures and maintain their community for nearly 40 years. When traditional methods of resistance were insufficient, the establishments within the village adapted and expanded their influence throughout Arlington County. From 1863 to 1900, Freedmen's Village became a center of learning and community development that broke away from the plantation-based economy that had previously defined African American life in the South. The village offered a new model for what African American communities could achieve, demonstrating that with the right infrastructure, education, and focus on agrarian labor, such communities could thrive independently of the oppressive structures of the past. The legacy of Freedmen's Village is a key part of Arlington's history, and its national significance cannot be overstated. The village proved that African Americans could build strong, self-sustaining communities even in the face of systemic barriers. It also showed that local, state, and federal policies focused on supporting infrastructure, education, and agrarian development rather than perpetuating plantation systems could have led to broader success across the South. The lasting impact of Freedmen's Village is evident in the cultural and social fabric of Arlington today, as the community's history continues to influence the region and serve as a testament to the agency and resilience of African Americans during one of the most challenging periods in American history. Many of the former residents of Freedmen's Village relocated to other areas in Northern Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C., where they played a significant role in establishing Shaw, the city's first African American neighborhood. The legacy of Freedmen's Village is deeply intertwined with Arlington's history, and its national significance has left a lasting impact on the community. The village stands as a testament to the thriving black community that existed in Arlington during both the antebellum and postbellum years, a community whose presence endures over a century and a half later. The Freedmen's Village endured many challenges, including grim times and multiple investigations by various boards, yet it survived long after the Freedmen's Bureau was dissolved. The village was a product of the Civil War and the complex social and political changes that came with it. Located on the grounds of what is now Arlington National Cemetery, a site that now serves as the final resting place for many African Americans, the village is both a historic and symbolic landmark. Arlington National Cemetery, situated in Arlington County, Virginia, just across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C., is a U.S. military cemetery of profound national importance. Today, Freedmen's Village is remembered and respected, with descendants of the original residents still living in Arlington. The history of Freedmen's Village offers valuable lessons and insights that can help shape a better future for African Americans in Arlington County. Since its founding, the village has been an integral part of the community, and its legacy will continue to influence and inspire for years to come. The story of Freedmen's Village is a powerful narrative of African Americans fighting for their dreams and achieving success despite tremendous obstacles. The village provided a platform for formerly enslaved individuals to create sustainable communities in the aftermath of slavery, and this legacy continues to resonate today. It serves as a reminder of what can be accomplished when people are allowed to exercise autonomy and take control of their destinies. Freedmen's Village stands as a symbol of African American agency and autonomy during and after the Civil War. It demonstrated that even in the face of severe oppression and deprivation, African Americans could find ways to build resilient and vibrant communities. This legacy will continue to inspire future generations, reminding us of the importance of resilience, determination, and the ongoing struggle for justice and equality. By remembering the history of Freedmen's Village, we honor the past and commit to working toward a more equitable future. With knowledge, understanding, and respect, we can preserve this crucial part of our history and ensure that the lessons it teaches continue to guide us. The true legacy of Freedmen's Village lies in its enduring impact and the responsibility we bear to honor and protect it as a symbol of African American resilience and perseverance. Dear reader, I want to express my deepest gratitude to you for dedicating your time to explore the pages of this book. Your engagement with the stories, history, and reflections contained within is something I value immensely. My hope is that this book has not only sparked thought, but also inspired action and deepened your understanding of the remarkable legacy of Freedmen's Village. This book is more than just a narrative. It's part of a broader movement. I encourage you to take ownership of its message and join me in amplifying these stories. By leaving a review on Amazon, you can help others discover the rich history shared here. But let's not stop there. Share this book with friends, family, and your broader community. Together, we can ensure that the voices and histories of Freedmen's Village resonate far beyond these pages and are never forgotten. I'm excited to share that this is just the beginning. I have more books in the works, continuing to delve into the rich, often overlooked histories that have shaped our world. Additionally, I am in the early stages of planning a documentary film about Freedmen's Village, with the aim of bringing this critical history to life on screen. Thank you for being part of this journey with me. Let's keep the momentum going and ensure these stories continue to be told and remembered. With sincere gratitude, Dr. Gavin Harrell.
Once again, thank you for joining us today and listening to this audiobook. We truly appreciate your time and support. I'd like to invite you to please like, comment, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. By doing so, you're not just staying connected, you're becoming part of an exclusive community dedicated to celebrating knowledge, culture, and empowerment. If you're interested in the ebook or paperback edition of this audiobook, head over to our Amazon page. You'll find the link in the description below. And for those of you looking to show your support in other ways, we've got custom t-shirts, hoodies, and beautiful African wall art available. Just click the merchandise link in the description to check it out. Thank you and enjoy the audiobook.